Chapter 1, Chronicle. Supplementary notes on the timeline and narrative of the Dragon Ball universe. Readers may skip to Chapter 2 if they wish. This chapter may exceed several thousand words as it is organized. Thus, a detailed reading is unnecessary. You may directly select Chapter 2 from the table of contents. The narrative of Dragon Ball records years using AG numbers, also referred to as the Era of the Ace. In addition to the 5 main series, there are 21 films, several original video animations, OVAs, and 5 special episodes, along with 3 spin-off series. It is important to note that Dragon Ball AF is not officially licensed and, strictly speaking, does not belong to the Dragon Ball narrative series. Considering Akira Toriyama's passing on March 1, 1999, Dragon Ball AF may never have the opportunity for public release or adaptation. Some elements may be integrated into the narrative content. Strictly speaking, fanfiction associated with Dragon Ball carries certain inherent inconsistencies. The official canon, fan works, films, spin-offs, and original content all contain numerous contradictions, rendering a complete organization of these inconsistencies impossible and creating a closed-loop logic. The purpose of this chapter on the Dragon Ball Chronicle is to foster harmony among readers, preventing unnecessary disputes. It matters not whose version is deemed correct. Simply acknowledge that each person may perceive a different rendition. This also serves as a precaution against potential critiques from meticulous scholars in the future. You may refer to it as your own Dragon Ball story, but cannot claim it as the definitive Dragon Ball narrative. There is no merit in debating who is superior or inferior. Such comparisons are futile. Errors and omissions are a normal occurrence. The official canon of Dragon Ball includes Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Kai, which retells the story of Z, and Dragon Ball Super. This listing follows the order of airing in terms of the narrative timeline. Dragon Ball GT should occur after Dragon Ball Super, while Dragon Ball Kai is essentially a retelling of Dragon Ball Z. If discrepancies are noted, please comment, and the author will amend and continue to refine the work. Regarding the Dragon Ball films, Dragon Ball Super, Superhero, Dragon Ball Super, Broly, Dragon Ball Z, Resurrection, F, and Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods all feature character designs and contributions from the original creator, Akira Toriyama. These 4 films may be regarded as part of the official canon, serving as supplementary texts. The remaining 17 films take place in parallel worlds, fanfiction timelines, and do not belong to the primary universe narrative. The narrative timeline of the films includes events from childhood, The Legend of Shenron, where a gluttonous monster is defeated, Path to the Strongest, featuring the Red Ribbon Army and the heart of a certain android captured, The Sleeping Beauty in Devil's Castle, where the Lord of the Castle, Lucifer, is confronted, The Great Adventure of Mysterious Wonders, where the villain Tao Pai Pai is thwarted. The following films pertain to Z, and as the timeline is convoluted, it suffices to understand they belong to a parallel universe. Bring Back My Gohan, featuring the battle against the second generation of the Saiyan warrior, Raditz, set before and after his arrival on Earth. The World's Strongest, where the nefarious Dr. Willow, an artificial intelligence, is confronted, likely around the time of Vegeta's first arrival on Earth. The Ultimate Battle on Earth, where the Saiyan Door is defeated and the Spirit Tree Fruit, resembling Goku, is involved, occurring after Vegeta's defeat but prior to Frieza's. Super Saiyan Goku, where the Tyrant Slug is vanquished and evil Namekian. The Strongest versus the Strongest, featuring Frieza's brother, Cooler, Clash of the 100 Billion Warriors, where Metal Cooler is defeated. Ultimate Battle. 3 Super Saiyans, where androids 13, 14, and 15 are confronted. Herein lies another issue. In the official canon, Z, when Android 18 disposed of Android 16, she mentioned that Dr. Gero had destroyed all prior androids. Yet, here they resurface. Burning. Hot Battle, Fierce Battle, Super Fierce Battle, where the legendary Super Saiyan Broly is encountered. The Galaxy at Crisis. A remarkable warrior, where the immensely evil Bojack is confronted. 2 warriors in crisis. The Super Fighters Can't Sleep, featuring the legendary Super Saiyan Broly again. Defeat the Super Warriors. Victory is Mine, where the third encounter with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly occurs. Revival of the Fusion. Goku and Vegeta, where the fusion battles against the evil spirit waves. Dragon Fist Explosion. Goku, I am the one, where the mysterious Hildegarn, a creature from a music box, is thwarted. The following tales belong to the universe of Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods, where the god of destruction Beerus is confronted. Resurrection F, featuring the Golden Frieza, Broly, where the fourth encounter with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly occurs. Superhero, where the battle against Super Android 17 takes place. These encapsulate the overarching narrative in terms of the timeline. The birth of Son Goku, Kakarot, is the reference point. Age 737, the birth of Son Goku. Before the birth of Son Goku, the origins of the universe remain obscure. Age -1 million. The emergence of King Kai's planet. Age -75 million. The god of destruction Beerus seals the 15th generation of the Grand Kai within the Sword of the Kai. Age -10 million. The Grand Kai seals the demon Moro. Age -5 million. The sorcerer Bibidi, father of Babidi, creates the demon Majin Bu.ag, several thousand years. The sage, Taishang Lao Jun, begins managing the Bagua furnace located at the juncture of the mortal realm and the underworld. Age -4237. The ancestors of the Kakarot clan arrive on Earth from the demon realm. Age -238. The legendary Super Saiyan wreaks havoc across the universe. Age -250. The fortune-telling grandmother, sister of Master Roshi, starts guiding the destinies of mankind. From this perspective, the Roshi clan should not be considered purely earthlings. Another possibility is that the siblings are akin to alternative deities, having consumed the elixir of immortality. There is also the Crane Hermit to consider. Age -260. King Enma traverses Snake Way to receive teachings from North Kai, returning to govern the underworld. The son of Kakarot, God/Piccolo, escapes Namek and arrives on Earth. The exact timeline is uncertain, thus remains tentative. Age -430. Master Roshi, Kame Sennin, is born. Age -431. God/Piccolo trains under the then current Kai at age -461. Kakarot's attempt to seize godhood fails, fleeing to the demon realm, while the god assumes the divine position, and Piccolo Daimao is born. Age -474. Dabura conducts reconnaissance on Earth, preparing for the revival of Majin Bu decades later. Age -658. Old Son Gohan is born. Age -662. The Kai shares his childhood memories with Mr. Popo. Age 720 to 730. Internal strife among the Saiyans leads to the destruction of their home planet, Planet Salad, with the remaining Saiyans migrating to Planet Plant, home of the Tuffles. On a moonlit night, the Saiyans transform utilizing the full moon, annihilating all Tuffles on Planet Plant and claiming the entire planet, renaming it Vegeta. The later mention of Planet Zuffer or the Zuffer people is a normal occurrence. During this period, they become a faction under King Cold, an independent Saiyan military organization, initiating a campaign of planetary invasion and bloody slaughter, earning a notorious reputation as malevolent Saiyans in the cosmos. Age 731. King Cold abdicates, and Frieza takes control of the Saiyan race. King Vegeta marries his queen. Age 732. Prince Vegeta is born, 5 years older than Son Goku. Age 733. Yamcha, Bulma, and Tien Shinhan are born in succession, all 4 years older than Son Goku. Age 734. King Vegeta's second son, Tarbal, is born. Age 736. Krillin is born. The two are of the same age. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, Lord Beerus became enraged within the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, ultimately deciding to annihilate the planet. Perhaps this aligns with the prophecy concerning Kakarot's birth and the emergence of a Super Saiyan God in the same year. On the same day, both Son Goku, Kakarot, and Broly were born in adjacent incubation pods and soon dispatched to Earth and Planet Vampra. As the Saiyans conquered the planets Kanasha and MIT, King Vegeta rebelled against Frieza. In response, Frieza received orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate Planet Vegeta and eliminate the Saiyans. The term soon referred to the time it took for Frieza to detect their presence and act accordingly. After 3 months of nurturing, Son Goku was secretly extracted by his father, Bardock, who disabled the ship's monitoring systems before sending him to Earth. Guldo witnessed Goku's escape, but Frieza was unaware. In July of the same year, Goku arrived on Earth and was discovered and adopted by his grandfather, Son Gohan. According to Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball Minus, Goku was already 3 years old at this time. Some narratives suggest he spent 3 years in the incubation pod, which creates a timeline inconsistency, though it aligns with Broly's birth 3 years prior. A significant issue arises regarding Goku's precise age. It is known that the Dragon Ball storyline begins in 749, where Goku states he is 14 years old, though he is actually 12. If he was born in 737, he should have arrived on Earth in 740, which does not correspond with the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Therefore, Goku could only have been sent to Earth 3 months after his birth, consistent with the events in the first arc of Dragon Ball, where Gohan finds him. This point remains contentious, and there is little need to dwell on such details. In 749, the first quest for the Dragon Balls commenced, specifically on September 10th, when Goku, Krillin, and Bulma encountered Launch and began a year of intense training, subsequently participating in the martial arts tournament. This may require some adjustments based on subsequent animated adaptations. By May 8th of 750, Goku embarked on his second solo quest for the Dragon Balls. In 753, the 22nd martial arts tournament took place, alongside the saga of King Piccolo. The Sun family's caretaker was born during this period. In 756, the 23rd martial arts tournament occurred, where the Sun family's caretaker was interviewed. In 757, the highly potential Saiyan, Gohan, along with his future wife, Videl, was born, while Goku was 20 years old. Goku first participated in the martial arts tournament at the age of 13, at 16 for the 22nd, and 19 for the 23rd. Thus, Goten was born a year later, confirming Goku's age at 20. The narrative of the film adaptations will not be discussed here. In 761, Raditz arrived on Earth when Gohan was 4 years old, and the Sun family's caretaker, Dend, began her duties, starting at the tender age of 7. In 762, the formidable Vegeta made a grand entrance to Earth, only to retreat in disarray. By December of that year, the 3 side characters arrived on Namek. Bulma mastered the Namekian language, while Gohan, the strongest, cried, and Krillin, the most intelligent yet moderately powerful, lacked education, humorous indeed. Krillin prayed, and Goku unleashed his hidden power, resulting in the emergence of the Super Saiyan. In the same year, Cell killed future Trunks, seized the time machine, and traveled to the main timeline, becoming an egg and entering hibernation underground. In 764 or 765, future Trunks arrived, swiftly dispatching Frieza and King Cold. He informed Goku of his lineage and warned him of the impending androids 3 years hence, providing him with medicine. The Sun family's caretaker, lacking decorum, eavesdropped on this exchange. From a third parallel timeline, Cell, without a sense of honor, ambushed future Trunks and traveled to the main world via the time machine, hiding away to mature in secrecy. In 766, Trunks was born. By 767, the androids emerged. The 3 Saiyans took turns entering the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance their powers. That same year, after living on Earth for 3 years, Goku finally planted a second seed, resulting in the birth of Goten. In 773, 7 years after the emergence of the androids, Majin Buu was born. The timeline of Dragon Ball Super unfolded in 774, followed by the arrival of Broly from the film adaptations in 775. Personally, I find Super less captivating, fully aware that many may disagree. However, one cannot ignore how the battles in Super resemble a mere audition for a second generation, devoid of any palpable tension or urgency. Whenever faced with insurmountable odds, Whis simply rewinds time, rendering the stakes trivial. The introduction of numerous characters lacks the weight of anticipation since the presence of Whis assures that no true peril exists. In contrast to the climactic confrontations with formidable foes like King Piccolo, Vegeta, and Frieza, the battles in Super, regardless of their grandeur, lack the same emotional resonance. The absence of an overwhelming crisis that pushes characters to their limits results in a muted emotional impact. Those who find enjoyment in Super likely do so for the superficial excitement it presents. The only truly exhilarating moment in Super comes from the initial appearance of Black Goku, Zamasu. Yet even that fades when the omnipotent Zeno is introduced, overshadowing the conflict. Compared to Super, the earlier narratives are undoubtedly more compelling. The overwhelming strength of King Piccolo, a solitary figure without allies, and the dire circumstances faced by the Z fighters are noteworthy. In Z, Goku's death and resurrection are bound by stringent conditions. Whether at the hands of the dragon or the king of the otherworld, reviving a character is no easy feat. Confronting Vegeta was fraught with challenges, requiring Goku to continually surpass his limits to prevail. Cell, too, presented a formidable challenge, while Majin Buu introduced an element of narrative convenience, being nearly indestructible. Majin Buu is not merely a creation of Bibidi, but rather a primordial entity formed at the universe's inception, with Bibidi merely discovering methods to control him. When comparing the two series, one notes that in Z, when Goku faced insurmountable odds, he sought guidance from King Kai, who would admit his own inadequacy in combat against Vegeta. Goku would exclaim, "Oh no, is he stronger than King Kai?" Leaving him with no choice but to train fervently. In Super, the dynamic shifts dramatically. Big Daddy, Whis, and Lord Beerus assert that the gap in power is insurmountable. Goku, with a sense of naivety, asks if the angel could assist him in defeating them. Whis reassures him, "Do not worry. Should you lose, I can rewind time for you." This casual handling of stakes diminishes the gravity of the battles. Furthermore, as the narrative progresses, the introduction of Zeno raises questions about the very nature of conflict. Will it lead to the emergence of an even greater deity? Super initially presented a high-stakes scenario with Goku, in his Super Saiyan God form, nearly destroying the universe in a clash with Beerus. However, as the story unfolded, the sense of urgency diminished, with Goku seemingly unconcerned about Beerus's full power. The entirety of the Dragon Ball saga can be summarized as Goku's quest for guidance from powerful figures. In Dragon Ball, he sought the dragon and deities. In Z, he turned to King Kai and the Supreme Kai. In Super, his focus shifted to angels, and Zeno. GT offered a slight improvement, as Goku himself became a formidable entity, Super Saiyan 4 being particularly striking. In conclusion, while Super may suffer from narrative shortcomings, it is essential to recognize the rich tapestry woven throughout the earlier installments, as a manga or anime. What is required is not necessarily logical coherence, but rather the ability to accurately identify and cater to its target audience. The overwhelming impression it conveys aligns with the aesthetic of robust muscularity often celebrated in Western culture, crafted specifically for that appeal. There is no need for cerebral engagement. One simply follows along, reveling in the spectacle of muscular displays and visceral combat. At the outset, it is stated that the perception of beauty is subjective, and the rationale behind the narrative is entirely dependent on individual interpretation. There is little to debate. Some may find the spectacle of Super more engaging than other storylines, which is perfectly understandable, as each individual has their own preferences. Now, let us continue with the timeline. In the year 778 of the Age of the Universe, 5 years after the saga of the demons, the god of destruction arrives, introducing Super Saiyan, Rose, and Super Saiyan God Super. Saiyan, Blue. In 779, Goku's granddaughter is born, the Golden Frieza makes an appearance, and the God of Destruction tournament commences, alongside the emergence of Zamasu. The plot remains rather densely packed. In the year 780 of the Age of the Universe, the Tournament of Power takes place. 1. The trainee angel Meruz disappears for violating the principles of angelic neutrality. 2. Son Goku fully masters and adeptly wields Ultra Instinct. 3. Meruz is resurrected after the Grand Minister reincarnates him as a human. On May 7, 781, the 27th World Martial Arts Tournament is held, with Mr. Satan claiming first place and Fat Bu securing second. On May 7, 784, the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament takes place, where Goku takes Buu's reincarnation, under his wing for training. Following this is the Moro Saga, featuring fusion techniques. Granola acquires the power of the strongest in the universe through the Dragon Balls of Planet Cereal, as does Gas, while Vegeta attains Ultra Ego, the power of the god of destruction. But in the year 789, the Dragon Ball GT saga commences. Chapter 2. The Saiyan Igrant on Earth. A truck bearing the license plate UA24719 had its driver's cabin opened, and a calm, middle-aged man in his 40s descended from it. He walked directly to the front of the vehicle, fixating on the pool of crimson blood that lay before him. The man's lips moved, emitting an almost inaudible whisper. The 99,999th order. Thank you, kind soul. You are the only one who has turned into perfect minced meat. Since you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, allowing me to complete my career as a universal courier, I shall select a splendid world for you and load an exceptional enhancement. I hope to see you again in the future. As he contemplated his advancement, he decided to entrust the role of courier to that fellow named Thunder, anticipating that future travels would be fraught with electric shocks. While the truck would fade into the annals of history, Igrant felt somewhat bewildered, his mind in disarray. After the unfortunate demise of the person he had tried to save, he had remained in this vessel for an indeterminate period, the duration eluding him. Initially, he had marveled at the advancements of the afterlife, noting its progressive nature and technological sophistication, even employing alien souls as specters. Over time, he began to comprehend his true surroundings. Far from the eerie atmosphere of the underworld, he was, in fact, in the realm of the living. As he matured and his features became more defined, Igrant ultimately realized his location, the Dragon Ball universe. On Planet Vegeta, specifically in a Saiyan infant nursery, Incubator 24719. Before him lay an array of similarly tailed children, varying in age, yet all under the age of 1. The crocodilian beings present were, of course, captives brought in to care for the Saiyan infants. Igrant had often criticized this absurd practice of employing captives to look after Saiyan children. However, he soon discovered that as long as the enemies feared for their lives, they could be made to perform any task. The seemingly harmless job of nurturing infants was taken up with great enthusiasm by these aliens. Igrant remained in the incubation chamber, occasionally blowing bubbles, exuding an air of dispassion towards life. Rebirth? No, it was not merely a journey through time and space. It was a reincarnation. The unfortunate news was that he had been reborn into the Dragon Ball universe, a realm that could obliterate him without a second thought. The fortunate news was that he had become a Saiyan, a being who could grow stronger upon the brink of death, though most would perish in the process. The troubling aspect was the uncertainty of whether he was in the primary world or not. In contrast to the perilous parallel universes, the primary world, while fraught with danger, offered a semblance of safety. As long as one avoided Earth and the more perilous celestial bodies, there was little cause for concern regarding universal annihilation. In parallel dimensions, cosmic destruction could occur at any moment, with no refuge available. During this time, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding of the Saiyan language, enabling him to communicate with the majority of sentient beings across the cosmos, including deities. Presently, his mind was troubled by the female Saiyan standing before him. Mother? Lady Snatchy. This is the offspring of Lord Lek and Lady Kirai. Neither the aliens nor Lady Snatchy exhibited any significant emotional response. The Saiyan race is accustomed to such circumstances, as they are all too common. The overall casualty rate during missions reaches a staggering 85%, with lower-tier warriors suffering a mortality rate exceeding 95%. Even mid-tier and high-tier warriors face a death rate no less than 70%, as their missions are significantly more challenging than those of their lower-tier counterparts. Typically, they engage in missions as small teams of 10, confronting entire planets. It is indeed a miracle if the casualty rate were to be low. Among the Saiyans, many infants are cared for by adoptive parents during their first 3 years before they commence their missions. Mid-tier and high-tier warriors undergo elite training in specialized teams, nurturing their skills in groups for their assignments. Each year, the Saiyan race welcomes approximately 50 to 60,000 new members, maintaining a population that hovers around 1 million, occasionally dipping below 300,000. A staggering 99% belong to the lower-tier warriors, mere cannon fodder in the warfare. Exchanging glances with IG, Snatch's eyes reflected profound confusion. Her father was a high-tier warrior, and her mother a mid-tier warrior. Why then was there a need for adoption? The crocodilian being flipped open a technological device resembling a handheld computer. Cultivation pod number 24719. Here it is. The creature excitedly recited the data. Pod number, AG72724719 name. Igrant father. Lek, captain of the Lek team, combat power 6100, confirmed deceased 7 days prior. Mother, Cleary, member of the Lek team, combat power 3300. Confirmed deceased. Recommended guardian. Snatch, logistics of the Lek team, combat power 2200, residing in the mid-tier Saiyan area, housing allocated within the team. Date of birth, 727119. Cultivation pod duration, 178 days. Birth combat power. Undisclosed evaluation. Lower tier warrior. Current combat power. Wait a moment. Snatch interrupted the crocodilian sharply. What do you mean, birth combat power undisclosed? Lower tier warrior? The crocodilian, filled with trepidation, stammered in response. As captives on Planet Vegeta, their status was exceedingly low. Saiyans could kill them at will, and they dared not show any resistance or offense. My Lord Snatch, during the initial testing of Lord Igor's combat power at birth, there were some issues. However, his current combat power is merely 12, confirming his classification as a lower-tier warrior. I would never dare to deceive you, my lord. It is all clearly documented on the computer. The crocodilian fell to his knees, acknowledging even the infant Saiyan Igrant with the title of my lord. This illustrates the profound fear these captives hold for the Saiyan race. What is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Snatch's demeanor remained icy and unyielding. The Saiyan race is inherently proud, not only towards these captives, but even among their own kin. They exhibit such an attitude. They yield only to the mighty. The high mortality rate of Saiyans on missions can be attributed largely to their arrogance, which accounts for 9/10 of the issue. The severely injured Saiyan, deemed unworthy of assistance, would be unceremoniously abandoned on the mission planet, left to fend for themselves. With grave injuries, devoid of medical aid or a spacecraft, and in a desolate world lacking sustenance. Survival in the vastness of space would be nothing short of miraculous. Snatchy interrogated the crocodile man, not out of any affection for their deceased captain or in pursuit of glory for the Leak Squad. Her husband had also belonged to the Leak Squad, which had suffered total annihilation, leaving her as the sole survivor tasked with managing logistics and arranging missions. Igrant was the most likely candidate to ascend to a higher warrior rank. Should she adopt him, she could reside in the intermediate warrior's domain. However, if Igrant was classified as a lower-tier warrior, she would be compelled to relocate to a less desirable area. This was an intolerable notion for her. As for her daughter, Kasuma, she had been born with a combat power of 10, which now appeared to surpass that of Igrant. My Lord Snatchy, I am not responsible for birth and combat power assessments. I truly have no clarity on that matter, the crocodile man stammered. According to the records, Igrant had been born with a combat power of 320, but his energy had swiftly diminished. Subsequent measurements with a different device revealed a mere 5 points, consistently yielding the same result, thus designating him as a lower-tier warrior. The initial readings might have been an anomaly due to a malfunctioning device. The crocodile man trembled in fear, bowing his head to the ground. He was terrified. Saiyans were notorious for their brutality, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, rendering any death meaningless. To surrender to a race like the Saiyans could not bode well. A combat power of 5, pathetic and worthless. Snatchy maintained a stern demeanor. My lord, she said coldly, arrange for my transport to my residence. Yes, my lord, the crocodile man replied, relieved. Those wretched Saiyans were truly difficult to serve, quick to display their displeasure and resort to murder. But now, the task was complete. Wait, Snatchy's voice pierced through the air, icy and urgent, causing the crocodile man's complexion to pale. My lord, once my residence is updated, send him over. She shot a frosty glare at Igrant, her tone reflecting no warmth. What are you waiting for? Take me to my daughter. Despite her words, her demeanor remained unyielding, devoid of any maternal joy. This was merely a compulsory mission for her, as she had yet to reassemble her team. Accepting this task would allow her to remain on Planet Vegeta for 3 years without the need to venture out on missions. Should she refuse, her daughter would be claimed by another Saiyan family, while she would be forced into further conflict. The choice was evident. Saiyans were not all mindless brutes. Snatchy clearly belonged to the more astute among them. After all, it was just a mission. Emotions had no place in the Saiyan ethos. Igrant observed coldly. In such an environment, anyone privy to the details would succumb to despair, let alone the Saiyans, who are imbued with a brutal and sanguinary nature. As he was on the verge of slipping into slumber, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, and his mind threatened to explode. What was happening? Chapter 3. The terrifying might of the golden finger grimacing in excruciating pain, Igrant's countenance twisted into a fierce and menacing visage. The crocodilian beings around him remained oblivious, engrossed in their own tasks within the cultivation chamber. Not to mention Saiyans over 6 months old, even many newly born Saiyans exuded an aura of malevolence. Igrant, comparatively, was rather mild. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, resembling years yet fleeting like a mere moment. As the pain dissipated, Igrant found himself regaining tranquility in an instant. His mind, however, was abuzz with a peculiar itch. In a nebulous awareness, he sensed a unique space. An influx of information manifested in his consciousness. Prison realm. Current level, 1. Capable of simultaneously imprisoning one individual. Upgrade requirement, 0-100, number of imprisoned individuals. Current status, not activated, 11, 215, 000 combat power. Usage requirements, 1. The prisoner cannot resist, 2. 5,000 energy required. Effect, imprisoning a convict for a century, perfectly absorbing and integrating a portion of the prisoner's abilities, including but not limited to strength, knowledge, skills, and special talents. Note, continuous defeats of enemies can accelerate the depletion of their essence and facilitate absorption. Igrant suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. So it was like this. From this perspective, he was far from being a low-level warrior. He was evidently a mid-level warrior. The Saiyan race categorizes warriors based on their battle power at birth. 100 denotes a low-level warrior. 1500 indicates a mid-level warrior. And 1100 classifies as a high-level warrior. Familiar with the narrative of Dragon Ball, Igrant understood that this classification of warrior levels does not define the growth limits of a Saiyan, nor does it establish a lower threshold. Son Goku is not an anomaly. His biological father Bardock and the members of Bardock's team exemplify this. Before reaching maturity, Bardock possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000, which is a matter of the future. The Saiyan race relentlessly sprints down a path fraught with peril in their pursuit of cultivation. Bardock's team may be somewhat better off, yet not by much. Tasks are not essential for the growth of Saiyans. Rather, they serve as a hindrance. This is a method employed by the Frost Demon race to weaken the Saiyan lineage. If Saiyans wish to grow swiftly, they need only engage in combat with equally matched opponents and persist in their training. Undertaking missions often results in spending 70 to 80% of the year in a spacecraft in slumber, leading to minimal growth and strength. The vast disparity in battle power at birth is likely correlated with the concentration of S cells within a Saiyan's body at birth. The inability to alter the assessment of warrior levels, paradoxically, is a boon for Igrant, deprived of the privileges afforded to intermediate warriors. In 3 years, he would be dispatched to undertake the tasks of lower-ranked soldiers. It is a substantial advantage for an intermediate warrior to be assigned such tasks. Particularly beneficial for Eggplant, who finds himself quite content with this arrangement. Furthermore, with the mysterious powers of the prison realm at his disposal, the future remains uncertain. Born in the year 727, he has merely a decade before the destruction of Planet Vegeta looms. He is yet to reach maturity, and it is inconceivable that his combat prowess could ever surpass that of Frieza. Unlike Goku, who requires the sacrifice of Krillin to unleash his full potential, Eggplant must patiently await his adoption before commencing his training and executing missions. During his assignments, he contemplates the possibility of faking his own death to escape, subsequently seeking a means of survival among the cosmos. Neither Earth, nor Namek, nor Yardrat are part of Eggplant's current strategic considerations. The reputation of Saiyans is notoriously poor across the universe, to the extent that they are universally reviled and pursued. Without the Dragon Ball radar, Earth offers no means of locating the Dragon Balls. Namek and Yardrat are formidable adversaries, and venturing there would only result in suffering. The prison realm possesses immense power, yet Eggplant does not anticipate unlocking its potential in the near future. Activating this realm necessitates a staggering expenditure of 5,000 combat power, a cost that is irreversible, leading to complete loss and requiring arduous retraining to regain. Achieving such a level of combat power before adulthood, coupled with the tribulations of numerous interstellar battles, seems utterly unattainable. Moreover, utilizing this power once demands an additional 5,000 ki to sustain the prison realm's functionality. Although this ki can be replenished, the recovery rate is significantly slower than normal. The primary concern surrounding the use of the prison realm lies in the substantial depletion of ki, which would drastically weaken him. In the Dragon Ball universe, prior to Earth's ascent into the cosmos, ki and combat strength were synonymous. A consumption of 10,000 combat power is required to initially unlock the prison realm. Without discussing when he might surpass the threshold of 10,000 combat power, the question remains, what foes can he even defeat with his remaining strength? Engaging with weaker opponents offers no assistance unless one possesses extraordinary talents, which is rarely the case. Capturing a true powerhouse while being incapable of wearing down the enemy through combat poses a significant dilemma. If the adversary is excessively strong, it becomes impractical to reveal one's abilities. Spending a century in confinement is hardly feasible. For instance, if he were to imprison an opponent for a year, the potential of his prized power could be entirely squandered. To expend 10,000 key merely for a grand, yet ultimately useless ability is akin to purchasing a mere pin for an exorbitant price. This is not merely a matter of strength and stubbornness. It borders on foolishness. This extraordinary power truly is remarkable. In summary, aside from possessing foreknowledge of certain future events, it appears that Eggplant holds little advantage over other Saiyans. While lost in thought, three crocodilian beings approached Egplant's nutrient chamber. The chamber's designation, AG7272-4719, name, Eggplant. Adopter, Snatchy. Commencing the initial step of the adoption process, instilling the cultural heritage of the Saiyans, preparing level 1 nutrient solution, and activating the computer. There was no time given for Igrant to react. The crocodilian individual recited the computer's formula, after which the nutrient solution pipeline within the chamber was activated. Simultaneously, a torrent of information began to infiltrate Igrant's mind, causing his head to swell painfully. Igrant found himself at a loss for words. Within a single day, his brain experienced 2 episodes of excruciating pain. It is not surprising, however, that all Saiyans are brutish and thoughtless. To inundate a child, not yet 1 year old, with an entire repertoire of combat techniques and Saiyan culture, it is a wonder that they are not entirely foolish. Their innate Saiyan talents are indeed remarkable. Reborn. Igrant was fortunate that his mental fortitude surpassed that of an average infant, allowing him to remain conscious and avoid succumbing to unconsciousness. The nutrient solution was gradually depleting. An idea struck Igrant. He attempted to see if he could inject more energy into the prison realm. At the stroke of noon, his combat power began to wane, 11 o'clock. The prison realm registered an increase of 1 point. Simultaneously, his body absorbed the nutrient solution, recovering slightly. Though irreversible, the growth was unmistakable. This was the prime moment for his development and absorption, and the augmentation was swift. In summary, while his body consumed energy, his strength did not increase, and his mind was unwilling to yield, persistently commanding his body to continue consuming energy. Thus, a stalemate emerged, oscillating between a combat power of 10 and 13. The activation of the prison realm also incremented at a rate of 1 point per second, gradually accelerating. The nutrient solution was visibly diminishing. The crocodilians were taken aback, exchanging perplexed glances. What was happening? They were at a loss. What should they do? Increase the supply of nutrient solution, for should they provoke the Saiyans, they would surely face dire consequences. The costs of the nutrient solution would be shared among the other Saiyans, who would perceive no discernible difference. In silent agreement, the 3 crocodilians settled on a solution. 2 focused intently on Igrant, while the third manipulated the computer. A request for level 2 nutrient solution was submitted. Rather than a mere application, this was essentially a direct allocation. The Saiyans would not concern themselves with such matters. With this confirmation, the pipeline at the top of the cultivation chamber delivered the initial double dose of nutrient solution into the nutrient chamber. This was advantageous for Igrant, who now found the sustenance even more invigorating. The activation value of the prison realm surged at a rate of 3 points per second. The 3 crocodilians were in a state of alarm. There was no need for deliberation this time. The crocodilian controlling the computer urgently allocated level 3 nutrient solution. Activation value of the prison realm, 12,345,000, level 4. Activation value, 14,565,000. Igrant was astonished. This golden opportunity was indeed formidable. No, he himself was the strongest. Level 8. The crocodilians were in a frenzy. The next tier represented the highest level. If that failed, what would they do? Infants are involved. Even at the current 8th level, not to mention the 4th level nutrient solution, it has never been administered to infants. One cannot help but fear the consequences of such excess, as the energy concentration resembles feeding an 3-year-old child 18 pounds of rice. Within the cultivation chamber, a piercing alarm resounded. Igrant was increasingly agitated. Just a moment ago, he found the formidable yet somewhat useless golden finger to be powerful, but in this instant, It was on the verge of activation, leaving only its might. Activation value, 37,985,000. The nutrient solution remained, not yet exhausted. It was likely sufficient for a complete activation. What could possibly be happening? A tall figure soared to the front of the nutrient chamber, gazing intently at the crocodile man. The crocodile man pointed at Igrant. Sir, this Saiyan has already absorbed the 8th level nutrient solution and has yet to fully inherit Saiyan culture. This. The Saiyan displayed a disdainful expression and pressed the detector attached to his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 12 points. A low-level warrior with only 12 battle power? Do you dare mock me? The 3 crocodile men fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. After much discussion, the Saiyan reluctantly permitted the continued release of the nutrient solution. Meanwhile, Igrant was overwhelmed with excitement. 5,000. It could be activated, without any prompts or thrilling announcements. He could only sense a unique space. Unlike a prison, it resembled a vast and open realm akin to a mental and temporal sanctuary. A voice of a man in his 40s echoed in his mind, informing him that he could completely control this prison realm, rendering it impossible for enemies to breach it. Yet, it was still inadequate, my lord. The Saiyan furrowed his brows, displaying clear impatience on his face. 9th level, administer it to him. My lord, the 8th level nutrient solution has not yet been fully absorbed. Nonsense. Do you dare disregard my orders? The Saiyan erupted in fury, raising his hand. He aimed his palm at the 3 crocodile men, a beam of light coalescing in his grasp. Whoosh. The light flashed past, and one crocodile man's eyes widened in terror, gradually transforming into confusion as he slowly fell back. Thud. This Saiyan exhibited restraint, refraining from unleashing his full power in an indiscriminate barrage. Even so, he had killed 1 crocodile man to demonstrate his prowess. Proceed. The remaining 2 crocodile men dared not utter another word, trembling as they utilized the 9th level nutrient solution for the first time. The Saiyan pressed the detector. His pupils suddenly widened, his weathered cheeks filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Chapter 4, 5,000 battle power at half a year, concealed talents in times of crisis. Within the detector, Igrant's battle power surged rapidly, faster than a spaceship. 120, 860. By the time he expressed his astonishment, Igrant's battle power had already soared to over 2,100. The Saiyan's eyes were filled with shock. This battle power, could it be? The crocodile men also wore expressions of panic, as they simultaneously contemplated a singular thought. The legend of Planet Vegeta has been passed down through the ages, yet remains unverified. It speaks of the mythical Super Saiyan, a being of extraordinary prowess. 3,200. The Saiyan's eyes flickered with hesitation at the mention of the Super Saiyan. The crocodile man's eyes gleamed with excitement. 4,300. At present, Igrant could not withstand such immense energy, his features contorting under the strain. The Saiyan observed the unease enveloping Igrant, noticing the 2 crocodile men displaying a mix of panic and exhilaration. A chilling glint flashed in their eyes. Though Saiyans are known for their brashness, they are not devoid of intelligence. Unlike the majority who idolize King Cold, the Saiyans managing the infant cultivation chambers are loyalists to King Vegeta. This was not merely a venture to cultivate formidable Saiyans. Rather, it served to identify those with potential early on, allowing for their timely elimination. These Saiyans had long intended to rebel against King Cold, wishing to keep the true state of their race concealed. A radiant light shimmered in their hands. Malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, with cultivation pods bursting open intermittently, causing Saiyan infants to fall and subsequently explode under the pressure of the adult Saiyan's aura. They had yet to witness the splendor of the world, yet their lives of sin were abruptly concluded. Master, this. The crocodile man sensed the impending calamity with rising trepidation. Are you planning to send a warning? 4,890. The crocodile man shook his head frantically. No, master, it's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, how could we possibly send a warning? To whom would we relay the message? The Saiyans are the mightiest race in the universe. Trembling, the crocodile man explained, his complexion ashen. Ha ha ha. Regardless of your intentions, you shall meet your end. A brilliant light surged forth, powerful energy saturating the air and conjuring a tempest. No, master, it's a misunderstanding. Truly, please, master, we are loyal. An energy blast ruthlessly struck the crocodile man, as the adult scions stood protectively before Igrant's cultivation pod. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, blood mist swirling into the air under the rising temperature and pressure. The entire cultivation chamber was left with a gaping crater, the ceiling blown apart. Hundreds of cultivation pods were shattered, leaving only Igrant, isolated and sheltering behind the adult scions. I shall not grant you the chance, you little wretch. What? What is happening? The adult scion glanced at his scouter, his expression darkening upon reading 16. Damn it. He hastily summoned another scion companion. Check this little brat's battle power. The other scion, just arriving, remained silent as he activated his scouter. 16? What is going on? The first scion's face darkened further. Curse it, how careless. What? What is the matter? He shook his head in disbelief. You stand guard here while I report to King Vegeta. It is rather peculiar. Why have you brought destruction upon this place? The original scions offered no explanation. Surely, one cannot simply claim to have misjudged or that their equipment has malfunctioned. I merely acted to eliminate the rebellious crocodilians. What? The later scions gasped, their aura brimming with malevolence. Those accursed extraterrestrials must be annihilated entirely. You remain here on watch while I explain the matter to King Vegeta. Once more, the scion ascended, soaring through the gaping hole in the roof, vanishing into the incubation chamber. Fortunate lad. Who would have thought that fellow would rescue you? Shaking his head, the scion crossed his arms, hovering before Igrant. Indifference aside, the scions had not yet descended into madness, willing to personally eradicate their own kind. There must be a reason for such grave matters. They require reporting to King Vegeta to provide the remaining kin with some clarity. Igrant, concealed within the incubation pod, closed his eyes, filled with exhilaration. A golden opportunity. So powerful, exceedingly potent. The crocodilians had several times provided him with nutrient solutions, all of which he channeled into the prison realm. This included an additional infusion of 5,000 energy units, granting him a single usage privilege. He understood well that without aid, he would not reach such heights on his own for an eternity. Having recently attained 5,000 energy units, it was evident the prison realm was facilitating his advancement. Securing a single usage privilege, he observed the irritable scion suppressing the extraterrestrial beings. Seizing the moment while the scion unleashed energy blasts upon the crocodilians, Igrant stealthily imprisoned one of them. Within the prison realm, a bewildered crocodilian surveyed its surroundings, filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Igrant gleaned distinct information from the prison. 1 prisoner. Combat power, 83. Redemption time, 100 years. Rudimentary. So rudimentary, it was beyond words. Igrant did not feel rushed. There was no urgency in confronting the crocodilian. On Planet Vegeta, whether it was enhancing combat prowess, advancing technology, or making other arrangements, nothing could be accomplished in haste. A period of gradual development would be far more suitable. Regardless of the panicked yet curious crocodilian within the prison realm, Igrant's attention shifted to the external world. A sharp, whistling sound approached, and a petite scion soared through the air, cradling a young scion. What is happening? An astonished voice exclaimed. The guarding scion opened his eyes indifferently. Who are you? Snacky froze entirely. My lord, I am Snacky, a former logistics member of the LEC team. The LEC team met its demise, and I was tasked with the care of Igrant, the offspring of the LEC team. The scion, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Is he dead? Soon after, 2 more crocodilians timidly approached. Verify whether Igrant is alive or not. One of the crocodilians, seeing that life was not in danger, wore a fawning expression. My esteemed companion, behind you lies the nurturing chamber housing Igrant. The scion paused, a faint smirk gracing the corners of his lips. Ah, the fortunate little one. With a wave of impatience, he urged, let us expedite the formalities and proceed with the adoption. Time swiftly elapsed, and 6 months later, in the year 728 of the A.E. calendar, Igrant emerged from his quarters with an impassive demeanor. Creak. From a slightly larger room, another young female scion stepped forth, her expression equally stoic, devoid of mirth. Igrant, Kasuma. Today you are required to report to the training grounds. I trust these matters require no further elaboration on my part. Yes, Aunt Snatchy. Understood. How tedious. The 2 voices rang out, crisp and distinct, yet their tones conveyed a shared sense of yearning and anticipation. Training. An eternal theme and aspiration of the warrior race. Upon completing basic training, they would be eligible for missions, the first task for junior warriors. These novice assignments bore a low mortality rate. Over the past 6 months, Igrant had gleaned certain insights. In 720 A.E., civil strife erupted among the Saiyans, leading to the destruction of their ancestral planet, Salad Star. The remnants of the Saiyan race sought refuge on Planet Plant, coexisting with the Tsufruans. In 721 A.E., seizing the opportunity during a full moon, the Saiyans launched a surprise attack on the Tsufruans, annihilating them and claiming dominion over the entire planet, which was subsequently renamed Planet Vegeta in honor of their king. In 722 A.E., an alliance was forged with King Cold, from whom the Saiyans acquired advanced technology, including faster spacecraft and probes for cosmic navigation. In return, the Saiyans aided King Cold in battle, reveling in the thrill of combat and slaughter, all the while engaging in planetary trade. To this day, their relationship with King Cold primarily remained one of cooperation, with mission frequency still relatively low as the Saiyan population had only recently begun to recover. Junior warriors were not mandated to undertake missions. They could opt to subsist on the planet, performing logistical duties instead. The true brutality was destined to commence post 731 A.E. After Frieza assumed control over the Saiyan race, missions would become more frequent and arduous, accompanied by time constraints, resulting in a significant spike in the overall mortality rate of the Saiyans, rendering their once thriving population nearly invisible on their home soil. During this period, the Saiyans relished their current existence, contrasting sharply with Igrant's initial perception of their plight. As for his parents, the Lex squad perished in their entirety. One could only deem it unfortunate. Those who frequent the riverside cannot escape the wetness of their shoes. Their ill-fated mission led them to a misidentified planet. Home to a cadre of elite warriors, the defenders employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, ultimately exhausting 10 members of the Lex squad. This knowledge was gleaned from cultural heritage 6 months prior. The introduction of the Saiyan lineage was somewhat lacking, primarily focusing instead on matters of combat. To rely on a warrior race, whose millennial legacy remains untransmitted, for cultural continuity is far less viable than the pursuit of personal learning. The majority of infants and toddlers yearned for training, battle, and combat until the very end. Few have shown any inclination to delve into the origins of the Saiyans. Consequently, the extraordinary state of Super Saiyan, which emerged a millennium ago, has become mere legend among the Saiyan race, with the vast majority expressing disbelief. Their battle prowess has deteriorated to the point where a power level of 10,000 is regarded as remarkable, leading to a sense of complacency. Unlike these Saiyans, Igrant possesses foresight. He is aware of the calamities that the future holds, understanding that without strength, everything will shatter like a fleeting dream. He grapples with the violent impulses ingrained in his very genes, feeling as if his cells are ablaze with each confrontation. He must relentlessly suppress the urges to revel in the thrill of battle. Merely 6 months prior, at the tender age of 6 months, he achieved a fleeting power level exceeding 5,000, eliciting both astonishment and a surge of lethal intent from a fellow Saiyan, albeit one that was ultimately restrained. The memories of the infant incubation chamber linger vividly in his mind, prompting him to avoid any reckless display of his capabilities. He is committed to completing the training scheduled for the coming year while undertaking missions. Escaping Planet Vegeta is not particularly challenging. The crucial matter lies in determining how to survive in the cosmos as a Saiyan devoid of strength, where neither side of the conflict offers any favor. Igrant follows closely behind Kasuma, his steps resolute as they make their way toward the training camp. However, he had not anticipated that the initiation training for newborn Saiyans would be so rudimentary that it left him utterly speechless. The training methods employed for the Saiyans, akin to those of common monkeys devoid of intelligence, were shockingly subpar. Chapter 5. The crude training methods. 2 years later, half a year ago, he and his so-called sister Kasuma came to reside with the Snatchies, integrating into their family. The Snatchies had relocated from the area designated for intermediate warriors to that of lower-ranked fighters. Although the area was vast, it was markedly barren, presenting significant challenges in terms of acquiring supplies and updating equipment. Fortunately, with a power level of 2,200, Snatchi was considered a formidable fighter even in the lower warrior sector, making their living conditions somewhat bearable. In the Snatchi household, Igrant could only be said to be barely surviving. Relying on Snatchi for care was utterly futile. Not only he, but even Kasuma, Snatchi's biological daughter, endured similar treatment. Apart from sustenance, they were left to fend for themselves, with Snatchy imparting no guidance or instruction in combat whatsoever. They operated independently, thriving or perishing based on their own efforts, epitomizing a peculiar form of fairness. Such equity, unattainable in the human realm, was realized in an odd manner among the Saiyans. Under these circumstances, one would expect Igrant to feel content. Yet, the true source of anguish lay with his so-called sister, Kasuma. She was perpetually consumed by thoughts of battle and the pursuit of strength. Over the past 6 months, Kasuma had relentlessly sought him out for combat, engaging in more than 400 bouts. Concealing his true capabilities, Igrant found himself bested daily by Kasuma, emerging from their encounters battered and bruised, spending the majority of his time in the healing chamber. With skirmishes occurring multiple times a day, who could possibly endure such a relentless schedule? Had it not been for the numerous combat techniques and defensive skills ingrained within his heritage, Igrant would have been at a loss on how to endure the past 6 months. Fortunately, he can now breathe a sigh of relief as he embarks on the so-called Saiyan novice training. The peculiar name is utterly absurd. Even the new generation warrior training camp sounds more appealing than this mindless Saiyan initiative. He had anticipated that this 2-year training program would mark the beginning of his liberation from nightmares. Little did he know that the Saiyan training was disturbingly intense and almost perverse. There were no techniques, no superfluous chatter, just the knowledge passed down. To summarize the so-called training in 2 words, endure punishment. Endless battles, high-intensity confrontations. If one cannot triumph, they simply endure blows, and if they manage to overcome an adversary, they face an even stronger opponent, continuing the cycle of punishment. Severe injuries lead to the healing chamber, and once restored, they return to the fray, completing the perfect loop. Participants engage in battles against each other, team up, or mix it up. Victors spar with the instructors. Through this relentless barrage, combat prowess and techniques gradually evolve. Upon witnessing this training methodology, Igrant felt utterly dismayed. Enduring mere punishment would have been bearable. However, the instructors possessed an unfathomable strength and struck with merciless ferocity. Typically, one should avoid direct confrontation with the instructors, opting instead to lose to fellow trainees to spare themselves a beating. The camaraderie would ensure a mutual understanding of letting one another win. Yet, the cursed Saiyan legacy places honor and battle above life itself, leaving no room for leniency in such confrontations. Each participant is fueled by determination, striving to vanquish their opponent in hopes of facing the instructor. Scarred and battered, they enter the healing chamber, emerging with smug and satisfied smiles. After all, with the healing chamber available, even the gravest injuries can be mended within a few hours. Victors naturally garner admiration, while the vanquished face ridicule. It is all quite absurd. The training is bizarre, and these Saiyans are equally peculiar. Kasuma, the sister who consistently manages to spar with the instructor, and Igrant, who has never faced the instructor, have become a curious anomaly in the training arena. Kasuma, seething with frustration, perceives Igrant as a coward, bringing shame upon her. Igrant is left dumbfounded. Does this mean he is indeed undergoing a 2.5-year training regimen? Should he consider procuring a pair of suspenders? The Saiyans possess a singular belief regarding the enhancement of combat prowess. Endure punishment, and through suffering, one can grow stronger. Compared to Yadrith, Namek, or even Earth, the Saiyan training bears little distinction from the primal struggle for survival. One cannot even begin to compare it to the myriad of refined cultivation methods from his past life in the Huaxiao Nation. Alas, he understands none of it. Over the past 2 years, he has failed to grasp any techniques. Stances and postures are of no use, rendering his body untrained, as he simply endures the Saiyan way of punishment. The prowess of Kasuma has surged from a mere 64 points at the age of 1 to an impressive 122, marking a 2-fold increase. In contrast, Igrant's combat strength has escalated from 19 points to 54 points, representing an increase of over 2-fold. By this calculation, Igrant's growth in strength significantly surpasses that of Kasuma. This remarkable enhancement attests that the training methods of the Saiyan race are not entirely ineffectual. Such substantial gains have been achieved through relentless struggle and perseverance. The muscle-bound Saiyans, devoid of deeper contemplation, have never pondered why Igrant, despite his apparent inferiority in combat power compared to Kasuma, manages to endure longer in battle against him. The sole explanation lies in Kasuma's deliberate leniency. Furthermore, Kasuma is unlikely to defend his brother's honor. Consequently, Disdain for Igrant has grown among their peers, who scarcely engage with him and often roll their eyes at his presence. Under such an atmosphere, Igrant has endured 2 years, his skin thick as the planet itself, showing little concern for their scorn. The effects of his training cannot be entirely dismissed, though they are minimal at best. It is reasonable to assume that natural growth could also lead to similar advancements. Take Son Goku, for instance. His strength merely flourished in the subpar environment of Earth, compounded by the early demise of his grandfather. On the high-gravity planet of Vegeta, however, one's potential is undoubtedly greater than that of peers from the same period. While combat power is one aspect, the capacity to withstand blows has undergone a revolutionary transformation compared to his 1-year-old self. On this day, the time has arrived for the first mission assignment. In the same training ground, among the cohort of 1,000 lower-class warriors, 980 stand silently, opting to embrace the novice tasks and become warriors. The remaining lower-class warriors are not exempt from fulfilling missions. They will simply complete the novice tasks in teams and remain on Planet Vegeta as logistical Saiyans. Combat is an obligation for the Saiyan race. Evasion is not an option. During the reign of King Cold, there was some freedom in task selection, allowing novice trainees the choice to decline missions without coercion. Likewise, task assignments were not distributed based on team strength. Warriors could voluntarily select missions of varying difficulty. This stands in stark contrast to the era of Frieza, when lower-class warriors were dispatched directly to mission planets. Presently, the living conditions for Saiyans have vastly improved. Igrant speculates that perhaps the aftermath of the planet-plant war, which left their kin scarce, necessitates the propagation of numerous descendants on Planet Vegeta. However, none of this concerns Igrant at this moment, for he finds himself the target of merciless ridicule. Oh, isn't that the coward Igrant? You actually chose to undertake a mission independently. Haha, this is hilarious. With your cowardice, you might as well crash the planet down. Within the training camp, a group of diminutive warriors mock Igrant without restraint. The loudest among them is Krady, currently ranked 2nd in combat power. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Kasuma stands calmly, allowing the mockery directed at Igrant to unfold without uttering a word. Igrant maintains a serene composure amidst the chaos. Such a scene, one that has unfolded countless times over the past 2 years. He, who was never particularly concerned, naturally does not dwell on it. The mission is of utmost importance, and these individuals are merely expendable. The initial task assigned to a subordinate warrior is not bound by time. It can be completed in a year or even a decade. He can enhance his strength on the mission planet, primarily seeking opportunities to practice the art of concealing one's energy, akin to the techniques from Earth. Over the past 3 years, the reason for Igrant's notably low combat power is largely due to his energy being stored in the prison realm, which has impeded his growth and strength. Consequently, concealing his power is an effortless endeavor. However, to mask his physical energy and evade detection by sensors is something Igrant could never achieve. This storage does not occur after his strength has increased. Rather, any surplus energy within him is immediately stored away. Lacking understanding of the underlying principles does not hinder the execution of such actions, as the prison realm inherently assists him. Maintaining a high frequency of combat results in minimal energy input, ensuring a low profile. Discretion is paramount. Concealing one's capabilities is vital for survival. Within the technological sphere of Planet Vegeta, he has mastered nearly all aspects, yet he dares not gamble on whether King Cold is monitoring the Saiyans during this period. Not to mention that the obstinate, envious, and foolish King Vegeta holds dominion over the entire planet. Caution is the mother of wisdom. Those who are overly ostentatious rarely meet with favorable outcomes. The old silver coin finds the greatest joy in simplicity. Chapter 6. The first task assignment. The unusual Kasuma bullying has existed since time immemorial and is not destined to vanish, regardless of the species. Just as true fairness is an impossibility, the weak are perpetually oppressed, unable to attain any semblance of equity. Igrant, appearing as a weakling, naturally becomes a target for bullying. The only distinction lies in the fact that he merely feigns weakness. With a little time, he can elevate his combat prowess to a level that rivals that of intermediate warriors. Those lower-ranked warriors who mock him appear utterly ludicrous in his eyes, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. The distant sound of a howling wind grows nearer. 3 Saiyans and 2 Krokans approach swiftly through the air. Silence reigns, As warriors, such noise is utterly inappropriate. Before the leading Saiyan even lands, he bellows in fury. In an instant, the training grounds fall silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The five land, and behind the Saiyan, two extraterrestrials stand quietly, holding a computer. The leading Saiyan surveys the gathered Saiyans. I am Oka, responsible for guiding this batch of novices. Igrant is taken aback. They have a leader for their combat missions? Based on the knowledge he acquired in his past life and the experiences of the past 3 years, he had never encountered such information. Empiricism can lead one astray. This is the real world, not the realm of NPCs from an anime. In the vast expanse of the universe, the number of life-bearing planets and civilizations far exceeds his imagination, akin to the countless grains of sand along the Ganges. The Saiyans are not merely a handful of individuals as depicted in media. Their population exceeds 400,000, with half of them being children, of whom a staggering 99% belong to the ranks of lower-tier warriors. The previous conflicts have inflicted severe losses upon the Saiyan race, a recovery that cannot be achieved in just 3 to 5 years. Nevertheless, the Saiyans maintain a state of readiness, with all individuals over the age of 3 having undertaken missions. The formation of large battalions is quite customary. This is the first time I will guide you fledgling warriors. In the future, you must independently seek out missions or adhere to directives for task execution. The legacy contains this information, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, let us proceed to assign missions. Igrant stands silently among the crowd. Unlike mid-tier warriors, lower-tier warriors are not automatically grouped upon completing their training. They must first undertake a mission to prove their worth before they can form teams. Failure to accomplish this, those who do not succeed will perish on the mission planets. For the Saiyans do not acknowledge any failures among their kin. Hurry up with the arrangements. Do I need to teach you? Oka turned and impatiently shouted at the crowd. Everyone stood in silence. As Saiyans, they are known for their fiery tempers, and no one questioned Oka's demeanor. Igrant shared the same disposition. The crocodilian captives owe their survival to the favor of the Saiyans. What is wrong with raising one's voice? Strangely, among this team of formidable members, Kasuma was not the first to receive a mission assignment. Instead, it was Kreide who was designated second. With fluid efficiency, the two crocodilians organized over 900 individuals without delay. Calling out names to confirm identities, the crocodilians registered each one, completing the assignment process. To embark on a mission, one must report to the mission center, providing their name and identification number. The crocodilians will then issue a detector and a spacecraft. The detector is for personal use and does not require submission. Each time a mission is undertaken, the crocodilians preset the flight path for the spacecraft, which operates with a simple one-button mechanism, sparing the Saiyans from unnecessary worry. Activation, sleep mode, and return. These are devoid of any superfluous embellishments. What happens if the spacecraft malfunctions mid-flight? Naturally, one must endure the consequences. The Saiyans do not have a tradition of feasting. Otherwise, they would indulge at every meal. Upon returning, the spacecraft will dock at the harbor, where the crocodilians will handle repairs. Without the crocodilians managing these tasks, the Saiyans would inevitably face extinction. The process for 900 individuals is completed in just 1 hour. With advanced technology, all it requires is calling out names to the subordinates, whether Saiyan or crocodilian. Their physical capabilities far surpass those of ordinary beings. In less than 10 seconds, they can complete the registration of an individual without so much as a breath of exertion. Kasuma, Igrant. As only the brother and sister remained, the crocodilians simultaneously called out the names of the siblings. Igrant was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason. Yet he obediently stepped out of the line and approached the crocodilian. His sister followed suit. Despite their confusion, Igrant dared not hesitate. The Saiyans were not known for their patience. Lingering could very well lead to a beating. You must form a team to accomplish this task, which bears a difficulty rating of 15 stars. Task ID 730315. The crocodilian elaborated unexpectedly before retreating behind Oka. Igrant's eyes were filled with perplexity. As a novice warrior, he had never encountered a situation where lower-ranked soldiers collaborated on a mission, yet, here it was, manifesting before him and his sister. A fleeting thought crept into his mind. Absurd as it seemed, could it be? Meanwhile, Kasuma's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she had been privy to this information long before. The situation was far from over. Remarkably, she did not protest against joining him in the team. While her excitement for the 15-star task was understandable, her lack of aversion to working alongside him was not aligned with her usual demeanor. What could be the reason for this? A multitude of questions flooded Igrant's mind. Yet no one provided answers. As he and Kasuma accepted the mission, the three Saiyans soared away without uttering a single superfluous word. Over the years, they had developed their own method of communication. Such a large-scale team formation was unprecedented among the Saiyan race. While astonished, no one voiced their thoughts. It did not impede their mission and allowed them to revel in battle, regardless of how the higher-ranked warriors organized themselves. You are stronger than I. Your words hold authority. The Saiyans classified task difficulties into 5 stars, with 5 stars being the highest, requiring numerous combat teams to collaborate for completion. 1 star represented the lowest difficulty, with peak combat power ranging from 100 to 300, generally assigned to lower-tier warriors. 2 stars followed, with peak combat power between 500 and 3,000, primarily executed by adult lower-tier warriors, with intermediate warriors tackling novice tasks within this category. Before the emergence of Sun Wukong, the bloodline's influence on the Saiyans was still considerably significant. 3 stars represented the midpoint, typically the domain of mature intermediate warrior teams, with planetary peak combat powers ranging from 600 to 10,000. 4 stars marked the limits achievable by elite teams, with planetary peak combat powers between 15,000 and 30,000, requiring all members to exceed a power level of 6,000 to accomplish such tasks. Contrary to popular belief, most races in the universe did not possess particularly low peak combat powers. The distribution of power resembled a pyramid. As one ascended, the numbers dwindled sharply. Having executed missions for many years, the Saiyans had come to understand these dynamics. Numerous races boasted peak combat powers exceeding 10,000, though those surpassing 50,000 were rare. Existing as true anomalies, the Saiyan race stands apart from other cosmic species, not only due to their formidable collective combat prowess, but also their extraordinary ability to transform into great apes, amplifying their strength tenfold. Intermediate warriors can already control the great ape transformation, while advanced warriors possess a complete mastery over it. Coupled with the ingenious creation of artificial moons, their transformation becomes entirely controllable. In the eyes of the Saiyans, it is only reasonable to consider their race as the most powerful martial people in the universe. With a tenfold transformation, the combat power of an intermediate warrior exceeds 50,000, while the might of exceptionally strong advanced warriors can surpass 80,000. Such strength is undeniably characteristic of a warrior race. Even their ally, King Cold, likely boasts a combat power of nearly 120 to 130,000. Perhaps slightly higher, but certainly not to an extraordinary extent. King Vegeta himself possesses a combat power of 120,000, and with the tenfold transformation, it amounts to 120,000, augmented by subordinates with power levels of 80 to 90,000. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that he would rebel against Frieza. After all, Frieza is merely a diminutive figure. Could he truly exceed King Cold in strength? Unfortunately, he underestimated the Frieza race and failed to grasp the depths of the universe's intricacies. Returning to the main topic, the pinnacle combat power of the 15 planets is likely around 900. This task is not one that a novice Saiyan, freshly emerged from training, could accomplish. It would necessitate at least a mature team of 5 to ensure successful completion. Kiswama, a female Saiyan who frequently battled alongside him since childhood, evidently possesses combat strength that far surpasses her contemporaries. Her presence complicates matters significantly. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Igrant's heart sank to the depths of despair. What a predicament! The notion of completing the task alone, while devising a strategy to deal with the concealed energy, was futile. With a combat power of 122, transforming into a great ape would yield approximately 1,220. By a twist of fate, it seems feasible to accomplish the task in a short period. If 1 or 2 attempts prove insufficient, repeated efforts should suffice to complete the novice task without consuming too much time. Once the novice task is completed, everyone will require teamwork. Concealing one's strength will hinder the ability to attain the role of captain. Given the Saiyans' fervor, future days will revolve around accepting and executing missions. Unleashing one's power may lead to acquiring the captaincy, but one's inherent limitations may also become evident. Without sufficient confidence or a viable escape route, Igrant will not foolishly expose himself. Life as a Saiyan is no easy endeavor. Chapter 7. Covert surveillance, a 5-star chaotic task. I am acutely aware of Broly's fate. He is the son of Paragus, the vice-captain of King Vegeta, who even contemplated the direct annihilation of Broly. That statement, "You should be grateful I did not kill him outright," undoubtedly reveals King Vegeta's thoughts. Perhaps due to the critical period of rebellion, he refrained from taking the initiative to eliminate Broly. Had it been 1 or 2 years earlier, King Vegeta might have disregarded his own reputation and obliterated Broly. Whether such an act could be accomplished is one matter. Whether it was done is quite another. Internal strife and external threats. The enhancement of combat power is not merely a matter of desire. Igrant will not act recklessly, unless he is confident in surpassing King Vegeta's might. He must continually conceal his own strength within Planet Vegeta. If he cannot achieve that, it would be better not to increase his power at all. One should not be misled by the seemingly extraordinary growth of Goku's strength in the future, with monthly increments of hundreds of thousands or even millions. In reality, such rapid advancement is nearly impossible. The protagonist must also adhere to the progression of the timeline. Typically, one would only be slightly faster than an ordinary individual, but not to an exaggerated extent. Goku's early combat power is quite illustrative. By the time he reached adulthood and Raditz arrived on Earth, his strength was barely over 400. In just over a year, he skyrocketed from 400 to 3 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan and achieving a staggering 150 million. Igrant does not believe he is capable of such feats. It is simply too far-fetched. In simpler terms, without the protagonist's fate, one should not aspire to the protagonist's fortune. Those who entertain such notions should rely on their own abilities and progress steadily through training. Comparing oneself to Goku's abnormal training speed is futile. Even Vegeta, the golden supporting character, the perennial second, does not believe he can catch up. Well, 10 years of ups and downs. After the destruction of Planet Vegeta, I will seek refuge on a remote planet, observing Frieza from afar while I train diligently. Igrant mused. As for the distant Frieza, he certainly has no part to play. He must bide his time. Once the golden opportunity bestows upon him strength, knowledge, and skills, that will be his moment to soar. He leisurely made his way home. The thought of flying was far beyond his current considerations. Planet Vegeta, being a high-gravity world, required a combat power exceeding 100 to even contemplate flight. It was prudent to tread carefully. Unlike intermediate warriors who could soar with a little growth, anyone seen running on Planet Vegeta could be deemed a failure, destined for mediocrity. As the greatest failure himself, Igrant had no choice but to run faithfully. While running, Igrant's mind raced with thoughts of his next steps. The peculiar group quest had thoroughly disrupted his plans. He had originally intended to remain on the planet for 7 or 8 years before reporting back. However, being paired with Kazuma changed everything. She was a battle fanatic, eager to fight at every opportunity and not one to dawdle on the mission planet. Upon returning, he would have to join forces with the other lower-class warriors to embark on a frenzied execution of tasks. The Saiyan combat teams were composed of a mix of intermediate and advanced warriors, given the scarcity of the latter. Lower-class warriors could only team up with others of their kind. There was no possibility of pairing with intermediate or higher-ranking fighters. Typically, a lower-class warrior would have a combat power hovering around 2,000 upon reaching adulthood, and their peak strength would not differ significantly. When Saiyans sustained severe injuries, they would be deemed incapable of combat by their peers and readily abandoned. The team composed of Bardock and the lower-class warriors was distinctly different. Because Bardock tends to heal his comrades, the entire team exhibits a remarkable camaraderie that surpasses that of other combat squads. Each member extends a helping hand to one another and refuses to abandon severely injured companions, rendering them anomalies among the Saiyans, possessing a semblance of emotion. During battles, Bardock leads by example, often sustaining grave injuries, yet through his unique ability to significantly enhance his power upon recovery, he ultimately breaks through to achieve a combat power of 10,000 in adulthood. The lowest combat power among his squad members exceeds 8,000, a caliber of team that Igrant does not expect to encounter. Such anomalies are rare precisely because they are scarce. Among this batch of trainees, there exists not a single Saiyan capable of feeling. Families akin to Igrant's are devoid of emotion, so it is unimaginable for a training camp to harbor any feelings. They fight solely for honor, relishing the thrill of looking down upon their kin. Should Igrant suffer grave injuries on the battlefield, he must accept the consequences of abandonment. even facing energy blasts from his companions. This behavior, however, is not without merit. The absence of emotion allows for an unencumbered focus on the victory of war, enabling one to act without psychological burdens. All of their kin share this trait, leaving little to say about outsiders. Likewise, it would not be deemed excessive for Igrant to refrain from aiding Snaki and Kiswama in the future. Such straightforwardness is far preferable to the hypocrisy often displayed by Earthlings in a past life. It embodies a transcendent state of mind, free from the distractions of women and driven by pure intent. Regrettably, the Saiyans squander such potential with their foolishness. This disposition would serve them well in earnest cultivation rather than engaging in the trivialities of planetary commerce, a complete inversion of priorities. Above them looms a king envious of talents, rendering any enjoyment impossible. "Hey!" A cold voice emanated from behind. It was Kiswama. Igrant remained unfazed. A year ago, Kiswama would have mocked him with a few words. Over the past year, she had not exchanged a single word with him. This hate could not possibly be directed at him. "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." Kiswama's voice was laced with anger. Igrant was taken aback. Halting in his tracks, he pointed to himself. "Are you calling me? Who else?" Kiswama retorted disdainfully. "Calling a useless person like me? You didn't oppose teaming up just now." He thought to himself, yet maintained a neutral face, shrugging. "What do you want?" Kiswama's expression darkened suddenly, her displeasure evident. "What kind of attitude is that?" Igrant was somewhat speechless. "What is wrong with my attitude? Don't you want to team up with me?" "I'd rather not team up with a useless person who only drags others down." Igrant chose not to argue. Kiswama looked down upon him, and so did the instructor. Kisuma sought to apply for a change in mission, and there remained a glimmer of possibility. Should he proceed, he would either be expelled or beaten out, with no other alternatives available. "Tomorrow, we shall convene at the mission office at 8 o'clock to apply for task execution. Do not forget, delay my time, do you understand?" Kisuma spoke with harsh words before soaring into the air, indifferent to what Igrant would say or wish to express. His words were commands, notifications, not open for discussion. A fleeting look of astonishment passed through Iglant's eyes. He was certain that something was amiss with Kisuma. Without uttering a word, he turned and continued to run. Since they resided under the same roof, they would head over together in the morning. It seemed necessary to mention it. Igrant became increasingly convinced that this mission was deliberately arranged by Kisuma for them to team up. The cost, however, was that the mission's difficulty escalated to 15 stars. It could be said that Kisuma chose to exert himself to the utmost in order to guide him. Perhaps, in Kisuma's eyes, without her, Igrant would struggle to complete even a novice task and would likely perish on the mission planet. Unbeknownst to Igrant, 3 Saiyans hovered in the distant sky, observing the scene covertly. Among them was the captain, Oka, who had just taken flight. One Saiyan, towering at nearly 2 meters, spoke. "Captain Oka." A flicker of suspicion crossed Oka's gaze, yet he maintained an outward calmness as he inquired, "Has the mission level been adjusted?" The tall Saiyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes. The mission for Kisuma and Igrant has been upgraded from level 15 to chaotic level 15. I ensured they completed the modifications before allowing them to depart. Chaotic level is a unique grade within 5-star missions. King Cooled would assign personnel to assess the planet and provide a rating. Typically, this is determined based on the number of high-ranking warriors and the strength of peak fighters, apportioned by weight. With quantifiable data, levels can be delineated. Some ambiguous determinations are annotated as chaotic level. For instance, when the peak combat power of a planet cannot be determined, assessments will be made based on the planet's size, geographical location, environmental conditions, and overall civilizational progress, culminating in a comprehensive evaluation, further annotated as chaotic level. There are numerous scenarios where the peak warriors on the planet may break through or may not, which will also be noted as chaotic level. The detector's maximum range can identify powerful beings. Personnel assessing beyond the detection range will denote the presence of unknown strong entities, similarly labeled as chaotic level. They would not descend upon a planet merely for a task rating to conduct thorough exploration. Technology, an unpredictable variable affecting the strong, could also influence the chaotic level annotations. In summary, chaotic level holds an uncertain significance for combat teams. Chapter 8. Target Planet, Cosmic Voyage. It may be weaker than the assessment, perhaps stronger, or potentially on par with the rated level. These realities can only be discerned through the first-hand experiences of the operational combat teams. Overall, The Chaos level is somewhat superior to the Task Star level, presenting a greater challenge. The danger posed by the combat squad is also significantly heightened. A Saiyan, notably smaller in stature than Oka, yet possessing a bulkier frame, curiously spoke up. I fail to comprehend why Kasuma insists on bringing along that useless individual. Why does Edith require us to pay special attention to him? Moreover, assigning him an impossible, fatal task seems rather excessive. If there is an issue, it would be far simpler to eliminate him directly. Why exert such effort on a mere orphan? Oka barked sharply. Ritus, silence yourself and refrain from speaking ill of higher-ranking warriors behind their backs. If you wish to court death, do so far away from me, lest you drag me down with you. The young man, oblivious to the gravity of his words, had the audacity to openly discuss a senior warrior. Should their conversation be discovered, it would be a futile demise. Ritus, the Saiyan who had spoken, quickly lowered his head in acquiescence. Humph. Our duty is to execute the tasks assigned from above. The rest need not trouble our minds, Oka affirmed. Yet, confusion lingered in his eyes. Although he was not a trainer like Igrant, he possessed an intimate understanding of these warriors' training progress, particularly that of Igrant. The orders from above mandated him to monitor Igrant closely, reporting weekly. Igrant's strength was undeniably peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. One could only describe it as unprecedented weakness, nothing more. Oka remained baffled as to why the higher-ups held such concern for a seemingly worthless subordinate. This would mark their final covert observation of Igrant. A Chaos level of 15 stars was undoubtedly more formidable than a Task Star. And the individual behind this directive seemed particularly ruthless. Why resort to such underhanded methods when a direct elimination would suffice? Oka shook his head, silently pondering the complexities of the situation. What could this little fellow possess that warrants such elaborate scrutiny from the higher-ups? However, his curiosity remained unvoiced. Whether or not he was indeed special, it seemed unlikely he would survive this encounter. There was no need to dwell on it as he turned to lead the way into the distance. Igrant was oblivious to these machinations, for his cautious nature and constant forbearance had allowed him to survive thus far. Since the last activation of the prison realm, he had been particularly vigilant. If memory served, that Saiyan had displayed astonishment. The combat prowess during activation fluctuated erratically, barely managing to pass muster, peaking at over 4,000. It was indeed suspicious that the Saions had failed to notice. The detector malfunctioned. Why did it break down precisely when he was being scanned? Yet functioned perfectly when assessing the strengths of other Saions and crocodilians? Was there something extraordinary about him? Thankfully, he had been prudent, refraining from significantly enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Perhaps a Saiyan, in a fit of rage, would obliterate him with a single energy blast, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning home, Eggplant swiftly entered his room. By 6 o'clock the following morning, having awakened, he spoke not a word to anyone and set out towards the mission office. The office was situated within the mid-tier warrior activity zone, where lower-tier warriors boasting combat power exceeding 100 required a 30-minute flight. For him, running would take at least an hour and a half to reach the destination. Upon his arrival, a long queue had already formed, and he hurriedly positioned himself at the rear of the line. This was the designated area for lower-tier warriors to accept tasks. Mid-tier and high-tier warriors were exempt from this necessity, as the crocodilians would attend to their needs. It is quite amusing that the task office is located in an area where task acceptance is unnecessary, while Saions, who must personally retrieve their tasks, end up spending 1 or 2 hours traveling to do so. In contrast, the Saiyan race under Frieza's management operated with far greater efficiency. They rarely needed to run. Instead, tasks were directly assigned to them by extraterrestrial beings through advanced technology. They could simply head to the spaceship docking port without the current complications. Kasuma flew over, her expression cold as she stood beside Eggplant. He secretly chuckled. The distance was not short, and she must have taken a break along the way. Her breath was noticeably labored, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Without uttering a word or acknowledging Kasuma, he continued to follow the queue towards the task window. Though it appeared he was moving at a steady pace, it was neither swift nor slow. They queued until 7:50, and it was only at 10 o'clock that they finally received their tasks. Equipped with their newly acquired detectors, the two made their way through the throngs towards the spaceship docking port. At this point, Kasuma no longer pretended to fly gracefully. Her strength was considered high within their training camp, Yet among this batch of lower-tier warriors, she was just average. Upon receiving their detectors, they immediately began scanning the surrounding warriors. Most exhibited combat powers ranging between 80 and 120, while a select few reached 180 or even soared to 210. She had only a meager initial power level of 10, whereas some lower-tier warriors boasted figures exceeding 90. Such innate talent was beyond her comparison. Undoubtedly, this group of lower-tier warriors consisted of those who had trained alongside them, albeit in different camps. Indeed, they could be classified as the most inept, with a staggering 999 likelihood of perishing in their novice missions. Saiyans may be proud and arrogant, but they are not foolish. Kasuma would not indulge in such folly. As Igrant ran, he perused the data. Target planet, North Galaxy, NS 386, New York 762, NZ 444. Combat power information, original planet, devoid of intelligent life, abundant in beasts. Most with combat power between 80 and 120, the highest recorded power being 980, with details remaining vague, classified as chaotic level. Planetary information, located 348 light-years from Vegeta. A journey of 3 months is required. Its volume is 3 times that of Vegeta, with gravity approximately 1/5 that of Vegeta. It resides in the most remote gravitational line of a binary star system, accompanied by 3 moons. 1/10 of its territory experiences perpetual daylight, while 1/5 is shrouded in eternal night. The surface consists of 99.9 ocean, with the remaining land predominantly covered in forests. This is the extent of the specific mission information provided. The data is rudimentary, reflecting the coarse nature of the Saiyan race. Such information is decidedly abnormal. As the sovereign of the galaxy, King Cold's forces should not have merely unearthed these simplistic details. There are only 2 plausible explanations. Either the reconnaissance team lacked diligence, or King Cold is covertly undermining the Saiyan race's capabilities by deliberately disseminating superficial information. Given the simplicity of the materials, it is no wonder the mortality rate among the Saiyans has been so alarmingly high. Under Frieza's regime, it is likely that no planetary information is shared. Only the assignments of planets are issued to the Saiyans. From what he knows, when Bardock attacked Kinesa, he had no real understanding of that planet. When King Vegeta rebelled, the number of competent mid to high-level warriors at his disposal was quite limited. Excluding those Saiyan warriors who were extreme devotees of Frieza and therefore untrustworthy, it seems the Saiyan race has not retained many mid to high-level fighters. Whether they rebel or not, the fate of the Saiyans is sealed. As they hurried along, the 2 arrived at the docking bay. On both sides were an array of spherical spaceships, a sight to behold. In the center, a long conveyor belt carried numerous Saiyans, who were transported to their respective ships. Upon reaching their designated vessels, the conveyor belt would disengage, allowing the Saiyans to enter the spacecraft. At the forefront, 8 reptilian beings were categorizing mission numbers and inputting commands in 3 groups. The entire process resembled an assembly line, succinctly encapsulated in 2 words: high level. Orphan children learn to fend for themselves from a tender age, and by the age of 3, many are already navigating independently. Indeed, the majority of the young ones arrived alone, verified their identities, and boarded the conveyor belt before entering the spacecraft. Igrant checked his number, stepped onto the conveyor belt, and allowed the reptilian beings to guide him. This knowledge has been passed down through generations, and sometimes they come to observe. There is nothing extraordinary about it. The reptilian beings commenced their operation of the spaceship. Executor, Igrant. Target planet, Northern Galaxy, NS 386, New York 762, NZ 444. Command confirmed. Sir, please proceed. The conveyor belt will transport you to the designated cabin. Once inside, the cabin door will close automatically, and you simply need to press the start button for the ship to embark on its journey. For the return trip, just enter the spaceship and press the return button. The travel time is 3 months, an extensive duration, potentially tedious, but one may utilize the sleep function. With eyes closed and reopened, one will swiftly arrive at the target planet. The reptilian being explained respectfully. This is a privilege for newcomers. The crocodilian must explain it once more. Understood. Igrant did not exhibit excessive courtesy. His manner of speaking and acting adhered to the Saiyan style. He could not afford to reveal himself just yet. Entering the conveyor belt, he swiftly yet slowly boarded the spacecraft. Igrant took his seat, watching the hatch gradually close. Through the porthole, he could only see a small area before him. An exhilarating emotion surged within him. He was finally leaving this place. 3 years of inadequate nourishment, restless sleep, and discomfort. At last, he could depart from this suffocating planet. He pressed the ignition button. The spherical spacecraft descended, a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Around him, spherical spacecraft shot up from the ground, like bamboo sprouting after rain. One after another ascending into the sky, breaking through the gravitational pull of Planet Vegeta after friction with the atmosphere, each heading towards its designated target planet. Within 3 to 5 minutes, Igrant's spacecraft also escaped the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, entering outer space. For the first time in over 20 years, he observed the vast starry sky up close. It was his inaugural journey through the cosmos. Igrant's eyes widened in awe. Chapter 9. Misunderstood Transmission. King Vegeta in action. In his field of vision, numerous spacecraft accelerated, leaving trails of white flames. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black sky, they resembled a magnificent meteor shower. The sensation of the ground below and the starry sky above felt entirely different. Alas, lacking education, I marveled at the sight. Those behind me likely viewed me in the same manner, yet they could not see Planet Vegeta, rumored to be a dark red hue. It would take years to return and witness its true appearance. After a while, Igrant lost interest in gazing at the spectacle. His attention shifted to the interior of the spacecraft. The spherical vessel could accommodate only large Saiyans. The cabin measured 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width, slanted to allow even 3-meter-tall Saiyans to sit comfortably. The space left by Igrant was even more ample. However, such space did not allow for free movement. Coupled with their immense strength, should they unleash their power, they could potentially damage the spacecraft from within. A high-speed spacecraft might directly disintegrate in the cosmos. Sleeping would not only alleviate the boredom of the journey, but also prevent unconscious destruction of the vessel. Every Saiyan on the mission, one and all, chose to sleep. The majority pressed the sleep button as soon as they boarded the spacecraft, their thoughts less complex than Igrant's, following the instructed steps from their heritage. Those who did not immediately succumb to slumber were likely experiencing excitement and exhilaration for the first time in the vast starry expanse. After half a day, the novelty would wear off, leading to boredom and eventual sleep. Igrant, however, had another choice. Upon leaving the nurturing chamber, he had taken a crocodilian captive within the prison realm. For 3 months, he could engage in continuous combat with him. For the past 2.5 years, fearful of absorbing the strength of the crocodile man, he had never contemplated engaging in battle with him. However, the situation has changed after several years. A slight enhancement in strength would not be out of place. Given the considerable mortality rate of missions, it would be prudent to elevate his capabilities as soon as possible. Despite the Crocodile Man's combat prowess reaching 83, Igrant possesses only a combat power of 54. Should a confrontation arise, he could easily overpower the Crocodile Man and crush him without breaking a sweat. The disparity is so minimal that even sheer force of will could easily suppress the Crocodile Man. Perhaps it is best to engage him in battle. 3 months should yield significant results. Upon reaching the target planet, I hope to persuade Kasuma to remove the detector and, once distanced from the spacecraft, challenge her to a duel in an attempt to win her over. If that fails, I will have no choice but to let her fate unfold as it may. This mission appears to be a price Kasuma is willing to pay to accompany me. The 15-star mission is no trivial matter. It is not just about the two of us, as even a seasoned team of junior warriors who have undertaken 7 or 8 missions might struggle to succeed. Amidst the dense cluster of spacecraft, Igrant is unsure which vessel Kasuma occupies and has little inclination to investigate. As time progresses, these ships will surely diverge, revealing which one belongs to Kasuma. Unbeknownst to him, a ship identical to his own, positioned slightly to his right front, altered its course upon entering the cosmos. The new planetary coordinates are Northern Galaxy, NS 386, New York 762, NZ 444, the same as Igrant's. The occupant of this spacecraft is Crady, with a combat power of 108. He also holds the title of the leader who mocked Igrant during the novice training camp. Meanwhile, within the residential area for mid-level warriors on Planet Vegeta, a significant event unfolds in the abode of Oka. Oka, seated loftily in the living room, squints his eyes at the Saiyan kneeling before him, an aura of murderous intent subtly emanating from him. The kneeling figure is the tall Saiyan standing behind Oka. You have privately altered the mission path, Sahunbo. You truly are a fool. Zahunbo kneels anxiously on the ground, fear evident on his face as he hesitates to speak. My lord. This matter. Oka suddenly slams his hand on the table, producing a resounding thud, and bellows, you wretched fool. Zahunbo trembles in fright. He had not intended for this to happen, but felt powerless. What could he do against a command that even Lord Oka could not refuse? Oka's expression is complex, clearly aware of the circumstances, but his rage manifests in scathing words rather than violence. After a moment of silence, Oka's voice becomes hoarse. Is it possible to amend this? Zahunbo, with a sorrowful countenance, replies, My lord, this task was assigned by Lord Hades. The implication being that even if it could be altered, it should not be. So, tasks arranged by Lord Hades can circumvent the rules? Zahunbo hung his head, murmuring within himself, The rules of the strong are the true rules. Those of the Saiyans are merely for the weak. When one possesses the power to overthrow King Vegeta, one is entitled to establish new regulations. Though his mouth was busy responding to every inquiry, he declared, My lord, I have no understanding of technology. It is operated by the crocodile people. A glint of cold light flashed in Oka's eyes, setting aside the secrets of his teammates and that little brat Igrant. The fact that these individuals conspired against members of his team was unforgivable. As a high-ranking warrior, Idis was formidable in strength and a trusted confidant of King Vegeta. He found himself incapable of dealing with Idis in any regard. In light of this, ignorance was bliss. It would be no challenge to execute the crocodile people as captives or slaves for venting his frustrations. The treachery against the Saiyans, oblivious to their impending doom, was intolerable. Those who dared to plot against Igrant today would not hesitate to obliterate Planet Vegeta tomorrow, seeking to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Such sins were inexcusable. All of these wretches must be eliminated. You must contact that individual without revealing your intentions. Zahunbo was taken aback. Why did Lord Oka suddenly change his tone and treat him with excessive kindness? Was there a hidden agenda? The muscle-bound mind of the Saiyan forbade him from contemplating further. My lord, the place we meet is desolate, devoid of any technological devices. Should we consider another location? No need. Oka feigned indifference, yet felt immense satisfaction within. Zahunbo had chosen well. That very spot was indeed the perfect place for murder and concealment. He was instructed to keep his movements discreet. Silently dispatching someone was effortless, without the slightest psychological burden. My lord, Oka's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing the two kneeling crocodile people. Whom else have you informed? My lord, I do not understand. Unlike the other crocodile people who trembled in fear at the sight of Saiyans, the one before Oka was remarkably composed. You too, very well. Humph. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. The two crocodile people knelt, loudly pleading for mercy, yet their voices betrayed little concern. Oka departed, his exit abrupt and inconclusive. Alone in his dwelling, Oka drank in solitude. Zahunbo had summoned the crocodile people, but he had also called for Idis. He was no match for Idis. Engaging with him would surely lead to his demise within 100 moves. Even if he survived, King Vegeta would not favor him and would undoubtedly punish him. Thus, upon spotting Idis, he left with clenched teeth and a quickened pace. Idis watched him. Should he dare to strike at the crocodile people, Idis would retaliate against him. Weighing gains and losses, he knew instinctively how to decide. To confront him was futile. It would be wiser to extricate himself from that perilous situation as swiftly as possible. What is your opinion on Oka's matter? Came the inquiry from within the palace of Vegeta. King Vegeta sat high upon his throne, casting a disdainful gaze upon the respectful figure of Paragus standing below. My lord, I shall immediately eliminate Igrant, thereby neutralizing this potential threat, Paragus declared. Kneeling before the king, he responded to Vegeta's inquiry with a tone as mismatched as a bull's head on a horse's body. There is no need. He is merely a wretch with a battle power of 54. The notion of a Super Saiyan? Merely a figment of bygone fantasies. With our great ape transformation, no race in the universe can rival us. King Vegeta would not even utter the name of that insignificant foe. In his mind, that individual was unworthy of mention. Lower-class warriors? Merely expendable resources. My king, shall we take no action? Paragus inquired. What does it matter? After our mission is complete, he will inevitably return. And when his battle power surges dramatically, we shall dispatch him then. The concept of a Super Saiyan is nothing more than a delusion, absolutely impossible. King Vegeta first erupted into laughter, then turned cold, ultimately settling into a chilling smirk. Paragus, placing his right hand upon his left chest, bowed slightly. You may leave. Yes, my lord. As Paragus departed, another figure emerged from the palace. Edith, returning to report information. In addition to his duties guarding the incubation chamber, he had now been assigned to monitor Igrant. Over the past 2 years, his frequency of returning to the palace had notably increased. As Paragus left, Edith had not yet vacated, choosing to conceal himself behind a pillar in the grand hall. My king, assign someone to keep an eye on Oka. If he engages in any erratic behavior, assign him a 3-star chaos level task. When King Vegeta mentioned the 3-star chaos level, his tone grew weighty. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Edith respectfully exited the hall. Oka, with a dazed expression, soon regained his senses. No, I must seek someone to inquire. He was unwilling to accept the status quo. Igrant is merely an ordinary Saiyan. Edith's keen interest must stem from something unusual. Among the Saiyans, Oka was regarded as intelligent. He yearned to uncover the reason behind this attention. Considering all angles, he could not fathom why the higher-ups would concern themselves with a lower-class warrior of no significance. After much contemplation, he arrived at a most improbable conclusion. Chapter 10. Undercurrents. Oka takes action. The battle in the prison realm in a desolate expanse. A crocodilian creature plummeted from the sky, panic etched across its visage. Oka dove downward, the atmospheric pressure surging as he inverted to soar above the reptilian figure. His gaze fixed intently upon it. My lord, spare me. The creature pleaded, sensing Oka's volatile fury. Ordinarily, Oka would have swiftly dispatched the crocodilian, but this time, pressing matters compelled him to suppress the boiling urge to kill. Tell me, once a spacecraft is initiated, can its destination be altered remotely? Oka approached with palpable rage, his entire being radiating a murderous intent. The crocodilian, initially believing his end was nigh, was caught off guard by Oka's seemingly absurd inquiry. My lord, it is contingent upon the circumstances. The majority of spacecraft possess the capability to alter their destination coordinates at will, and temporary control is exceedingly common. The reptilian man inwardly scoffed at the foolishness of the Saiyan race. Every spacecraft is endowed with the ability to change its destination. Were it otherwise, would it not recklessly careen through the cosmos? Even the mightiest vessel cannot withstand such recklessness. What of our spherical spacecraft? The reptilian man faltered. Spherical spacecraft? Could such a contraption even be deemed a vessel? It resembles nothing more than an oversized marble, perhaps equipped with a mere evasion system. When Saiyans embark on missions, they are well aware that at least 1 in 10 perish aboard their crafts. This news is more familiar to them than anyone else. Only these wild monkeys could be so utterly foolish. You fool, I am addressing you. Oka's furious voice shattered his ruminations. My lord, spherical spacecraft cannot modify their destination once initiated, the reptilian man explained, uncertain of Oka's intentions. This is also due to the great warrior race, who dispatch their children at the tender age of 3 to prevent errors, as these children cannot return. Furthermore, adult warriors, fiercely devoted to enhancing their strength through combat and revelry, would not be distracted by the study of superfluous technology, hence this regulation. The inability to alter their trajectory is inconsequential. Our spherical spacecraft, having undergone years of testing at the expense of Saiyan lives, is exceedingly robust and will not encounter any malfunctions. Any failure resulting in immediate detonation is classified as mission failure, unrelated to the vessel's design. Speak as clearly and in as much detail as possible, he urged, fearful of the white light that might emanate from Oka's palm, heralding an energy blast aimed at him. Is it absolutely impossible? Oka inquired, his gaze piercing into the reptilian man. Absolutely impossible, the reptilian man replied without hesitation, his words resolute. At the very least, the spherical spacecraft they occupied could not possibly change its course. But I know we possess a spherical spacecraft that can alter its trajectory post-launch, Oka said, his tone ominous, his eyes narrowing as they fixed upon the reptilian man. This predicament is the fault of these wretched beings. Were it not for their accursed technology, Igrant would not be in such jeopardy. If during a mission they were to encounter the relentless Crady, Igrant would likely not survive. Knowing that altering the ship's path is indeed possible leads one to deduce who is responsible for targeting Igrant. The upper echelons are most eager to persecute him. He must be of particular significance. Oka's agitation intensified, a palpable aura of menace beginning to emanate from him. The reptilian man grew alarmed. Just moments ago, all seemed well. Now, Akka appeared on the brink of violence. These insufferable wild monkeys are utterly uncontrollable. My lord, such a situation is categorically impossible. The only explanation would be if the path had been predetermined and subsequently altered, thereby creating the illusion of a change in trajectory. In truth, the original course of the spacecraft is the one that has been modified, the reptilian man hastily elucidated. During the era of the Kurdish king, their technology had not yet reached that advanced stage. It is also possible that the Kurdish king intentionally released ships capable of traveling only between 2 points. After Frieza took over, he subsequently unveiled more sophisticated spherical spacecraft. Much like a probe, Frieza, upon assuming power, immediately provided the latest reconnaissance devices. Initially, the Saiyans did not possess such intricate sensors, and the crocodilians' understanding was similarly limited. Do you truly believe that? Absolutely. The crocodilian would swear to the heavens, if necessary. In moments of tension, one must not blindly adhere to Oka's philosophy. After all, he was not truly obstinate enough to seek his own demise. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Oka's eyes. If that is the case, come closer. If you can accomplish a task for me, I shall spare your life and assign you to work by my side, ensuring your safety. The crocodilian was taken aback by the sudden stroke of fortune. Yes, it was indeed a stroke of fortune, not a fright. Really? Is that true, my lord? You dare question my judgment? Oka's wrath flared once more. The crocodilian hastily professed his submission, his face betraying evident joy. However, Oka's attention was not fixated on these lowly beings. You will modify the parameters of a spacecraft for me. I shall assign someone to assist you, and I will inform you of the destination later. Can you manage that? Under Oka's fiery gaze, the crocodilian trembled and quickly nodded. My lord, it is feasible, but the modifications will require 10 days. Oka paused, scrutinizing the crocodilian with suspicion. 10 days? Is that truly necessary? My lord, it is an injustice. This is with everything set aside, dedicating full effort to the modifications. Such a time frame is at least required, and if it drags on, 3 to 5 months would not be unusual. It is not merely a matter of altering a couple of programs. The crocodilian was filled with anxiety. This wretched spacecraft was remarkably stable, and making modifications was no trivial task. He would not disclose to the Saiyans that his own inadequate skills necessitated such a lengthy process for what seemed a trivial matter. Oka's teeth ground in frustration. He remained unaware, mistakenly believing that those individuals were scheming in advance to harm Igrant. After a brief silence, he pondered whether what he was doing would actually succeed and what the consequences might be thereafter. After a moment of contemplation, Oka's gaze steeled with determination. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to take the risk. Grasping the crocodilian, Oka ascended once more. Time was of the essence. He needed to modify the spacecraft and find a suitable individual without allowing himself to hesitate and waste precious moments. He was uncertain if Igrant was the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet he would not gamble on that. His perspective was broader, stemming from 3 years of inexplicable visuals received by his own spacecraft. Oka wished to experiment, to seek validation. Should he succeed, he and the entire Saiyan race would reap immense benefits, truly establishing themselves in the cosmos, rather than merely existing as a force of combatants. Okada was overly presumptuous. King Vegeta's dominion over this planet, with the assistance of King Kurd, exceeded all of his expectations. Every move was under the scrutiny of those dispatched by King Vegeta. Yet, despite his actions, King Vegeta did not intervene. The undercurrents on Planet Vegeta had no impact on Igrant. He remained oblivious to the fact that there were individuals specifically sent to hunt him down. He was also unaware that his novice task did not belong to the 15-star level, but rather to a meticulously selected category that transcended the 15-star missions. Entering the realm of 15-star chaotic level, no one understood that the planet where Igrant would next execute his mission was, even by 15-star chaotic standards, considered rather weak, let alone the 25-star chaotic classification. The chaotic level inherently signified the unknown, fraught with peril. Jumping to a 3-star level was trivial. Many chaotic levels were, in fact, akin to 5-star realms, necessitating large-scale military operations. Peak combat capability served as the standard for evaluation, encompassing factors such as species quantity, average combat strength, and technological prowess. Many evaluators would subconsciously overlook. The Saiyans, with their stubbornness, disregarded the crucial influence of technology. Igrant was aware that his task belonged to the 15-star chaotic level and would certainly not be as effortless as it appeared. Without enhancing his strength, he would inevitably fall into the prison realm. It was already challenging enough for the two of them to complete a 15-star task, especially one of chaotic nature. This was not a task that merely two individuals could stumble upon and accomplish. Escape. He must utilize stealth to evade, seeking refuge. He would hide for 7 or 8 years, even a decade or more. The mission paled in comparison to his own life. To hell with Saiyan glory. To hell with King Kurd. Time had already stretched to 730 years. Upon completing the task, Frieza would take control of the Saiyans. At the current pace of tasks, a significant number would perish. Igrant reclined on the spaceship as his consciousness entered the prison realm. The prison realm was particularly unique, allowing inmates to remain in a fully restored state. When Igrant wished to enter, the realm would provide a corporeal form identical to his own, which he could fully command, while his original body remained in place. Once Igrant entered the prison realm, he could engage in combat with inmates using the provided form. Victorious encounters would enable him to siphon a portion of the inmate's essence until it was entirely depleted. The prison realm would consume everything from the prisoners and return it to the host, namely Igrant. He had never encountered such a convoluted mechanism before. Simply devouring and stripping others of their attributes seemed sufficient. Why then create an intermediary prison realm that required constant combat and essence deprivation? It sounded fantastical. Acknowledging the undeniable strength of the prison realm, he accepted the inconvenience. If he could endure the continual integration of talents, the prison realm could infinitely augment him. In due time, he would become a supernova being, amalgamating the talents of Saiyans, ice demons, Namekians, and other races. While Igrant was lost in thought, the crocodile beings began to attack him furiously. Chapter 11. The First Absorption of Prisoner Knowledge. Unexpected Joy. Chapter 12. Arrival at the target planet. Monsters too numerous to stew within the spherical spacecraft. There exist several concealed, unnecessary devices embedded throughout. These devices are remarkably compact and, when assembled, can facilitate a modest degree of industrialization. Through this industrialization, one can manufacture additional devices, thus achieving technological advancement. Provided that the planet possesses sufficient resources, it would not be long before a small spherical spacecraft could be reconstructed, enabling an escape from peril. The muscle-bound warriors, lacking understanding of such matters, would undoubtedly find it difficult to comprehend that these developments are likely a contingency plan devised by the researchers. Scientists, particularly those of exceptional genius, are often versatile in their capabilities. With these small spacecraft at their disposal, the prospects of survival become significantly brighter. Moreover, the spacecraft contains subtle instructions. Those possessing a modicum of scientific knowledge can follow the steps to construct new small spacecraft. This fortunate circumstance surely benefits Igrant. With monitoring delays, it becomes feasible to create additional unmonitored small spacecraft, alongside the production of nutritional and medicinal solutions. Igrant also possesses the scientific knowledge and skills of the crocodilian beings, which undoubtedly serves as preparation for a hasty escape from Vegeta. Eager to flee immediately, Igrant ultimately restrains himself. There is no rush. He feels no urgency. With a secure exit strategy in place, he can afford to contemplate how to maximize his own advantages. Igrant's voice is laced with joy as he acknowledges his choice to remain vigilant, accelerating the absorption of prisoners within the confines of the prison. What he initially believed to be mere combat skills unexpectedly resolved his current predicaments. Rising like a dragon from the abyss, soaring through the seas, he feels as if he stands at the precipice of the atmosphere. With an escape route established, there is no immediate need to hastily depart from the Saiyan race. He can afford to feign death and slip away from Planet Vegeta, as he had done 736 years prior. However, before all that, there remains one final task: mastering the art of concealing one's energy. Once accomplished, he can effortlessly complete the novice mission and return to Planet Vegeta. Igrant is supremely confident in this endeavor. The abilities absent from the Dragon Ball universe are now within his grasp. The coarse training methods of Earthlings appear simplistic and easily comprehensible. He believes he is not inferior to Vegeta and will soon master the techniques. Unbeknownst to him, he subsequently invests considerable time without success, leading to considerable frustration. Techniques, not disseminated throughout the universe, could never be deemed universal. Lacking innate talent, one cannot rely solely on verbal prowess to master the art of energy concealment. Life as a lone wolf is fraught with challenges. Thus, Igrant would prefer to seek camaraderie for mutual support. The Saiyan race is indeed infamous throughout the cosmos, yet on planet Vegeta, he can access a plethora of resources. While not expecting substantial assistance, having someone to manage basic tasks is far preferable to existing as a solitary wildling on the planet. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, aside from combat, everything is attended to by logistical personnel. Occasionally, one can venture to suitable planets, form teams to tackle side quests, and enhance their own strength. Such days are indeed delightful. Only a fool would choose to flee at this juncture. It is prudent to wait until the god of destruction, Beerus, arrives on planet Vegeta before considering departure from that world. Igrant gazed out into the starry sea. The once densely packed spaceships, amidst the vast cosmos, stirred not even a single ripple. Time has passed, and everyone's target planets are scattered in all directions. The only vessels visible to Igrant are the ones directly before him. There, it seems, lie the ships of Kasuma. Wait. No, something is amiss. There are two ships, one on either side. Could it be that other Saiyans have target planets in close proximity to theirs? Unable to comprehend, Igrant decided to dismiss such thoughts. Among the Saiyans, strength is the sole arbiter. No matter the schemes or machinations, one simply needs to crush through with power. Igrant commenced a steady ascent in his own strength. In his 3 years of existence, he had yet to engage in formal training. He remained perpetually tense, fearful of standing out and meeting a disastrous fate. Upon finally embarking on legitimate training, Igrant discovered a marked difference. Compared to the arduous, uphill struggle of his fellow Saiyans, his ascent felt akin to driving on a freeway. With his potential soaring rapidly, he nearly increased his combat power by 1 unit each day, even within the confines of a spaceship. How much faster would his strength burgeon on a planet? Though an increment of 1 unit per day may seem modest, it is, in truth, quite extraordinary. With 60 days remaining until the target planet, if he maintains this growth rate, Igrant's combat power could rise by 60 points, reaching a total of 114. In contrast, Kasuma, the most talented of his cohort, struggled for 2 years to attain a combat power of 122. This so-called genius achieved her status through relentless daily battles with Igrant since she was 6 months old, alongside rigorous training regimens. With an increase of 1 combat point per day, Igrant could surpass Kasuma in just 3 months. In 6 months, he could emerge as a standout among this batch of lower-tier warriors. Maintaining this rate of growth, in 3 years, Igrant could even surpass the advanced warriors of his class. He is undoubtedly capable of achieving this, perhaps even exceeding those expectations. The Saiyan methodology for enhancing power is fundamentally flawed. It relies solely on combat, devoid of any proactive training. This is particularly evident on planet Vegeta, a colossal, hypergravitational world. In a more ordinary environment, such as Earth, the overall combat power would diminish by at least 1/5, if not 1/3. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have swiftly passed. Igrant has been navigating for 3 months, gradually approaching his target planet. According to the spacecraft's indications, he has just 1 day left until he reaches his destination. The combat power of 124 exceeds my expectations slightly. This level of combat prowess could certainly be deemed exceptional. However, Igrant's voice betrays little joy. Compared to the 15-star missions, a mere increase of 70 points in combat power over 2 months is hardly noteworthy. After a day's rest, he would nearly be able to land. Once on solid ground, he can swiftly depart the crash site before Kasuma awakens. It is worth mentioning that with a combat power surpassing 100, Igrant has mastered the art of flight through his Saiyan heritage. Escaping the crash site should pose no significant challenge. Nevertheless, Igrant furrows his brow, his eyes darting from side to side. Beneath the inky black sky, 2 bright lights closely accompany him. This sight has been his companion for 3 months. One of the vessels should have diverged from their path, yet it has remained almost parallel, maintaining a similar speed. Over time, Igrant has begun to sense something amiss. Most would perceive this as a shared journey toward a common destination, failing to recognize the coincidence. The mission is managed by the alligator people, and it is inconceivable that 2 teams would be assigned to the same planetary task. The occurrence of multiple teams targeting a single planet is absolutely impossible for a 15-star mission, and even a 4-star one would not permit such an arrangement. Only a 5-star mission would justify this. However, a 5-star mission is well beyond their current capabilities. Moreover, It is unlikely that a 5-star mission could be executed by merely 3 members. The absence of any notification regarding multiple teams indicates a severe lapse in operational protocol. Alternatively, Igrant reflects on his long-standing caution. A sense of foreboding creeps into his heart. For now, he must proceed cautiously, allowing events to unfold naturally. Surely, they would not dispatch a seasoned warrior to eliminate him. Broly was exiled by King Vegeta. While it may not strictly adhere to protocol, he did not take direct action. Paragus followed closely thereafter. It remains unclear whether King Vegeta failed to assign someone to eliminate him or if Paragus was the one who turned the tables. Igrant has only exhibited excessive power on 2 occasions and has generally been perceived as ineffectual. Thus, it should not have drawn King Vegeta's attention. The notion of dispatching a Saiyan to hunt him down seems far-fetched. Instead, it would be more prudent to assign him a nearly impossible task to accomplish. A covert assassination, devoid of any trace. Time ticks away slowly. The silhouette of the target planet emerges in Igrant's vision. As the spacecraft draws nearer, the planet's features become increasingly distinct. A cerulean orb, its surface is predominantly covered by vast expanses of ocean. In the blink of an eye, the planet looms larger before him as he prepares for landing. Contemplating his plan, Igrant cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Indeed, the 3 spacecraft have set their sights on this very location. I sincerely hope they are not here to create trouble for me. According to Saiyan tradition, they should be in a state of slumber, requiring some time to awaken after their descent onto the planet. If I depart immediately upon landing, I should be able to evade an encounter with them. I must find a place to hide. The friction between the spacecraft and the planet's atmosphere is intense. It won't be long now. The vessel plummets swiftly, yet Eggrante's gaze is sharp, as if he can pierce through the mist to behold the earth below. Suddenly, Eggrante's pupils constrict in terror as he exclaims, "What is that?" Below the spacecraft, at an indeterminate distance, a colossal figure ascends into the air, gradually unfurling its vast wings, a monstrous entity hurtling towards the ship. 2 eyes, larger than lanterns, blaze with a crimson glow, fixated on the spacecraft above. These must belong to the creature, even at a distance of nearly 100,000 miles. Those eyes appear as large as lanterns. The force of the creature's ascent is sufficient to diminish the vessel's descent speed. Damn it, is that an indigenous being? Merely witnessing this monster bears down on Eggran like a mountain of pressure. Chapter 13. Narrow Escapes. 9 months of power surpassing 800. What the hell is happening? Why is this situation arising? Eggran does not need to activate the detector to realize that he stands no chance against the creature below. Why is it coming for me? What gives it the right to pursue me? Eggrante's expression twists into a grimace of frustration as he disregards safety, unbuckling his seatbelt and frantically searching the cabin. Fighting is out of the question. His only option is to grab some tools and flee. If he must rely on the planet's rudimentary industrial system, he would lose his mind. Moreover, he must redirect the spacecraft or eject from it. Why is it targeting me? Eggran mutters to himself, drenched in sweat as he dismantles the interior of the cabin. He has not been indoctrinated by the glorified notions of combat and Saiyan honor inherent in cultural heritage. He does not view battle as a point of pride or life itself. He is not a blank slate, devoid of thought. His Saiyan heritage emphasizes combat techniques and the enhancement of strength rather than empty glory. Such notions of honor are mere pretensions, self-righteous and arrogant. Even Saiyans residing on Salada who have not allied with King Cooled can turn against one another, laying waste to their home planet. They seize a world. Yet rather than seeking redemption through renaming, they revel in their misdeeds, clearly unhinged. Besides, this is a primitive planet. Who would he impress with such bravery? I must escape. There is no time to lose. The colossal creature draws ever closer, its wings beating, sending the spacecraft into a chaotic tumble through the air. Not only is the descent towards the planet imminent, but it is nearly veering off to flee into the cosmos. There is no time left. This is the only course of action available. Igrant, undeterred by the need to further explore for additional equipment, wielded a multifunctional wrench in his left hand and a miniature lathe in his right. After a brief search within the spacecraft, he directly opened the hatch. Under normal circumstances, not even a Saiyan, nor any individual with a modicum of scientific knowledge, would be able to access the spacecraft from the inside. It was evident that Igrant had assimilated the technological insights of the crocodilians, a feat that was far from ordinary, enabling him to successfully unlock the hatch. Faced with an inauspicious start, He resigned himself to the prospect of lingering for several years. Fortunately, he recalled the 3 vessels that had arrived, knowing that the destruction of one left him with a glimmer of hope for return. As the hatch swung open, a torrent of scorching heat surged toward him. So hot, he muttered, yet internally he felt fortunate. If not for the monstrous entity below that arrested the descent of the ship, he might have been incinerated the moment the hatch opened mid-air, regardless of whether his strength had been amplified tenfold. Gripping the wrench tightly, he summoned a protective aura around his body. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself out of the spacecraft. Yet, it was still inadequate. What manner of creature was this? Not even a single cauldron could contain it, let alone the 10 from his past life in Guizhou. Igrant exclaimed in a playful manner, though there was little genuine concern in his voice. Indeed, his diminutive stature rendered him an unlikely target for the beast, which was far more inclined to overlook him than to pursue him specifically. Any injury would likely be incidental, a mere stroke of bad luck. Having escaped the confines of the spacecraft, he found himself airborne, gliding alongside the creature. Defying its massive form, he sprinted toward the earth below. Remarkably, the colossal being paid him no heed, maintaining its velocity as it soared into the cosmos. A fortunate miscalculation amid his misfortunes. As he soared through the air, gazing at the creature ascending toward the celestial heavens, Igrant's mind swirled with thoughts. Was he truly unfortunate? Not in the least. Had he opted to enter the realm of captivity and slumber instead of engaging in combat, he would soon have become an unwelcome obstacle in the creature's ascent, resulting in an explosive demise and leaving no trace of his existence. Such an outcome would have rendered the story abruptly concluded. It was precisely because he chose the path of cultivation that he was able to immediately recognize the anomaly and devise a countermeasure. Furthermore, his training bestowed him with the strength necessary to confront the danger head-on. Fortunately, everything concluded without peril. This creature bore resemblance to the legendary Kunping, born of the planet and transformed by the cosmos, a true denizen of the starry expanse. Igrant silently reminded himself that this was no mere comic. For him, it was a tangible universe, a vast realm immeasurably larger than the Earth of his past life. Within it, formidable warriors likely abounded, far surpassing the mere characters and planets depicted in animated tales. In the beginning, even the Saiyans with a mere combat power of a few thousand could achieve great renown across the universe, with the most powerful among them reaching up to 10,000. However, as time progressed, the scale of power escalated into the millions and trillions, rendering such feats trivial, with the mere act of destruction capable of obliterating entire galaxies. Far in the distance, 2 other spacecraft transformed into diminutive crimson dots, vanishing from Igrant's sight. The rising monster also affected the descent of the other 2 ships, each unknown as to where they would be cast away. Igrant found himself powerless in this situation. Perhaps it was best to lie low for a while. There was something amiss with this planet. It was certainly not a mere 15-star mission. The existence of such a creature hinted at a threat of at least 2-star caliber, if not 3 or 4 stars. Someone on the Saiyan planet was plotting against him. Igrant was not foolish. On the contrary, he possessed a sharper intellect than most, understanding all too well the flaws within the Saiyan race. King Vegeta's tyranny was ruthless and obstinate, lacking any vision for the greater good or foresight, a leadership style destined to falter. The majority of Saiyans regarded their so-called mid to high-ranking warriors as little more than tools, their status barely above that of captives. With an ease that belied their numbers, they could be slaughtered without a second thought, their deaths eliciting not even the slightest frown. Such a race and cultural legacy were devoid of a future. Igrant hovered in the void of space, musing to himself, when his expression suddenly shifted. This was not good. In a startled reaction, Igrant plummeted swiftly downward. His energy was waning. With over 100 combat power, the altitude ensured that his energy depleted at a rapid pace. Panic momentarily seized him, but he quickly regained his composure. In this situation, losing his cool would lead to certain death upon hitting the ground. He needed to conserve some energy and, just before contact with the Earth, release it all to create a counterforce. Igrant soon devised a feasible plan, mimicking the tactics used by Sun Wukong during his youth in the arena. Below him lay an endless expanse of ocean, with no landing points in sight. After half an hour of searching, he finally spotted a small island. Igrant was eager to descend, not wishing to linger in the air any longer. The entire process consumed over half an hour, with Igrant finally landing in a dazed state upon the island. Phew, that was close. he nearly fell into the sea. He was nearly out of breath, and a plunge into the ocean would have surely been perilous. Casting aside the two tools in his possession, Igrant surveyed his surroundings closely. There was little of interest to behold. From above, everything had been crystal clear. Within a 10-mile radius, the center bore a few large trees, like coconut palms. And all was eerily silent. It took him less than 10 minutes to circle the area. This planet was considerably larger than Vegeta, with its oceans extending infinitely. A tiny island like this could hardly harbor any significant life forms. Even small creatures seemed unlikely, as the food chain appeared incomplete. As for the presence of trees here, it was of no concern. Perhaps they were intended to assist the unfortunate. Shaking his head, Igrant plunged into the ocean depths, searching for sustenance. The spacecraft has been rendered inoperative, leaving no nutritional supplies behind. Without foraging for sustenance, the risk of starvation looms large. Half an hour later, Igrant sat upon the sandy shores of a small island, skewering several fish approximately 4 meters in length over a fire. Initially, it was anticipated that the mission would require merely a year or two. However, given the current circumstances, it seems it may take 4 to 5 years to accomplish the task. Upon returning to Vegeta, he could take on 1 or 2 additional missions, which should suffice. During a brief respite, he employed his scanner to assess the battle capabilities of this planet. The majority of readings fell below 80 points, with about 10% ranging between 100 to 300 points, and a few reaching 600, while a scant number exhibited energy responses around 1200. At greater distances, there may well be creatures of even higher power lurking in the ocean's depths, possibly exceeding 10,000 in strength. The display data was slightly superior to that of the 15th-star mission, appearing somewhat promising. Yet, the colossal creature encountered during his descent continually served as a reminder to Igrant that this planet was exceptionally unique. A challenge far beyond what a novice like him could undertake. Even the transformation into a great ape would not suffice. As for the mission, it would be better suited for Kasuma to undertake. If she were to perish, it mattered little as long as he survived. Should he manage to remain unscathed, her presence would not pose an issue. Igrant, though not devoid of compassion, recognized that with his combat power of 124, crossing the vast ocean was simply implausible. Consequently, he revised his plans, designating it as a 5-year training program, with the primary objective of achieving a battle power of 5,000 within that time frame. The immediate priority was to remain on the island for a while. After surpassing 1,000 in combat power, he would transition to land living and commence technological research. As time progressed, Igrant immersed himself in his training. 9 months swiftly passed. Apart from the initial period of uncertainty, life became stable and highly regimented. On this particular day, with the sea calm, Igrant, bare-skinned and with a serious demeanor, gazed intently at the water's surface. His combat power had surged to over 800. With an increase of nearly 2 points each day, with further effort, he could potentially breach the 1,000 mark. Through 9 months of rigorous training, he had elevated his strength beyond that of a mid-tier warrior, yet Igrant felt no excitement. The days of rapid growth and strength had come to an end. Lacking gravitational assistance, high-energy sustenance, and superior training methods, not to mention minimal exposure to significant combat, further breakthroughs seemed nearly unattainable. Chapter 14. The grueling capture of the sea beast from a young age, Son Goku underwent profound training and faced life-and-death battles. By the age of 20, he barely exceeded 400 points of combat power. Although much of his potential lay dormant within him, the assistance of a gravity chamber, along with the ceremonial tribute to Krillin, was essential to unleash his full capabilities, transforming into unparalleled combat prowess, thereby establishing himself as the paramount warrior. Igrant, despite possessing high potential from birth, could not ascend to greatness in an instant. Moreover, he was merely 4 years old, still just a child. Igrant sensed his dwindling power and began to contemplate a transformation. Combat, the means deemed essential by the Saiyan lineage, proved undeniably effective on this planet. Fortuitously, within the confines of the prison realm, an influx of 5,000 units of energy was available, permitting the capture of a new round of prisoners. Finding a worthy adversary was not a daunting task. The disparity in combat prowess on this planet was excessively vast. Fortunately, these beings primarily belonged to the realm of beasts, lacking intelligence and relying solely on their immense size to absorb energy. Capturing one and confining it within the prison realm would grant him the ability to thrive in the oceanic depths of this planet. With such prowess, He could navigate the planet with ease. What Igrant truly desired was the ability of the monstrous entity he encountered upon his initial descent to the planet. That creature held a significant potential for survival in the cosmos, a true weapon of mass destruction, with capabilities that evoked envy. In confrontations with foes, should he find himself outmatched, he could unleash havoc upon the planet or ascend into the vastness of space, indiscriminately firing energy blasts and beams downward. What could possibly withstand such onslaught? As long as he avoided Frieza, Cell, and Bu, few in the universe could endure, not even the Super Saiyan Blue. Regrettably, the gap in strength was insurmountable. He lacked the ability to approach his adversaries, let alone defeat a formidable giant and subdue it. With a resounding splash, Igrant plunged into the ocean, swimming towards the depths. The creatures surrounding the small island possessed insufficient power, rendering them of little use. He required beings with battle prowess exceeding 700 units. Upon entering the ocean, energy coalesced around Igrant, enveloping him in a protective sphere. At present, he was ill-equipped to survive in the oceanic expanse. Activating the detector, it immediately sprang to life with beeping sounds. This planet's oceanic depths bore a gravitational force 15 times greater than that of Vegeta, approximately 15 times that of Earth's surface gravity. Igrant's current strength did not permit him to remain submerged in such depths for extended periods, especially considering the imminent battle with an equally matched opponent. Time was of the essence. The detector could adjust its detection range in limited capacities. Yet its functionality was not robust. The incessant beeping signaled a lack of formidable life forms. At a depth of over 1,000 meters, prolonged movement was arduous for Igrant. While the vast sea beasts found the shallows relatively shallow, he could only hope that the deep-sea creatures would ascend to hunt in the upper layers. If he failed this time, there would be another opportunity. The detector's lower detection limit had been set to its highest value of 50. Yet it continued to yield a plethora of data. Fortunately, filtering out those below 50 was essential. Otherwise, the cacophony would be relentless and quite vexing. At 800 meters to the southeast, there was a creature with a power level of 600. To the southwest, another with 620, and yet another with 510. Indeed, the deep sea of every planet was a realm of terror, teeming with formidable monsters ripe for capture. Thankfully, due to environmental factors, intelligent life forms were not easily formed in the deep ocean, let alone civilizations. Though formidable, most were mere living targets. Igrant pressed onward through the waters. The detector emitted a continuous sound, and thus far, it had failed to identify more than 700 creatures, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Upon his initial descent, he had detected as many as 1,200 beasts. After an hour in the ocean, Igrant was nearing the limits of his endurance. He realized that he must conserve his energy for the impending battle. Today was not the day for overexertion, and he feared it might be several days before he could resume his quest. Reluctantly, he acknowledged his constraints. On Vegeta, after 3 years under tenfold gravity, he had managed to channel a combat power of 5,000 into the prison realm. This was achievable only due to the availability of nutrient solutions, ample food, and healing liquids, coupled with daily high-intensity battles. On this planet, without at least 7 or 8 years, it was nearly impossible to sustain such energy input. Capturing creatures below 700 in strength offered minimal benefits and low returns. He was unwilling to settle for less. In terms of combat skills, he could easily dispatch beasts with combat power exceeding 600 in just a few moves, rendering such encounters trivial. He lacked the ability to discern the innate talents of sea creatures, relying solely on their size to gauge their worth, as he was primarily interested in the capacity for survival in the deep sea. Considering the digestion of prisoners in the prison realm, creatures with combat power above 1,200 were excessively strong, hindering the rapid depletion of the sea beast's essence and the acquisition of deep-sea survival skills. Having spent over 9 months on this planet, he felt the urge to explore other regions. The vast expanse of ocean proved to be an insurmountable barrier, and he yearned to break the stalemate and reap the benefits sooner rather than later. The sea beasts were overwhelmingly powerful, and unless he stumbled upon a situation where both parties were gravely injured, he found himself at a disadvantage. Creatures within the combat power range of 800 to 1,200 were left to chance. Such strength could be worn down, provided he remained in shallower waters where the risks to his life were not substantial. However, seeking out sea beasts of 800 and above in the depths of the ocean would likely lead to his demise, turning him into mere fodder. The opportunities in the early stages of the prison realm were exceedingly precious. Each encounter should ideally yield some beneficial skills or knowledge to aid his training. Accumulating 5,000 in energy was no small burden for him. Just as Igrant contemplated retreating to the small island, intending to continue his endeavors on another occasion, the detector's tone suddenly intensified. Casting a glance, he swam directly toward the target without hesitation. 750 in strength posed a challenge, yet it was manageable. Igrant moved swiftly, the detector consistently locking onto the formidable creature, allowing him to avoid retracing his path. It must be noted that despite the arrogance of the Ice Demon clan, the advanced technologies developed by their subordinates proved exceedingly useful. Most common environments were compatible, requiring only simple, intuitive operations that spared one the need for intricate thought. Such technology was particularly well suited for warfare. Igrant surged forward, cleaving through the waves at a commendable pace. Boom! Before he even laid eyes on his opponent, an energy orb shot forth from his palm, hurtling toward the beast. Thud! The waves roared tumultuously as Igrant struggled to stabilize himself, his countenance reflecting deep distress. He had underestimated the situation, lacking any experience in underwater combat. In the past, his hunting endeavors had involved merely the explosive capture of fish, dispatching numerous sea creatures with a casual energy blast, effortlessly resolving his sustenance needs. However, engaging in battle with the colossal beasts of the deep sea brought forth significant challenges, as the tumultuous waves stirred by their massive forms posed considerable obstacles. The pressure of the abyss weighed heavily upon him, rendering the battle highly unfavorable. He needed to lure the creature to the surface. Igrant surged through the waves, charging towards the gargantuan entity before him. Oceanic creatures generally share a common trait, their rounded forms. Any deviation from this shape would significantly hinder their movement through the water. The sea beast before Igrant, measuring over 30 feet in size, epitomized this characteristic. With his hands radiating brilliance, he transformed his energy into beams of light, incessantly directing them at the creature. Despite their formidable presence, these beings were, in essence, nothing more than living targets, incapable of harnessing the vast reservoirs of energy within them. Their apparent strength was largely a product of their environment. If Igrant were to encounter such a creature on land, he would undoubtedly turn and flee. The pressure exerted by their size was overwhelmingly formidable. Though he appeared imposing as he battled this fish, he had inflicted little damage upon it. Its thick skin and considerable speed rendered his efforts nearly futile. After 3 seconds of relentless pursuit, Igrant abruptly reversed course and sped towards the surface. Any further advance would subject him to the crushing force of the turbulent waters. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the lack of warning regarding the extraordinary nature of the creatures in this world. As he propelled himself forward, he intermittently launched energy blasts and beams, unwilling to squander precious time. If he failed to capture this creature, he would have to wait 2 days before he could venture out again. The sensation of rapid power growth during this period was far more exhilarating than he could express. Without strength, his very life felt beyond his control. As time passed, Igrant found himself in a stalemate with the sea beast, occasionally provoking it while maintaining a relatively safe distance. After 2 hours, the creature, exhausted, fell victim to Igrant's confinement. Ascending from the ocean into the air, Igrant felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If only his power were 100 units greater, he would not be in such a precarious situation. Reflecting on the dominance displayed by his predecessors across various planets ignited a fervor within him. While slaughter was out of the question, the battle itself remained unimpeded. With renewed focus, Igrant soared back to the small island, collapsing onto the sandy shore. The exhaustion was palpable, and he questioned his misfortune in entering such a planet. Had he been even slightly stronger, his power would have already surged. Contemplating the potential for greater skills within the confines of the prison realm, Igrant succumbed to a sense of lethargy once more. This planet is indeed vast, and he remains uncertain about the precise circumstances surrounding Kasuma and the other Saiyan who has arrived. Their combat prowess is unlikely to surpass 1,000. The ferocious beasts inhabiting this planet are likely beyond the grasp of Kasuma and her companions. The novice tasks offer no leniency. The creatures of this world will not spare them simply because they are newcomers. Whether they live or perish, he must embark on a search. Even if for no other reason, there are tools aboard the spacecraft they traveled in. The likelihood of their demise is, after all, minimal. Igrant is not particularly concerned about Kasuma. Otherwise, he would have sought her out long ago. Chapter 15. Combat power exceeding 1,000. Survival in the ocean, a stark contrast. Despite the Saiyans being brimming with muscle, their combat strategies and techniques far surpass those of the indigenous beings of this planet. Coupled with advanced detection devices, concealment poses little challenge, especially with the existence of artificial moons. When transformed into colossal apes, they become mindless beasts. Whether due to distance or perhaps because Kasuma and her companions have not employed them, he has never witnessed an artificial moon. Most likely, they have retreated to cultivate their strength diligently. The Saiyans revel in battle, relishing the art of slaughter. They would never charge in blindly. The beasts on this planet are simply no match for them. According to the records, only 1/10 of the area is eternally sunlit. Here, there is a cycle of day and night. He yearns to experience the phenomena of perpetual daylight and everlasting night. Igrant resumes his routine of foraging for food, preparing meals, and indulging until satiated, subsequently entering the prison realm to battle oceanic beasts, before continuing the cycle of seeking sustenance. Thus, another month has passed. After defeating yet another oceanic beast within the prison realm and acquiring the ability to survive in the ocean, Igrant finally comes to a halt. Counting from the day of his arrival, he has spent over 10 months on this planet. His combat power has surged from 124 to an impressive 1,003. A remarkable leap indeed. It is evident that combat is the quintessential method for Saiyans to enhance their strength. This pace of growth is unmatched, even by spaceships. At less than 5 years of age, I now possess a combat power exceeding 1,000. Surpassing that useless Raditz is merely a matter of time. Igrant surveys his surroundings. With the ability to survive in the ocean, as long as he remains on the surface, he is unlikely to sustain injury. Occasionally, he can venture deeper into the ocean to practice against formidable marine beasts. Unfortunately, his prison realm remains inaccessible for the time being. Finding an opponent is imperative. Solitary cultivation proves too sluggish. Moreover, the matter of technological assistance should be prioritized. Having experienced a slowdown in strength enhancement previously, Igrant will not foolishly wait until his combat power becomes stagnant before seeking solutions. Taking advantage of his current rapid growth, he resolves to seek out Kasuma and acquire the spacecraft she possesses. This is of utmost importance. Henceforth, he will make his way toward Kasuma, for the ocean presents no obstacle to him. Igrant leapt into the sea, disappearing beneath the waves, distancing himself from the small island. Indeed, I can now thrive in the ocean, akin to a fish. Igrant glided effortlessly through the waters, much like a marine creature. Apart from the pressure, nothing else troubled him. He even employed a unique method to prevent seawater from entering his mouth, allowing him to converse directly in the ocean. Igrant was confident that his current strength and abilities could resolve most challenges. Should he encounter insurmountable obstacles, he could still escape this planet. He chose not to fly, simply wishing to revel in the aquatic existence akin to that of a fish. The desire to ascend to the heavens or plunge into the depths of the sea is a longing shared by many terrestrial beings. Now, he could soar through the skies and dive into the ocean. As for burrowing into the earth, that was not on his agenda. Were it not for his presence in the Dragon Ball universe, he would undoubtedly seek a planet to rule as emperor, surrounded by a harem of beauties. Igrant was sailing smoothly through his journey. In stark contrast, the two other Saiyans who had arrived were consumed by resentment. Kazuma found herself struggling on this planet. She was a proud individual. Upon awakening from her spacecraft, Igrant was nowhere to be found. Indeed, he had vanished entirely, and the ship was nowhere in sight. She was oblivious to the events that transpired upon her arrival. Moreover, she was unaware that her landing site was significantly misaligned with her intended target. In short, she awakened to find herself utterly alone. Setting aside Igrant's initial intentions and subsequent changes, it was clear that he had erred gravely. Yes, it was entirely his fault. She had come with good intentions to accompany Igrant, yet he had the audacity to slip away on his own. Was that not his fault? It was akin to a woman granting a man, who pursued her for 3 years and gifted her 50,000, the chance to court her, only for him to flee. Who would not be incensed? Kazuma was relatively composed. As a Saiyan, she relied on her own strength. Yet, that did not excuse Igrant's departure, especially with the spacecraft in tow. How could he escape while being so feeble and dragging her down with him? She had even applied specifically for his sake, coming to this 15-star rated planet, and he still dared to run away. As a paragon among lower-tier warriors, coupled with the inherent pride of the Saiyan race. She refused to seek out Igrant. She would complete her mission alone and later confront that coward, attributing him a fraction of the credit. Her heart was filled with anger, and she failed to consider any other possibilities. She also did not reflect on her attitude toward Igrant on Planet Vegeta. The entire Saiyan race shared her sentiments. What was wrong with her stance? The fault lay with Igrant, who was too weak to withstand her blows. It was akin to a man bestowing gifts upon a woman as a matter of course. Failing to do so would imply a lack of financial means. Is that normal or reasonable? If you are weak, do you still have a right to complain? Kasuma resolved firmly not to seek out Igrant, determined to complete the task on her own. After all, she was assisting Igrant, so she might as well see it through to the end. Fortune smiled upon her. Instead of plunging into the ocean, she found herself within a forest. Given that this planet is predominantly oceanic, her luck was nearly at its zenith. Upon exiting her spacecraft, she had not flown far before encountering a beast. Merely a beast, she thought, one that would soon become her meal. As a Saiyan, she had a hearty appetite. Having gone 3 months without sustenance, and her hunger stirred. Without activating her scanner, she charged directly at it. After a few minutes of combat, she realized something was amiss. The creature's hide was thick, seemingly impervious to her attacks, and she found herself in a rather precarious situation. Seizing an opportunity, she soared into the sky and activated her scanner. Upon doing so, she was rendered speechless. High-energy readings surrounded her, with the highest exceeding 700, while the beast she was battling boasted a power level of over 300. Faced with such formidable foes, she realized she was outmatched. Without a moment's hesitation, Kasuma took to the air, fleeing. Why scurry about like a monkey on the ground when she could soar freely? In her flight, she inadvertently roused numerous creatures, all of whom began to attack her. Her scanner beeped incessantly, indicating powerful entities, each with levels exceeding 100. This chaos left Kasuma in disarray. With tough hides, her energy blasts could scarcely penetrate their defenses, and their numbers were overwhelming. If they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would have surely met her demise. She fled as they pursued her, and even as she exerted herself to escape, new adversaries took the place of the old. Thus, the cycle of chase and evasion continued for 6 months. Only then did Kasuma find a semblance of stability. Over this half-year, her frustration intensified, her ire towards Igrant festered. It was all Igrant's fault. Had it not been for him, she would not have acted so recklessly. Anger consumed her, yet she was unable to locate him. Lacking any technological expertise, her thoughts were solely occupied with combat and the desire to emerge victorious. With her spacecraft lost, she dared not venture deep into the forest. She could not run too far, fearing she would lose her way back to her ship. It was during this time that she truly grasped the challenges of a novice task. It was arduous indeed. The more difficult it became, the more she loathed Igrant. She resolved instead to find a place on the forest's outskirts to settle, occasionally venturing out to hunt lesser beasts to replenish her energy. After half a year of evasion, coupled with 4 months of a stable existence, Kasuma's combat prowess surged to 300 points. Over time, she found herself growing fond of this lifestyle. In 10 months, her power level increased by 200 points. What had once seemed unfathomable now transpired within her own experience. No wonder the elders in her clan adored undertaking missions and engaging in battle. The exhilaration of rapidly increasing strength was truly intoxicating. As long as her power continued to rise, she yearned to linger on this planet a bit longer. She no longer harbors much hatred for Igrant, but instead feels a sense of concern for him. It is peculiar that she cannot articulate the reason behind this sentiment. The Saiyan race, known for their pure warrior spirit, must suppress emotions that could hinder the enhancement of their strength. She contemplates seeking out Igrant, yet her own limitations weigh heavily upon her. A battle power of 300 is exceedingly inadequate. Resolutely, she decides to focus her mind and ventures slowly into the depths of the forest. In contrast to her shifting mindset, Creedy's fury simmers almost uncontrollably, ready to erupt like a volcano. The spacecraft he pilots, while outwardly similar, diverges greatly from the mainstream vessels currently used on Planet Vegeta. His ship possesses the remarkable capability to alter cosmic coordinates at will. This means that his vessel can navigate with agility, rather than simply following a straight path. According to the formidable elder who provided him with the ship and guidance, this represents the latest technological advancement from King Cold, designed specifically to enhance the efficiency of the Saiyan race in their interstellar battles. After extensive testing, it has reached a stable state and is on the verge of mass production. Only those Saiyans who demonstrate exceptional skill and unwavering loyalty to King Cold are granted the privilege of test flights. Without surprise, Creedy meets all the necessary criteria. Following a brief training period, Creedy, an exemplary Saiyan loyal to King Cold, receives this extraordinary spacecraft and is simultaneously assigned a clandestine mission. This is a task he embraces wholeheartedly. Among the lower-ranked warriors who participated in the training, some have betrayed the Saiyan race and King Cold, committing unforgivable acts. He is given the chance to prove himself by traveling to the target planet to eliminate the traitorous Saiyans. Creedy is thrilled. Unexpectedly, this mission brings him joy. He does not hesitate to consider the implications. Chapter 16. The Genius Creedy. Farewell to Kasuma. The tasks available to him can only involve Saiyan children of the same age group. Young Saiyans who have spent their entire lives on Planet Vegeta, completely isolated from external information. How utterly foolish must they be to betray a race composed of familiar faces? What wrongs have the Saiyans committed against him, and how did the betrayal occur? King Cold is well aware of the situation. Why does he not eliminate the traitors himself and instead assign him to carry out such a task? Creedy does not dwell on the identity of the betrayers or whether he can defeat them. Ranked second among the elite warriors in the training camp, he believes he can conquer anyone, including Kasuma, who has always overshadowed him. Naturally, he does not suspect Kasuma of betrayal. He perceives himself as the chosen one, possessing both talent and loyalty that far exceed Kasuma's. He cannot fathom that Igrant would ever betray them. After all, how could a worthless individual dare to rebel? Such a notion is beyond his comprehension. Unbeknownst to many, the true rebel is none other than Igrant. Influenced by a rather juvenile mindset, he failed to thoroughly consider various factors. Just after departing from Planet Vegeta, he contacted the Crocodile Man to alter the target planet. He could not modify it himself. And even if he could, he would not. With the impending need to slumber, he had no choice but to reach out to the Crocodile Man for adjustments upon leaving the planet. This alteration caught the attention of Oka, who had already been monitoring Igrant closely. As soon as the Creedy ship veered parallel to Igrant, Oka detected it. The probe effortlessly scanned a distance of 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers. Beyond that, its capabilities diminished. Having just departed from Planet Vegeta, the probe easily picked up the Creedy ship. After all, Creedy was still quite young and lacked composure, thus revealing critical flaws. Upon sensing something amiss, Oka swiftly traced the error back to his subordinate, Zahunbo, and the blunders committed there. This led to the myriad of events occurring on Planet Vegeta. Both Oka and the interrogating Crocodile Man were unaware that the spacecraft they altered bore only a superficial resemblance, with many internal components having been transformed. The Crocodile Man was adamant, and Oka could discern no discrepancies, thus reluctantly acquiescing. Setting aside earlier matters, upon arriving at this primitive planet, Creedy encountered a series of misfortunes. He had initially believed that with his own strength, coupled with the enhancements bestowed by his predecessors, he, a prodigy, could dominate this world. Little did he know. Since his landing, he had spent 7 months evading peril and 3 months merely surviving. Since emerging from the spacecraft, he had yet to even glimpse a suspected Saiyan engaged in battle, nor had he encountered any signs of their ships. Numerous times, he questioned whether he had mistakenly arrived at a desolate planet far removed from his intended destination. The ferocity, size, and abundance of beasts here were overwhelming. Even a seasoned squad of lower-tier warriors would likely struggle to survive. To his dismay, he found himself increasingly distant from the spacecraft, ultimately losing sight of it altogether. He could only linger on this planet, attempting to endure. He continuously reassured himself that it was the cowardly Saiyans who awakened first, sensing something was amiss and fleeing without hesitation. There was no need to confirm any betrayal. Such cowardly Saiyans must be eradicated, for their existence brought shame to their kind. This self-indoctrination was what allowed him to persist until now. For 10 months, his nerves had been on constant alert, utilizing the precious gifts bestowed by his predecessor. Alongside engaging in frequent life-or-death battles, Creedy's power had risen to 680. This undoubtedly invigorated him. With such strength, he was undeniably invincible among lower-tier warriors. And even among mid-tier warriors, he held a respectable position, if not a superior one. Yet, on this planet, the threats were only mildly concerning, compelling him to avoid drawing attention. He could not locate the cowardly, traitorous Saiyans, nor could he find any other spacecraft, leaving him unable to depart from this world. Otherwise, he would have long ago accomplished his mission and returned to Planet Vegeta to bask in the adoration of the masses. The task assigned to him remains unfinished, utterly consuming his time. With his current combat prowess, he would undoubtedly shine as the brightest amongst his kind upon returning to Planet Vegeta. Yet, because of that coward, he is forced to linger on this primitive planet. A tempest of anger brews within him, threatening to erupt. Damn that wretch, should I ever find you, I shall torment you relentlessly until your very existence is extinguished. The two Saiyans were in markedly different states, yet Igrant had no inclination to concern himself with their conditions. A battle power exceeding 1,000 is barely acceptable. It is time to depart from this desolate isle and venture to more vibrant lands, or perhaps larger islands. Igrant must reflect on his attitude towards Kasuma. If she truly cared for him and wished to assist him, he must reciprocate, aiding her survival and even helping her enhance her strength. This notion is speculation, yet it is plausible that Kasuma harbors genuine concern for him. However, the environment of Planet Vegeta, coupled with her thirst for power, may have led her to adopt a cold and fierce demeanor. After all, why would Kasuma choose to team up with him to complete a novice task? There are certainly other suitable one-star missions on Planet Vegeta. It is evident that she worries for his safety, perceiving him as weak and thus choosing to accompany him. While the likelihood is slim, it is not non-existent. Humans are inherently social creatures, and Saiyans are no exception. Though Saiyans are often seen as cold-blooded, they too require companionship, a camaraderie for drinking and boasting. Moreover, Igrant, possessing human emotions, craves profound connections with others to alleviate the loneliness within his soul. Having familiar faces around him brings numerous advantages. He is confident in his ability to guide those close to him to achieve Super Saiyan transformations. Following the signals of his detector, Igrant journeyed eastward toward the sea. There, life abounds, and the possibility of finding larger islands is significantly heightened. In times of insufficient strength, he had refrained from approaching, but now, the situation posed no considerable threat. After 2 days of flying and swimming, Igrant finally set foot upon the expansive, seemingly endless sandy shores of a large island. A small patch of beach gives way to a continuous stretch of towering trees, rising and falling with the terrain. His gaze fell upon a scene dominated by lush greenery, save for the outer ring of pale sandy beach. 2 days of travel, both flying and digging, had consumed his time. This was a considerable effort for someone with a battle power of 1,000. This planet is vastly larger than Planet Vegeta. Standing on the beach, Igrant took a moment to compose himself. He activated his detector, which emitted a series of beeps. Motionless, he focused entirely on the device, hoping that Kasuma was on this island. Otherwise, he would have to search for her elsewhere. Should she have perished, then so be it. They had yet to form a bond, and her demise would evoke no sorrow within him. After a prolonged search, Igrant found himself at a loss, helplessly massaging his temples as he switched off the detector. It remained insufficiently intelligent. Perhaps he would revisit this matter when he acquired the secret techniques pertaining to Chi from the planet Adrelant. At that point, he could not continue. By then, the detector would serve little purpose. Once he mastered the perception of Chi, such a clumsy technological device would be rendered obsolete. Channeling his Chi to its fullest potential, he soared skyward. With his current prowess, there was no need for caution. In the absence of those ancient relics on this planet, he could traverse with impunity. Boom. A hint of pride flickered across Kasuma's delicate visage. The small 350 creature was subdued, quite impressive. A youthful voice echoed in the air. Who is it? Kasuma's form shimmered as she elegantly ascended, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, a menacing aura enveloping her, her latent strength palpable, pointing in a particular direction. Your vigilance is commendable. It seems you have grown considerably over the past year. The voice continued, paradoxically youthful, yet imbued with an air of wisdom. It's you, Kasuma exclaimed through clenched teeth, recognizing the newcomer. Haha, it appears not only your strength and alertness have improved, but your demeanor has brightened as well. Igrant chuckled as he descended from the treetops, approaching Kasuma. He had spent over a day soaring across this island, only to discover traces of intelligent life. Following the signs, he had found Kasuma engaged in combat with a fierce beast, emerging from his hiding place only after her victory. I thought you had perished, Kasuma remarked, her anger evident, yet relief unmistakable in her tone. It was unexpected, yet somehow reasonable. Sobering, Igrant shed his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. Throughout my journey, I have not been in slumber. I discovered that we are not the only ones who arrived on this mission planet. There exists another spacecraft, unknown to us, that has been following our trajectory toward this very world. What? Kasuma gasped in shock. Impossible. We received no notification of a mission alteration. Almost immediately, she shook her head. No. Although this planet lacks intelligent life, its unique environment has birthed numerous formidable beasts, many of which roam in packs, certainly not resembling a level 15 mission. Could it be that they have identified an issue with the mission and sent reinforcements? Kasuma pondered, her brow furrowed. Igrant shook his head, unconvinced by her theory. It is unlikely that the mission could be fabricated unless they desire their own demise. The probability of error is minimal. It seems this planet belongs to the chaotic level, and the fools who issued the mission concealed pertinent information. Then what do you propose is the explanation? Igrant queried, a hint of discomfort evident in his expression. In the past, Kasuma was not like this. She unexpectedly displayed a hint of playful petulance, reminiscent of a child's vivacity. He failed to notice one crucial detail. Chapter 17. The reason behind Kasuma's trust in her true partner. Kasuma's detector had been perpetually active. He did not conceal his energy, as his own strength had long been exposed to Kasuma's detector. It was indeed unusual for Kasuma to exhibit such a poor attitude. Saiyans have always revered strength. Igrant, with the qualifications of a lower-tier warrior, possessed an astonishing combat power of 1003, which was genuinely intimidating. It was Igrant who took the initiative to discuss serious matters, while Kasuma had already begun to inquire. In comparison to strength, the mission bore greater significance. I do not know. Igrant refrained from revealing his conjectures. There were merely two possibilities. The mission had gone awry, and the target planet was far beyond the capabilities of the two young Saiyans, necessitating the dispatch of another Saiyan to assist them. Setting aside the fact that it had been quite some time, the other Saiyan had yet to make an appearance, and their strength was unlikely to be significantly superior. Even if a mid-level warrior were to arrive, what difference would it make? If they synchronized with Vegeta? And if the mission had indeed failed, the mission's authority would certainly amend the situation and notify them to return. Given the proximity, awakening them and commanding the ship to return would not pose a challenge. The only remaining possibility was that someone was sent to pursue them. Kasuma, being an ordinary lower-tier warrior, was not worth expending such effort. The two instances of explosive combat power warranted Vegeta's attention, eliminating all impossibilities. The most extraordinary conclusion must be the truth. TCH. The two descended to the ground. By the way, your attitude seems somewhat off, Igrant pondered. Kasuma shot Igrant a glance. After 2.5 years of battling together, to claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. Although Igrant struggled to keep pace with her, regardless of her formidable strength, he managed to engage in prolonged combat with her. Even when faced with an adversary, there was an underlying mutual respect, let alone among siblings. Saiyans, despite their fierce nature, are not devoid of emotions. Their sentiments may not be as abundant as those of humans, but in the face of battle, they primarily look out for themselves. Nonetheless, they still form families and procreate. Surely, there must be some emotion between couples. I'm not worried about your demise. Who would have known you concealed your strength? How did you manage that? Kasuma curiously gazed at Igrant. With a powerhouse boasting over 1,000 in combat power by her side, Kasuma need not be overly anxious about lurking monstrous threats, and her demeanor had become more playful. You knew that. She shot Igrant a pointed look, indicating her detector. Fool, this place is fraught with danger. If my detector were not operational, we might be ambushed by fierce beasts at any moment. I noticed your approach immediately. Why then did you ask? Igrant gazed at Kasuma in astonishment. From the moment he appeared, her panic seemed genuine, not feigned. If she were to masquerade, she would undoubtedly be the reigning queen of deception. I had just been engaged in battle, facing a beast with a combat power of 350, hardly inferior to my own. How could I afford to be distracted? I had just slain it when you emerged. A smile spread across Igrant's face. So, at the outset, your flight into the air, glancing about, was all an act? Nonsense. Am I that foolish? I have been battling for months. After a brief silence, Kasuma continued. As for the Saiyan you mentioned, I have never encountered him. Igrant interjected. I am aware you have not. A flicker of surprise crossed Kasuma's eyes as she blurted out. How do you know? Igrant pointed to his head, resembling a gesture to indicate a detector. Kiswama regarded him with curiosity. She possessed one as well, but aside from assessing combat power, it served no other purpose. Incapable of discerning individuals. I have already stated, our ships were flying in opposite directions. How could you two possibly meet? Kiswama pouted but remained silent. I am still quite curious about how you conceal your true strength. Kiswama, possessing the traits of a Saiyan, was solely concerned with power. I remarked. I have only reached this level since arriving here. Do you believe me? Impossible, Kiswama retorted loudly, adopting an air of disdain as if to say, if you do not wish to divulge, I have no interest in knowing. Igrant felt quite pleased. It was a pleasant surprise to discover that Kiswama, who had always maintained a stern demeanor towards him as if he owed her a significant debt, actually cared about him. For him, this was undoubtedly good news. He felt no emotional connection to the Saiyans. However, having a fellow kin, especially a charming young woman, in this world provided a semblance of companionship. It alleviated some of his feelings of alienation and isolation, offering a form of emotional solace. I am not deceiving you. My potential should classify me as a mid-level warrior. Kiswama opened her mouth, eager to refute him, yet she found herself at a loss for words. How could she argue that he had been weak for the past 2.5 years, unable to surpass her, or that his energy was feeble? And technology could not possibly be mistaken? All past grievances crumbled under the weight of Igrant's current impressive combat power exceeding 1,000. Any rebuttal would be utterly powerless. Igrant had no intention of concealing his secrets. Keeping a secret was infinitely more challenging than revealing it. Kiswama, when I was born, my combat power was assessed at 320. Impossible, Kiswama exclaimed, once again stirred with excitement. Igrant shrugged nonchalantly. I have no need to deceive you. When your mother, Aunt Snatch, came to adopt me, the crocodilian explicitly stated it. However, my power swiftly diminished to merely 8 points, and by the time your mother adopted me, it was only 12 points. Oh, what could have caused this? Moreover, on the day of the adoption, my anger surged beyond 5,000. Igrant delivered a more shocking revelation. Kisuma shook her head vigorously. One could hardly blame her for her inability to accept it. What Igrant had stated was truly astonishing. 5,000 infants. What does that even signify? In the realm of comprehension, most races in the universe never attain a battle power of 5,000 in their entire lives. Yet Igrant possessed such power from birth. He did not utter a word. For those unfamiliar with the depths of the Dragon Ball universe, this news struck like a cataclysm, shattering their worldview. Those who understood the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe merely smiled faintly. A battle power of 5,000 could extinguish life with a mere breath. In the eyes of most Saiyans, King Cold barely reached a battle power of a mere 100,000, and even concerning the future Frieza, few considered him particularly formidable. Otherwise, there would be no instance of King Vegeta daring to lead a handful of mid-level warriors in rebellion. Little did they know, 100,000 in the cosmic scale hardly holds any significance. The seventh universe is quite intriguing. It seems that knowledge is seldom passed down. Whether it be the Saiyans, Earthlings, the Frieza race, or even the Kais, they all exhibit this tendency. After a while, they can easily forget recent events. The Kais are unaware of the Saiyan powers, ignorant of Frieza's strength, which is quite terrifying. The god of destruction is unknown to the Kais, and the Saiyans are oblivious to the existence of Super Saiyans, and so forth. Even the god of destruction and Whis are lacking in certain knowledge compared to Zeno. Later, Piccolo, however, could vaguely sense the Kais. There was so much more. Initially, I survived the explosion that occurred in the incubation chamber where I was located. What do you mean? Shaking her head. I clarified that it was not my doing, but rather the actions of King Vegeta's confidant, who sought to annihilate the crocodilian race and thus detonated a vast area nearby. Kasuma's expression remained unchanged. The brutality among teammates is evident, let alone with strangers. Those who cannot survive are deemed worthless. You are aware of the events that followed. All the way until we arrived on this planet. Kasuma's eyes still reflected disbelief. Are you implying that you wonder why my strength has always been so low? Humph. Gazing at the proud young woman, Igrant smirked. Then why do you never consider that my strength is vastly inferior to yours? Yet I managed to endure so long against you each time? If others claim you are holding back, surely you do not believe you have? With a single statement, Kasuma was rendered speechless. Indeed, she offered no explanation, constantly persuading herself that she had not exerted her full strength. The truth of the matter was known only to the two of them. In reality, It was Igrant's formidable prowess that prompted her to exhibit such peculiar behavior this time. If she were truly worthless, she would never subconsciously assist Igrant. Observing Kasuma's frowning and furious demeanor, let us seek a more secure locale where I can articulate my thoughts to you. We shall refrain from exterminating this group of natives to fulfill our mission. Ignoring my words, Igrant made his way towards the forest's edge. Kasuma, visibly displeased, labeled him a coward. Igrant, however, feigned ignorance to her remark. A coward, you say? After years of toil, my strength has multiplied several times. Does that not reflect courage? To return to Vegeta after completing our mission would indeed be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Patience, I shall elucidate the reasons. Yet there is a troublesome matter at hand. Kasuma paused, intrigued. What is it? Igrant took the initiative, leading Kasuma to hollow out a large tree and conceal themselves within. He proceeded to explain everything from their journey on Vegeta to this task-laden planet. So, Kasuma, having battled on Vegeta for 2 years, has your power significantly increased? Igrant scrutinized her intently. I believe it has grown considerably. A lump of frustration lodged in his throat. Igrant felt tears threatening to spill. A battle power exceeding 100 is substantial. In contrast, your strength has surged by over 200 during your mere 10 months on this planet. Which is truly more significant? Reluctantly, Igrant adopted the guise of a cunning wolf, attempting to coax her understanding. Kasuma furrowed her brow. If that is the case, then my time on Vegeta should not have been so perilous. Igrant stared at her in disbelief. No, that does not align with your character. Shouldn't you embody the archetype of a cold, enchanting beauty? Why are you so audacious? After a moment of contemplation, Igrant gathered his thoughts. Chapter 18, A Matter of Conscience. What can we accomplish? Kasuma's declaration of her stance melted a portion of Igrant's heart. To assist her, it was essential to clarify their relationship to prevent her from frequently questioning his decisions in the future. Not explaining was exasperating, yet explaining brought its own complications. By showcasing his wisdom, while simultaneously aiding her in enhancing her abilities, he sought to ensure she would no longer doubt him. Drawing from his own growth, he meticulously dissected the disadvantages faced by the Saiyan lineage under King Vegeta's leadership. He effortlessly presented various data, prompting Kasuma to nod in agreement. The issues have been laid before you. In summary, the current path of the Saiyans is misguided. Furthermore, King Cold is not to be trusted. This time, Kasuma did not contest his assertion. The mortality rate among the Saiyan race is indeed abnormally high. As fervor wanes, careful reflection reveals this truth. Do you truly believe that a squad of 10 is suitable for planetary conquests? Without awaiting Kasuma's response, Igrant continued his inquiry. The Saiyans are merely combative. For instance, the devastation wrought by civil wars on our home planet, Salada, as well as our frequent missions, do not stem from a desire for demise. King Vegeta, the strongest among us who escaped, led us to conquer the planet of the Zofru people, and our casualty rate has surged ever since. As the Saiyans escaped, their population soared to 2 million, but at one point it dwindled to a mere 200,000. Although there was a slight rebound, it barely reached 1 million. And now it has plummeted to just over 400,000. With so many Saiyans perishing, how can our race continue to propagate? If we persist with this mission, in a decade, our numbers might dwindle to merely over 100,000, or even just a few tens of thousands. Such figures, when applied to a race, are simply unfathomable. The Saiyans could be deemed on the brink of extinction. Kasuma sighed, not out of concern for the Saiyan future, but because of what Igrant had said. She did not comprehend. Setting aside these matters that do not pique your interest, let us consider our target planet. How many Saiyan lives do you believe must be sacrificed to fully conquer this world? Igrant, I do not concur with your view. We can afford to take our time. The mission does not impose a time constraint. Kasuma remained somewhat unconvinced, defending her stance. Indeed, and then what? She asked, gazing intently at Kasuma. This is a novice mission. What comes after the task is completed? Do not tell me we will undertake it ourselves. It is now the year 732, and since Frieza took control of the Saiyans, the nature of missions has likely evolved to a mandatory acceptance. They had not returned. Kasuma could not know the truth without first-hand experience. Regarding the difficulty of this planet for the current task, having spent so long in the forest, you should have a deeper understanding than I. However, I had observed the planet from space prior to my descent, which likely gives me greater insight than you. What significance do you perceive in our conquest of such planets? To put it more plainly, What is the meaning of our Saiyan race's relentless slaughter across the cosmos? I noticed Kasuma's discontent. Are the Saiyans truly so warlike that we require such bloody carnage? Cannot we construct our own arenas for combat? Would that not also devastate the planet? Since destruction is inevitable, why not obliterate the planets of others? The universe has always adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. The weak are naturally vanquished by the strong. Igrant found this notion quite vexing. The idea that I kill you, and this is not your concern, is simply a reflection of your weakness troubled him deeply, as he hailed from a realm of peace. While it may be stated thus, it is indeed too heartless. For the sake of profit, one might at least offer an excuse. The benefits obtained through the Saiyans' conquests are utterly disproportionate to their sacrifices. Kasuma, do you believe we could create a few such planets dedicated solely to combat, rather than continuing this indiscriminate slaughter? Furthermore, as we plunder and ravage planets throughout the universe, much of our lives is squandered on interstellar travel. Whether in training or battle, how much time do we truly have? This planet is merely over 300 light-years from Vegeta, requiring 3 months for a round trip, which amounts to 6 months. If you were to dedicate this 6-month period entirely to training on this planet, how much would your strength increase? What is the extent of the enhancement in combat skills? Igrant inquired, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Kasuma. Take me as an example. Kasuma was about to respond, but was rendered speechless in an instant. How could she counter Igrant's assertion when it was backed by his formidable prowess? It was utterly unfair, leaving her without recourse. In a span of 10 months, he had augmented his combat power by 950, which stood as irrefutable evidence. Consider yourself, during your 2.5 years of training on planet Saiyan, you elevated your combat power from the 30s to 122. Now, after diligently training here for 10 months, you have reached 300. Do not speak of life and death battles. Kasuma, grant me a year, and I can elevate you to my current level of strength. Do you believe that? Igrant expressed this with unwavering confidence. Ample nourishment, coupled with technological assistance and more rational training methodologies, would enable him to enhance anyone's power by 1,000, thanks to his Saiyan lineage. Kasuma felt disoriented, sensing something amiss. Yet she could not muster a rebuttal. The allure of enhanced strength left her at a loss for words. She yearned for the power Igrant possessed, even though she considered herself the true prodigy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Wait a moment. You claim to be merely a mid-level warrior. Your previous display was merely a facade. Thus, your ascent to your current strength is not as outrageous as I initially thought. I have stated that I can help you reach my level of strength. Do you doubt me? Igrant observed Kasuma's hesitance, her small face reflecting a longing desire. He knew he had stirred something within her, not through the clarity of his words, but through the sheer yearning for strength. Indeed, for a Saiyan, few can resist the temptation of enhancing their power. Historically, they believed that only through combat could they elevate their strength, thus neglecting training altogether. It was not that they were unaware of the benefits of training. Rather, the contrast between the immense gains from battle and the meager improvements from arduous training made the latter seem insignificant. Consequently, the entire Saiyan race had little inclination to endure such toil. Without undertaking missions, they spent their days indulging in revelry. Consider this. Kasuma, if all lower-level warriors could surpass a combat power of 10,000, and mid-level warriors exceeded 50,000, would not the Saiyan race's reputation in the cosmos flourish? If we did not face such a high mortality rate, in a decade or so, we could boast millions among our kin. Kasuma's face lit up with hope as she nodded slowly. Alas, you are not a king, she lamented. Igrant's expression darkened. King? Nonsense. The Saiyan race has no true king. King Vegeta is merely the strongest at present. His governance and control over our people are woefully inadequate. After Frieza took command of the Saiyans, at least 70% of our kin revered him, for his word held far more weight than that of King Vegeta. Besides, I have no desire to assume the mantle of a king and lead the Saiyans to greatness. The inability to defeat Frieza is one aspect. The inability to protect Vegeta is another. More importantly, the burden of one's lineage can weigh heavily. If it were not necessary, he would certainly prefer to shed such a responsibility. If one must tread cautiously, how can an entire lineage endure? Take King Vegeta, for instance, who offended a god of destruction over a mere pillow, leading to the annihilation of his race. You are not mistaken. However, we are a warrior race. If we do not engage in battle, what else is there for us to do? This is not a rhetorical question. Kasuma's voice was laced with profound confusion. She genuinely did not comprehend. This is the beauty of youth. It is unencumbered by dogma and capable of continuously absorbing new knowledge. Yet, Igrant remained oblivious. He did not even understand why he had come here, nor could he foresee the future. He was acutely aware, however, that the realm of Dragon Ball, akin to a mere animated world, holds little significance in the grand scheme of existence. Any being born of this universe must either seize the essence of the cosmos to transcend or return to dust to nourish the world. The Dragon Ball universe, however, defies this principle. Not only is the enhancement of strength devoid of rationale, but even through cultivation, life remains fleeting, let alone the notion of transcendence. He was unaware of the significance he and others held within the cosmos. As an ordinary individual, he was powerless. As a cultivator, he saw no avenue for transcendence within the Dragon Ball narrative. Are Goku and his companions strong? They can shatter the universe. Can one claim they are not? Yet, even with such strength, once their energy is depleted, a mere mortal wielding an ordinary weapon can bring them down. What, then, is the essence of such cultivation? Life and death are inevitable, and he had encountered death many times, merely desiring to survive, without daring to contemplate transcendence in the Dragon Ball universe. Kasuma's question cut deep. If not to fight, what else is there? If not to live, what purpose remains? To live yet achieve little, what distinguishes it from death? Why fear death? He shook his head. I cannot answer you, for I do not know myself. I can only say that as long as I live, I shall strive to live well, to cultivate diligently, and to enhance my own strength, Igrant replied, his words laden with meaning. Kasuma, the depths of the universe are unfathomably profound. We are not even at the threshold of understanding. Such profound musings were entirely beyond Kasuma's grasp. Then, what shall we do next? Chapter 19. From the heart, pick the soft fruits. The advantage of being a warrior race is that if one cannot comprehend something, one simply does not dwell on it. Rather, one focuses on enhancing strength and engaging in battle. In time, one will discover the answers to what once seemed incomprehensible. Forget it. Life is a grand battle. To revere the strong, pursue the strong, heed the strong, surpass the strong, and ultimately eliminate the strong, only to continue the cycle of seeking out strength. This is the essence of the Saiyan spirit. Kasuma's inquiry indicated her readiness to fully adhere to Igrant's guidance, placing herself in a subordinate role, akin to a team following the captain's orders. Let us cultivate. When our strength is sufficient, our problems will cease to exist. What are the tasks at hand? Kasuma felt a profound sense of discontent. The aspirations she had pursued were utterly shattered by Igrant. The feelings for her kin, her emotions, and her future, which she had previously overlooked, surged forth within her heart. Even if she were to act, she could not accomplish this task, so why linger in turmoil? Igrant, however, seemed unfazed. If the mission were unattainable, there was no return, and why bother with cultivation? Could we not simply harness the artificial moon to transform into colossal apes? Igrant chuckled and shook his head. Such an endeavor might be feasible for civilization. Civilization signifies gathering and strength. Annihilating the essence would suffice. Could they extinguish all life on this planet? What of the vast oceans that harbor truly formidable beings residing in the depths? The terrestrial beasts were but insignificant shrimp. What impact would their demise have? Could their mighty apes even traverse the oceanic expanses? Could they cleanse the seas? Unless they were to obliterate the entire planet, such a feat was utterly impossible. The transformation into colossal apes posed little threat to this planet. To destroy the planet would also lead to their own demise. Better to survive, however wretchedly. In the face of this immense primordial world, the effect of becoming a giant ape was not particularly promising. To put it plainly, I have battled aquatic creatures 1,000 meters deep, and I could not best them. Kasuma, do you truly believe that transforming into colossal apes would allow us to penetrate the ocean, without entering the seas to eradicate the majority of ferocious marine life? Returning recklessly to report our mission would certainly incur punishment. This is not mere exaggeration from Igrant. It is a stark reality. A hint of youthful helplessness and a touch of melancholy finally flickered across Kasuma's delicate features. This is disastrous. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a blind spot and inquired with curiosity. What is your current strength against how deep-sea creatures? What if we were to detonate the entire ocean? Kasuma's whimsical notion left Igrant both amused and exasperated. This girl had yet to relinquish her fervent obsession. It was no wonder that King Vegeta was skeptical of most Saiyans. Kasuma was merely 4 years old, yet so fervently dedicated to these missions. For what purpose? Not to mention Frieza, who had captured the hearts of the Saiyan people. From this perspective, King Vegeta's choice was not entirely misguided. Regrettably, his motives were rooted in self-interest, seeking to maintain his dominion and exalted position as the Saiyan king, rather than for the future of the Saiyan race. Do not dwell on it. Even if I were tenfold stronger, I would still be powerless against the deep sea. Your suggestion bears no distinction from obliterating the entire planet. King Cold requires this planet. The difference between a primordial planet and one harboring intelligent life is significant. A normal primordial planet would suffice. After exterminating the land, the ocean would require no further attention, and the Saiyans could manage it. But this planet is anything but normal. The essence of life is undeniably rooted in the ocean rather than on land. It is an inevitability. Very well, let us commence our cultivation, Kaswama reluctantly remarked. Ignorant of the vastness of the world, the young girl remained obstinate. Youthful folly can be tempered with a few harsh lessons, he mused, recognizing that excessive admonishment might only incite her rebellious spirit. Ultimately, he intended to lead her into the depths of the sea, and her defiance could be advantageous in the future. Perhaps she would even strive against the ocean herself, rendering his oversight unnecessary. Land-dwelling beings harbor an innate fear of the ocean. Thus, it would be challenging to ensure Kaswama's continuous immersion in marine training under these circumstances. Meanwhile, regarding the other Saiyan, even if one's conjecture were plausible, he was intent on pursuing us. The pressing question remained. Could we subdue him and persuade him to listen? Kaswama was eager to engage. Indeed, there was a certain satisfaction in combat. Despite Igrant's earlier discourse, Kaswama's enthusiasm was only now ignited. Igrant hastily interrupted Kaswama's fanciful thoughts. Our current strength is insufficient to traverse the ocean. We must not invite trouble while we are weak. Let this matter rest for now and seek an opportunity to resolve it later. Bringing an enemy along would only necessitate constant vigilance, a burden he was unwilling to bear. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a problem. However, they were in the midst of training. Exhaustion could lead to dire consequences should an enemy strike unexpectedly. Moreover, assisting others is contingent upon our own strength. I am only offering this guidance because it is you. I wish to help you enhance your abilities. The other individual is an adversary. Once found, we shall eliminate him without the need for lengthy explanations. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Kaswama's face. After all, who does not appreciate flattery? Enough of this discourse. My throat is parched. If you desire to attain my current level of power, you must heed my counsel. In a year, I assure you will match my strength, surpassing 1,000. Is that acceptable? Really? Kaswama inquired, her eyes sparkling with uncertainty as she fixed her gaze on Igrant. Absolutely. Stars danced in Kaswama's eyes. This was indeed a possibility. In just a year, she could catch up to Igrant, a mid-tier warrior. At merely 5 years of age, she possessed considerable potential. Perhaps she could even reach a battle power of 3,000, or even 4,000. Yet, Igrant had previously mentioned that he could help everyone surpass 10,000. That could serve as a worthy goal. A surge of motivation coursed through her. But is it not a touch daunting? Igrant, however, remained unconcerned. While catching up to him in a year would indeed be challenging, he had countless strategies to ensure she could break through to 1,000. Well, perhaps 100 strategies could suffice. This planet is replete with resources. We merely need to procure some healing liquid, inflict a few injuries on Kaswama, and encourage diligent practice. It should be a straightforward endeavor. She now possesses over 300 combat power, and raising it to 1,000 is as effortless as eating or drinking. Very well, I shall heed your advice. As long as I can become as formidable as you, I shall comply with your every request. Igrant sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. With their accord reached, his spirits soared. Little did they know, he could not be easily deceived. By the way, where do you conceal your spaceship? He observed the bashful Kasuma. Igrant appeared utterly perplexed. I merely inquired about your spaceship. Why the embarrassment? That contraption is merely a sphere of little utility. Oh, on second thought, it holds great significance. He still requires the spaceship. Otherwise, he would be compelled to procure a multifunctional wrench and a miniature machine tool, starting from scratch on the technological tree. The future remains uncertain, but once he completes his training here, he plans to take Kasuma to Earth for a time. Dr. Brief is probably still unmarried, lacking Bulma. And consequently, the Dragon Radar and the Dragon Balls are unattainable, leaving the 7 Dragon Balls unfulfilled. The Dragon Balls of Namek may be easier to locate. Yet he cannot contend with the Namekians. This wicked faction of Saiyans, brimming with malevolence, would be no match for the peace-loving Namekians wielding their 40-meter great swords, ready to eliminate any threats. He would be unable to flee, meeting his end right there. The technology of Namek is not to be underestimated. They merely choose to remain secluded. A spherical spaceship would certainly not escape. As for the notion of being able to defeat them, that is sheer folly. You are aware of Nail, are you not? He is at least a few hundred years old. Though he appears to possess only a few tens of thousands of combat power, he can fuse and absorb such game-breaking abilities. When pushed to the brink, he merges with his kin, soaring to millions or even tens of millions in power, while he stands there, head first into battle. The scene where Piccolo absorbed the deceased Nail, witnessing his combat power surge from mere tens of thousands to millions, was utterly brutal. He has no desire to encounter misfortune on Namek. Not everyone has a multitude of minions like Frieza. When his spaceship lands, his subordinates flood out, annihilating the Namekians. The Namekians would have no chance to fuse. Once this chapter concludes, Planet Vegeta is on the verge of destruction. Likewise, Planet Adrat cannot be overcome. Only Earth remains a soft target, ripe for the taking. The dragon can grant wishes twice and offers the potential to learn to control and sense energy, along with other practical techniques. The rest of the universe remains shrouded in mystery. To elevate his strength, he must naturally venture to Earth. At worst, in 30 years, when the age of conflict arises, he can take Kasuma and hide on some remote planet. Well, if fortune favors him, he might be the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, playing the part of a formidable figure. As for Cell, he has no interest in mingling. He must afford the main character some opportunity to shine, after all. Frieza to Cell, merely a span of 4 years. Who knows if he can even explode into Super Saiyan 2. The technological knowledge of the Crocodile Man is sufficient to support his journey to Earth, where he might even forge a friendship with Dr. Brief and develop a genuine gravity chamber for use. He possesses a star map, though he lacks the coordinates for Earth. However, he does have the coordinates for Namek. Once he arrives at Namek, locating Earth will be a simple task. Thus, Kasuma's spacecraft remains of paramount importance, as it will save him considerable time for his training. Kasuma, blushing with embarrassment, confessed, I left it deep in the forest. She felt quite ashamed to admit her hasty retreat, which left her no time to properly conceal the spacecraft. Igrant sighed, realizing that affairs seldom proceed smoothly. Chapter 20, Secluded Training, Part 1. Kasuma's advancement. Fortunately, despite her flight, Kasuma retained a general sense of the spacecraft's location. Igrant breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a direction, sparing them the need to start from scratch in creating an industrial civilization. Not to mention, the resources required for the production of nutrient and healing solutions, essential for training and reducing living costs, must be constructed. The nutrient solution can be consumed directly, while the healing solution necessitates the use of a treatment chamber for efficacy, thus requiring the corresponding equipment to be created. Igrant resolved that upon reaching Earth, he must extract all the magical beans from the hands of the cat immortal. It would be a gross waste to give such scarce resources to that fellow, Jackalope. Knowing the general direction, Igrant set out to search without much trouble. The landing of the spacecraft created a considerable disturbance, inevitably causing extensive damage in the surroundings. Some areas lay barren, while other vegetation sprouted tender shoots, starkly contrasting with the nearby environment. Emerging alone from the tree hollow, Igrant enveloped himself in a white glow to discern his bearings and soared into the sky, all the while contemplating how to scientifically train Kasuma. The landing point of Igrant on this continent was near the edge of a forest. A 10-kilometer square area had been leveled, with a spherical spaceship standing quietly in the mud at its center. Igrant located the spacecraft within an hour and successfully returned with it, bringing Kasuma from their original location to this new site. The fauna of this vast island posed no threat to Igrant. Even if faced with creatures boasting a strength of 2,200, he could still prevail. Without intelligence, mere brute strength holds little significance. In the absence of numbers, they would inevitably perish. Kasuma stood in place, curious as Igrant rummaged through the spacecraft, extracting various tools whose purposes were entirely indiscernible. All right, now I shall explain the nature of your training. First, hand over the detector. During this period, we shall not utilize it. While it is indeed a useful device, it fosters an over-reliance that hinders genuine mastery over the control of energy. Perhaps this is why he has yet to fully grasp it. If both of us refrain from using it, we should achieve mastery. After all, Vegeta managed to master it merely through contemplation without the aid of a detector. Igrant would never admit to being dull-witted. After imparting a myriad of unconventional training methods to Kasuma, the perplexity etched on her brow remained unyielding. Igrant, do exercises like sit-ups and push-ups truly serve a purpose? I feel capable of performing countless repetitions without issue. Igrant surveyed his surroundings, then soared into the air, swiftly reaching the edge of the flat terrain. With a flicker of light, he deftly carved out 8 stone slabs of varying lengths and moderate thickness. He also snapped a few large trees and stripped their bark. Holding the 8 slabs and a length of rope fashioned from the bark, he returned triumphantly. Rest assured, soon you shall think differently about this, he teased. Just increase the difficulty. The industrialization of their environment had yet to commence. Soon, Kasuma would engage in her own training, crafting metal detectors and erecting several metal smelting furnaces. With a refined technological framework, unencumbered by civilization, and with resources and energy nearly boundless, the creation would come swiftly. You can secure these around your calves. I will assist you with your arms. Kasuma frowned slightly. What purpose does this serve? Trust me. This is how I hone my current strength. Igrant fibbed slightly. His S-cell concentration was sufficiently high, and with reasonable training, he had rapidly attained his present capabilities, subsequently hunting sea beasts. Tools were hardly utilized in his journey. Undeniably, the concentration of S-cells significantly aided early training. For Kasuma to reach her goals, she would need to rely on external aids. After the transformation into Super Saiyan, everyone's S-cell concentration would level out, yielding little growth. Their progress would hinge solely on personal training and serendipity. This was also the reason why, after sustaining severe injuries during the Super Saiyan phase, recovery would not lead to increased strength. Transformation into Super Saiyan did not inherently equate to increased power. The original combat strength dictated everything. Statistically speaking, Super Saiyan I offers a multiplier of 50, Super Saiyan 2 100, and Super Saiyan 3 400. When the power disparity was minimal, the more transformations one possessed, the stronger they became. However, if the strength varied by several hundred times, Super Saiyan 3 might not hold an advantage over Super Saiyan I. In this realm, it ultimately boiled down to an energy contest. Reluctantly, Kasuma began to secure the stone slabs. As Igrant assisted her in fastening the slabs, a magnificent striped tiger leaped from a distant tree trunk. Igrant was at a loss. In such an open expanse, this is hardly an optimal hunting ground. Yet this beast has dared to confront us. What a formidable creature, he pondered. You ask me? I have no idea. Who else would I inquire? I lack a detector. Igrant erupted in frustration, charging forward. With hands radiating white light, his energy surged. In an instant, he pierced the tiger's forehead with unparalleled swiftness. Blood and flesh erupted forth, exuding a foul stench. The tiger's eyes reflected confusion as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A mere flicker of his strength had reached its limit, leaving him in solitude. That was the extent of my power, Igrant proclaimed loudly. With a flick of his foot, today's meal would be a feast, indulging in the robust nourishment. He was destined to be strong and vigorous, yet the thought of consuming such rich sustenance left him feeling uneasy. Fortunately, there was no need to search for food today. For 10 months, he had tirelessly sought various meals, exhausting himself in the process. Today, however, he could save himself the effort of finding a meal. Igrant shot a fierce glare at Kasuma, signaling it was time to commence training. What were they waiting for? Pouting, Kasuma obediently began doing push-ups at an astonishing speed, as if she could grind 100 needles in no time. With a physique boasting a battle power of 300, there was no room for jest. As long as her breath held, she could continue indefinitely. Meanwhile, Igrant seized the mighty tiger and soared toward the shore to cleanse it. As Kasuma continued her push-ups, a radiant smile adorned her face. This sensation was quite delightful. 3 days later, the two stood at the beach, with Igrant adorned with 7 iron rings on each limb. Kasuma had 1 iron ring on each of her limbs. Each ring weighed a formidable 15 pounds, collectively nearly equating to her body weight. Igrant's formidable physique likely exceeded his own body weight by more than 5 times. What was the purpose of such encumbrances? In a month's time, Your strength will reach 400. You need only follow my guidance, Igrant replied with irritation. Why waste time on these seemingly futile trinkets? The corners of his mouth twitched. The ferocious aquatic beasts of the prison realm had undoubtedly been his most astute decision upon arriving on this planet. Their underwater survival capabilities were remarkable, and their innate ability to strengthen their bodies, though they could not increase in size like true beasts, nonetheless enhanced their strength unconsciously. In this world, cultivating one's physique was nearly impossible. It wholly depended on the energy stored within. The more energy one possessed, the stronger they became. With less energy, one grew weaker. And without energy, one perished. Regardless of one's practice, all beings could instinctively absorb energy, though some could store it while others merely consumed it without leaving a trace. The enhancement of the physical body was non-existent. Such traits were innate. One either possessed them or did not. The prison realm bestowed upon him the continuous ability to augment his physical form, requiring only that he seek out formidable races to imprison, devour, and absorb their essence. The weaknesses of these beasts were evident. They lacked intelligence and did not utilize the vast energy within their bodies. Relative to their enormous size, their internal energy was actually limited. Excessive consumption could lead to their demise. Conversely, their advantages were clear. They could automatically reinforce their bodies. Especially deep-sea creatures whose toughened skin and resilient flesh far surpassed that of terrestrial beings. Furthermore, their capacity to absorb energy was incomparably more efficient than that of humans or humanoids by several hundred times. Their physical forms, while present, could not support them without sustenance. And even without cultivation methods, they were naturally superior. In this month, under his tutelage, Kasuma adhered to new training methodologies, yielding impressive results as her battle power soared to 400, an increase of nearly 90 points. At first, he would engage in training during the intervals with Kasuma, but later, he began to delve into technology inspired by the memories of the crocodile people. The meticulously leveled area of 10 square kilometers has transformed into a miniature industrial park, with technology surpassing the standards of the former Earth. It is not that he does not aspire to create superior inventions. Rather, the current capabilities and physique of Kasuma make the use of these iron rings most suitable. Their weights are identical, 4 for Kasuma and 28 for him. However, the disparity in their strengths is considerably greater, with one at 400 and the other at 1800. This is still under the condition that Igrant cannot enhance his physique, focusing instead on fortifying his body, which only accounts for an increase of 800 in energy. Otherwise, it would be much higher. If the physical strength of an ordinary being is rated at 1, he now possesses approximately 16 to 18. This implies that, excluding techniques and skills, in a purely physical confrontation or energy attack, he can triumph over an adversary 18 times stronger than himself. It is akin to an alternate form of Super Saiyan. One day in the future, should he be able to defeat an enemy 50 times stronger without the need for transformation, he would embody a state of constant Super Saiyan. If he were to transform, the amplification would reach a staggering 250 times. The Super Saiyan 2 form merely offers a 100-fold increase, nearly nearing half the power of Super Saiyan 3. However, this remains a mere fantasy. In the early stages, it is quite straightforward to plunder abilities from other formidable beasts or unique races, but in the later stages, he may only absorb strength, knowledge, and skills. The idea of rapidly enhancing physical strength akin to the present is almost impossible. Hey, just heed my words. The preceding was merely an appetizer. The initial promise of elevating to a combat power of 1,000 within a year cannot be met with such sluggish progress. Kasuma instinctively nodded. Indeed, while the initial growth in strength appears rapid, once a bottleneck is reached, achieving such swift advancement becomes unfeasible. It is only due to the adoption of Igrant's more effective training methods this past month that her strength has increased so significantly. With the bloodline of a lower-tier warrior and at the tender age of 4, achieving a major breakthrough is far from simple. In comparison to her peers among intermediate Saiyan children, her current prowess is already formidable, leaving little room for dissatisfaction. Yet, when compared to Igrant, her abilities seem trivial. Just as she nodded in agreement, Kasuma sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, her delicate face turned frosty. Chapter 21, Undercover Training, Part 2, Rapid Ascension. Life and death battle. Igrant was about to continue speaking when the temperature of the air around them suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. He looked in astonishment at the frost-laden face of Kasuma. Before he could inquire, Kasuma's cold voice, laced with palpable anger, cut through the air. Something is wrong. Igrant straightened up, pondering where the inconsistency lay. He had not misspoken. Did you not say that if you followed my guidance for a year, your strength would be able to catch up to mine? Igrant stared in disbelief at Kasuma. Catch up? To my strength? The strength I possess now? No. It must be a flaw in my reasoning, or perhaps in yours. Can you match my prowess? Do I still need to uphold the dignity of a transcendent being? Speak up. Why are you silent? Kasuma exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Igrant, resolute in her decision. Should Igrant attempt to evade the matter, she would not hesitate to pummel him as she did in her youth. Yet, she realized, she was not capable of besting him now. Even if she were to advance, she would at least leave a mark. Igrant pondered deeply. The more he thought, the more he sensed something was amiss. Kasuma, if my memory serves me correctly, I distinctly mentioned that if you heed my words, I guarantee that within a year, your strength will reach my current level, at least surpassing 1,000. Am I right? Indeed. Kasuma replied through gritted teeth, her tone resolute. Isn't that surpassing 1,000? Igrant fixed his gaze on Kasuma. And what about reaching my current level? It dawned upon him that the young lady had misunderstood. Kasuma, you agree. I stated that you would attain my current level, correct? Igrant's expression turned sour as he emphasized his words. Yes, you have said so, no need to reiterate. Kasuma dismissed him outright. Strength, true strength, is paramount. It is my current level, the strength I possessed when I first encountered you. Her brow furrowed deeply. You are deliberately obscuring the truth, Igrant protested, feeling unjustly accused of confusion when it was she who was being obstinate. No, Kasuma, I did indeed say that, and you concurred. He denied her a chance to retort. Furthermore, I have been training diligently for a year longer than you have, and I shall not falter in my training for the coming year. How could you possibly catch up? Not to mention, I possess intermediate warrior qualifications. On what grounds do you believe that a year of effort could rival my inherent talent? He silently added an extra thought, considering his unique advantages. What makes you think you can compare with someone of such extraordinary gifts? Just because you are female? Igrant found himself increasingly amused and exasperated. Goodness! Given Kasuma's fierce combat nature displayed since childhood, how could she be so easily satisfied? He had previously overlooked the notion, assuming she understood the disparity between an intermediate warrior and a lower-tier warrior. Moreover, a battle power of 1,000 was already considerable. Many intermediate warriors at 11 or 12, tirelessly undertaking missions, did not reach such strength. Some lower-tier warriors might never attain this level even into adulthood. Who would have thought she had misconstrued his words? Is that so? What do you think? Igrant countered with a question of his own. Among the Saiyans, there exists an unspoken rule. A lower-tier warrior can never surpass an intermediate warrior, and an intermediate warrior can never surpass a higher-tier warrior, Bardock being the exception. Bardock was not yet an adult, merely 10 years their senior. Only through repeated survival in the battlefield could one undergo transformation. During the reign of King Vegeta, an unprecedented event occurred when a lower-class warrior became the first to surpass a power level of 10,000. However, this milestone was only achieved after returning severely injured from Planet Vegeta. Among the Saiyans, there had been no precedent for a lower-class warrior to attain such formidable strength. No one found this situation peculiar. Moreover, Bardock had already reached adulthood, and Raditz might have even been born by now. In just a year, Vegeta would come into existence, and Raditz appeared to be elder than him. In fact, Raditz was born just as his mission commenced, although he remained unaware of this. After careful consideration, Kasuma relinquished her doubts. This is the advantage of being raised in a systematic manner. The unthinking Saiyans possess their own benefits. Igrant's reasoning was also sound. A power level of 1,000 was not particularly low. She was still young, with ample time to enhance her abilities. Very well, you pass. A power level above 1,000 is acceptable. Igrant exhaled in relief. Kasuma's ability to comprehend the situation and maintain harmony was commendable. The journey ahead would not solely involve training. All right, put this on and follow me. Where to? Kasuma instinctively retorted. Enough chatter, just come with me, Igrant asserted once more, her voice commanding. Encumbered by a heavy iron ring weighing 420 pounds, Igrant made her way towards the sea. It was time to harness the environment for rigorous training. Those individuals on Earth, upon reaching a power level of 1 or 200, began utilizing their surroundings for training. ultimately integrating advanced technological devices, and later, practicing through sheer mental focus, envisioning themselves undergoing various trials. Such seemingly nonsensical behaviors, when compared to the diverse martial arts and fantastical elements of the previous world, appeared woefully inadequate. It was merely a reflection of his current limitations that prevented him from achieving those feats, and he aimed to develop a method that could accelerate his training. With the advantage of the prison realm at his disposal, he would inevitably discover effective training techniques. They descended into the depths of the sea, commencing a month-long arduous training regimen. Half a month later, on the beach, the sound of relentless clashes echoed. Faster, even faster, Kasuma. "Aww!" Igrant shouted. A thunderous explosion of energy erupted as their forces converged, casting brilliant light that separated them. "Breathe, breathe." Puff. After a brief respite, the two engaged in battle once more. A chaotic whirlwind of energy. Whoosh. Crack. Bang. Kasuma fell to the ground. "I can't go on. I need to rest." "Igrant, you're not human. You've exhausted me. It hurts." Igrant disregarded Kasuma's pitiful gaze. "Get up. Keep going." "I can't anymore." As a warrior aspiring to surpass intermediate fighters, how can you utter such words? Your current strength is merely average among mid-class warriors, and as you progress, the challenges you face will only intensify. The environment here is pleasant, and the food is abundant. Without diligence, how can one surpass others? Ignat reprimanded without mercy. "Yet, it is so painful, so exhausting. I can hardly stand. I long for rest and nourishment." "Will you not fight?" Ignat's tone softened as he inquired calmly. "May I take a moment to rest?" Kasuma looked pitifully at him. Without further ado, Ignat dove down, seizing Kasuma and soaring skyward. The sensation of the ocean's pressure engulfed me as I held my breath. Ignat bellowed beneath the waves, while Kasuma struggled to adjust herself. Speaking was utterly impossible in this vast ocean. Not everyone possesses Ignat's peculiar ability to breathe and converse as easily underwater as on land. Nonetheless, bubbles would form with speech. Time passed, and half a year slipped away. Kasuma's combat power stood at 830, while Ignat's reached an astonishing 3,200. This disparity astonished even Ignat. The beasts of this planet are extraordinarily formidable, endowed with exceptional talents, and an ineffably high efficiency in absorbing energy. Were it not for his continuously refining physique, achieving a level of 2, his energy would surely soar to 5,000. Enabling him to utilize the prison realm once more. Beneath the radiant sun and gentle sea breeze, Kasuma waited anxiously, yet Ignat was nowhere to be seen. Strange, was it not said that today would entail special training? The sound of rushing air heralded Ignat's arrival. "Ignat, you have come," Kasuma exclaimed with a sweet smile. In the past, such a reaction would have been inconceivable. Circumstances had shifted dramatically. She had tasted the sweetness of his favor. The more amiable and obedient she became, the more delightful offerings Ignat presented. Presently, she adorned herself with 12 lead rings. Each weighing 20 pounds, the lead rings were surprisingly more compact than iron ones. She wished to don even more, but Ignat intervened, explaining that the excessive weight could hinder her growth and ultimately prevent her from reaching her full height. Kasuma had initially desired strength over stature, but under Ignat's earnest counsel, she acquiesced. Now, the special training would consist of combat. Ignat, aware of Kasuma's expectations, spoke before landing, directly informing her. Kasuma's disappointment was palpable. However, this would be a life-and-death battle. Ignat remained unperturbed, stating calmly. "What?" Kasuma stared at Ignat in shock. "A life-and-death battle? What did that imply? As a warrior, one would be abandoned if gravely injured. Did this not suggest that today could be her last?" Kasuma herself doubted her ability to triumph over Ignat. Observing her disbelief, Ignat scolded lightly before offering an explanation. "What are you thinking? Our training has nearly reached its limit, yet I silently remind myself that this is not the end. I am capable of further growth, substantial growth at that. If it were not for you, I would not find it necessary to endure such complexities. If we continue to progress steadily, within 6 months, you will undoubtedly reach 1,000. But any further advancement beyond that seems nearly impossible. This bottleneck does not signify an inability to progress. The body is akin to a sponge. Just as I mention this, I can sense your disappointment. Perhaps you do not grasp the essence of the sponge analogy." Chapter 22, A Year's Time and Terrifying Growth in Power at Granny's Side. Kasuma, to put it simply, after half a year of scientific training, Your body has reached its limits. It is saturated. Continuing in this manner will yield little significant improvement. Kasuma nodded slightly, having also perceived this truth. While she could still enhance her strength, maintaining the same growth rate as in the previous 6 months is nearly impossible. How can I engage in life and death battles? Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. Otherwise, you will only grasp the surface without understanding the underlying reasons, leaving you unprepared for future challenges. The transformation of life requires repeated breakthroughs of the self. The world of Dragon Ball is no exception. Characters such as Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta have all undergone similar journeys, whether through fortuitous encounters, perilous situations, or extreme consciousness. One may envision the human body as a vessel. Our daily training serves to fill this vessel with water. Throughout this process, the vessel is reinforced. Igrant paused, observing Kasuma's curious expression, and sighed once more. The cultivation in this world bears little resemblance to a mere reinforcement process. The water within the vessel represents our strength. A portion of it becomes latent power within the vessel. This power typically remains dormant and is seldom utilized. Nonetheless, it remains an integral part of our overall strength. Our task is to awaken this latent power and merge it with our existing strength, transforming it into tangible prowess. At this juncture, the vessel will be emptied, allowing us to refill it, while concurrently, some of the water will once again enter the vessel. This entire cycle continues until we can no longer find a new direction for breakthroughs, at which point our strength stagnates. This is the state you currently find yourself in. Having reached your limits, you must unlock the full potential within you. Upon achieving this breakthrough, your strength will be significantly enhanced, and you will be able to embark on a new round of cultivation to accumulate power and potential. To achieve this, patience can suffice, but engaging in life and death battles is, in fact, the most effective means of awakening such power. Igrant spoke at length, though he was not entirely knowledgeable about cultivation, yet. That did not hinder his ability to speak confidently. After all, no one truly comprehends it, so they simply follow the lead of a strong individual like him. Kasuma exhibited a look of partial understanding. Therefore, to achieve a breakthrough, I must engage in the life and death battles you mentioned? Indeed. But how does that differ from enhancing our strength through combat? Iglant's speech became muddled. Is there a distinction? The difference is significant. Without conserving energy and engaging in high-intensity combat, one merely exhausts potential, quickly leading to depletion. It is akin to leaving a ship exposed on the beach. However, he struggled to articulate this clearly. To a Saiyan, whose mind is consumed with muscle, excessive explanation is less effective than direct action. Unexpectedly, Kasuma smiled brightly, stating, "Regardless of what Iglant says, I shall follow suit, be it life or death in battle." Strangely, Iglant felt a small stir of emotion within. Before the confrontation, one must learn to wield a tool. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Iglant solemnly declared that the so-called tool was, of course, the healing chamber. After half a year, it was the latest research outcome. With all the technological knowledge of the crocodile people embedded in his mind, Iglant did not need to engage in a comprehensive technological study step by step. It was akin to solving problems directly from the answers provided, even if one is unfamiliar. Retracing the steps based on the answers suffices. Each step meticulously documented, one could follow the procedure to develop the corresponding tool. Moreover, with the entire suite of technological information in his mind, none of this posed a challenge to Iglant. Under such circumstances, developing a healing chamber and sourcing necessary nutrients from the flora and fauna of this planet was hardly a daunting task. Iglant's so-called life or death battle was not without the intent of utilizing Kasuma's experimental healing liquid. Likewise, teaching her was also a strategic consideration for his future. He could not guarantee that he would always overpower his opponents. After sustaining severe injuries, having someone to escort him to the healing chamber would be invaluable. Kasuma's abilities would at least provide some assurance. When it comes to life-preserving measures, the more, the better. If the Saiyans consistently carried healing chambers, they would never need to abandon their severely injured companions. They would soon discover that recovering from severe injuries could significantly enhance their strength, which is not merely a legend but a testament to their inherent prowess as a race. The Saiyans' power would not be as feeble as it currently stands, akin to mere kittens or mice. The reason no one has noticed this is simply that the Saiyans do not engage in rigorous training, leaving their physical potential untapped. After one or two severe injuries, the results are inevitably subpar. Consider Goku, who, prior to the emergence of Majin Buu, toiled for years, sustaining numerous injuries. How many times did he truly experience a substantial increase in strength after recovering from severe wounds? None at all. So what basis would there be for an enhancement? Unlike Igrant, who, thanks to the unreasonable talents bestowed by marine beasts, could absorb vast amounts of energy. Very well, Kasuma readily agreed. As long as it aids in enhancing strength, I am willing to learn anything. Kasuma's agreement came swiftly, but her expression changed just as quickly. Faced with a multitude of buttons, she appeared utterly bewildered. The healing chamber of the crocodile people is not simply a matter of being thrown in and pressing a button. Their technology has not yet reached such a level. The initial steps are quite intricate. It is akin to a professor teaching a middle school student about binary equations, where the student is undoubtedly struggling. So many additions, including the therapeutic fluid. Could this be a mistake? The pill is ineffective. Training Kasuma is a laborious endeavor for a granny. Thus begins an arduous teaching process. Compared to combat and physical training, instructing Kasuma in technology proves to be a particularly challenging task. It may be aptly described as a slow and painstaking endeavor, yielding little progress. After a week of persistent effort, Kasuma barely acquires the necessary skills. Since there is still time before it is his turn, Igrant decides to ease the pressure on both Kasuma and himself. As long as the basics are grasped, he can gradually impart further knowledge later on. Now, let us proceed to the true combat. Subsequently, Kasuma embarks on a grueling routine of entering the treatment chamber every 3 days, marking the beginning of a challenging half-year. This lifestyle differs significantly from physical training. Achieving breakthroughs in a short period is no simple task. The 3-day interval is dictated by Igrant's need to source raw materials for the extraction and fusion of the therapeutic fluid. Otherwise, Kasuma would be entering the chamber even more frequently. The process is arduous, yet the outcome is commendable. Through scientifically guided training, ample nutrition, and frequent life-or-death battles, Kasuma finally triggers a significant power boost upon her 9th entry into the treatment chamber, enhancing her strength by 1/3 and elevating her combat prowess to 1100. Much to her delight. From this point onward, triggering the enhancement becomes comparatively straightforward. To reach her limits, she merely needs to unleash her inner potential. Each instance of severe injury results in substantial progress in her capabilities. By the end of the year, Kasuma's combat power astonishingly reaches over 2,100, a milestone that most lower-tier warriors can only aspire to throughout their lives. Now 5 years old, she surpasses Igrant's expectations. One can only attribute this to the rich resources of the planet, the abundant energy in its sustenance, and Kasuma's relentless diligence. Despite Igrant's formidable strength, having never entered the treatment chamber even once, despite carrying several times Kasuma's weight, he remains unhurried. His power continues to grow, showing no signs of stagnation. With ample room for further enhancement, his ongoing progress indicates greater potential. When he eventually recovers from severe injuries, his strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. As time passes, they have spent nearly 2 years on this planet. Igrant's combat power has reached over 5,300, while Kasuma has made remarkable strides to achieve 2,100. Moving forward, he has decided not to pursue further training. He must either surpass the threshold of 10,000 or learn to control his aura to conceal his true strength. Between the two paths, the latter is undoubtedly preferable. However, both are challenging endeavors that cannot be accomplished overnight. The automatic absorption of aura means he cannot conceal or control it as one would in martial arts through meridians and acupoints. Moreover, he is unfamiliar with the control methods of the Earth lineage, as these have not been imparted through anime. Bobo speaks of experiencing nature, yet he is utterly oblivious, unable to learn or adapt. Namek, regarded as the progenitor of martial arts on Earth, is indeed a rarity. Kasuma has subtly approached her limits. All that remains is to embark on a new phase of training. However, before that, Kasuma needs to unwind. The path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation, a principle that Igrant fails to grasp. Yet, he is aware of his own fatigue and yearns for respite. It is now the year 732 of the age of AI. Frieza has nearly taken control of the Saiyan race. Once this matter is settled, he intends to take Kasuma to Earth for a period of secluded training. At the very least, to master the perception and concealment of energy. Igrant calls a halt to the training, leaving Kasuma yearning for more. Are we not continuing? The exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power is too delightful for her to consider stopping. If she could return to Vegeta, as a mere low-class warrior at the tender age of 6, boasting a battle power exceeding 3,000, how thrilling that would be. Alas, the frustration of an incomplete mission lingers. Chapter 23. The Balance of Tension and Release. The blooming of carnage. Kasuma often mutters that no matter how formidable a granny may be, he is still a coward, too afraid to engage in battle. Igrant never responds. The little girl is oblivious to the gravity of her words. The cosmos is profoundly complex. Even Super Saiyans struggle to navigate its depths. It requires a protagonist with an advantage and the sacrifice of a few Krillins to stabilize the situation. What audacity fuels Kasuma's boldness? Igrant finds it tiresome to explain. A single remark about surpassing high-class warriors and achieving a battle power of 10,000 suffices to keep Kasuma firmly in line. With nothing pressing, Kasuma is restless. Since there is nothing else, let us seek out another Saiyan. Perhaps he is not here to hunt you after all. Igrant chuckles inwardly. If he were not pursuing him, he would be in a rather precarious situation. Saiyans are not known for their benevolence, nor do they adhere to any code against harming their kin. If one finds another displeasing, a well-aimed energy blast is all it takes. That aside, before we proceed, there is a task to be accomplished. Igrant does not reject Kasuma's suggestion. Through his own influence and guidance, exposing her to the brutality of the Saiyan race has effectively severed her naive aspirations. After all, wandering to relieve stress on this planet, locating that Saiyan, and eliminating him would also mitigate a potential threat. Although this threat is negligible in his eyes, he is determined not to overlook it. In the realm of killers, one must invariably confront them. Though Igrant has yet to take a life in reality, he harbors no fear. In the prison realm, he was ruthless against the crocodile men, leaving no mercy as he obliterated them to dust. The inherent brutality of the Saiyan gene still exerts a significant influence upon him. Now, with his enhanced strength, a portion of his primal nature inevitably resurfaces. Moreover, in this world, the act of killing does not necessitate a bloody confrontation with but a singular formidable energy blast. One could ensure that not a trace of the enemy remains. Is there anything else to deliberate? Our current prowess renders us free from apprehension, particularly since we are not venturing into the abyssal depths. A cruel smile flickered across Igrant's visage, sending shivers down Kasuma's spine. Let us stow away the spacecraft, he declared. What? Kasuma gasped, her mouth agape. Is that truly what you mean? Such matters hardly warrant explicit mention. Igrant, with his diminutive left hand lifting the spacecraft, gathered resplendent radiance within his right palm. Ah, are we to obliterate this place? Kasuma exclaimed in astonishment. Over the past 6 months, she had indulged in the myriad benefits of advanced technology. The remarkable enhancement of her own abilities owed at least a fraction of its success to these innovations. If Igrant were to annihilate this locale, she would feel a twinge of regret. The spherical spacecraft could not accommodate all their possessions. It sufficed to carry the initial equipment, nutrient solutions, treatment fluids, and medical pods, while the remainder would surely be left to ruin. What a pity, Kasuma murmured, her words laden with regret. These items could significantly augment our power. It matters not. We can manufacture anew in the future. It is hardly a challenge. With my presence, what do you have to fear? Igrant responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Kasuma felt a sense of relief wash over her. Over the course of the year, she had grown accustomed to the knowledge that Igrant, despite his youth, possessed an extraordinary understanding of numerous matters, even the intricacies of advanced technology. How could he have found the time to absorb such vast knowledge? He appeared to be merely 5 years old, just like her. Were it not for the absence of any concept of soul transference in her mind, she might have suspected that Igrant had undergone such a process, or perhaps that the effects of the Mengpa soup had waned. She sighed, reflecting on her own days spent as mere filler in this world. Igrant sensed Kasuma's burgeoning suspicion. Being so young, and with the characteristic bluntness of a Saiyan, it was not difficult for him to discern her doubts. This was hardly the first time she had expressed them. Yet, he could not divulge the truth. The secrets of his extraordinary abilities, the knowledge of his past life, and even the events yet to unfold were all beyond his capacity to share with her. Possessing foresight allowed him to evade much peril, while his special abilities enabled him to continually transcend his limits, perhaps even rivaling the protagonists of this tale. He was no fool. Coming to this world, he aspired to remain formidable and discreet. no matter how powerful he became. Could he truly surpass the celestial beings or face the king of all? The art of subtlety in displaying one's prowess was the true path to mastery. As his strength ascended beyond the threshold of 5,000, the utilization of his abilities would become exceedingly convenient. Presently, he was merely at level 1. After imprisoning 100 individuals, his powers would undoubtedly undergo significant transformation. Encountering suitable adversaries would allow him to imprison them at will, absorbing their essence to nourish his own growth. This method was far more exhilarating than the ostentatious displays of strength akin to that of Sun Wukong, plundering the universe to augment oneself, possessing an inexplicable potential akin to that of Sun Wukong. In comparison, he is more likely to transcend, given sufficient time. Consequently, he merely needs to ensure his own safety, occasionally emerging to bask in glory. However, frequent appearances may diminish the effect of his bravado. Not only could he risk being perceived as foolish, but he also might find himself beset by formidable foes that materialize from the shadows, leaving him battered and bruised. As he spoke, Igrant's right hand began to amass energy, gradually transforming into a luminous energy orb. With a deft motion, he directed the orb towards the base. Whoosh whoosh. Countless slender beams of white light erupted from the energy orb, converging upon the base. With a resounding explosion, what once was a thriving, futuristic stronghold was reduced to mere rubble, riddled with deep craters and swirling dust. Kasuma watched, her envy palpable. Igrant possessed numerous peculiar techniques, some boasted tremendous power, while others were bizarre, yet exceptionally effective in unique circumstances. Whether it be broad explosions, pinpoint precision, formidable penetration, or remote manipulation, these abilities fascinated her. She eagerly sought to learn from Igrant, who generously imparted his knowledge. Unfortunately, her skills were limited to mere condensation, release, and the explosive burst. Among the techniques passed down to her, she had only mastered these 3, along with a form of aerial maneuvering. The rest remained beyond her grasp. Her age was a significant obstacle that even Igrant could not surmount. Yet, she did not despair, persistently imitating and striving to learn. Though she had yet to make any significant progress, she could only watch with longing as Igrant demonstrated his skills. What shall we do next? Kasuma asked. Assuming Igrant referred to that matter, her eagerness evident. Igrant shook his head, offering no explanation. Let us go? If they discussed it now, Kasuma might bombard the surroundings, leaving him as a mere spectator. The two soared through the skies, one ahead of the other, making their way towards the island's center. Throughout their journey, Igrant did not temper his energy, soaring at an astonishing speed. To keep pace with him, Kasuma exerted herself to the fullest, her energy causing fierce winds to swirl around them. The surrounding air, akin to a steel blade, carved deep impressions into the earth, as if the ground itself had been plowed, leaving devastation in their wake. Flora, fauna, rivers, and valleys all suffered the consequences of their path. Intent on unleashing a wave of destruction to alleviate the tension of their training, they made no effort to conceal their trail. Kasuma beamed with excitement, her energy surging, the results appearing quite promising. Igrant felt similarly invigorated. He often suppressed his murderous intent and the fierce bloodlust that coursed through him. He had shown no mercy in obliterating the prisoners of the realm. The gene, while bestowing upon them formidable talents, also granted them a savage nature. Perhaps severing the ties would yield some relief. However, that was not yet an option he intended to pursue. The Super Saiyon's disdain for the rosy hue of the Super Saiyan god is palpable. He finds the Super Saiyan blue somewhat acceptable. Yet, in comparison to the Super Saiyan 4, they pale in significance. The allure of the Super Saiyan 4 is undeniable. Strength may be ephemeral, but charm is everlasting. He is determined to pursue the path of the Super Saiyan 4. The resilience symbolized by the blue form, unyielding to any environment, is something he can attain through the prison world, rendering it less significant in his eyes. As they journeyed, the echoes of thunderous roars and sinister laughter reverberated around them. In playful banter, more than a month slipped by, and the once breathtaking and terrifying forest that nourished and sheltered them had been reduced to desolation and decay. Vast expanses had turned to scorched earth. During this time, Igrant had also found a suitable spot to dock the spaceship, not far from the coastline, yet distinctly separate from the beach where he had initially landed. He harbored concerns about potentially missing the arriving Saiyans. Should they come to this continent and obliterate their sole remaining spacecraft, it would spell disaster. After over 10 days of devastation, they had barely begun to traverse this 12 million square kilometer island. Over the course of 40 days, the duo had relished the thrill of the hunt. They had eliminated most of the ants hiding in their caves with their energy beams. On this particular day, they soared to their final sanctuary. All right, this should suffice. Igrant mused, savoring the high ground and the exhilarating sense of casually dispatching those with lesser power. Alas, he lamented, such indulgence could lead to becoming a mere puppet of strength. Kasuma, however, felt little of this. Her cheeks flushed and her lips tinged with color. Previously, her weaker prowess had seen her constantly pursued by the ferocious beasts of this forest. Now, after a year of relative ease, she had experienced a remarkable transformation. This was the sweet taste of vengeance. Without such experiences, her path to enlightenment would remain obstructed. Wait, let me test the extent of my current power, she declared, her excitement palpable. Do not exert yourself fully. Conserve some strength, Igrant urged, knowing they would soon embark on a journey across the vast ocean. Exhaustion would only hinder their progress, potentially necessitating him to carry Kasuma. A glint of mischief danced in Kasuma's eyes. How can I know my true strength without fully exerting myself? Ignoring Igrant's caution, she let out a fierce cry and ascended higher, nearing 300 zhong. With both hands raised, she summoned her energy, her face flushed and her body trembling with effort. Light converged above her palms as she unleashed her full potential. Concentrate, she urged, her determination evident. Igrant crossed his arms, observing Kasuma as the energy around her grew, the atmospheric pressure and temperature rising steadily. He shook his head in resignation. Such a waste, he thought, noting her inability to harness her power effectively. This was a common affliction throughout the universe. Igrant, though slightly better off, was not without his own limitations. Engaging in a fight, shaking the heavens and the earth, yet before striking, one expends a fraction of their strength, be it 1% or even 1/50th. Does this not exemplify sheer foolishness? When one is already committed to a fierce battle, flaunting their muscles is a sign of lunacy. The true path lies in delivering a stealthy blow to incapacitate the opponent. Only the deities, such as the Kaishin, the gods of destruction, and the angels, possess the ability to maintain complete restraint. The rest, including Sun Wukong and his companions, create a tumultuous spectacle during their later battles. The orb of energy swells larger, emanating a hint of purple brilliance from the center of the white energy sphere, a manifestation of power reaching its zenith and undergoing transformation. Regrettably, I too am unable to achieve this. Even if I exert merely 1/3 of my strength, I would conjure cataclysmic upheaval, unable to find a means to contain such energy. Or perhaps, Igrant contemplated a notion, only to vigorously shake his head. While feasible, such an approach would undoubtedly offend others. Should I attempt to capture the Kaishin, using the prison realm to engulf and absorb him? Before he could act, the god of destruction and the angels would undoubtedly emerge to eliminate him. It is absurd to think they would allow him to use the prison realm against the Kaishin. However, in the current scenario, the Kaishin of the 7th universe is merely a pseudo-deity, lacking knowledge and prowess, his strength feeble, and his existence not intertwined with that of the god of destruction. If I were to devour that individual, perhaps the god of destruction would not retaliate. The Kaishin's lifespan is a mere 75 million years. It is a mystery how the 15th generation of the Kaishin, sealed within the Kaishin's sword, managed to live so long. Amidst the turmoil of thoughts, a hurricane interrupted him. The energy orb in Kasuma's hand ascended a short distance, then veered sharply downward, shooting off into the distance. Exhausted, Kasuma plummeted rapidly from the sky, dispelling his chaotic thoughts. Igrant swiftly approached Kasuma, enveloping her in his arms. You are being reckless. You have exhausted all your energy. What if an enemy appears? You will be in peril. With an innocent smile, Kasuma replied, but you are here, aren't you? Upon finishing her words, she tilted her head and succumbed to slumber. Igrant shook his head, a wave of emotion swelling within him, resolute in his determination to protect Kasuma, the young girl who had been intertwined with his fate since childhood. Previously dismissive of him, she had chosen to undertake a mission with him, increasing its difficulty out of concern for his safety. Despite his strength far surpassing hers, she now relied on him profoundly. Even amidst brutality, he harbored a unique sentiment for a companion from his youth, a bond founded on trust. This feeling was unfamiliar to him. In his past life, the relatively harmonious society had gradually fostered a sense of estrangement as individuals donned layers of protective barriers. Ironically, in this world dominated by the strong, where the weak are preyed upon, such connections are more profound. Upon becoming formidable, one inevitably garners a multitude of trust from others. With a swift motion, I turned my gaze towards the fiery explosions. Kasuma, you are still lacking. Your work is not yet complete. As I spoke, I conjured an energy orb, similar in size to Kasuma's, effortlessly wielded with a single hand. My strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin, not merely in terms of sheer power. With a gentle push, the energy orb soared towards the area she had just bombarded. A thunderous roar ensued. Watching the flames erupt, a satisfied glint shone in my eyes. My control was commendable. The orb perfectly circled around the remnants of Kasuma's destruction, nearly obliterating everything, allowing us to proceed to another island. Peering down at the slumbering Kasuma in my arms, I resolved not to awaken her, permitting her to enjoy a peaceful rest. With a surge of energy, I soared away, leaving behind the forest I had inhabited for a year without a trace of remorse. As Kasuma gathered her energy, she preserved the outskirts of the forest. A gray-furred fox, endowed with a unique talent, had ventured out to investigate the situation. When Kasuma unleashed her energy towards the forest, a flicker of panic crossed the fox's eyes. The surrounding space shimmered, and it vanished without a trace. I subsequently unleashed the energy orb's explosion, annihilating a den of foxes residing at the edge of the collapsed pit. All were over a meter long, sprawled lifelessly within the crumbled earth. I departed, and as the energy waves dissipated, the air within the pit began to stir. The gray fox reappeared, its eyes glowing crimson, incessantly squeaking and frantically pawing at the soil. After extracting all the fox carcasses from the charred ruins, tears of blood streamed from its eyes. The fox shrieked wildly, its piercing cries echoing through the desolate landscape. After a considerable time, the fox ceased its wailing, its nose twitching incessantly. A deep-seated hatred shone in its eyes, surrounded by an aura of malevolence. It opened its mouth to gather a large sphere of light, directing it towards the ground to create a deep pit. The gray fox buried all the deceased, its resentment unrelenting. With a ripple in the air, the fox vanished into thin air. Cradling Kasuma, I sped through the ocean. Compared to the forest, where one must be wary of aerial predators, the ocean seemed somewhat more forgiving. This is not to imply that the ocean is devoid of peril. It harbors far more terrifying creatures than the forest. The relative ease of the ocean lies in the fact that I need only remain vigilant for horrors lurking below the surface. In the forest, however, dangers could emerge from any direction, even from beneath the trees. The detector was activated, continually beeping, which hindered my judgment and vigilance. Without it, I would be oblivious to the potential emergence of ferocious beasts. Throughout my journey, I traversed 3,000 miles with remarkable ease and comfort. From time to time, energy orbs were hurled into the ocean, and before the echoes of the explosions reached him, he had already soared several dozen miles away. Below, the waves roared tumultuously, and Igrant felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Having concealed his prowess and cautiously maintained his composure until now, he finally possessed the audacity to revel in his freedom. Were it not for the concern of disturbing Kasuma's slumber, he would have liked to let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. 2 5-year-old children wreaking havoc upon the marine life above the ocean, committing grievous transgressions. This should have continued until they set foot on another island. Suddenly, while soaring through the sky, Igrant was seized by an inexplicable sense of unease, as if a terrifying creature were approaching him. He dared not let his guard down. Cradling Kasuma in his left arm, he formed a protective barrier with his energy, while activating the detector with his right hand. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted sounds, indicating that no formidable creatures were nearby. At a depth of 2,000 meters below, there were indeed some beings, but none showed signs of surfacing. For a moment, Igrant questioned whether his tumultuous emotions had caused a misperception. How strange. Could it be that my heightened senses have faltered, despite being a skilled practitioner? In his musings, Igrant flew several more miles forward, only to abruptly halt. No, something was amiss. The sense of danger had not diminished, but rather intensified. Igrant unleashed a more potent aura to envelop both himself and Kasuma. This planet was peculiar, and complacency was not an option. If their actions in the forest had disturbed some ancient beings, it could lead to serious trouble. Igrant had never underestimated this planet. The colossal creature he had encountered upon landing still haunted his thoughts. Its sheer size made him feel insignificant, as if any attempt to confront it would be futile. He had foolishly believed that terrifying creatures resided solely in the ocean. On land, the most formidable beings reached only 1,200, and he had long since dispatched them single-handedly. Moreover, there were no creatures here that concealed their presence. Just as he was about to rouse Kasuma, the air rippled like water, and the protective barrier emitted a chilling creak, suddenly becoming unstable. This was dire. Igrant's expression shifted alarmingly. The detector had failed to register the presence of an ancient creature capable of masking its aura. Igrant shouted to awaken Kasuma, clutching her as he retreated swiftly. Yet, the surroundings were eerily empty. He could not discern any enemies. With no support in sight, Igrant's hair stood on end, his senses heightened. Unbeknownst to him, the detector had just registered a value of 3,200. The incessant beeping of the device, combined with the sudden assault, left him no time to focus elsewhere. Kasuma, waking groggily, opened her eyes, her lovely face etched with fury. Igrant, do you wish for death? Igrant did not lower his guard, remaining vigilant of their surroundings as he summoned energy to protect both of them. Quiet, Kasuma, there are foes nearby. Kasuma pouted, what enemies? Just kill them directly. She pressed the detector, frowning as she noted the absence of significant combat power. With that, she fell silent. The enveloping shield surrounding the two of them underscored the gravity of their predicament. She could not fathom that Igrant would jest in such a manner. Kasuma was on the verge of breaking free. Do not move. Your strength has yet to be restored. Kasuma's petite visage twisted into a grimace. I have not. I told you not to be careless. Depleting your energy puts us at a disadvantage. Kasuma fell silent. Should one attribute this to Igrant's ominous foresight? Or was it indeed her own folly? Chapter 25. The Invisible Enemy, What Shall We Do? The detector has failed to identify any foes. Could it be the enemies you mentioned that can conceal their presence? This planet is not devoid of intelligent life. Even ferocious beasts might lurk, perhaps beneath the waves. Igrant dared not relax his guard. I do not know where the enemy originates. I have not detected anything. Had I not sensed something amiss and activated the shield in advance, I would now be a lifeless corpse. As he spoke, a wave of trepidation washed over Igrant. Thankfully, having consumed countless novels and dramas in his past life, he instinctively prioritized self-preservation and trusted his instincts. What then? Shall we remain in this stalemate? No. We must uncover the truth, Igrant asserted with determination. With the enemy concealed while we remain exposed, this impasse is untenable. You must recover swiftly and maintain your shield for protection. I cannot expend too much energy, or both of us shall surely perish today. Kasuma fell into silence. Igrant's demeanor conveyed the seriousness of their situation. The enemy was likely formidable. Here we are in the ocean, and Igrant's thoughts trailed off. Indeed, under siege from all directions in the air, with no means of defense, and yet we have no barriers. Upon entering the ocean, disregarding resistance and other factors, the presence or concealment of the enemy would manifest through changes in the water. With his acquired ability to survive in the ocean, confronting the enemy would become easier. We shall enter the sea. With that, Igrant cradled Kasuma in one arm and began to descend slowly. Creak! A resounding hatred echoed, causing both Igrant and Kasuma to focus intently, on guard. The sound did not resemble that of oceanic creatures. It was undoubtedly terrestrial. What is that? I do not know. The beasts on this planet are entirely unlike those on ordinary worlds. Igrant's expression darkened further. Knowing the origin of the sound only added to the complexity of their situation. This is the ocean. How can land creatures reach this place? Where could they possibly be hiding? Amphibious creatures should not produce such sounds. Perhaps it is a bird? It could only be a bird. Where could it be concealed? His right hand was poised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, sending the shield quaking. Igrant, still holding Kasuma, was propelled backward. Such tremendous force. What is happening? Kasuma exclaimed in alarm, having detected no trace of the enemy. Igrant steadied himself, adjusted his breathing, and heightened his vigilance. I shall rise. As Kasuma prepared to struggle, Igrant admonished her in a low voice. Do you wish to perish? Remain still. However, she hesitated. There are no buts. You must swiftly restore your strength. Kasuma, her face etched with regret, realized that recovering her power was not an easy task. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind them, prompting Igrant to spin around in haste. Where's the person? Are they not human? Igrant stood bewildered. For behind him was merely a beam of energy, devoid of any living presence. As he spoke, he thrust his right hand forward, sending forth an energy blast that erupted in a dazzling display. A force struck him from behind, causing Igrant to stumble forward. "Igrant!" Kasuma exclaimed in alarm. "Calm down, Kasuma. Activate the detector and monitor the situation closely. Even if the enemy conceals themselves, their actions may reveal their position." Igrant spoke with composure, his senses alert to his surroundings. The enemy was exceedingly elusive. He had yet to lay eyes upon them, and had already endured multiple assaults. Simultaneously, he felt a deep anguish within. If only he had learned to harness energy on Earth, the enemy would not have been able to hide. The adversary did not seem exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, they could have simply overwhelmed him directly instead of resorting to stealthy ambushes. Understanding the situation did not alter the fact that it remained unfavorable for Igrant. The enemy waited patiently, while he could not afford to expend energy unnecessarily. "I understand," Kasuma replied, her focus entirely on the detector. A loud crash echoed. 1800. As Igrant sustained a severe blow, he adjusted his stance, plummeting toward the ocean floor. Concentrating, he summoned a radiant light and hurled it toward the surface. Kasuma was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. A tremendous explosion ensued, scattering light in all directions. In the wake of the recoil, their descent was unexpectedly halted, and they began to ascend. 2200. The enemy's power fluctuations are significant. "Igrant, how did you know it would strike from behind? Did you sense its presence?" Kasuma inquired. Her spirits lifted. Igrant shook his head, bitterness etched on his face, his heart sinking like a stone. "What do you mean by no? It was merely a guess, a probe. The enemy does not solely attack from behind. They aim to prevent me from entering the sea. This indicates their fear of the ocean, or at least a pretense of it. This realization is more terrifying than if they were unafraid. It suggests the enemy comprehends our actions and is actively obstructing us. An adversary endowed with intelligence is far more formidable than a mere beast. Coupled with their ability to remain concealed, this indeed presents a grave predicament." Igrant summoned more energy to bolster his protective shield. At present, he was merely a target, and maintaining the shield was paramount. Could there be more than one enemy? Kasuma suddenly posited. The detector registered 3 times, 1800, 2200, with an intermediate reading of 900. She could only articulate twice. This sudden surge in combat power posed no threat to them, particularly with the addition of 900, rendering it unnecessary to vocalize. It was for this reason she spoke thus. A flicker of realization sparked within Igrant, yet he dismissed it without utterance. The enemy possessed intelligence, perhaps capable of exploiting this facet. Perhaps, but currently, they were entering the sea, and the enemy undoubtedly feared the ocean. Upon concluding this thought, he embraced Kasuma and plunged downward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Another signal. Indeed. Igrant felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus far, this was the most promising information. Having something to fear was sufficient. Bang. The protective shield emitted a violent impact once more. Igrant ground his teeth in frustration, but could only endure. Engage. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of a shadow. It was exasperating. He had not anticipated that reaching such a level of strength would lead to such a desperate situation before the grand event had truly commenced. "Kasuma, hold on tight. We must swiftly enter the sea." Igrant's anger boiled within him, directed at the coward lurking behind. They must not be afforded an opportunity, otherwise. "Understood," Kasuma replied, wrapping her arms around Igrant's waist. Releasing her left hand, Igrant summoned radiant energy that surged from both hands. One energy orb after another was shot downward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A cold glint flickered in Igrant's eyes. The enemy was growing anxious. The more desperate they became, the more it indicated he had pinpointed their vulnerability. He dove closer to the ocean's surface. "No, Igrant, beneath the sea lurks a foe with a combat power of 3,800. Surrounded by danger, Igrant made a swift decision. The enemy in the ocean was not particularly formidable. Compared to the unseen adversary yet to be revealed, Igrant preferred to confront the behemoth in the water. Maintaining speed. A resolute expression crossed Igrant's face. Wasn't it merely combat? The Saiyans feared nothing. Bang! The descent accelerated. The hidden foe, realizing the obstruction was futile, began to relentlessly strike Igrant's protective shield from behind. Due to the angle, he could not see clearly. However, Kasuma had a different perspective, with her arms wrapped around Igrant. She could see more of the area behind him, beyond merely his chin and part of her own back. Igrant, a gray creature with fur, it's a beast, she observed. Igrant remained silent. Surrounded by adversaries, he needed to plunge into the sea to confront the behemoth. Kasuma was also in motion. The temperature in her eyes surged as energy filled them, and crimson laser beams shot into the sky, intersecting. She hoped to alleviate some pressure from Igrant through this means. Though it may seem lengthy, less than 2 minutes had elapsed. Igrant has approached the surface of the sea. Kasuma, forget about it. Adjust your breathing. Use the air to protect yourself. With over 100 combat power, Sun Wukong could linger underwater for half an hour. Without the burden and after training, Kasuma would endure even longer. Yes, Kasuma had just finished speaking when, splash, the two plunged into the water. Kasuma wore a bewildered expression. No, I haven't had a chance to adjust my breathing. Gurgling, she covered her mouth with her hands, her small eyes reflecting innocence. Point the way. I need to eliminate the ocean beast first. Kasuma opened her mouth, gurgling, and just pointed. Igrant, feeling anxious, realized that even submerged, the sense of danger had not vanished. Merely lessened. Remaining in danger implied that the enemy could still strike, a troublesome predicament indeed. Where did this old monster come from? He needed to cut through the chaos swiftly. Otherwise, while he was not afraid of fighting in the water, Kasuma possessed no means of self-defense. Igrant's eyes burned with fury. If only I had some magic beans right now, that would be splendid. Chapter 26. Surrounded and outnumbered, the deceptive and cunning beasts at this moment. Igrant yearned fervently for the magic beans of the cat sage on Earth. Resolute, he decided to hasten to Earth and extort all the magic beans from the cat sage. Following the direction pointed by Kasuma, Igrant glided through the water like a fish, swiftly approaching the sea beast. He did not need to expend time. Amidst the flowing water, the sea beast also drew closer to them. The energy signatures of Igrant and Kasuma were too intense, enticing the sea beast greatly. Amidst the surging waters, a rhythmic sound emerged, a joyous noise signaling the sea beast's delight at finding delectable prey. A cold glint flickered in Igrant's eyes. Food, is it? Let us see who becomes the prey. As they spoke, the human and beast locked eyes, charging at each other without a greeting. Bang! The protective shield once again endured a fierce assault. Igrant stood dumbfounded. That unknown creature dared to approach, seemingly unafraid of the ocean. He felt only a slight ripple in the water, which then vanished. That ripple was merely the result of its attack. Under normal circumstances, it was imperceptible. In his moment of distraction, the sea beast opened its massive jaws, lunging fiercely at Igrant and Kasuma. A flurry of thoughts raced through Igrant's mind. He immediately resolved to charge forward, diving in. The sea beast was immense, and upon entering, their strength remained intact, allowing them to hide within its colossal form. The beast roared, eager to confront Igrant in a battle of supremacy. Clutching Kasuma, Igrant surged forward, not waiting for its jaws to close. He plunged down the creature's throat, directly into its body. Kasuma, amidst the increasingly dark waters, blinked, creating bubbles with each flutter of her eyelashes. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves in a pitch-black abyss. Igrant, it's all right. Let's take shelter for now. Once you regain your strength, we shall confront them again. To ease Kasuma's worries, Igrant elaborated. Are we inside that massive creature? Indeed. I am uncertain of our exact location, but as long as we avoid the stomach, we should be fine. While speaking, he gathered energy in his hands, randomly firing in all directions. The pain or fate of the sea beast was of no concern to him. It had devoured everything, and surely it could withstand a bit of discomfort. The creature's tough hide and resilient flesh revealed no significant reaction to Igrant's onslaught. They cleared the surroundings to create a larger platform, allowing both to finally catch their breath after 3 harrowing minutes. From the moment of encountering the unknown foe to now, merely 3 minutes had passed, yet Igrant felt half of his energy depleted. Focus on recovering your power. Once you are restored, we will pursue that individual. I am determined to capture him. Yes, capture him. Igrant's envy was palpable. He coveted that elusive ability. The prospect of employing his prison realm again was enticing. He envisioned seizing that individual and incapacitating him completely before confinement. Unbeknownst to them, their chaotic assault within the sea beast led to it writhing in agony, ultimately surfacing. However, upon emerging, a gray fox relentlessly attacked it. With injuries sustained, diving back down was unbearable, leaving it to bob helplessly in the ocean. Why does it feel so turbulent? Could there be trouble? Kasuma's face was etched with anxiety as she inquired. Igrant pondered this as well. The situation had escalated so quickly that he hadn't had the chance to gauge the true size of the sea beast, but it was undoubtedly substantial. With over 3,200 combat power, this was no creature of shallow waters. It was likely over 3,000 meters deep, possibly exceeding 30 zhang in length. Such magnitude. And they could feel the turbulence. What was the beast doing? As calmness returned, curiosity peaked within Igrant. Had the situation lingered longer, his demise would have been assured. The unseen enemy was draining his energy with every attack. Prolonged defense would lead to inevitable failure. Do you think the entity attacking us is also assailing the sea beast? A thought sparked in Igrant's mind, growing increasingly plausible. He exchanged a glance with Kasuma. Indeed, in this darkness, we can see nothing, merely gazing into the void. Concentrating. He summoned a beam of light from his fingertips, piercing through flesh and illuminating their immediate surroundings for a brief moment. The unfortunate sea beast, initially anticipating a feast, had unwittingly invited disaster within. With an enigmatic enemy lurking outside and sporadic stabs of pain within, it had never faced such misfortune. Thus, it could only drift upon the ocean's surface, caught in a relentless turmoil. Hiding within the ocean, that adversary would also launch its attacks. Its performance was even inferior to that of Igrant. In a brief span, numerous dents of varying sizes marred its surface, with blood gushing forth. Though these minor wounds were not fatal, the pain was excruciating. Accumulating such injuries could indeed become lethal. Yearning to venture into the depths of the sea, yet finding oneself devoid of strength, it was a moment of being caught between a rock and a hard place, awaiting inevitable demise. Perhaps, by this means, we might emerge as the beneficiaries. Kasuma curled her lip in disdain. As a valiant Saiyan warrior, such a cowardly approach was utterly disgraceful. A true man, Pa? A genuine warrior engages in combat with authenticity and valor. This desperate struggle for survival was shameful. Yet, in the current predicament, there was no choice but to proceed thus. Given the circumstances, one could only act in this manner. Igrant activated the detector, its beeping resonating incessantly. He focused intently on the device, realizing that the only course of action was to glean some understanding of the enemy through this instrument. Indeed, the enemy, though enigmatic, revealed energy signatures with each attack. At its lowest, the readings were just over 400, while at their peak, they could soar to 4,000, averaging around 2,000. Igrant seethed with frustration. What sort of nonsense was this? He was a Saiyan, a formidable one with a battle power exceeding 5,000. Tasked with a mission, he was being relentlessly pursued by beasts averaging a power level of 2,000 on a primitive planet. How did this differ from Raditz' encounter on Earth, where he was vanquished by Piccolo? At least Raditz had faced a group of adversaries. He had not even glimpsed the visage of his foe. Was this truly our fate? You must first restore your strength. Only then, when you are secure, can I unleash my full potential. Very well. An unusual sensation stirred within Kasuma, followed by an acceptance of the situation. She failed to recognize that this was entirely distinct from the Saiyan legacy she had embraced. Time trickled by, and at last, Kasuma's strength was restored, prompting a sigh of relief from Igrant. There were indeed benefits to perseverance. Had he been in the clutches of that unknown entity, he would not have endured for so long. We can venture out now. No sooner had Kasuma uttered these words than her stomach let out an earth-shattering growl. I am hungry. Igrant found himself at a loss. The nutrient solutions had been left on the original continent, concealed alongside the spacecraft. They had anticipated a smooth journey, taking it all for granted. Who could have foreseen the emergence of such a bizarre entity from the land? Where would they find sustenance now? Unlike the outside, where one could ignite flames and capture ferocious beasts for roasting, within the oceanic creatures, using energy merely resulted in gaping holes and carnage. As for directly roasting the flesh of sea beasts with energy, apologies, but that would be akin to asking someone to grill with a lighter, too scalding to handle. Or perhaps, a bomb for barbecuing? With a force neither gentle nor fierce, hunger gnawed at their bellies, leaving them utterly helpless. They could either endure or resort to gnawing on the flesh of the sea beast. Get lost. Let us depart. Have you devised a plan? It should be feasible. A whimsical thought crossed Igranti's mind. When one cannot strike, one might as well learn from Piccolo and surround oneself with energy orbs, testing the adversary's agility. This time, Igranti required no assistance. The two stood back to back, unleashing energy blasts that swiftly carved a path, allowing them to burst forth from the sea beast's insides. However, they were left dumbfounded upon encountering the light. Emerging from the creature's depths, they were not greeted by the expected ocean, but rather the vast sky. Had they overshot their escape? Kismera even held her breath in astonishment. Suddenly, with a stumble, Igrant fell forward. "Ignore me, safeguard yourself." With a low shout, Igrant channeled more energy to sustain the protective barrier while unleashing a barrage of energy blasts ahead. His form shifted, and soon, the air was saturated with his attacks. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden strike interrupted him. A tremendous sound echoed, almost simultaneous in its ferocity. A gray figure struggled in the air beside Igrant, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. A fox? A gasp escaped, as Igrant stared in bewilderment at the diminutive creature before him. Chapter 27. The Cunning Fox, Kismera in Peril. It was indeed a gray-furred fox. Did such creatures even possess gray fur? Its ears were elongated, currently battling amidst the explosions. A smile flickered across Igrant's face. It was revealing its form, which was reassuring. With a swift motion, braving the blast, Igrant advanced towards the gray fox. The fox's blood-red eyes glared at Igrant, brimming with murderous intent and resentment, creating an atmosphere as volatile as a massive bomb. With an enraged cry, the fox vanished. The ensuing explosions reverberated through the air, momentarily disorienting Igrant, leaving him perplexed about the fox's escape. Confusion and vigilance filled his gaze. The fox, so cunning, displayed such fury yet chose to flee without a fight. Such indignity. Kismera cried out in distress. Igrant felt utterly helpless. What a splendid opportunity had slipped away due to his astonishment. His battle instincts had proven somewhat lacking. Experience can be misleading. Who among those emerging from the Dragon Ball world isn't a stalwart warrior? Like Frieza and Cell, who yearned to eliminate Goku, yet refrained from recklessly bombarding Earth from space. With Frieza's forces, they could have deployed a vast army to encircle and bombard the planet. Even with 10 more Sun Wukongs, there would be no respite. The Earth was destined to explode. The atmosphere shifted dramatically upon his arrival. A diminutive primordial planet had been under siege for 2 years, relentlessly pursued. He touched his nose, feeling a sense of resignation. "Let us depart." Kasuma stood frozen in place. Ignorant of the unfolding events, Igrant felt a significant portion of his anxiety dissipate, leaving only a lingering thread of trepidation. The fox had undoubtedly sustained severe injuries, and would pose little trouble in the short term. Remaining here merely to breathe the air was unwise. It would be far more prudent to enhance one's strength. For instance, the recently deployed stasis bombs were beyond his control. Had he mastered them, the fox would undoubtedly have been unable to escape. Moreover, something felt peculiar. That recent explosion, given the fox's prowess, should merely have been a nuisance rather than a cause for grievous harm. Why had the sense of danger diminished so drastically? As he flew to Kasuma's side, the radiant beams from earlier flickered intermittently. His inability to harness his power left him feeling excessively passive. This experience had taught him the necessity of diligently mastering his energy, rather than allowing it to grow wild and unchecked. Kasuma, perplexed, could do little but follow Igrant. This truly is perilous. Were it not for you, I might have met my demise on this planet, she reflected. In that moment, she comprehended Igrant's earlier concerns. Human teachings are not always effective. Experience alone suffices once. This was merely an island, yet it birthed unfathomable horrors. They had indeed been fortunate before. Her expression revealed a hint of retrospection, recalling her initial year on this planet. Teetering on the brink of death, oscillating between life and demise like an aerobics routine. Had Igrant not sought her out, her stubborn pursuit of the task would undoubtedly have led to her end. Saiyans may be combative, but they too fear death. This planet was truly terrifying. It was merely a novice task. Why was such an odd planet in existence? What were those extraterrestrial beings surveying the planets truly up to? A multitude of thoughts flitted through Kasuma's mind, but she ultimately shook her head. It's all right, Igrant is here now. A mere little fox should not pose a challenge. Let us not overthink this. Let us proceed to another island. However, Igrant's gaze remained profound. A few of such beings may not be manageable for me. Yet with one, I can discern some leads. The sense of crisis had not entirely vanished. The adversary would undoubtedly return. Occasionally, beams of light shot forth from his hand, as he seized the opportunity to explore and ascertain their direction. The two continued toward their objective, adhering to the ancient principle of following the light of the stars. Upon entering the realm of eternal night, they would seek their target at the appropriate moment. After continual attempts, the duo flew for approximately half an hour, until a vast shadowy expanse loomed before them. Kasuma suddenly halted, her brow furrowed. "What is it, Igrant?" I sensed something amiss, a foreboding danger. As soon as she spoke, a tremendous aura erupted from Igrant, enveloping him and extending towards Kasuma. In a state of urgency, Igrant exclaimed, "Kasuma, activate your shield and protect yourself." He finally discerned the peculiarities at play. Igrant's frustration simmered. That wretched creature seemed to have sustained minimal harm. It was evidently aware of its inability to contend with him and had resolved to eliminate Kasuma first. It cunningly concealed itself for half an hour before preparing to strike. Fortunately, his relentless engagement with Kasuma, without restraint, had honed her awareness of danger. Kasuma was no delicate flower, merely adorned in appearance. Kasuma responded swiftly. No sooner had Igrant uttered his warning than a protective shield enveloped her. A loud thud echoed as a great force struck the newly risen shield. Like a meteor, Kasuma was propelled into the distance. In terms of power and reflexes, she lagged far behind Igrant. Caught off guard, she struggled to stabilize herself. Luckily, her quick reflexes allowed her to conjure a shield just in time. "You cunning beast, I will see you dead," Igrant seethed, his fury intensifying as his aura expanded, propelling him towards Kasuma with remarkable speed. A resounding crash followed as Kasuma faced another attack, the distance between her and Igrant only increasing. Damn it! How does it manage to be so elusive? Igrant forced himself to regain composure and hastily pursued Kasuma. Was it a manipulation of spatial forces? Perhaps temporal powers? Or an ability beyond my understanding? Do not hold back your strength. Unleash your full potential and stabilize yourself, Kasuma, he bellowed, aware of the life-threatening crisis at hand. It would be foolish to conserve energy at such a juncture. Igrant moved like lightning, yet he was still unable to catch up to Kasuma. He contemplated using energy blasts, but feared harming her, leaving him to seethe with pent-up rage. What am I to do against such a creature? A series of high-pitched sounds erupted, the creature's voice brimming with glee. Igrant's mind raced. That gray fox possessed an unknown talent, slipping away from his grasp. It had never dared to confront him directly, and the highest power he could detect was around 4,000. Its strength should not exceed his own, given the fox's displayed cunning. If it were to surpass him, a direct confrontation would likely ensue. The challenge lay in its peculiar abilities. If it wielded powers of time or space, mere tracking would not suffice. He needed to be able to restrict its movements. Taking a deep breath, Igrant made a pivotal decision. At this point, securing the fox unscathed was all but impossible. One can only choose to slay 800 foes while suffering a loss of 1,200 oneself. Even more challenging is the fact that the source of animosity does not stem solely from oneself. The notion of having Kasuma retreat only to return and assist is undoubtedly futile. This implies that the two must remain together. Consequently, it becomes impossible to avoid severe injury. Cunning tactics will not suffice. Kasuma, hold steady and await my arrival. Igrant's concern for Kasuma's lack of awareness grew as the distance between them widened. He roared once more to remind her. Only by drawing closer and enveloping her in a protective shield could he hope to save her. Kasuma, too, came to realize that retaining her strength to aid Igrant was utterly unrealistic. The Saiyan's ethos of direct confrontation and grounded mentality could not be altered in an instant. She instinctively dismissed the cowardly act of ambush. A beast is but a beast, and its strength is limited. Given time, even a creature with a battle power of 3,000 could be worn down. Even if a detector registered their combat strength, the fox would not dare confront Igrant directly. The readings fluctuated erratically and were unstable. She believed herself unafraid of a direct encounter with the fox, confident in her defensive capabilities, and thus sought to conserve her strength for a joint battle with Igrant. Little did she know, while the fox might not be able to take Igrant down immediately, it would not fear her, capable of hunting her in a direct confrontation. The fox was astute. Upon missing its mark, it quickly adapted its strategy. Attempting to hunt Kasuma near Igrant was no simple task, prompting it to alter its approach, utilizing its uncanny abilities to repeatedly hurl Kasuma away, intending to separate her from Igrant. Once distanced, it could swiftly eliminate Kasuma and then wear down Igrant at leisure. Unfortunately, Igrant sensed the impending danger and called out to her. Each of the fox's assaults bore immense force, causing the protective shield to tremble on the brink of collapse. As if a single blow could shatter it and lead to her demise. The intent to kill was unmistakable. Chapter 28, The Disgusting Sixth. Arrangements realizing the gravity of the situation, Kasuma no longer hesitated. She unleashed her full power to withstand the fox's assault. Awaiting Igrant's arrival, she relied on her shield for protection. Her life hung by a thread, leaving no time to ponder the essence of true warriors. The cosmos was perilously deep. Eluding her grasp, the wretched beast would not grant her an opportunity. She steeled herself. Kasuma unleashed her full potential, finally halting her downward spiral. Boom. With energy surging, her internal vitality surged, forcing her to cough up blood. Her once pristine visage twisted in ferocity. "Come on, do you think I fear you?" Kasuma roared, rallying herself despite her injuries, depleting her energy reserves. Boom. The fox, sensing the distance could not be widened, and with Igrant rapidly approaching, resolved to gamble everything. Unleashing its entire might in a final, desperate bid. A tremendous force shattered her protective shield. As darkness enveloped Kasuma, she felt a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, Igrant surged forward, forcefully shielding her with a protective barrier that expanded to encompass both of them. "Are you all right?" Kasuma sighed in relief, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Curse that wretched beast. With a furious shout, Igrant cast a glance at the radiant stars above and altered his course, returning at breakneck speed to the island they had departed from. He knew that his injuries would be severe, and he needed a safe haven. Alone, he could potentially survive in the sea, even if he encountered marine beasts. However, Kasuma required solid ground, preferably near the spaceship. Once his mobility was restored, he could utilize the healing pod to regain his strength. This planet was terrifying, with a plethora of inexplicable ferocious creatures emerging. True ferocity was not measured by size, but by power. Consumed by rage, Igrant accelerated rapidly, traversing what should have taken an hour in just 20 minutes to reach the island. He was slightly off course, having been tossed about inside the beast for an indeterminate length of time. Fortunately, the island was sufficiently vast. Upon entering its vicinity, Igrant could quickly ascertain his direction. They were not far from their original departure point, merely a little over 100 miles away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A fox had been lurking nearby, occasionally launching attacks against his barrier. This proximity to the coast is too precarious. It would be better to return to our former habitat. But that would take over a day and introduce too many variables. Igrant's anger had not yet extinguished his rationality. The unfamiliar environment could conceal powerful beasts, and despite having encountered only a fox, he dared not underestimate the vast forest. He flew swiftly above the ocean, with only the fox, relying on its unique abilities, managing to keep pace. The situation on the island would be entirely different, as any remaining beasts would easily detect him. In the world of Dragon Balls, the greatest disadvantage lay in the fragility of the physical form. Without energy, even the smallest creature could devour him. Igrant remained vigilant and cautious. The area he once inhabited had been cleared of formidable beasts, particularly the vicinity of the healing pod. In a mere half hour, Igrant had altered his destination several times, his heart heavy with uncertainty. He could not afford to conceal himself, soaring over the scorched earth. The silence was deafening as the formidable creatures he feared had yet to reveal themselves. A fierce wind swept through, wreaking havoc upon the forest once more. As the old soil was disturbed, revealing a vast expanse of charred earth, the fox's urgent squeaks seemed to implore him to flee, as if warning him not to further devastate this place. What the enemy cherished, he resolutely resisted. What stirred the enemy's urgency, he felt compelled to address. Igrant halted, gathering a potent energy orb in his right hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The air rippled as the fox, with its crimson eyes ablaze, hovered directly ahead, exuding a menacing aura. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A smirk crept upon Igrant's lips. "Are you feeling anxious?" Surveying the surroundings below, he realized that ascending too high obscured his vision. However, directly ahead, the fox's mouth was agape, radiant energy coalescing but unexpressed. Igrant displayed a hint of disdain. It was merely a beast. With a surge of energy, he unleashed an energy projectile. Let the confrontation commence. He feared no one. Such thoughts coursed through his mind as the energy orb erupted in a brilliant explosion midair. His pupils constricted, every cell in Igrant's body igniting with fervor. It was unmistakable, spatial power. When the fox first appeared, perhaps due to tension, The air had quivered significantly. The previous energy projectile, propelled with great velocity, had eluded his detection. The fox materialized beneath the energy orb in an instant. Possessing a teleportation ability surpassing that of the Biodrat star, albeit still underdeveloped due to its weaker prowess. Iglant's heart raced, torn between annihilating the fox as he initially intended or reconsidering his approach. Spatial abilities, how tantalizing they were. The fox screeched in fury from below, seemingly chastising Iglant. Were there remnants of its kin? Iglant pondered, uncertain of the reason, and resolved to investigate. He gathered energy in his right hand once more, the sphere swelling larger. The fox grew increasingly anxious. The energy orb coalesced successfully. Zing, zing, zing. The orb emitted beams akin to a laser weapon, relentlessly attacking. Engaging directly was folly. If the opponent could evade, why should he stand foolishly in the open? Are you not concerned for this land? Do you not have kin below? I shall obliterate it all and see who truly panics. The fox, consumed by impotent rage, flickered about, evading Iglant's radiant assaults with remarkable agility. It was clear, spatial abilities held the greatest potential, with time manipulation trailing closely behind. The beams of energy, though swift, were nearly impossible to trace. And the fox reappeared beneath them, countering each assault with precision. Iglant's fervor intensified. He must secure victory, to the best of his ability. Failure was not an option. One could not afford to be complacent with a lurking threat in the shadows. It was paramount to prevail. If not, the creature must be eliminated. Greed could lead to one's downfall. Skills, no matter how exceptional, must be wielded effectively. These powers were not insurmountable. It merely reflected his own inadequacy. The fox continued its furious cries from below, as if to rebuke Iglant. Alas, insufficient strength rendered his light techniques ineffective due to their inherent delay. Evading the confrontation, Iglant soared towards his target, while the fox vanished from sight. A smirk curled at the corner of Iglant's mouth. A beast is but a beast. With a swift motion of his right hand, a burst of energy soared into the air behind him. The sound of a high-pitched screech echoed as the fox reappeared, obliterating the energy projectile unleashed by Iglant. Unfazed, Iglant continued to retreat rapidly from his original position. At a certain point, another energy blast ascended, hurtling towards the cosmos. This time, the fox refrained from assaulting it, seemingly aware that the energy orb would not detonate over the charred earth they had just traversed. A wicked smile crept across Iglant's face, growing ever broader. Indeed, as he distanced himself, the fox intermittently harassed him, inflicting minimal damage yet proving to be a nuisance. Much like he had just vexed the fox. 3 minutes passed, and suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The fox let out a mournful cry, losing all semblance of reason as it relentlessly bombarded Iglant. How infuriating! Damn that wretched creature! Iglant was in high spirits. Attack all you want. There's nothing for me to lose. After having tormented me for so long, what harm is there in returning the favor? Unbeknownst to Iglant, he had effectively dug the grave of the fox's family. Had he been aware, he would have acted similarly. What of morals? He was now an evil scion. The entire fox family had been obliterated. What was the harm in delivering another blow to the lifeless? A beast still clinging to notions of kinship? Absurd. Humans themselves cannot achieve such sentiments. The fox had yet to pursue him, allowing Iglant to fly towards the concealed medical pod. What is this? Kasuma, you're awake? She inquired, her voice tinged with confusion yet laced with anxiety. Where's that beast? Rest assured and recuperate. The upcoming battle will be fierce, and I may not remain conscious. If there are no ifs, we will all be fine. Kasuma's petite face tightened, urgently interrupting Iglant. Iglant disregarded her concern, speaking with solemnity. If I were to lose consciousness and the fox remains alive, you must not kill it. What? This twist is quite precarious, you fool. Just heed my words. Capture it, and do not let it escape. But there are no buts. Death brings finality, if it survives. You must ensure its capture. It will be of immense benefit to me. It can enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, Kasuma promptly sealed her lips. If it could bolster his power, no further words were necessary. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force collided with the protective shield, a gray figure lingering momentarily behind him. Chapter 29. Inflict 800 on the enemy. Self-inflict 1200. The great explosion. Iglant's gaze was as cold as eternal ice. Damn it, this is never-ending. Without looking back, he continued to forge ahead. Naturally, it was advantageous to deplete the fox's energy further. the more energy both he and the beast consumed. The greater the likelihood that his plan would succeed in annihilating the fox, while the chances of capturing it alive would increase. Yet, he dared not gamble. The fox possesses intelligence akin to that of an adult. Should it sense a deficiency in its internal strength, it tactically retreats, wary of potential harm. It is unafraid of prolonged conflict, taking a moment to recuperate before seeking retribution. By concealing itself, it can regain its strength while depleting the energy of its adversary, Igrant. This ebb and flow of power renders the task of avenging itself against Igrant more feasible. Igrant will rue the day he crossed paths with such a cunning foe. In the grand scheme of things, survival takes precedence over acquiring formidable skills. After all, no ability can be enjoyed without the breath of life to savor it. The fox, a foe endowed with extraordinary capabilities, lurks nearby, and one misstep could lead to grievous injury or even death. The adage rings true: while a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, a vigilant guardian cannot expect to remain unchallenged forever. In dire circumstances, Igrant must steel himself and employ drastic measures. Fortune favors the bold, yet the stakes are perilously high. A moment of timidity could lead to ruin, while a reckless charge might yield success. Whether one possesses temporal or spatial abilities, Igrant is aware that several individuals hold such powers, and the future may grant him the opportunity to acquire them. Life is a singular gift, once extinguished. There are no friends or family to toil for a Dragon Ball to resurrect him. Igrant's covert actions of scorched earth have thoroughly incensed the fox. Each attack allows the fox to linger momentarily, deliberately granting Igrant time to react. The more Igrant neglects it, the more furious the creature becomes. The sharp, urgent screeches pierce the air, and the frequency of its assaults escalates. A cold glimmer ignites in Igrant's eyes. The fox's consumption of energy far exceeds his own depletion. This is akin to choosing a path to heaven only to find oneself plummeting into hell. Death is inevitable, whether it comes sooner or later. Igrant, are you all right? Kasuma inquires anxiously. Igrant shakes his head, silently assessing the distance. Kasuma, can you locate the hiding spot of the healing pod? Kasuma glances around, her brow furrowing. I can't find it. The healing pod cannot be detected with a scanner. Igrant suggests several methods, ultimately relying on the light of the stars. In the primordial world, such illumination proves invaluable, rendering all technology obsolete. The crux of the matter is that Kasuma lacks the technical expertise for sophisticated operations. Ah, I found it, Kasuma exclaims, her excitement palpable, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. Good. Raise a protective shield to safeguard yourself. Should I lose consciousness? Seize the fox and take me to the healing pod. While I recover, you should procure some sustenance. The construction of the healing pod necessitates his presence upon departure. All components must be disassembled for reinstallation. Kasuma is ill-equipped for such meticulous tasks, failing to study adequately. She will need to find someone with sufficient technological prowess to accompany her in the future. As for nourishment, both are ravenous after emerging from the sea beast. Had it not been for that wretched fox, they would have sought food within the ocean. In a moment of respite, with the threat to life alleviated, it was only natural to seek sustenance. The ramifications of failure did not occupy the mind of Igrant. While one may strive to orchestrate events, ultimately, fate governs the outcome. With their entire group annihilated, pondering further seemed futile. One must simply go with the flow. Cowardice stems from the fear of death, not an inability to embrace it. Ultimately, there is no escaping fate. One must take the plunge. The odds of survival remained considerably favorable. Gaining the assurance of Kasuma, Igrant steadied his mind, allowing his energy to surge forth, fortifying his protective barrier. Inflicting 800 points of damage while sacrificing 1,200 of his own was a calculated risk, and exercising utmost caution was not unwarranted. The protective shield needed to encompass at least 60% of his energy. The hue of the barrier gradually shifted to a pale violet, indicating that it was nearing completion. Noticing Igrant's lack of retaliation, the fox intensified its assault, albeit with diminished force. Igrant's body, propelled at supersonic speed, came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair, approximately 500 miles from the medical pod. This distance should suffice for safety. However, Kasuma's diminutive shield appeared exceedingly fragile, akin to mere bubbles, easily punctured with a single poke. Igrant felt a sense of helplessness. Controlling energy was inherently challenging, and he was far from mastering it. He was merely floundering, let alone attempting to manipulate energy externally. The energy orbs hung in the air for a moment before erupting, a culmination of his utmost effort utilizing the inherent properties of his energy. Any further refinement, any higher demands, were beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, bestowing a protective barrier upon Kisuma from a distance, transforming energy meant for destruction into a safeguard, represented one of the most arduous disciplines, far exceeding Igrant's present abilities. Such expectations were indeed overwhelming for him. Observing Igrant's trepidation, Kisuma's frail visage blossomed into a sweet smile. "Fear not. I shall be fine. Do not underestimate me. In my youth, I was stronger than you, and you, now, possess far greater prowess than I. We must return to complete our mission." Igrant's gaze was resolute. "Indeed, nothing will befall us." With that, he accelerated the dispersion of his energy. Knowing there was no time to waste, suddenly, the fox ceased its assault, revealing its imposing form, hovering 100 meters before Igrant. That cunning creature, at such a distance, ensured its ability to react before Igrant could strike, utilizing its unique abilities to evade unscathed. It was a moment of mockery for Igrant. While his exterior remained composed, his inner turmoil was palpable. Could it have sensed something amiss, or perceived an underlying intention? This time, he had not even mentioned Kisuma. Could the fox fathom her plans? This wretched beast, could it truly be that astute? Telepathy? Such an ability was a high-level maneuver from the Dragon Ball realm. No, the cat sage seemed to possess such skills. This creature surely could not. Igrant was in a precarious situation. Why, one might ask, did he find himself in such a predicament? The creatures he encountered were remarkably astute, a fact that left him flummoxed. Beak's techniques proved ineffective, and he could only conceive of an alternative approach, one that would bravely confront the fox's unique abilities. The technique employed by Vegeta, the Big Bang attack, was not within his repertoire, yet it did not hinder him from executing a devastating energy explosion that enveloped him completely, erupting with tremendous force. It was simple and direct. Though he lacked sophisticated maneuvers, he was not prone to self-injury. During this tumultuous period, while it appeared he was merely fleeing for his life, he was surreptitiously studying the fox's attack patterns and habits. The beast, driven by primal instincts, displayed erratic and chaotic aggression, devoid of any discernible rhythm. Fortunately, despite its disarray, certain animalistic traits remained unchanged. In this time of observation, Igrant managed to glean some insights. When the fox launched its next assault, he would seize the opportunity to unleash his explosive technique, aiming for a mutual destruction. His palms were clammy with sweat, and his heart raced with anxiety. After several missteps, he found himself at a loss for how to deal with this cunning fox. Should he fail once more, he would truly be out of options. Even the tortoise strategy was futile, and the ocean offered no solace. He could not access the depths of the mystical Kisuma. Though he felt a growing urgency, Igrant maintained a facade of calm. He continued to channel his energy, infusing it into his protective barrier. Any adept who could sense energy would notice that Igrant's body was brimming with an overwhelming amount of active energy, poised to explode at any moment. The fox, unable to restrain itself, glared with cold malice. It harbored an intense hatred for both Igrant and Kisuma. "Why not simply allow me to end your existence?" it seemed to demand. With a flash of icy determination, the fox struck. Bang! The protective barrier quivered once more. Igrant's gaze deepened with resolve. Let it strike again. After 2 successive attacks, the fox's offensive strength began to stabilize. With its assault concluded, Igrant's expression grew frigid, his internal energy surging like a dam bursting, erupting forth in a torrent. Estimating the timing, he knew that upon his explosion, the fox would reveal itself. Igrant decisively released all remaining energy within him, not even affording Kisuma a warning. The surging energy expelled from his body in a single second, breaching the protective barrier, and after another half-second, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The violent blast reverberated, threatening the very integrity of the protective shield. A faint, panicked howl of a creature was lost amidst the chaos of the explosion. Igrant, however, was not preoccupied with anything beyond his immediate objective. The barrier held firm, seemingly impervious to destruction, perfectly safeguarding its master. In pursuit of the ultimate effect, Igrant had left no room for error this time. The explosions outside were far from singular. A deafening roar resonated, followed by a series of violent detonations that reverberated through the space, causing tremors and a sharp rise in temperature. In the searing heat, Igrant descended towards the earth like a meteor. Chapter 30. A monumental harvest. Power surged tenfold. Fortunately, Kasuma reacted swiftly, embracing Igrant tightly. Igrant, are you alright? I'm fine, but... Igrant managed to utter, his voice strained. It felt as if his internal organs had shattered, causing him to emit involuntary groans of pain. Igrant, there's blood trickling from the corner of your mouth. Are you sure you're okay? At that moment, Igrant was utterly oblivious to the injury. Take care of yourself. I lack the strength. Igrant's head spun, and after barely managing to finish his sentence, he slowly closed his eyes. The protective barrier surrounding them was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, as the two of them continued to escape from the epicenter of the explosions, they only needed to sustain themselves for a few more breaths. Kasuma took over, and their lives would assuredly be preserved. As the smoke cleared, Kasuma remained vigilant while Igrant had already succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of his surroundings. Her small face was etched with resentment. Clutching Igrant, Kasuma searched desperately through the scorched earth. If the fox had not perished, their current condition would render their struggles futile. If it had died, or was severely injured and unable to move, they must capture that fiend. Ordinary Saiyans would not concern themselves with such matters. Having spent much time together, Kasuma and Igrant could not help but be influenced by one another, allowing her mind to function with a semblance of clarity. Amidst the charred remnants, Kasuma moved slowly, her gaze fixated on a small depression in the ground. Finally, a radiant smile graced her face. Although little time had passed, the small creature had caused them considerable distress. Now, they were on the verge of vanquishing this formidable foe. Igrant gradually regained consciousness, and through the haze, a face covered in dust came into view. Igrant, you're awake, Kasuma exclaimed joyfully. Igrant's lips were parched, and his body felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, scorched as if set ablaze. Every part of him ached like needles piercing his skin. Here, eat this. His throat burned intensely, and he expressed a hint of desperation. Water. He finally comprehended the plight of those who, upon awakening, fervently called for water. After regaining consciousness, all he could think of was his thirst, as if he would perish without it. Wait a moment. Half an hour later, Igrant regained his composure. Realizing the fox was gravely injured and immobile, and that there were no large beasts in the vicinity, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nibbled on some roasted meat and headed towards the spaceship. Time was of the essence. While the fox remained unconscious, he needed to swiftly create a healing pod and enter it to restore his strength. Kasuma, I must regain my power first. You hold on a bit longer, I'll be out soon. Kasuma was indifferent. There is no inherent danger after a hearty meal. The recovery of strength can be gradual. Furthermore, one must keep a vigilant eye on the fox. Once it regains consciousness, unleash a beam of light upon it. As long as it does not perish, feel free to torment it at will, Ignat coldly remarked, showing no awareness of the cruelty that such words would convey when uttered by a mere 5-year-old child. The notion of being unyielding in life and death consideration seemed pointless. Had they not already slain countless ferocious beasts for sustenance? After a prolonged interval, Ignat lay within the treatment chamber, his mind somewhat adrift. The rate at which the healing liquid was consumed was alarmingly rapid, yet this corresponded with the restoration of his strength. A combat power of 5,000 certainly required a substantial duration for recuperation. At present, with each breath, he could regain approximately 10 points of energy. All things considered, it would take merely a little over 10 minutes to achieve complete recovery. It was indeed astonishing, and Ignat found himself perplexed by the underlying mechanics of it all. He was uncertain just how exceptional he truly was. Though he did not possess the legendary prowess of Broly, he was certainly not comparable to an ordinary Saiyan. His training regimen was far more logical and scientific than Broly's, complemented by adequate nutritional support from a young age. Broly had been sent to the barren peripheral planet of Vampa shortly after birth, and in terms of material resources, he could not possibly compare to Ignat. Moreover, Ignat had repeatedly suppressed his own power while gaining the innate talent for fortifying his physique through encounters with sea beasts. At the foundational stage, he undoubtedly surpassed Broly's so-called legendary Super Saiyan form. 10 minutes elapsed, and Ignat regained his 5,000 energy. Without further hesitation, he directed all of it into the prison realm, casting it towards the bloodied and battered fox in Kasuma's grasp. Prisoner, 1. Combat power, 4,210. Redemption time, 100 years. The prison realm conveyed this information, and Ignat felt a mixture of surprise and elation. The fox possessed such formidable strength. This was splendid. The unique abilities he had long coveted would now belong to him. The information from the prison realm subsequently changed. Prison realm. Current level, 1. Can simultaneously imprison 1 prisoner. Upgrade requirement, 3. 100 prisoners. Current status, in use. Usage requirements, effect. There remains a considerable journey before an upgrade can be achieved, lacking in strength. The prison realm cannot be utilized at will and must be employed gradually. Ignat found himself with little recourse, much like his approach to the current crisis with the fox. After exerting immense effort and sustaining injuries, he had finally managed to capture the creature. Ignat felt triumphant, while Kasuma outside the treatment chamber looked utterly stunned. After glancing around, she hastily soared into the sky and then quickly descended, pacing anxiously outside the chamber. The fox was nowhere to be seen. Not only had she failed to fulfill Ignat's instructions, but the fox had also hidden away, leaving them in a state of vulnerability. Kasuma wished to speak of the events transpiring outside, but restrained herself with great difficulty. Upon activating the detector, I beheld the combat prowess of Igrant. Letting out a gentle sigh, a mere 30 points, revealing such a figure would only serve to cause unnecessary concern, rather than allowing him to focus on his recovery. Rest assured, Fox, I have taken care of it. You need not worry, Igrant remarked, uttering words that left Kasuma in a state of astonishment. She attempted to speak several times, yet no sound emerged. With Igrant's repeated assurances, Kasuma finally relaxed, a faint smile gracing her lips, only to quickly compose herself again. She could not afford to smile. Doing so would detract from her image as a formidable warrior. Ignoring Kasuma's demeanor, Igrant closed his eyes and sought rest. This day had been exhausting, and he had yet to catch his breath. After a brief moment, Kasuma departed to hunt. Time was of the essence. Igrant had not prepared any nutrient solution, as the reserves were designated for the spacecraft. When Igrant opened his eyes, he found Kasuma staring intently at the treatment chamber. Peering inside with great intensity, a considerable fish lay quietly on the ground 100 meters behind her. As I opened the treatment chamber, Igrant noticed Kasuma's gaze fixed upon him. What is it? He inquired. Kasuma blinked rapidly. My detector is broken. May I use yours? Igrant furrowed his brow slightly. Broken? They do not malfunction so easily. He removed the detector and handed it to Kasuma, who eagerly donned it and activated it, her mouth agape in astonishment. My heavens! It truly registers 50,000 in combat power. Upon her exclamation, Igrant's pupils contracted. No wonder he sensed something amiss. It dawned on him that his strength had indeed surged dramatically. This time, he was genuinely gravely injured. An increase in power was not unusual. A rise of 30 to 50%, or even 70 to 80 for prodigies like Vegeta, was conceivable. But a tenfold increase was rather extravagant. Could such a feat be attributed to transcendent abilities? It seemed implausible. The surge in power following severe injury among Saiyans stems from the latent energy, ki, that remains undeveloped during training, lying dormant within their bodies and manifesting as potential. Following a grave injury, the activity of S cells increases significantly, activating that previously concealed energy and transforming it into strength. The enhancement of power post-injury relies on 2 factors, the dedication to training and innate genetic predispositions. The most striking examples are Vegeta and Goku. Goku was born with a combat power of 2 and engaged in arduous training on Earth, while Vegeta, a Saiyan, exerted himself tenfold and faced death numerous times. By the time he reached adulthood, his combat power barely exceeded 400. As his strength grew, and with an unwavering commitment to training, each severe injury resulted in increasingly potent enhancements. This progression continued until he could fully harness the strength gained from his efforts. Vegeta, however, was a different case altogether. From a young age, he adhered to the principles of the Saiyans, and one could say he hardly engaged in any form of training. His prowess was solely honed through combat. His first severe injury occurred on Earth, where his battle power surged from 18,000 to 24,000, an increase of 1/3. The second occasion transpired on Namek, where he was defeated by the handsome Saiyan, elevating his battle power to 30,000, a rise of 1/4. The third instance, also on Namek, came after his loss to Raikum. Following the consumption of a Senza bean, his battle power reached a staggering 250,000. A statistical analysis reveals a clear trajectory of growth. In Chapter 31, titled Fantasia, the promising future on the path to enlightenment. Igrant confirms that the planet where Vegeta undertakes his mission is unlikely to possess formidable strength. Throughout his life, he has scarcely encountered defeat. This is in stark contrast to the current planet, whose terrifying power instills despair in the Saiyans. Igrant's deductions are not without foundation. Frieza commands a unique squad known as the Ginyu Force, led by Captain Ginyu, whose maximum combat power is 120,000. Similarly, his brother Cooler oversees a special unit, the Cooler Mecha Force, with all three members boasting battle powers exceeding 150,000. Both squads are actively engaged on the front lines, frequently executing various combat missions. Igrant firmly believes that these individuals are well aware of the vast powers within the universe and the profound depths of its dangers. The Dragon Ball universe is largely conveyed through the narratives of the Saiyans. As a race devoid of technological advancement, their existence revolves around mechanically executing the tasks assigned by the Ice Demon clan. Unfortunately, the Ice Demons not only harbor distrust towards them, but have continuously sought their annihilation, reflecting the grim reality of their situation. Relying on known information to roam the cosmos without caution is a perilous endeavor. The 11th universe is home to monstrous entities, and within their 7th universe lie beings such as Moro and Granola, each a force that even deities cannot contend with. The frequent appearances of various extraterrestrial beings in the Granola arc indicate the existence of numerous races, far exceeding those depicted in the anime. While contemplating this wealth of information, he increasingly overlooked the extraordinary transformations in his personal strength. In comparison to the innate talents of his race, the enhancement of individual power is hardly significant. In the Dragon Ball universe, Igrant is acutely aware of what constitutes the ultimate advantage. With his current capabilities, he seems poised to visit Earth. Should Pilaf manage to devise a rudimentary dragon radar, he might fulfill one or two wishes. Acquiring martial knowledge from across the globe, as well as from Namek and even the Yardrat species, would undoubtedly fortify his martial foundation. If all else fails, he could seek instruction in the art of concealing his energy from Master Roshi or Bu. Subsequently, he could venture to Namek in search of the eternal dragon, Purunga. Thus, a splendid future awaits him, indeed. Hello, Igranti, what are you up to with that rather unpleasant smile? Kasuma's disdainful huff interrupted Igranti's daydream. What is going on? Igranti snapped back to reality, shaking his head. I'm not quite sure, but if you're not busy at the moment, perhaps you should head to the healing chamber to repair your physical damages. With that, Igranti made his way toward the large fish. I need to prepare something to eat. I'm starving, he exclaimed mysteriously. Kasuma murmured to herself, her curiosity and envy barely contained on her face. 50,000 battle power. Not even the ancestors of the Saiyans possessed such formidable strength. At just 5 years of age, Igranti had already achieved the highest battle power, positioning him to become a king among Saiyans. What might he achieve upon reaching adulthood? Would his power not soar to 55,000? No, given Igranti's rapid enhancement. He might even reach 780,000. Kasuma allowed her thoughts to soar ever higher. 80,000 battle power. Would that not make him the strongest in the universe? A master of unparalleled prowess? The more she pondered, the more entranced she became. Quickly go in and repair yourself. We have to eat soon. Igranti's voice echoed from afar as he noticed Kasuma lingering outside the healing chamber. Oh, right, she murmured absent-mindedly, finally stepping inside. Igranti, momentarily baffled, wondered how someone with 5,000 battle power could possibly contain such immense potential. As he inhaled the scent of fish, Igranti suddenly froze, scrutinizing the sea fish in his hands. How foolish I am, he lamented, though his eyes began to sparkle with realization. He and the Saiyan physique could not harness such a colossal reserve of potential. Yet, the sea beasts of this planet could. With efficiency akin to that of a deep-sea creature, albeit on a much smaller scale, could they not achieve similar feats? The vast energies, aside from being converted into strength and refining the body, could dissipate, with a fraction transforming into his potential. This was not a difficult concept to grasp. He had even contemplated this notion earlier. Faced with such a staggering revelation, he felt utterly foolish. This was merely a creature from 1,000-meter depth. The benefits were already substantial. What if he encountered beasts from depths exceeding 10,000 meters? Igranti envisioned his path of development with increasing clarity, his gaze growing brighter. This planet was far more valuable than he had initially imagined. If he could capture more sea beasts, especially the young of those colossal creatures that once ascended to the stars, it would be utterly perfect. Igrant rubbed his hands together, dreaming of a future where he could traverse the cosmos without fear of any environment. That experience would be far more delightful than merely serving as a protector on Earth. Enthusiastically, he began to roast the fish in his hands. Soon, he would venture into the prison realm to confront that fox creature. Just in time, Kasuma had yet to emerge, creating the perfect window of opportunity. Igrant never anticipated that the battle against the fox would be arduous, yet the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. He swiftly resolved his energy deficiency issue. With 50,000 units of energy, coupled with the strength gained from subsequent training, the golden finger of the prison realm was entirely activated. He was poised to reap astonishing benefits, potentially surpassing the innate talents of the Saiyan race. Igrant, however, remained humble. Such matters are inherently interdependent. Without the innate abilities of the Saiyans, he would not have achieved a combat power of 5,000 so swiftly, which would have constrained his progress. It was precisely due to the Saiyan heritage that he could advance so rapidly. Next, he envisioned a delightful journey through alien landscapes, savoring roasted fish. With the last minor obstacle resolved, he could focus on training on this planet without reservations. A sanguine smile crept across Igrant's face. Plans often succumb to the unpredictability of circumstances. A combat power of 50,000 was sufficient to support endeavors he previously deemed unfathomable. This planet could very well become his private sanctuary, solidifying his foundation. It was imperative that he hasten his journey to Earth. As his strength escalated, a lack of solid groundwork could yield vastly different outcomes in the future. With over 100,000 units of energy, he was uncertain whether the training methods on Earth would still be applicable, and he could not afford any delays. Once they had rested, the two embarked once again on a journey across another continent. This time, their passage was unimpeded, with no unforeseen events transpiring. After flying for 7 or 8 days, they finally set foot on the continent. The area nearby was perpetually sunlit, devoid of night. As they traversed the sea, they encountered an expanse shrouded in darkness, presumably the eternal night zone documented in the records. Upon arrival at the continent, they discovered that it too was bathed in perpetual daylight. It was as if sunlight filtered through a patchwork of trees, casting warmth in certain areas. This planet was indeed vast, with scenery that was truly peculiar. For 3 consecutive days, they experienced nothing but night. Previously, it had gone unnoticed, but after experiencing it firsthand, Kasuma could not help but exclaim in wonder. Igrant remained silent as he activated the detector, which beeped incessantly. A frown creased his brow. It appeared that locating the pursuing Saiyan would not be an easy task. Igrant, are you looking for that Saiyan who followed us? Kasuma inquired with curiosity. Yes, I cannot shake the unease in my heart until he is dealt with, Igrant replied, attempting to calibrate the detector to search for the individual. Upon glancing up, he caught sight of Kasuma's disdainful expression. What is that look on your face? Igrant asked. Kasuma, her small face adorned with a proud demeanor, retorted, Igrant, I have realized that you can be quite foolish at times. With a triumphant grin, she continued, it's amusing that you didn't think of such a simple solution. Igrant's expression darkened in response. Kasuma erupted into hearty laughter, bending over in mirth. In a flash, Igrant appeared beside Kasuma with astonishing speed, causing a loud thud. With a resounding thud, a head struck a small skull. Kasuma clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes. What are you doing? Before she could express her concern, the ground trembled violently around them. Eggplant raised a hand, and a blinding white light shot forth from his fingertips, piercing through all the flora and rocks in its path. With a sharp sound, it entered the forehead of the troublesome dinosaur, emerging from the back of its head. The colossal beast let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Now, let the feast begin. Eggplant soared towards the fallen dinosaur, while Kasuma stuck out her tongue, her demeanor having shifted considerably. Indeed, the environment and people could profoundly influence one's character. Once as cold as eternal ice, Kasuma had become noticeably more vivacious and cheerful in her interactions with Eggplant, exhibiting a childlike innocence and playfulness. The surroundings lay in disarray as a surge of energy emanated from Egglant's palm, which he casually tossed aside. Upon contacting the ground, it unleashed a tremendous force of destruction, clearing a substantial area of land within the forest. I hope another fox doesn't appear, Kasuma mused, glancing about with eager anticipation on her small face. With your meager abilities, you should focus on training, she retorted somewhat irritably. You just said it was simple. How do we do it? Igrant's words pulled Kasuma back from the brink of anger. With her nose raised high, she displayed a look of pride. Isn't it simple? Just throw an artificial moon into the sky. Once it rises several dozen kilometers, it will be visible for miles. Here, without nightfall. That creature will surely look up when it sees the sky darken and will spot the artificial moon. Upon seeing it, it transform into a giant ape? It would cause widespread destruction, creating tremors, and we would be informed much quicker than if we searched for it painstakingly. Those who came with us have yet to cross the ocean, indicating their lack of strength and that they are cautiously surviving on the outskirts. It wouldn't take a day to make a complete circuit. When it transforms into a giant ape, its battle power would only be around 1 or 2,000. Facing your 50,000, it would be nothing more than a younger sibling. Kasuma exclaimed excitedly. Igrant, however, appeared quite speechless. Indeed, this is truly a rather straightforward task. He concluded, casually gathering energy. Kasuma, close your eyes. Kasuma, feeling anxious, interjected, Wait, Igrant, don't release it yet. As the light faded, Igrant curiously glanced at her. Kasuma was at a loss for words. Please, how could we possibly keep our eyes closed the entire time? Let us find something to cover our eyes. I can handle the artificial moon, but if you see it with your 50,000 battle power, you might just obliterate this planet. That won't do. That won't do, she insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Igrant pondered this. It seemed he was unaware of the true extent of his own power. How could he dare to unleash the artificial moon directly? He does not believe he can control the latent savagery within him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, even in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, struggle to contain the golden great ape, do they not? He cannot dare to take the risk. You are right. What should we do? You can hide in the ocean, and I will unleash my power, then come down to find you afterward. Ignat's expression darkened with concern. What if you transform as well? I shall simply avert my gaze, Kasuma retorted. Ignat was left speechless. So, that means I can still proceed. Why complicate matters further? The only distinction lies in the fact that once I transform, there would be no repercussions, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire planet and its inhabitants. Kasuma, however, would not face such consequences after her transformation. Hurry along, Kasuma urged impatiently. One could only wonder what scheme she harbored in her mind. I haven't eaten yet. Ignat had not finished his sentence when Kasuma pushed him, urging him to leave promptly. Subsequently, the two maintained a mutual understanding. With Kasuma periodically surfacing from the ocean to notify him, they traversed a significant portion of the coastline. As usual, Kasuma unleashed an artificial moon. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and mountains nearby. Kasuma's expression soured as she gritted her teeth, realizing Ignat's words were true. Vegeta's planet had indeed dispatched individuals to hunt them down. Not only was the assigned mission on this planet unachievable, but they had also sent people to eliminate them. Let me not discover who orchestrated this. Kasuma's eyes blazed with fury. She was genuinely incensed. Had her brother and she truly committed any egregious acts? Why would they leave no path for survival? She had thought Ignat was deceiving her, yet here they were, having drawn a Saiyan to this planet. Unbeknownst to Kasuma, the incoming Saiyan was not sent to hunt them, but merely to pursue Ignat. With her eyes closed, she listened intently to discern the source of the disturbance. Raising her hand, she obliterated the artificial moon she had released. I have found it. Without further ado, she soared towards the source of the commotion. Before she could approach, animals in the vicinity fled in terror, while Kasuma accelerated even further. Just wait, you wretched being. Ignat, observing the pitiful, almost unrecognizable Saiyan, wondered what Kasuma had done to him. Coming after us without a taste of suffering? Ignat felt utterly helpless. He still sought to uncover the true mastermind behind this. Unfortunately, the foxes in the prison realm had not been entirely defeated, rendering him unable to act. Do you recognize this person? At this, Kasuma shook her head in confusion. I have not seen him. He must be from another training camp, and his power level is rather formidable, around 340. What shall we do next? Kasuma secretly stuck out her tongue, realizing she might have been a bit too harsh. This individual appeared on the verge of death. Ignat contemplated the matter as well. Should they save this Saiyan, or not? He had no intention of returning to Vegeta's planet, and rescuing this Saiyan seemed of little consequence. Time rewinds to the past. Upon discovering a colossal ape, Kasuma chose not to inform Igrant, but instead flew towards it alone. Chapter 32. Encountering the foe, the vengeful Kasuma. After enduring relentless torment under Igrant's command for so long, anyone would reach their breaking point. Kasuma had her own ulterior motives, eager to ascertain her true strength. Now presented with an opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away. Igrant, lacking a detection device, harbored concerns about unforeseen circumstances that could delay his rescue efforts, compelling Kasuma to wear a detector. When the artificial moon appeared and the giant ape emerged, she sensed its combat power, 3,400, compared to her own of 340. It was insignificant. However, reflecting on their initial arrival, even with some time spent battling and training, she could have easily annihilated it. As the highest combatant of their duo, her strength barely reached 122, sufficient only for meager flight on Vegeta. The 340 power level clearly indicated no errors in their mission, nor was there any indication of assistance sent to aid them. The only plausible explanation was Igrant's warning that the individuals dispatched from Vegeta were in pursuit of them. With little left to ponder, driven by her eagerness to engage in combat, upon sighting the giant ape, she charged forward with fierce determination. In the past, power levels dictated everything, and Kasuma would never have recklessly charged in. However, having frequently battled formidable beasts and donned various heavy metallic rings to suppress her power in order to confront them, she now regarded these mindless giants with disdain. With a single word, she surged forward. The giant ape, devoid of reason, rampaged indiscriminately. As Kasuma approached, she captured its attention, which it directed towards her with a powerful strike. Her fury, already ablaze, erupted like a volcano, igniting her temper. The foolish giant, rather than fleeing, dared to retaliate, unaware of its imminent demise. What followed was inevitable. The giant ape's strength paled in comparison to Kasuma, who had spent a year battling at full force with Igrant. It was merely a living target, easily subdued with a touch of cunning. She danced around the giant ape, tormenting it like a playful dog. However, in a misstep, an energy blade severed the ape's tail, causing it to shrink into a Saiyan. Only then did she cease her assault, casually obliterating the moon above. Had she not feared a glance at the moon, her strikes would have been even more devastating. After the confrontation, Kasuma smacked her lips, lamenting her own weakness. If Igrant had intervened, a single blow would have felled the giant ape, unlike her slow, methodical approach. Such musings were meant for her own ears alone. The Saiyans on Vegeta, upon hearing her complaints, would likely be left speechless. To defeat a foe with a power level of 3,400 at her own 2,300 and still bemoan her pace, what audacity! Meanwhile, Igrant remained blissfully unaware of these events by the seaside. Even as the sea trembled, he felt nothing amiss. Being near the coast, there were no formidable beasts to fear. After his rigorous training, Kasuma exhibited remarkable composure. He would never recklessly engage a foe more powerful than himself. He mused that upon arriving on this planet, he had finally experienced tectonic movements and felt the tremors of an earthquake. It was only when Kasuma called him down that he emerged from the water to witness the chaos surrounding him, realizing the extent of the absurdity that Kasuma had unleashed. The colossal ape, despite its numerous wounds, appeared merely fearsome, serving only to instill dread. Before him lay a figure curled in a pit, clad in tattered battle attire, covered in countless scars, with nary a patch of unblemished skin. What ruthless techniques had Kasuma employed to so mercilessly torment this Saiyan who had followed him? It was utterly brutal, almost unbearable to behold. Will you save him or not? Speak. If you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands, Kasuma exclaimed, clearly agitated. This predicament is not my fault. Who could have anticipated the ape would dare to resist and retaliate with energy blasts? I merely intended to engage him with various light techniques. Igrant sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Kasuma, to torture him without even gathering information first is exceedingly reckless. How can we save him? There is no medical pod available, and we have no knowledge of his spaceship's location. Whether he can endure until I can fabricate a new medical pod remains uncertain. I am not Nangong Waney, who can easily manipulate others. Bah! Who has to say who is naive enough to fall for such tricks? If we do not save him, will we not be thwarted by your own grandson's schemes? Despite the inconsequentiality of it all, those individuals would certainly perish. He still pondered the underlying reasons. Igrant's greatest concern was whether King Cooled knew about the fluctuations in his combat power since his birth, and if those pursuing him had been dispatched by the king. If they were indeed sent by King Cooled, it was likely someone would come to assess his condition. They could not remain in hiding for half a year. Under Frieza's command, the army had further augmented its technology. Detectors, spaceships, and battle gear had all been updated. Whether he and Kasuma could evade detection by the scanners was a matter of uncertainty. Kasuma, unfazed, declared, "What is there to fear? Once we return to Vegeta, we shall confront them about why they assigned us such an impossible task. If they dare to provoke our displeasure, you may eliminate King Vegeta and claim the title of King of the Saiyan race for yourself, given your formidable strength." Such fanciful notions prompted a light tap on Kasuma's head. Do you really believe that being a king is merely a matter of power? One must possess wisdom as well. It's merely intelligence, Kasuma retorted. While others use their intellect for contemplation, you seem to employ yours solely for the sake of brawn. Are they truly the same? Igrant spoke with a hint of annoyance. Furthermore, to be a king, one must possess a cadre of sufficiently loyal subordinates to carry out commands and assist in various endeavors. Otherwise, even great strength is of little consequence. That's simple enough. We'll return to Planet Vegeta and employ your scientific training methods to cultivate a number of intermediate warriors, or even lower-tier fighters, Kasuma replied with unwarranted confidence, her eyes darting towards the pitiful figure in the distance. Igrant was correct. They indeed required personnel. Regrettably, this individual was an adversary. Igrant felt a sense of helplessness. A combat power of 50,000 might suffice, but it would not match Frieza's might. Protecting Planet Vegeta was an impossible task. At the very least, one would need 3 million in power and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan to stand against Frieza and save a fraction of their kin. The preservation of Planet Vegeta was utterly unfeasible. Frieza merely needed to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. The destruction of the planet was merely a pastime for him. The true force behind the planet's potential demise lay with that god of destruction. How could they safeguard it? It would be wiser to plan ahead. Well then, let us deal with our tails and return to confront King Vegeta directly, then rebel against King Kurd. That way, we can disregard the mission entirely. And you could reign as the Saiyan King, while I would be the royal sister. Kasuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. It did seem plausible. If the mission could not be accomplished, why not eliminate the one who issued it? Igrant stared intently at Kasuma, as if regarding a fool. Royal sister? More like a deceased sister. Only a deranged mind would choose to return at such a juncture. Kasuma, we are not going back to Planet Vegeta. Kasuma's expression turned to one of astonishment. This planet was extraordinary, home to numerous formidable beings capable of aiding in their strength enhancement. She could comprehend the reluctance to return in the past, when their abilities were not yet formidable enough, as they would face restrictions and potential punishment. But what was the reason now? With a combat power exceeding 50,000, he undoubtedly stood as the foremost among them, even without the title of king. He could attain a unique status on Planet Vegeta, free from the troubles of others and deserving of respect from all. What significance did the mission hold? Why not return? Igrant found it impossible to elucidate the forthcoming calamities. He could not simply declare that Planet Vegeta would explode and the Saiyan race face extinction. For returning would be tantamount to courting death. His profound gaze swept the surroundings. He was uncertain of his next destination, but remaining on this planet seemed quite agreeable. The only concern was the incomplete mission here. After some time, it was likely that others would come to fulfill it. This posed little problem. They could simply eliminate them. Thus, the alligator people would automatically adjust their levels, buying them more time. The hidden complication lay with King Kurd. Many aspects remained unresolved, leaving him uncertain of the next steps to take. Just as it was now, if the increase in strength were not so significant, he would not choose to remain. Establishing a foundation, he aims to manufacture a fleet of spacecraft, subsequently journeying to Earth to settle for a period of time. This is his preliminary plan. At present, it is only natural to capture more deep-sea behemoths on this planet to enhance his potential, even if there are no other benefits. A 6- or 7-fold increase in physical prowess would suffice. With such an enhancement, he could surpass Super Saiyan 1 and then ascend to Super Saiyan 3, ultimately reaching the divine level. Chapter 33. Everyone was left dumbfounded, bewildered by the situation, particularly the naively perplexed Krady. While the initial stages seemed feasible, he pondered the latter transitions with caution. The powers of Super Saiyan 3 and the Divine are not merely of different magnitudes. He does not believe that a mere 6- or 7-fold enhancement would suffice to confront the divine level. The disparity is somewhat significant. As for the specifics of the future, he lacks a clear path at present, leaving him in a state of numbness. Igrant does not wish to speak, and Kasuma refrains from asking. Taking a step back, he suggests, let us proceed slowly, as we still have ample time to complete our tasks and practice. Igrant remains non-committal. Barring exceptional circumstances, he has no intention of returning. That place has become a prison. Once one enters, countless unseen eyes scrutinize you, and innumerable shackles constrain you. Returning now would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Frieza is surely plotting to summon Igrant to his side. Presently, Planet Vegeta holds little value for him. Igrant would not engage in such folly. What course of action should this fellow take? Igrant ponders briefly, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Perhaps we should eliminate him, Kasuma suggests tentatively. Initially devoid of ulterior motives, she now perceives the enemy clearly and wishes to resolve the matter swiftly. Such a waste of potential is hardly conducive to Igrant's training, which demands high-level maneuvers. Igrant muses, the desire to kill is indeed intense. Am I not the one with the strongest urge to eliminate? After all, it is I who is being pursued, yet you seem more agitated than I. In contemplation, a figure boasting a battle power exceeding 1280 swiftly approaches them. Crady, unfortunately, finds himself in dire straits. Having spent 2 years on this planet, he has been constantly fleeing for his life. This world offers no respite. Were it not for the absence of a spacecraft, he would have departed long ago to fulfill his mission on another planet. The atmosphere here is overwhelmingly terrifying, making every step a struggle. Continuing the pursuit of Saiyans could cost him his life. If it comes to that, it would hardly be worth the risk. During his time here, he has yet to encounter a single Saiyan. He feels nearly as primitive as the natives, wasting his prime years on this primordial planet. Devoid of Igrant's influence and the knowledge of the vast universe, Crady maintains the innocence of a Saiyan. Just as he wanders nearby, he catches sight of the artificial moon in the sky, igniting a thrilling excitement within him. Within the detector, readings of 3,400 and 2,300 appeared, prompting an immediate shutdown of the device as something approached. It was not arrogance that fueled his conviction. Rather, he deduced that the emergence of an artificial moon indicated the presence of Saiyans in the vicinity. Since the adversaries utilized a fabricated celestial body, they must be contending with formidable foes, likely unable to prevail. By this reasoning, they could either be of a power level of 320 or 230, a meager strength that warranted no concern. Regardless of which it was, he felt confident in his ability to overcome them. With a battle power of 1280, and upon transforming into a giant ape, his strength soared to an astounding 10,000. Who could he possibly fear? It was merely the vast distance to his destination that delayed him. Otherwise, he would have already rushed forth. Despair had begun to settle in, as he feared he might be stranded on this planet for an eternity. Yet, fortune smiled upon him in the form of the Saiyans' unexpected appearance. Once he vanquished them, he would be free to depart. Thus, he hastened toward them, his spirit ablaze with anticipation for the bright future ahead. Igrant had yet to devise a strategy for dealing with the pursuing Saiyans when the sound of slicing air reached their ears. Both turned their gaze skyward toward the source of the noise, spotting a small black dot swiftly approaching. Kasuma activated the detector, which registered a power level of 1280, presumably indicating a bird native to this planet. Igrant sighed. Despite his current battle power of 50,000, along with an array of advanced combat techniques and training theories, he still lacked the ability to sense ki. The creature at the Fox's end likely possessed that skill, but unfortunately, it had yet to be eliminated, leaving him without mastery over ki or spatial abilities. The urgency of their journey to Earth loomed closer. The more he encountered living beings, the stronger his desire grew to learn the divine art of ki perception. Regrettably, the advantages of this planet were not inferior to those of Earth, making it difficult for him to abandon it. As he pondered, the distant black drew nearer, and clarity emerged on its identity. Igrant was taken aback, as was Kasuma, who glanced at Igrant and then back again. What was this? Why did he appear so bewildered? Did that mean he should feel bewildered as well? Igrant cast a glance at the approaching figure, then at the Saiyan in the crater, battered and bruised, before looking again at Kasuma. Kasuma deciphered the meaning behind Igrant's gaze and instantly became agitated. What did this signify? He was merely a Saiyan, who, upon witnessing the moon, transformed into a giant ape. and could shrink back after losing his tail. What could possibly be wrong? Nothing, indeed, was amiss. However, one question loomed large. Why were there suddenly 2 additional Saiyans appearing? The newcomer was, in fact, Krady, the one pursuing Igrant. This revelation was the crux of their astonishment. Furthermore, a crucial point remained. Krady was undoubtedly a lower-class warrior. A fact beyond dispute. Hence, how could his battle power have escalated to 1280? While this figure was not extraordinarily high, as both Igrant and Kasuma had long surpassed it, Krady was unmistakably a lower-class warrior. Achieving 1280 was a feat typically reserved for higher-class warriors of that age, and even among them, only those with exceptional talent could reach such levels. As the mind of Igrant whirred with activity, he exchanged a glance with Kasuma, who responded with an understanding expression. At that moment, a fierce whistling sound approached, accompanied by a tail trailing behind and a battle suit identical to theirs. Igrant remained perplexed about how Krady had attained such extraordinary strength. During their time in the training camp, his performance had been rather mediocre, not particularly remarkable. Was it possible that, like himself, Krady was aware of the internal intrigues within the Saiyan ranks and had deliberately suppressed his own power? Unlike Igrant, who concealed his past through the prison realm, how had Krady managed to obscure his energy? Or perhaps this planet harbored some mysterious treasures that had enabled his dramatic enhancement in strength. Igrant harbored no significant animosity towards Krady. After all, the bullying was merely a matter of circumstance. He had intentionally held back, allowing Krady and his cohort to exert their dominance over him. If he had not shown restraint, they would have been mere children in comparison. With indifference, he faced the situation with calm composure. Meanwhile, Kasuma observed with considerable amusement. During their training camp days, Krady had been the most vociferous in mocking Igrant, even forming cliques to ridicule him. At that time, Igrant had been weak, and she had hoped that such derision would spur him to train harder. Thus, she had paid little heed to the taunts, allowing those individuals to belittle Igrant. She now wondered how Krady would react upon learning that Igrant's power had surged to an astonishing 50,000. As Igrant's sister, she felt a certain kinship, which was not the case for Krady and his companions. This made the situation rather intriguing. Krady, flying closer, was irritable due to a malfunctioning detector. Moments ago, he had activated the device again. Not only did he detect animals with power levels below 200, but the readings for the 2 Saiyans also seemed absurd. One had a power level of 50,000, while the other was at 2,300. Such levels were clearly erroneous, especially for Saiyan children. It was conceivable that Kasuma might reach a power level of 2,300, but Igrant, the weakest among them, achieving 50,000 was evidently a malfunction of the detector. Moreover, he was there to hunt a Saiyan, so how were Kasuma and Igrant present? The pairing of these two appeared quite unusual. Krady's simple mind struggled to comprehend the situation, so he chose to dismiss it. You two, he proclaimed, convinced of the detector's malfunction and believing himself to be the strongest. Yet as he drew near, he was rendered speechless upon seeing Kasuma and Igrant. As he landed amidst the rubble and dust of a crater, confusion engulfed him further. What was happening? In the pit lay a battered figure, gasping for breath, curled into a ball, clad in an identical battle suit, with a neatly inflicted wound on the tail, staining a small patch of earth with blood. Beside it was another small tail, unmistakably belonging to a Saiyan. Krady's mind was inundated with questions, a veritable sea of uncertainty. The children harbored numerous inquiries. What could be the matter? Krady, appearing somewhat bewildered, expressed his curiosity. He found himself perplexed, as his assignment involved pursuing a Saiyan who had betrayed King Cooled. Yet, on this planet, there existed not one, but 3 Saiyans. Which one was he supposed to eliminate? Ignorant of the unfolding complexities, Igrant seized the opportunity to speak first. Krady, are you also here to hunt down the Saiyans? Regardless of the circumstances, Krady certainly could not be here on the same mission as the others. His mind was a muddled mess, and he instinctively nodded. Yes, you too? Kasuma narrowed her eyes. What pursuit of Saiyans? Their mission was to eradicate the formidable indigenous creatures of this planet, not to hunt Saiyans. Indeed, have we perhaps been assigned the same task? Now that it is complete, we should be able to return, Igrant mused, subtly guiding Krady's thoughts. Oh, Krady looked up, confused, momentarily forgetting that it was Igrant, the very fool, who had been steering the conversation. No, I have my own mission. Before departing, a senior advised me of an evil Saiyan who betrayed King Cooled, instructing me to hunt them down. Once that is accomplished, I must fulfill my duties on my designated planet. Igrant gestured toward the battered Saiyan in the pit. Chapter 34. The Arrogant Kreide. Enigma unveiled. Igrant began to question his own judgment. Perhaps Kreide was not here to pursue him after all. He maintained his composure, discreetly preparing to extract further information. The technological knowledge provided by the crocodile people indicated that the spherical spacecraft utilized by the Saiyans lacked star maps. Once launched, they could only traverse between two destinations. Kreide's statements exhibited clear inconsistencies, suggesting he might not be entirely truthful. Moreover, Kreide referenced King Cooled but made no mention of King Vegeta, which also raised doubts. Why would King Cooled seek to eliminate a Saiyan with a power level of merely 320? Following his instincts, Igrant continued, so that's how it is. Unlike you, we have no other assignments. We are solely here to hunt down the traitorous Saiyan who betrayed King Cooled, perhaps worried about our ability to defeat the traitor. Initially, we were concerned about how to report back, but now it seems our missions do not conflict. There is no competition over who will return with the prey. I merely came along as a precaution to prevent any potential sabotage of the spacecraft. My sister Kasuma accompanied me, so if the adversary were to cunningly damage the ship, we could still return in my vessel. Kreide shook his head, his demeanor less confrontational, and offered an explanation. No need for that. I only require the kill. My mission is classified, likely due to concerns that you may not succeed. You need not worry about me claiming credit for your accomplishments. A sense of pride swelled within Kreide. He considered himself a formidable expert, distinct from these perceived weaklings. Subsequently, a look of agreement crossed his face. I remarked, how can a worthless fool like you be entrusted with executing this task? Kreide wore a haughty expression, as if it were his prerogative. Kasuma, what troubles you? Your mouth seems to be twitching, Kreide inquired with curiosity. This erstwhile nemesis, now surpassed in power, seemed unbothered by the opportunity to display his magnanimity. Kasuma nearly doubled over in laughter. This spectacle, akin to observing a jester, was rather enjoyable, quite distinct from the exhilaration of vanquishing foes on Vegeta. Maintaining a tense facade, she replied indifferently, it's nothing. We can return now. Her aloofness was utterly befitting of her character. Kreide, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a look of displeasure. In the past, he had refrained from exerting himself, allowing Kreide to revel in his triumph. But now, as a formidable warrior with a battle power of 1280, he found Kreide's arrogance intolerable. Kreide, what are your plans now that we can head back? Igrant's direct question left Kreide momentarily flummoxed. Indeed, the mission was accomplished. But how would he proceed with his own tasks? Frowning in concentration, Kreide pondered how to maintain his facade as a great warrior. Igrant discreetly shot a glare at Kasuma, nearly revealing their shared understanding. My spaceship was destroyed in the battle against the beasts on this planet, leaving me at a loss, Kreide lamented, blissfully unaware that the two before him had long seen through his charade, believing he had concocted a flawless excuse. So what will you do now? Our ship lacks a star chart. We can only return to Vegeta, and even if I lent you one, you wouldn't be able to use it, Igrant said, shrugging innocently. Kreide's expression darkened instantly. He had forgotten. His ship boasted the latest technology, and without it, how could he fulfill his mission? Kreide, how have you managed to increase your power so rapidly? With Igrant's cue, Kasuma inquired coldly. Kreide beamed with pride. Rapidly? I am a genius. This pace is hardly swift. He continued, it's not really fast. When I first arrived, my power was just over 100. It was perilous, much detail omitted, so through relentless struggle, I have finally achieved my current strength. Kreide soared through the air, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying the solitude of a master. Kasuma's mouth twitched like a fan in rapid motion. What an idiot, she thought. A subordinate warrior, inferior to her, dared to claim an increase of over 1100 in battle power. Did he think he was a granny, capable of creating healing chambers? Igrant's sharp gaze fixated on Kreide, silently assessing him. This fellow was undoubtedly lying. A headache brewed as he pondered the implications of Kreide's behavior. Was he truly here to hunt him down? This planet was vast, with extreme regions of perpetual night and day, and they would need to take him along to locate their spaceship. You're on your own, he declared. Kasuma's voice was cold and indifferent. Kreide was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't they be expressing their admiration for him like an endless river? Why had he departed? What about his spaceship? It was evident that with such limited power, he could hardly escape this continent. You can search for him yourself, Kasuma remarked. A hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth, while the self-satisfied Crady remained oblivious. No, he isn't dead yet. Once he awakens, we can simply ask him, Crady insisted. Growing anxious. If the other could not escape, neither could he. With a combat power of over 1,000, it seemed formidable. Yet it was clear that he could not venture beyond this land. Despite the enhancement of his abilities, he had previously attempted to sail across the sea. After half a day's flight, having exhausted 1/3 of his energy, he was too frightened to continue, retreating in defeat. When Igrant had been on that small island, his power had been exactly 1,000. He had spent 2 days flying and swimming. Crady, unable to survive in the ocean, had no means to escape this continent in search of others. He then paused, realizing his current status as a formidable warrior. Kasuma, your combat power is now 230. What about you? He shot a sidelong glance at Igrant. 50? How has your strength regressed? This is the first I've heard of it. The corners of Kasuma's eyes twitched. Was Crady merely a jester summoned by a monkey to entertain? As for my current strength, she said, her annoyance evident as she waved her hand dismissively towards Igrant. The implication clear. It was infuriating to hear such a weakling prattle on. Igrant did not intervene. She had long been inclined to lash out, preferring to subdue first and inquire later. Crady's expression darkened visibly. What does this mean? Do you look down on me? The brutish Saiyan had little patience for disrespect and bellowed. Kasuma, what do you mean by that? Igrant contemplated a crucial matter. Was Crady pursuing him or the severely injured Saiyan in the pit? If it was the latter, it suggested that this Saiyan had arrived on this planet before them and had attained such power at a relatively young age. There was no way to betray King Cooled or escape from Vegeta. Such strength did not warrant sending a Saiyan to hunt him down. Conversely, could it be that Crady was merely putting on a show, having learned of the injured companion and wishing to rescue him? Setting aside Crady's arrogant demeanor, Saiyans had no tradition of rescuing their peers. Let us subdue him. Once he is alive, we'll understand the situation, Kasuma suggested quietly. Crady was in a state of agitation, feeling completely disregarded as a skilled warrior. Such a being deserved to be eradicated entirely. After all, no one would know. With a sullen expression, he radiated an aura of brutality. Kasuma and Igrant appeared utterly indifferent, while Kasuma seemed eager, almost yearning for Crady to make a move. Such an action would provide her the perfect opportunity to strike him down and claim him for herself. Hesitation and cowardice were evident in the air. At that moment, a feeble voice broke through. Chapter 35. A mishap, a misunderstanding. Do not be deceived by him. I have come from behind. He is here to hunt you down. Captain Oka has sent me to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Igrant did not hesitate and bellowed fiercely, Kasuma, apprehend him. Having spent considerable time with Igrant, she instantly grasped his intent, nodding subtly as she clenched her fists, a surge of energy erupting within her. Crady remained perplexed, caught in a whirlwind of anger, not understanding what was happening. With a thunderous crash, Kasuma, swift as lightning, leaped through the air, appearing before Crady in the blink of an eye, bearing her small fangs. Get down. With all her might unleashed, Kasuma easily overpowered Crady. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck as if by a meteor, helplessly plummeting to the ground, creating a large crater amidst a cloud of dust, where he lay, wailing in despair. Caught off guard, and without the strength to rise, Crady had not managed to retaliate even once. Kasuma had long harbored disdain for Crady, the pretentious one, and now unleashed her full power. Igrant, enveloped in a radiant light, stood before the battered Saiyan. Cough, cough. Kakarot was utterly weakened, feeling as if engulfed in flames. Worse still, he had lost his tail, rendering him incapable of gathering any strength. Igrant squinted and crouched down. What is your name? Kakarot, he replied, and you are Igrant. Igrant narrowed his eyes. You know me? Kakarot exhibited a pained expression. I was commanded by Lord Oka to protect you. If I do not even know your name, how can I fulfill my duty? I am also aware of your companion, your sister, Kasuma. Igrant's demeanor remained tense. He was somewhat bewildered by the situation. What if this individual was indeed the true assassin? However, Crady had explicitly stated that he was sent by King Kurd to hunt him down. While he believed Krady's pursuit, he found it impossible to accept that it was a command from Kurd. Silence enveloped the air, thick with tension. Kakarot, too, remained quiet. After regaining consciousness, he had overheard the conversation between Igrant and Crady. Upon learning that he was to be taken back for a report, He had no intention of speaking up. Thus, preserving his life while also bringing back Igrant would suffice as an explanation. As for Frieza, his strength was overwhelming, making him an insurmountable opponent. The inability to sense energy did not equate to ignorance of the enemy's might when faced directly. If Saiyans were truly that foolish, they would have perished long ago. Through sheer presence, one could gauge the general strength of an adversary. Who could have anticipated that these two factions were on the brink of war? Fearing potential treachery, Kakarot knew he had to muster his resolve and sound a warning. What is truly happening? Igrant's gaze was as piercing as a needle, causing Kakarot to feel a chill run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the mission. Lord Oka had discovered that a spaceship had unexpectedly altered its course, an unprecedented event. Under pressure from the crocodilians, Lord Oka had learned that there were individuals sent to pursue them, orchestrated covertly by King Vegeta. Upon investigating the spaceship's records, it was revealed that the pursuer was Frieza, who, concerned for their safety, had taken advantage of the mission to come forth and assist them. Coughing violently after delivering this lengthy account, Kakarot felt as if he might explode, unable to suppress his cough any longer. Just as Igrant was about to inquire further, Kakarot's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Before losing consciousness, he was filled with bitterness, questioning why such brutal individuals required him to endure this ordeal. Igrant harbored a foreboding sense that he and Kasuma might indeed be embroiled in a significant misunderstanding. The Saiyan in the pit was not there to hunt them down, but rather Frieza was the true threat. The crux lay in discerning which of the two spoke the truth. Igrant, what shall we do? Kasuma approached, her voice soft with concern. Meanwhile, they paid no heed to Frieza in the pit, dismissing him as inconsequential. Igrant slowly rose, furrowing his brow as he regarded Frieza, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Kasuma, remove his scanner, he commanded. Kasuma, perplexed, complied without hesitation, unflinchingly taking the scanner from Frieza, who glared at her with a mix of humiliation and rage. What is the matter? Igrant pondered, examining the scanner repeatedly, his apprehension deepening. This sensation was reminiscent of his arrival on this planet. He could no longer afford to ignore his instincts. It felt remarkably accurate, coupled with Frieza's words. Even without detection tools, this scanner in his possession was decidedly abnormal. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. Without responding to Kasuma, Igrant clenched the scanner, his expression darkening as he approached Frieza. This scanner was provided by those individuals, wasn't he it? He accused. Though Frieza appeared disheveled, he maintained an air of superiority, looking down on Igrant with disdain. Igrant's gaze remained calm and unwavering. The spaceship's ability to modify its position suggested it was integrated with a star map, capable of connecting to a central computer database, and this scanner should possess similar capabilities. The technology of both was not dissimilar. While the scanner could not transmit information over vast distances, the spaceship could amplify such signals. Unless Frieza's ship was genuinely malfunctioning, even then, it could not guarantee that the internal signal transmitter was damaged. Everything occurring here might very well be relayed to King Kurd's central computer. Given the Ice Demon Clan's apprehension towards the Saiyans, it was highly likely that King Kurd was already aware of the events unfolding here. Perhaps a spaceship had already departed from King Kurd's domain, hastening toward this planet. They had underestimated the situation. I surprisingly failed to notice that the detector worn by Frieza was different from theirs at first glance. The technology of the Frozen Demon Clan has continuously evolved. The knowledge structure of the crocodile people is not omnipotent and possesses considerable limitations. He could not discern the differences in the detectors merely with a glance. When Frieza spoke of his spaceship, I should have realized it then. Although it was of little consequence, Frieza had already assessed their combat capabilities upon his arrival. Such negligence should not have occurred. Igrant, he is on the verge of death, Kasuma exclaimed. Igrant regained his composure and cast a dismissive glance at Frieza. It was because of this individual that he and Kasuma had mistakenly harmed the wrong person. He felt no guilt, merely a sense of irritation. A sip of water might prolong his life. Kasuma, realizing the urgency, hastily ascended into the sky to search for water. Igrant glanced around, remaining stationary for a while. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What does it matter? At worst, he would wander the cosmos. The Frozen Demon Clan had only a few years left to live. He could easily hide on Earth for over a decade without issue. With a combat power of 50,000, he could easily conceal himself in the universe where no formidable opponents appeared. If the Frozen Demon Clan did not manifest, no one could pose a threat. Even that fellow, Kakarot, could only be helped if possible. If not, it was not his fault. After all, Kakarot had not attempted to contact him since his arrival. Although he inadvertently caused a major blunder, it could not be entirely blamed on him. Who could have known that Kasuma, without his knowledge, had nearly killed Kakarot? Had he intervened, Kakarot would surely still have a significant amount of energy left. After Kasuma provided water, she noticed Igrant had regained his senses and asked, "What shall we do next?" She too had come to this realization. With little hope left for Planet Vegeta, she simply wished to follow Igrant. If they could break through their limits and reach a combat power of 10,000, or even several tens of thousands, what was the point of returning to Planet Vegeta? Returning to the healing pod to save this individual, and then Igrant narrowed his eyes and uttered a single word. "Run." Kasuma gasped in astonishment. Just as she was prepared to engage in a fierce battle with him, he planned to flee. She had hoped to return to Planet Vegeta and seize the throne. Was he truly so cowardly? "Igrant, with your current strength, how can you still be such a coward?" Frustrated, Kasuma was genuinely angered and lashed out at Igrant. "I have a plan," he replied, before swiftly grabbing Kakarot. "You hold him. We must leave." Kasuma opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent, muttering under her breath. A night passed, and the two traversed 3,000 miles. "Igrant, it seems he may not last much longer," Kasuma remarked with a furrowed brow. Kakarot found himself in a precarious situation, realizing he had no choice but to halt. Kasuma's assault was excessively brutal. His injuries were not merely superficial. Even if his internal organs remained intact, they were severely compromised. "Just wait for me," he declared. With that, Igrant levitated gracefully into the air, closing his eyes. Kasuma, bewildered, wondered what he was attempting to achieve. Would soaring through the sky resolve their predicament? In the prison realm, Igrant's gaze turned cold as he fixated on the fox's crimson eyes. This beast was relentless, cursed to endure death countless times. Yet it still harbored a deep-seated hatred for itself. What vendetta could linger after so many deaths? Today, he would bring an end to it, granting the creature release. And naturally, its abilities would then belong to him. Raising his hands, 2 points of light materialized in his palms, swiftly expanding into brilliant orbs of energy, transforming into 2 formidable projectiles. The fox remained motionless, its scarlet gaze fixed on Igrant, fully aware that escape was futile. It attempted to curse him with its stare. But within the confines of the prison realm, all power lay under Igrant's dominion, rendering any curse ineffective. Moreover, whether it could even cast a curse was another matter entirely. With a whoosh, a resounding explosion ensued as the fox disintegrated into a cloud of blood, vanishing into nothingness with the subsequent energy blast. Igrant's previously furrowed brow relaxed, giving way to a wild laugh. Indeed, the powers of spatial manipulation and aura perception were at play. The spatial force was not particularly formidable, given the fox's current strength. It could traverse 3,000 miles in one leap, while Igrant's statement of 40,000 miles was rather generous. The aura perception stemmed largely from the amplification of its predatory instincts, a trait inherent to all animals, yet it would falter against a master adept at concealing their presence. As found on Earth, with a swift motion, Igrant opened his eyes, 2 brilliant glimmers flashing across the air. "Kasuma, unleash your full aura." Kasuma hesitated for a moment, then complied without question. "You take flight. I shall come for you shortly." To Kasuma's astonishment, Igrant had already vanished from sight. Initially, there were complications. The spaceship and healing pod were inanimate, devoid of any life force, rendering the fox's crude aura perception ineffective. However, it was intimately familiar with the continent, having traversed its expanse thoroughly. For Igrant, who had fully absorbed the fox's abilities, locating his way back to the continent posed no challenge. In a mere 20 minutes, Kakarot found himself within the operational healing pod. "You fortunate soul, had you arrived even a couple of days earlier, you would not have survived," Igrant remarked before disappearing from the scene. The time required for flight and navigation was not something that could be accomplished in just a week or so. A misstep could lead to detours, and Kakarot's survival would have been jeopardized. Ironically, at that very moment, Igrant had assimilated the fox's 2 significant skills, which could only be deemed a twist of fate. Igrant departed with an air of nonchalance, unconcerned about Kakarot's potential escape. With the combination of spatial power and rudimentary aura perception, Kakarot would only be able to flee the planet itself. Even though he departed, prior to his exit, Ignat was still able to catch up with and retrieve him. Kasuma, bewildered, continued to adhere to Ignat's instructions, obediently flying in a specified direction. Suddenly, the air rippled, and before Kasuma could react, a figure emerged in the sky. Simultaneously, her detector beeped incessantly. Alone, she dared not act as recklessly as when she was with Ignat. Choosing to keep her detector active. 50,000. Ignat, you have arrived. Ignat frowned in response. So you've come, but what does 50,000 mean? Your mother calls me a weakling, and you call me 50,000, damn it. I am 59,000, not 50,000. Can't you just say 6? Let us go? We're heading back. Kasuma, utterly perplexed, asked back? Where to? Ignat offered no explanation, grasping Kasuma as the air shimmered once more. 40 minutes later, Ignat materialized above the treatment chamber, unceremoniously dropping Kasuma, both of them gasping for breath. Damn it. The difference between carrying one person and two is immense. A single teleportation barely covered over 20,000 miles, consuming far too much time. Ah, where is this? Kasuma exclaimed, her senses overwhelmed. In the dim light, they arrived on a continent. Looking around, the landscape appeared desolate, yet some resilient vegetation sprouted tender green shoots. We have returned? Kasuma stammered in disbelief. Over the past year, she had been utterly captivated by Ignat's formidable power and insight. Yet, this situation surpassed her cognitive limits, leaving her momentarily speechless. After regaining his breath, Ignat flickered and descended with Kasuma in tow. Well, we should resolve this matter promptly. We are about to leave. The fox will absorb and merge. Once we ascertain the identity of our adversary and eliminate them, we shall hunt a deep-sea behemoth before departing from this planet. King Cooled likely understands his own strength. Whether he dispatches others or not, remaining here poses a persistent threat. A day swiftly passed. The two interrogated each other, and Kasuma became increasingly hesitant. She realized she had made a mistake. She had targeted the wrong individual. Fortunately, Ignat had rescued her. Kasuma felt little guilt. Being weak and injured by her own hand was inconsequential. What she feared was that misidentifying the target could place Ignat in grave danger. Thankfully, the situation was ultimately resolved satisfactorily. After extracting the location of Creedy's spacecraft, Ignat disregarded the aftermath and departed. He intended to hunt a sea creature and venture to that continent to retrieve Creedy's ship. This time, he aimed to construct a superior vessel, at least an improvement over the spherical spacecraft. During this interval, he also sought to hunt another sea beast to enhance his resources. His speed was remarkable. The power of spatial manipulation proved to be a divine skill. With this ability, he could traverse anywhere with ease. The current inadequacy of strength is evident. Even a tenfold increase would render the transportation of a celestial body a trivial matter. The distance achievable through spatial displacement does not correlate linearly with one's power. Rather, it escalates exponentially. At a battle power of 300,000, traversing planets, while challenging, is not beyond reach. However, at 1,000,000 in battle power, such feats become exceedingly effortless. As for the fox, its innate racial talents cannot simply be envied. If another were endowed with spatial abilities, it would still be implausible for them to shift 3,000 miles with a mere 4,000 battle power. After Igrant departed, Kasuma remained vigilant. Following the demise of Creedy, her focus shifted menacingly towards Kakarot. Kakarot internally lamented his predicament. These two harbingers of death required no assistance from him. One possessed a battle power of 2,300, while the other soared to an unfathomable 59,000. They are indeed dubbed the fighting race, yet this seems excessively formidable. A 5-year-old child with a battle power of 60,000, while he himself lingered at a mere 320. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? This paltry 320 was only attained after enduring torment on this very planet. Chapter 37. The Bonds of Emotion, How to Proceed. A day later, Igrant returned. His prolonged absence was attributed to the search for Creedy's spacecraft. Indeed, the vessel of that fellow was not damaged in the slightest, or rather, he himself was oblivious to its condition, merely waving a flag. With a battle power of 1,280, he was hardly capable of dominating the continental forests. While solitary beasts pose little threat, facing them in hordes is a different matter. Even flight was not an option. Under Igrant's subtle interrogation, the fearful Creedy divulged everything in a rush, including the enhancement of his strength through a peculiar artifact. Armed with this information, Igrant set forth towards that continent. As Kreide was unaware of the ship's whereabouts, Igrant's search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. A slight delay was therefore to be expected, as locating an object is not as straightforward as seeking a person. It requires meticulous searching. Back already? Kasuma approached eagerly. Igrant observed Kakarot, bound with stone slabs, performing push-ups, and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What on earth is he doing? Exercising. Kasuma replied with an expression of obviousness. Did you teach him that? Igrant inquired, his face serious. Kasuma rolled her eyes in response, implying the obvious. You know that is not what I meant, Igrant countered. Maintaining his composure, Kasuma evaded his gaze. She still harbored ambitions of reclaiming the Saiyan throne. Igrant had previously remarked that aspiring to kingship is no simple endeavor. One must have capable subordinates. Presently, there was an opportunity right before her eyes, especially one who had come to their rescue. How could she not seize the chance? Is that exercise method particularly valuable? Kasuma asked cautiously, recalling that she had not considered its significance when she first taught it. Igrant's inquiry prompted a realization within her. The posture that Igrant had demonstrated was indeed simple, yet not a single Saiyan practiced it in such a manner. Thus, it is evident that this exercise method holds immense value. It is indeed inappropriate for one to recklessly impart it. Ignat rolled his eyes inwardly. He has never been concerned with exercise techniques, not to mention the ordinary ones. Even the most precious training methods in this world would not pique his interest. What he truly desires to comprehend is the motivation behind Kasuma's actions and her intention in teaching him. Ignat had already resolved that upon his return, he would have Kakarot board the Kreide spaceship back to Vegeta. What is Kasuma up to? Kakarot also paused his training, standing by with an anxious expression. He too has felt the benefits of this regimen. While he had exercised before, he had never anticipated that such a method could yield such remarkable results. Never having attempted to push their physical limits through continued training. With energy at their disposal, the effects of weight training and basic exercises were negligible. Consequently, no one had realized that these simple movements could swiftly enhance their prowess. Having tasted success, Kakarot understood the rarity of this training method. Although he initially resisted Kasuma's instruction, he was left with nothing but joy. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Kasuma's training techniques stemmed from Ignat, who had not granted her permission to teach the others. Kasuma hung her head, her little face contorted with conflict. Why? It was all for the sake of establishing a foundation. When the time comes to return to Vegeta, and he dons the royal mantle, Ignat would become the king of the Saiyans. At that moment, what excuse would he have to refrain from returning to Vegeta? With a demeanor of defiance, Kasuma seemed to say nothing, prompting Ignat to sigh. He then cast a cold glance at Kakarot, who was supporting the spaceship and walking away. The young girl was not idle either. That day, she leveled the surrounding land and unearthed the concealed spaceship, saving Ignat a considerable amount of effort. Noticing Ignat's departure, Kasuma suddenly lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling. Spotting Kakarot, who stood frozen in place, she snapped, "What are you staring at? It's your training." Kakarot grimaced, forced to resume his position and began doing push-ups with a grunt. Thud. Setting down the spaceship, Ignat commenced the process of building anew from scratch. What a calamity! Had he known, he would not have destroyed the originally established industrial zone. Fortunately, familiarity breeds ease, and it was not particularly troublesome. Kasuma stealthily approached. Is something the matter? Her face stiffened momentarily before breaking into a playful grin. Ignat, you're not angry, are you? Ignat could sense the girl's inner thoughts, which left him feeling rather exasperated. Kasuma knelt down, pondering. Did you not mention that King Vegeta is incapable of leading the Saiyans towards development, and that King Cooled is untrustworthy with a high mortality rate for missions? Evading the issue is not a solution. If we had a solid foundation, we could reclaim our rightful position as rulers. At that point, we could sever ties with King Cooled and train the Saiyans through more scientific methods, selecting several planets specifically for the training of Saiyan warriors. This way, our Saiyan lineage could flourish. Igrant busily fumbled with his tools, casually responding, Kasuma, the frozen demon clan of King Cooled will not spare us Saiyans. Returning would be akin to lambs entering a lion's den. Why? Kasuma asked, perplexed. She sensed that this was the underlying reason for Igrant's extreme reluctance to return. In her former self, she would have never considered the Saiyans. Now, however, she regarded the Saiyan race as part of Igrant's foundation, naturally caring for them. This exemplifies the distinction between having and lacking emotions. Despite Kasuma's ulterior motives, she still cared for the lives of her fellow clan members. Igrant sighed. Without an explanation, Kasuma would not relent. Yet, even if he attempted to clarify, it would be challenging. He couldn't simply claim to possess foresight, despite the existence of such beings in the universe. Even if we do not wish to seize power, we could take a portion of our kin and leave. With a balanced gender ratio, I could thrive as well. If King Vegeta and the others perish, the Saiyan race could still endure in the cosmos. Igrant paused, indeed considering it feasible. However, he found the prospect tedious. He harbored no emotional attachment to the Saiyans. Indifferent to their fates, he had no ambitions of kingship. He would rather enjoy the universe freely. Moreover, the cosmos is fraught with dangers. Truly being a king would likely reduce him to a mere caretaker of the Saiyan race. When formidable foes attack, would he flee or stand his ground? In the chaos of battle, if a planet were to be destroyed, what would he do? He was not akin to the Grand Elder of Namek, and the Saiyans were not as benevolent as the Namekians. Igrant, do you know that Kakarot came to rescue us at the behest of Oka? Do you know why? Igrant halted his actions, curiously looking at Kasuma. She raised an eyebrow. Kakarot informed me that King Vegeta sent someone to hunt you down because he perceived your sudden emergence of 5,000 battle power as a potential threat to his reign. But what does this have to do with Oka? He dispatched someone to save you because he believes you might be the legendary Super Saiyan. Likely the future of the Saiyans, which is why he risked so much to rescue you. If exposed, Oka's fate would undoubtedly be grim. Kasuma's spirits dampened. He was the first person, apart from Igrant, to make her feel the warmth of the Saiyans. Little connected, yet considering the future of the Saiyan race. She yearned to contribute in some meaningful way, just as Igrant had compelled her to train. Upon hearing Kasuma's words, Igrant's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 38, The New Plan. Kakarot's choice. What is it? A wave of frustration surged within him, prompting Igrant to refrain from retrieving his tools and slowly settle onto the ground. The more unkind the Saiyans were towards him, the more justified he felt in departing. Oka's actions were undeniably motivated by his potential and his capacity to fight for a brighter future for the Saiyans. The advantages he gained were tangible. Even if he did not require these benefits, he was nonetheless obligated to acknowledge this sentiment. Such is the burden of emotion. Gratitude and resentment would inevitably confine him in many ways, yet they also provided him warmth. Kasuma was one, and Oka another. Both initially expressed their concern for him through the inherent behavioral logic of the Saiyan race. Kasuma's intentions were somewhat purer, while Oka's were more goal-oriented, which was understandable. There exists only unfounded hatred, never unfounded love. Regardless, it was all an expression of care and protection for him. This sentiment was one Igrant had to accept. Kasuma's small face was etched with worry. Igrant, if you truly do not wish to, then it matters not if we do not return. Igrant slowly shook his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He opened his mouth, his youthful voice tinged with a rasp. It's too late. Kasuma was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Oka's actions would surely reach King Vegeta and King Cooled. Oka's life would undoubtedly become difficult. What then? While Kasuma desired to save him, Igrant's well-being remained paramount. If Oka were truly in peril, she would not stubbornly insist on returning. Igrant furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seemed that a return to Planet Vegeta was unavoidable. However, how to return and what purpose it would serve required careful consideration. Igrant's troubled expression tugged at Kasuma's heart, making her acutely aware of his predicament. Despite her uncertainty, she felt a strong desire to shield Igrant from hardship. In contrast to others, Igrant was of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to herself, Kasuma, who had initially followed Igrant solely to enhance her power, had begun to genuinely contemplate his well-being. Then let us remain on this planet, Kasuma said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Igrant slowly shook his head. He still possessed some awareness of the external world, and upon hearing Kasuma's suggestion, he recognized its impracticality and promptly rejected it. We cannot stay on this planet. We must leave for Earth. If we cannot return and cannot stay, what shall we do? Kasuma pouted in frustration. Igrant offered no response. She stood up, furrowing her brow. What are you doing? Why aren't you training properly? Just look at that movement you executed. Do you think you're giving birth to a small Saiyan? You haven't even reached adulthood. Are you capable of this? Kakarot was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this how you instructed me? Lying prone, back straight, arms engaged, up and down, up and down. Is it not merely that my energy consumption is high? with several stone slabs on my back, causing some distortion in my movements? How did it come to associating with birthing a small Saiyan? What does that have to do with me? Are you perhaps feeling defiant? Kasutma's voice pierced Kadget's heart like a soft, yet sharp needle. He couldn't help but shiver. His movements swift, almost causing the dried soil beneath him to scatter. The correctness of the posture was irrelevant. What truly mattered was Kasutma's satisfaction. These two anomalies, seemingly younger than him, possessed an unimaginable strength. How could they, with such feeble prowess, not put in the effort? Kasutma approached him, looking down from a height as Kadget struggled with his push-ups. Kadget felt a deep sense of despair, his expression reflecting his inner turmoil. This was a punishment he had never endured. He would have preferred to lie injured in a healing pod. With a battle power of 380, he was not weak. Yet he was only 6 years old. Was it that I am too weak, or are you all simply overestimating yourselves? With a battle power of 2,300. And behind her stood a super expert with a battle power of 50,000. Hardly an overestimation. He wasn't as foolish as Crady, who thought his scouter was broken. The battle powers of other creatures remained unchanged, yet the readings for these two Saiyans seemed faulty. Such a muddled thought process. He couldn't fathom what Crady had initially been thinking. Clearing away all the fog, the truth was singular. Kadget silently lamented, yet under Kasutma's piercing gaze, he quickened his pace. Indeed, each time he entered the healing pod, he experienced an enhancement. An increase of 60 battle points. Quite commendable. Igrant glanced over, but chose to ignore the scene unfolding. If Kasutma was willing, so be it. It was of no consequence. He had begun to lean towards rescuing a portion of the Saiyans. Intelligent beings find it challenging to break their social nature. They require the solace and recognition of their kind. Not everyone can emulate Jiren, even if they share a similarly tragic childhood. Vegeta serves as an excellent example. Despite his immense pride, he too gradually assimilated among the masses. Kasutma's desire to rescue more individuals was not unattainable. It merely required careful planning and a further increase in strength. Achieving a battle power of 50,000 was impossible, but what about 500,000? Surely, 500,000 could be accomplished. Attaining such power is daunting, yet not insurmountable. In that desolate land of martial arts on Earth, the most level path to mastery could be carved. He simply needed to tread upon it. Senza Beans, the Cat Sage and Bobo, the Spirit and Time Chamber, even collaborating with Dr. Brief to create a gravity chamber, could all contribute. Which option would suffice to help him achieve his goal? Ultimately, if all else fails, the Dragon Balls would serve as a reliable fallback. The instantaneous transportation from the planet Adralat is not as challenging as spatial relocation. Igrant resolutely made his decision. Plans often do not keep pace with change. He is not devoid of compassion. When the moment arises, he must take action. It is merely a matter of rescuing a few Saiyans. At worst, after their salvation, he could depart. Coming to this realization, he disregarded the external turmoil and commenced an ambitious pursuit of technological advancement. The creation of a spacecraft necessitates a comprehensive suite of technological support, compelling him to conduct multifaceted research. Fortunately, without the constraint of costs, the initial phases do not require extensive mental exertion. After another 20 days, the sea beast within the prison realm, boasting a power level of 23,000, was on the brink of losing its temper, while Igrant's technological prowess reached its zenith. The strength in this universe is derived from the energy contained within, rather than mere capability. Should the sea beast's power level be entrusted to an individual from this world, even 30,000 might not suffice. However, Igrant encountered little difficulty in overpowering it effortlessly. The spacecraft could indeed be constructed, albeit with some remaining gaps. Are we ready? Igrant paused, and Kasuma, naturally curious, approached to inquire. Igrant shook his head, casting a glance at the ever-present Kadget. What are your plans? Hee. With a power level of 410, that's already commendable. With proper training, surpassing 5,000 should pose no problem. Let us take him along, Kasuma cheerfully remarked. The 5,000 she mentioned referred to Kadget's pre-adult strength, not his potential as an adult. Observing Kadget's anxious demeanor, Igrant inquired, what do you wish? If you desire to return, I can escort you back now. If not, you may accompany us. He was not particularly averse to having Saiyans in his company. Moreover, he presumed that Kadget would be reluctant to join them, unlike Kasuma, who harbored some ambiguous feelings towards him after spending over a year together and aiding her in reaching her current strength. However, Kadget's next words took Igrant by surprise. Chapter 39. Arrival on Earth. Kasuma's little temper, I will follow you. Kadget responded without hesitation, his voice resolute. Kasuma raised an eyebrow, her face radiating pride, as if seeking Igrant's approval. Over the past 20 days, rather than relying on brute strength, she had successfully garnered a genuinely loyal Saiyan subordinate, an impressive feat. This time, we will not return to Vegeta, Igrant stated nonchalantly. Kasuma was momentarily taken aback, but Kadget remained steadfast in his desire to accompany him, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any signs of coercion. Very well, I shall make slight modifications to King Kurd's technology before commencing the construction of the spacecraft. This time, the two fell into a contemplative silence. Given their decision to forego a return to Vegeta, it was clear that they could not utilize the spherical spacecraft. Thus, a new vessel must be constructed. The latest spacecraft provided by the Kurdish king undoubtedly contains some valuable features. Not to mention, the star maps must surely be transmitted, along with various technologies such as communication systems. The speed of the spacecraft may also see some enhancements. Even a slight increase in speed could significantly shorten their journey to Earth by several months, or even a year, which would be immensely beneficial to him. The three individuals resumed their normal lives. A month had passed since Kadget's arrival. In the factory, Igrant had constructed a new type of spaceship. It resembled the aircraft from his past life, albeit with a more futuristic design and larger dimensions, measuring over 80 meters in length. Inside, he integrated several gravity modules, allowing them to live comfortably within, and included 2 lifeboats. Kasuma, Kadget, and even he himself might not be entirely reliable. In the event of a mishap during their voyage that compromised the main ship, the lifeboats could provide a means of survival until they found a suitable planet to land on. On this day, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Kadget and Kasuma stood by the beach. Igrant flew over and handed them a set of garments. What is this? Kasuma inquired curiously as she took the clothing, feeling its weight in her hands. Lead suits, Igrant replied casually. However, these were not ordinary lead suits. He had yet to construct a gravity chamber. He had only partially researched gravity modules, which could slightly increase gravitational force. The lead suits employed this technology, providing approximately twice the gravity of Planet Vegeta. Of course, these suits were not intended for training, but to suppress the abilities of Kasuma and the others, preventing them from unintentionally damaging the spacecraft with excessive force. As for Igrant himself, he found it challenging to impose any limitations on his own formidable strength, making restrictions of little consequence. He donned a suit himself, finding some psychological comfort in it, albeit minimal. Oh, Kasuma's eyes brightened, clearly understanding the implication. Kadget, this is a valuable item. Remove your iron ring and put this suit on. Without hesitation, Kadget shattered the iron ring and stepped forward to take the lead suit from Igrant. You have 1 day to hunt ferocious beasts and stockpile provisions. We leave tomorrow, Igrant instructed as he observed the two donning their suits. While Kasuma changed in the industrial area, Kadget remarked, Aren't we traveling by spaceship? Why waste time hunting beasts when we have nutrient solutions? Having been accustomed to spherical spacecraft since childhood, Kadget thought one merely needed to sleep and awaken upon arrival at their destination, leading to his confusion regarding the necessity of hunting. Kasuma wore a stern expression, her tone tinged with displeasure as she commanded you to obey without question. With that, she soared away. A jest indeed. Did you think I am unaware? Not only the intricate technological knowledge of Iglander, but even the devices themselves are exceedingly complex. To comprehend them while mingling with you is no small feat. Kadjet scratched his head and flew towards the other side of the forest. Iglander, naturally, sought to capture more formidable sea beasts. The timing was impeccable, having absorbed the essence of a 23,000 class sea beast. He felt his physique considerably enhanced and now sought another to alleviate the tedium of cosmic navigation. 2 years later, on June 19, 733 of the Age Era, a spacecraft breached Earth's gravitational pull and descended. The vessel bore a shape entirely alien to this world, belonging to Iglander and his companions. Even though the ship was crafted solely by Iglander, it could not compare to the cosmic crafts produced through the collaboration of numerous scientists under Frieza's command. Nor could it match the subsequent spherical vessels. After more than a year of travel, the trio finally arrived at Earth. Inside the spacecraft, Kasuma and Khajiit exchanged puzzled glances. Both equipped with enhanced detectors modified by Iglander, who had deliberately removed the surveillance function. Earth was relatively small, lacking even 1% of the size of the mission planet. They could easily ascertain the planet's overall combat capabilities. Weak. Pitifully weak. If Kasuma, a novice, were to set foot on this planet, she could obliterate most of its life forms with ease. The remainder would merely require time and effort to locate. Kasuma's brows furrowed and then relaxed, only to furrow again. She desperately wished to convince herself that Iglander's judgment was infallible, yet she found herself unable to do so. Iglander? She murmured in confusion, sensing their bewilderment. Iglander gently shook his head. He had not donned a detector, intentionally honing his ability to sense energy, though progress was sluggish. Acquiring the Fox's energy sensing ability had proven slow as well. Whether it was due to a racial talent or his own lack of intellect remained unclear. But the results were far from satisfactory. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the strength of Earth's inhabitants was lacking. The turtle hermit, crane hermit, cat hermit, along with the god of earth and bubbles, beyond them, no other formidable beings existed. The sealed Majin Buu on Earth was, of course, not included. He could not be detected. And even if he could, it would merely result in the destruction of the detector. I understand your confusion. You will soon comprehend everything, Iglander stated without elaborating further. In fact, he struggled to explain why they had come to Earth at all. Sometimes, withholding explanations is the wisest choice. Let us proceed. As he spoke, the spacecraft touched down, releasing a surge of hot air and stirring up clouds of dust. Surrounding them were towering mountains and bizarre rock formations. Yet the ground here was remarkably flat. The hatch opened, and Iglander stepped forth, standing poised in midair. Following closely behind were the frowning Kasuma and the inquisitive Kagdi. After more than a year of journeying, their training had not faltered. With an abundance of food, the trio's strength surged dramatically. Particularly notable was Igrant, whose prowess soared to an astonishing 160,000, perhaps due to the invigorating energies of the cosmic expanse. Kasuma was no slouch either, having reached over 6,000 in strength. A tad slower was Kagdi, boasting over 1,800 in battle power. With such formidable capabilities, any one of them could easily vanquish all life on Earth. Is it possible for us to consume food in such a weak place? Kasuma questioned, her expression one of skepticism. Igrant dismissed her complaint. A single planet could more than adequately sustain the three of them. To say nothing of the trio? Even 300 million would suffice, a notion that would satisfy even the hungriest of appetites. Kasuma's remark was merely an expression of discontent. The novice task planet was far superior, with its plentiful provisions. Well, let us proceed, Igrant declared, opting not to use instant teleportation, but instead flying forward with Kasuma and Kagdi in tow. He was uncertain of the location of the Karlan sanctuary, yet it mattered little. With his current strength of 160,000, traversing Earth would take merely a day or two. The Karlan sanctuary was encased within a unique barrier crafted by divine beings, visible only upon close proximity. Otherwise, that towering spire would have long been renowned and not merely a legend. Only those who had ventured there could ascertain its existence. The heavenly palace, soaring high above, went unnoticed by all, even by technology. Sun Wukong's first ascent was achieved solely through his Rui Jingu Bang. It was only later, with frequent visits by Wukong and others, that it became apparent to the world. Of course, it could also be broken through by sheer force, much like Bu did. However, Igrant's current strength was inadequate for such a feat. He did not even entertain the thought of sensing it. The trio glided through the vast sky, freely soaring across Earth. Faced with such feeble beings, they had little need for concern. Meanwhile, on the southern islands of Earth, the bald turtle hermit, reclining in a beach chair with sunglasses atop his nose, suddenly sprang to his feet, astonished. "Turtle hermit, what is it? Have you spotted a stunning beauty?" inquired the old turtle, who had been lazily dozing beside him. The turtle hermit, with a grave expression, shook his head. "No, there is a powerful presence." Upon hearing this, the old turtle lay back down. "A powerful presence? How strong? Is it half as strong as you?" The turtle hermit responded. "Very strong, so much so that even a single finger could obliterate me. A vile energy. Earth is in grave peril." His brows furrowed, and he was covered in goosebumps. The intruder showed no intention of concealing their energy, brazenly unleashing their full might. This enemy is beyond my capacity to confront. I must seek that individual. The old turtle appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the words of the turtle sage. Within a forest, the crane sage, donned in a felt hat and bearing a grim expression, sat opposite his brother, the long-braided Tao Bai, whose chest was emblazoned with the character for kill. So powerful, so malevolent. Tao Bai remarked ominously. Indeed, who would have thought that such formidable beings would suddenly emerge on Earth, exerting pressure from an unfathomable distance, making it difficult for us to breathe. Ha ha ha. Earth is becoming increasingly intriguing, more amusing, Tao Bai continued. This is no jest. The enemy is formidable and wicked, replied the crane sage. Unfazed, Tao Bai retorted. Oh, how amusing that you, crane sage, would label others as evil. The crane sage fell silent for a moment, regaining his composure before declaring, enough idle chatter. I must confer with that insufferable fellow. Ah, you would seek him out? How entertaining, Tao Bai chuckled. You know nothing. The crane sage spat, remaining unmoved. His words were merely a facade. He lacked the courage to confront that powerful malevolence. At the Korin Tower, the cat sage leaned on his wooden staff, his right hand clasped behind his back, gazing out with concern. So powerful, so evil. What could they want on Earth? What shall become of our world? Does the divine have a means to vanquish that wicked being? His words were steeped in profound worry. In the divine temple, the deity did not sit upon the throne but stood at the edge, flanked by the dark-hued Bobo, who had his hands clasped behind his back, his large white eyes wide with trepidation. The arrival of cosmic civilizations on Earth, blessing or curse? Bobo remained silent, his face etched with anxiety. Upon closer inspection, his expression was strikingly flat, like a still pond devoid of ripples. Igrant understood that their arrival would undoubtedly attract the attention of Earth's strongest defenders. The cat sage and the deity possessed unique powers as earthly deities, so it was entirely reasonable for them to notice the descent of these three malevolent beings. Yet, to his astonishment, every formidable entity on Earth had taken notice. Even the turtle sage and the crane sage, whose combat prowess barely exceeded 100, were aware of their presence. Accompanied by Kisuma, they traversed mountains and arid plains, arriving above a human village. Below, the town bustled with idleness during the farming off-season. As people strolled and exchanged pleasantries, many townsfolk noticed the three figures soaring high above, appearing as mere black dots against the sky. Igrant, these individuals are quite peculiar, Kisuma observed, having encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings before, yet this was her first time seeing creatures that resembled Saiyans, save for their lack of tails. The vastness of the universe was indeed filled with wonders, and one could not help but marvel at its mysteries. Both Kisuma and Kajet nodded in agreement. Igrant's thoughts shifted, as he suddenly yearned to relive the experience of human life. After all, there was no rush. It would not hinder their mission. Come, I shall take you to explore their human city, declared Igrant, whirling away as Kisuma and her companion hurried to keep pace. Below them, a group of people gazed skyward, debating the nature of the object that loomed above. Some suggested it was an aircraft, while others claimed it was a bird. The opinions were varied. As the dark speck vanished from view, the crowd began to disperse. Amidst their discussions, Igrant led the pair to an unfamiliar small town. In the Dragon Ball universe, cities are scarce. Most dwellings consist of villages and towns. They were fortunate, having encountered a city not far from their flight, though it was approximately 200 miles away. What is there to see on this planet with such low human combat prowess? Kisuma frowned. Igrant, in high spirits, chuckled. Do not underestimate this planet, Kisuma. The center of the universe lies right here on Earth. Even I am a traveler from this world. Every realm has its Earth. He continued. Now, do not overthink it. Just follow me and enjoy your time in the human town. Trust me, you shall not be disappointed. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of yellow-haired ruffians brandishing knives approached with menacing grins. Kisuma looked perplexed. What are these weaklings doing with mere peeling knives? Hey, little brats, you wouldn't want to get hurt, would you? Hand over all your money. Igrant found himself bemused. He had merely wished to relax. Yet it seemed the situation demanded his attention. Was the security on Earth truly this poor? Robbery in broad daylight, and not a soul intervened. Igrant, what do they mean? Kisuma inquired. Igrant chuckled. Kajet, eliminate them. He was no benevolent saint. These individuals thought they were picking on easy prey, unaware they had provoked a formidable demon. Saiyans were known for their planet-destroying might. After all, A glint of coldness flashed in Kadget's eyes. Over the past year, he had reaped numerous benefits. And merely by associating with Kasuma and the others, his own power had significantly surged. In a blink, he appeared before the yellow-haired thugs, dispatching them with a single punch, their heads exploding with gruesome finality. The scene turned horrifically bloody. The onlookers, who had been merely spectators, screamed in terror at the sight and fled in panic. Kadget vanished, and Igrant quickly called out, "Enough, come back." With an expressionless demeanor, Kadget returned to stand behind Igrant, having dispatched mere insects without so much as a frown. Meanwhile, Karin, the cat sage, observed the scene unfold from his jar, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. This is too brutal. What do these malevolent extraterrestrials intend to do? Chapter 41. The gluttonous Kasuma. The cat sage is terrified. The cat sage could only watch helplessly, unlike Kasuma, whose eyes were fixated on the array of enticing goods lining the streets, her nose twitching as she unmistakably caught a whiff of something delectable. As a warrior, Kasuma harbors a disdain for flamboyant attire, yet possesses an undeniable fondness for trinkets and an even greater passion for food. At this moment, her gaze fixates on a takoyaki stall, saliva trickling from the corners of her mouth. "You, serve me that," Kasuma declares, pointing at the vendor with an air of entitlement. The vendor, visibly trembling and covered in cold sweat, struggles to maintain his composure, his hands shaking uncontrollably, utterly incapable of preparing takoyaki under such pressure. Kasuma's brows furrow deeply, her expression fierce. "Did you not hear me? Bring that to me." Igrant, standing nearby, offers a wry smile. He had envisioned a leisurely stroll, only to be interrupted by a group of unruly ruffians. He grasps Kasuma firmly. "What are you doing?" Kasuma responds with evident irritation. "If I want to eat, I should be able to take it." "Take? You mean you need to pay?" Igrant patiently explains. "Money is the currency with which we trade." As for the vendor, he remains utterly flustered, devoid of any inclination to soothe the weak. He has no time to spare for such matters. "I have no money. I simply want to take it. If he dares refuse, I will kill him and take it by force," Kasuma snarls, turning her fierce gaze upon the vendor. "Igrant, we are here for enjoyment. If you continue like this, it will cease to be fun." "I don't care. I will just rob him." Kasuma pouts, her cheeks puffed out. The delectable food before her leaves no room for hesitation. She refuses to dawdle, unwilling to exhibit the same cowardice as Igrant. With a sudden thud, Igrant strikes Kasuma lightly on the head. "Ouch! What was that for?" she exclaims, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling quite wronged. Even a mere tap from Igrant, with his formidable strength, would leave her in pain for quite some time. Ignoring her pitiful expression, Igrant knows better than to suppress the Saiyan's fiery spirit. Yet he cannot permit Kasuma to become reckless. In the past, as they traversed the primordial jungle together, such concerns were unnecessary. Now it is time to instill some discipline. "Wait, should you dare to act out, I will deal with you." With that, Igrant vanishes from sight. Kasuma's face twists in dismay. She has no doubt about Igrant's words. He would not harm or severely injure her. However, Igrant possesses a method of instilling fear far worse than physical harm: combat, leaving her in tears. Rolling her eyes, she reminds herself to remain still, though she does not stop Kadget from moving. Her gaze shifts to Kadget, who, with a twitch of his lips, looks up at the sky and laments. "Oh, why is the sky so blue?" Kasuma fears Igrant, but Kadget fears him even more. With an eye roll, she says nothing, her focus returning to the stall as drool continues to flow unabated. In less than a minute, Igrant returns, holding a damp box that emits a strong fishy odor. "Here, we will take all the food from your stall. Make it well," he says, casually handing over a pearl. The stall owner was momentarily blinded, and in the blink of an eye, one of the three individuals vanished, only to reappear, holding a box and extending pearls towards him. Trembling, he dared not accept them. How could he? Not far away, there was a puddle of blood on the roadside, smeared against the glass of the mall. "Sir, may I invite a few esteemed guests to dine?" said the diminutive figure. Igrant raised an eyebrow, flicked his fingers, and the pearls transformed into radiant light, shooting into the stall owner's embrace. "Rest assured, we wouldn't shortchange you." After uttering these words, Igrant fell silent, feeling a tinge of boredom. He merely sought to experience the life of an ordinary person, to pay homage to the past. He was entirely unaware that he was no longer the person he once was. His mindset had shifted entirely, and his demeanor now exuded an air of superiority he himself scarcely recognized. The blaring sirens pierced the air as several uniformed police officers, guns drawn, approached with grave expressions. Even a hint of panic. "Stop. Don't move. You are under arrest." Kakarot frowned. Kasuma, increasingly agitated, waved her hand dismissively. Igrant nodded silently, urging cleanliness. Kakarot understood, raising his hands, and the sound of gunfire erupted. The already tense officers, seeing Kakarot's gesture, immediately opened fire without regard for the stall owner's fate. Like a wraith, Kakarot paused as the gunfire ceased, extending his hands as bullets fell from his palms, clattering against the concrete floor with a sharp sound. In a flash of light, a police car nearby exploded, taking several officers with it into oblivion. Igrant remained unfazed. Kasuma's gaze was fixed intently on the stall. "Is it not ready yet?" The stall owner peeked out, dumbfounded, glancing at the small pit nearby, nervously flipping octopus balls. "This planet is quite splendid," Kasuma mumbled with her cheeks stuffed. Behind her, Kakarot held a large stone slab, adorned with various delicacies and trinkets, enveloped in a protective aura to ensure the food remained untouched by the wind or dust. "In the future, we could visit Earth," Kasuma mused, swallowing her food and feeding herself again, mumbling softly. Igrant chuckled, shaking his head. Upon landing, Kasuma wore a look of disdain. This small town was a culinary paradise, entirely catering to her tastes. "Perhaps we could find some cooks to bring back to our planet," she suggested. "Now, we must attend to serious matters." The trio wandered about, ultimately arriving at Kalinta. Kasuma continued to stuff her face with food. In her eyes, this planet was only worthwhile for its culinary offerings. She pondered what Igrant was searching for, as this slender pillar seemed remarkable but lacked any apparent purpose. They were proud Saiyan warriors. Besides training, fighting, and enjoying Earth's cuisine, what else warranted their precious time? Igrant's pursuits seemed frivolous. The inhabitants here possess formidable combat prowess, ranging from 30 to 40 points, which is quite impressive. "Ah," Kaswama remarked while indulging in her meal. Igranti's gaze was intensely fixed on Karinta. This was their true objective. Here lay the foundation of martial arts from the Dragon Ball world. After years of solitary exploration, he had failed to find a path, even with the aid of his extraordinary abilities. Now, he could finally set foot here and embark on a genuine journey of cultivation. With his ever-increasing strength, how formidable would he become after undergoing authentic training in this universe? What should he do now? Igranti's lips twitched. This Kaswama, why had he never noticed her gluttonous tendencies before? Was his roasted meat truly unpalatable? Shaking off such unreliable thoughts from his mind, he declared, "Let us ascend the tower." Upon finishing his words, Igranti soared upwards into the air. Kaswama promptly gathered her energy to follow suit, while Kakarot, with a look of resignation, held aloft a stone tablet and ascended as well. At this time, the Universal Capsule Corporation had not yet emerged, leaving Kakarot without the means to liberate himself. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Who goes there?" A throng of individuals emerged from the forest. "Where are they?" Everyone glanced around. Some even craned their necks to gaze at the sky, stammering and pointing upwards. "What is that?" The command to protect the holy land of Karinta was clear. Those who witnessed the scene were visibly astonished, yet remained silent. They were not foolish, with those individuals soaring into the heavens. What chance did they have of engaging in combat? As the guardians departed, the cat sage atop Karinta began to panic. "This is bad, this is bad. These malevolent beings are coming for me." The cat sage felt utterly flustered, unsure of how to react. Run. But as a mere cat sage, where could he flee? He could only stand firm in defense. Chapter 42. The terrified cat sage. Seeking guidance, the cat sage stood at the entrance, observing Igranti, Kaswama, and Kakarot rapidly ascending. Their speed was such that even the clouds struggled to keep pace. After a couple of minutes, a whirlwind formed behind them, dispersing the clouds that swirled around Karinta. Had he known of their strength, witnessing their speed would have imparted a modicum of understanding. Each of them was a force he could not withstand. Their malevolence was far more intense than that of Piccolo. Would their arrival at Karinta be a blessing or a curse? No, they were nearing the tower's apex. He must go out to greet them. The cat sage was filled with dread. No, he needed to obstruct them. Yes, obstruct them. With that thought, the cat sage vanished from the lower hall in an instant, his speed astonishing to anyone who witnessed it. In truth, the unmasked arrival of the three Saiyans left the cat sage and the deity feeling utterly helpless. They could not impede any of the trio's actions. As the guardian deity of Earth, this was an unequivocally perilous situation. Just as the cat sage reached the railing, a shiver ran down his spine. They had arrived. A series of swift sounds echoed, a stark contrast between extreme motion and utter stillness that was jarring enough to provoke a visceral reaction. Kasuma took a bite and, in a flurry of activity, pressed the detector. Beep, beep, beep. A battle power of 141. Hardly impressive. Kasuma continued to chew, her expression one of perplexity. Igrant felt speechless. Clearly, a formidable presence had arrived, exuding an aura of power. Yet, Kasuma's incessant chewing diminished the gravity of the moment. Look at the sweat on his forehead and the tremors in his body, Igrant pointed out. Igrant wished fervently for a mask to hide his embarrassment. How humiliating. What do you care? Are you afraid of us? Kasuma remarked nonchalantly. With a battle power of 160,000, Igrant was undoubtedly the strongest in the universe, naturally. This insignificant warrior from Earth would tremble before them. Igrant felt no desire to engage in conversation with Kasuma, even wishing to silence her. Kadget, what have you discerned? Igrant's voice turned icy, causing Kadget to involuntarily shudder. The cat sage recognized that Igrant was the true core among the three. He wanted to express something, but his body felt weak, and his throat seemed constricted by an immense weight, rendering him voiceless. My lord, he is truly fearful of us, Igrant seethed. These individuals were utterly hopeless. Fortunately, Kadget continued to speak. We have not unleashed our full power. He can sense us and is even aware of our presence. Kadget stated calmly. His current strength allowed him to look down upon most others. By remaining composed, he could observe many details. With Igrant nearby, he felt unworthy of arrogance. Thus, he noted certain subtleties. What does it matter? Kasuma shrugged, seemingly indifferent. No detector was found on him. Kadget fell silent after his statement. Igrant was indeed terrifying, an unmatched fearsome presence. They had even caused their detectors to malfunction while probing Igrant. To Kasuma, he was a figure of dread. His current power, shaped by Kasuma's guidance, ensured that he would not show her any leniency. Kasuma paused her chewing, scrutinizing the cat sage from head to toe, even circling him in the air. Where do you hide your detector, you cat? Despite her vast experience, she was not taken aback by the peculiar feline race. The cat sage trembled even more. These individuals exuded a stark malevolence that was truly terrifying. Igrant felt a sense of satisfaction. Teach us your methods of sensing energy. He did not demand surrender, but rather implied that escape was impossible. There were still the celestial beings and the room of spirit and time. The cat sage's forehead was damp with sweat, as if two little figures were battling in his mind. One urged him to surrender, lest he face death, while another insisted that martial arts training should not be entrusted to these malevolent individuals. Hey, hand it over, Kisuma declared, her displeasure palpable, emanating an aura more menacing than that of Igrant. In truth, among the trio, Kargat possessed the strongest malevolence, having executed several missions and obliterated numerous celestial bodies. Following closely was Kisuma, with Igrant trailing last. Observing the deference shown by the two towards Igrant, it was evident that he was the nucleus of their group. Ignoring the fact that Kisuma was munching on food, the little girl seemed oblivious to the purpose of the three's visit to Earth. The cat sage gritted his teeth, desperately managing to utter a few words before nearly fainting from the immense pressure. You rascal! Kisuma glared fiercely, her hands radiating light. Igrant swiftly intervened, blocking Kisuma's advance. The cat sage felt his legs weaken, collapsing against the railing. That was a close call. He sensed that the energy released from the young girl's palm could utterly devastate Kolinta, rendering him utterly powerless to retaliate. We are a cosmic warrior race, the Saiyans. And who might you be? I am the cat sage, a deity of Earth. Kisuma, initially displeased, turned her gaze towards Igrant. Deity? What does that mean? Your methods are rather peculiar. I have observed Earth warriors, and they seem to be in training, the cat sage replied, at a loss for words. Indeed. But does the modest strength of Earthlings warrant attention from such formidable extraterrestrials? I seek your training methods, and hope you will be generous in sharing them. Igrant spoke softly, his tone inviting. Kisuma and Kargat's eyes sparkled with interest. The training methods of Igrant were well known to them, and they had diligently practiced them. Now, hearing his high regard for Earth's training, it might indeed prove beneficial. Upon hearing this, the cat sage exhaled in relief, feeling a renewed sense of vitality. He struggled to rise from the railing once more. Your powers far exceed ours. You surely do not need our training methods. I have little to offer you, he stated. Kisuma immediately bared her teeth. Hey, if I tell you to teach, just teach. Why the fuss? Do you believe I won't kill you? Kisuma, unlike before, was not dismissive of learning. If Igrant desired the training methods, she did too. The cat sage wore a pained expression, genuinely unsure of how to instruct them. With their overwhelming strength, a mere strike could eliminate him, potentially wreaking havoc on a significant portion of Earth. Why would they require such feeble training methods? It seemed absurd. Just as the cat sage found himself in a quandary, a small shadow loomed over him. Chapter 43. Refusal of the Divine Temple. Kalinta's cultivation, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Igrant's eyes as he failed to notice the arrival of a visitor. He instinctively knew who it was, Bobo. As for the other two, they remained blissfully unaware, still hovering in the air without any reaction. Three formidable beings wished to learn the art of cultivation. Follow me to the Divine Temple, came a hearty voice, prompting Kisuma and the other to become aware of their surroundings. They did not perceive the gravity of the situation. As they were incapable of sensing aura, they could only gauge the strength of presence through direct interaction. Upon activating the detector, both were struck with disbelief. Why was there no data? Is the detector malfunctioning? Kisuma remarked carelessly. Kaget's muscles tensed as a potent energy surged within him. The newcomer was anything but ordinary. Unlike the oblivious Kisuma, Kaget understood that the detector could not simply fail without reason. Who are you? Igrant asked, struggling to contain himself. He was acutely aware of everything, yet bound by an unspoken constraint. Who could fathom such a sensation? Ah, how peculiar that the detector is malfunctioning, Kisuma said, aiming at the cat sage, who appeared unfazed. The cat sage, realizing the situation, noted that this young girl was the most tempestuous yet the least astute. Observing the two others, one remained calm while the other was visibly tense, hinting at a significant discovery. Curiously, why was Mr. Bobo among them appearing anxious? Could it be that Mr. Bobo was stronger than even the weakest among them? Such a notion seemed implausible, considering that the incident with the great demon king Bick had only occurred 300 years prior. If Bobo possessed such might, he would have dispatched Bick effortlessly, and the calamity below would have been averted. I am a servant of the divine. The cultivation methods you seek are housed within the divine temple, and I am here at the behest of the deity to invite you, Bobo stated, his expression serene, far surpassing that of any celestial being. In this moment, he resembled an ordinary person addressing another ordinary individual. The cat sage felt a mix of concern and relief with the departure of the three formidable beings. Tranquility seemed to return. Kisuma and Kaget turned their gazes towards Igrant, as they had always regarded him as their leader, willing to heed his every decision. After a moment of contemplation, Igrant shook his head in refusal. He believed he could learn effortlessly, but he knew Kisuma and Kaget were not equipped for such a challenge. It was imperative that they began their training with the cat sage from the most fundamental level. Your cultivation methods must be far more advanced. Yet I still hope my companions can train alongside this sage, starting with the basics. Of course, once we complete our training here, we shall undoubtedly ascend. Bobo remained noncommittal. Although the divine temple resided above Kalinta, ascending would not grant them access. The three, having traversed from the cosmos, should understand this well. Without guidance and permission, they could not reach the divine temple. As Kisuma prepared to unleash her anger, Igrant swiftly grasped the young girl's arm. You must temper your temper. What is this impulsive wrath? I understand, he said. I trust that you will come to fetch us when the time arrives. Is that not so? Igrant smiled gently, yet his tone was resolute. Bobo fell silent, his ears twitching. Very well, the divine will has been decreed. Once the three of you complete your training, I shall descend. With that, Bobo mounted his magic carpet and soared into the sky, leaving behind a rather anxious cat sage. Igrant glanced at the cat sage, aware that in his current state, teaching him would be quite futile. With utmost seriousness, he spoke. Fear not, cat sage. I shall keep Kisuma in check. He will not act recklessly. As for my other companion, Kaget, he simply struggles to control his powers, yet he will not cause chaos. The cat sage wore a bitter expression. They had all reached an accord with the divine. What could he possibly say? He steeled himself for the task at hand. Sighing softly, I am not worried for myself, but the three of you are immensely powerful. I truly do not know what I can impart. Igrant, however, was exceedingly earnest. At present, Earth is the most suitable place. If we were to venture to Meek Star, they might very well react with hostility upon seeing us. Oh, the Meek Star inhabitants are known for their peaceful nature, so the likelihood of that is quite low. Perhaps they would not teach us. But what if Neru were to act otherwise? The Elder, though amiable, possessed the ability to sense certain futures. However, allowing him to delve into his past or uncover his identity as a reincarnated being was utterly out of the question. Do not take offense, Cat Sage. We are endowed with innate strengths, born powerful. Some of our kin possess combat prowess exceeding 1,000 at birth. Yet, due to this innate strength, most of our kind, including us, struggle to control our own energy. By sheer coincidence, we found ourselves here, witnessing that most Earthlings can master energy with remarkable precision, and we yearn to learn from them. Thus far, Igrant's words were sincere, devoid of any aggressiveness. The Cat Sage found his demeanor rather agreeable. Good heavens! Such a race exists in the universe. It is truly astonishing. The strength of the three of you is like an unfathomable abyss. We are nearly suffocated by your presence. Ah, indeed, Kisuma mumbled incoherently. You possess merely over 100 combat power, while Igrant has reached an astounding 16,000. I have 6,000. And Kadget stands at 1,800. Of course, you cannot withstand our aura. The Cat Sage's breath caught in his throat. So powerful? Igrant, equally perplexed, mused. Shouldn't introductions of strength follow a progression from weak to strong? Why present it in reverse? What sort of madness is this? The Cat Sage stammered, expressing his astonishment. He did not believe the trio had any motive to deceive him. Moreover, such power rendered any deceit unnecessary. Is it truly so absurd? Monsters! I had no idea such beings existed in the universe. If the entire cosmos were filled with individuals of your caliber, what would become of our Earth? Rest assured, the majority of races in the universe possess combat capabilities that are, in fact, quite modest, typically below 1,000. It is rare to find planets with peak combat powers exceeding 3,000, while those reaching 10,000 are regarded as absolute powerhouses. As a renowned martial race echoing throughout the cosmos, our Saiyan King's power is just over 10,000. We merely stumbled upon extraordinary experiences. Kasuma retrieved a bowl of noodles. These noodles are delightful. Earth boasts an abundance of delicious offerings. The Cat Sage twitched the corners of his mouth. By the way, Kasuma and I were both born in the year 727 of the Agi era, and we are now 6 years old. Igrant, being slightly older, is now 9. The Cat Sage's pupils constricted in surprise. Still so young? We're not that young anymore. We began our conquests at the age of 3, Kasuma interjected. Igrant, what are you doing? It was Igrant who had just interrupted Kasuma from revealing further details. He shot a fierce glare at her, urging her to cease her discourse. Mentioning our early invasions of planets while among the forces of justice and order would certainly raise eyebrows, he thought, chiding her for her naivety. The Cat Sage took a moment to digest this information, finally regaining his composure. Ah, I see. Haha. Oh, right, you are still out there flying. How impolite. Since you are here for training, do come inside, the Cat Sage hastily suggested, not allowing them the chance to descend and ascend the tower anew. For beings of such strength, the notion of scaling the tower again was utterly ludicrous. The three entered the Corinne Tower. Meanwhile, in the central region of Earth, an aircraft sped towards Corinne Tower. Chapter 44. The Challenge of Training, the Uncontainable Energy, the Mysterious Deity. On board the aircraft was none other than Master Roshi, who was preparing to discuss solutions with the Cat Sage. He was surprised at how quickly they had arrived, already reaching the Corinne Temple and entering the tower. Master Roshi felt a sense of despair. Unable to perform the flight technique, he was wholly reliant on the technological marvels of the human world. At that moment, he could no longer sense the presence of Igrant and the others. However, this did not imply their demise. On the contrary, the three had entered the realm of deities. Once the Corinne Tower reached a certain altitude, even if they had ascended into the realm of deities, Master Roshi would still be unable to perceive their energy signatures. Faster. Can we go any faster? Master Roshi urged the pilot. He was acutely aware that this journey could lead to his demise. Regardless, he yearned to reach Corinne Tower quickly to relieve some of the Cat Sage's burdens. Despite doubting the efficacy of his haste, he still wished to assist, even if only slightly. Within the Corinne Temple, the Cat Sage observed the three, grappling with his own dilemmas. Is there anything else troubling you? Igrant, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. Having arrived at their destination, he felt that time was of little consequence. with a power level of 160,000. A period of training within the Earth system would undoubtedly elevate him to over 300,000. Such strength would be sufficient to facilitate long-distance spatial transitions. Reaching Planet Vegeta may require considerable effort, perhaps involving a series of transits, yet the challenge is not insurmountable. Initially, it might pose some difficulties, as the spatial energies could deplete his vitality. However, securing the sins of beans from the cat sage would render recovery a trivial concern. He merely awaits the elevation of his own strength to an adequate level, at which point a journey to Planet Vegeta would be entirely at his discretion. Even when Frieza arrives on Planet Vegeta, he could potentially rescue a substantial number of Saiyans. Despite Frieza's formidable power, instantaneous movement remains within his grasp. In retrospect, spending an additional month on that planet before departure proved exceedingly advantageous. Ultimately, delving into the depths of the ocean to encounter a colossal sea beast with a power level nearing 100,000 allowed him to traverse the cosmic expanse for a year, amplifying his strength from below 70,000 to a remarkable 160,000. Rest assured, as long as our training enhances our capabilities, we shall diligently practice without causing harm to this planet, Kasuma remarked, smacking his lips. Moreover, Igrant also forbids us from recklessly damaging celestial bodies, having specifically employed this lead suit to suppress our strength. Kasuma stretched his limbs and twirled the noodles in his hand, slurping loudly, his cheeks puffed out. A true embodiment of merriment. The cat sage offered a wry smile. His concern regarding Igrant and his companions obliterating the entire planet was valid. After all, the trio was hardly benevolent, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yet, observing their demeanor, it appeared they bore no malice towards Earth, having only eliminated a few ruffians and unwitting officers thus far. Igrant even resorted to purchasing items with currency. My worry is not this, but rather your overwhelming strength. Although I possess some training techniques, they require you to start from scratch to achieve optimal results. Your formidable energy is impossible to suppress, rendering any training efforts likely futile. It is a foregone conclusion. No matter how agile he may be, against such absolute strength, resistance is futile. No mere handful could contend with them. Thus, the objective of training them would be unattainable. Failing to achieve the training goals raises the question of whether they might become enraged and annihilate the entire planet. Aside from their relatively sophisticated training techniques, they seem to lack any truly exceptional assets. In truth, the cat sage's concerns were perhaps unwarranted. Igrant would undoubtedly refrain from destroying Earth, as the allure of its culinary delights would entice Kasuma to do the same. Earth is undoubtedly safe for the time being. The cat sage's concerns were indeed valid. Despite Igrant's supremacy, his desire to suppress his power proves to be the most challenging endeavor. The greater the energy, the more difficult it is to control. Even with his physical prowess reaching level 4, this remains true. Igrant possesses some rudimentary sense of energy, yet he is unable to lower his own power. Otherwise, he would certainly temper his energy levels. Revealing his full strength would not provide the thrill or safety of cunningly hiding his true capabilities. He merely wishes to live freely and contentedly, not to engage in pretense. Alas, achieving this proves elusive. In the realm of technology, gravity can be partially manipulated. However, Igrant possesses no unique means to counteract it. What then shall we do? Kasuma appears carefree, seemingly unconcerned with her cultivation, entirely absorbed in the delights of gastronomy. As the four grapple with their dilemma, a hearty voice resonates, declaring, "I have a solution." Bobo reappears, riding a magic carpet, much to everyone's astonishment, save for Igrant, whose eyes narrow into slits. "Bobo, you are quite remarkable." Bobo produces several bracelets from his robes. These contain divine seals imbued with energy, capable of suppressing certain powers, coupled with the gravity suits you wear. They should enable you to function as ordinary beings. This way, you can accompany the cat sage for proper training. Bobo's expression remains serene, seemingly oblivious to Igrant's penetrating gaze. Kasuma and Kag's faces shift dramatically, for they had not anticipated the existence of such wondrous artifacts. Igrant, however, remains unfazed. Despite the apparent frailty of the deities in this world, their methods are indeed peculiar. The ability to enter and exit the underworld freely is beyond even Frieza and Cell, and it remains uncertain whether the original Bu possesses such capability. Fat Bu can traverse the realm of the Supreme Kai only because he has devoured several Supreme Kais and the Grand Supreme Kai, which allows him this access. Such a leap across dimensions cannot merely be achieved through sheer strength. The Supreme Kai's attendant, Jebit, once stated that without the Supreme Kai's consent, no one may enter the Supreme Kai realm, which is deemed utterly secure. What may seem farcical at first glance is, in truth, a serious matter. Without attaining divinity, one cannot enter the realm of the Supreme Kai, nor even the Grand Supreme Kai's domain. This realm lies outside the normal cosmic space, and no ordinary individual, regardless of strength, can breach it. Yet, Sun Wukong defies this, entering and exiting at will, even traversing freely. This is attributed to his subtle connection with the essence of the Supreme Kai realm, along with the fate bestowed upon protagonists, allowing him such access. For ordinary beings, the prospect remains a mere jest. Thus, who would dare to underestimate these cosmic deities, save for the foolish? Igrant certainly holds them in high regard. What are your intentions? Kasuma demands sharply. Igrant nearly cannot bear to witness her outburst. What is wrong with Kasuma? Has she consumed too many additives, impairing her mind? Hand it over. With that, Igrant soars towards Bobo, taking the so-called sealing bracelets. He swiftly dons one on each wrist. Almost immediately, upon wearing the first, Igrant's energy diminishes swiftly, nearly halving. His brow furrows and then relaxes. The sensation is akin to sinking into a swamp, somewhat uncomfortable, but not unbearable. Upon donning the second, Igrant finds his usable energy hovering just above 10,000. As he reaches for more, Bobo shakes his head. You can only wear two. Any more would be ineffective. The outstretched hand remained frozen in place, and Igrant was rendered speechless. Is this it? Realizing that the deity's power was not as formidable as he had imagined, he understood that no divine being could truly confine him. Kasuma and Kakarot were somewhat more credible in comparison. Chapter 45. The Beginning of Cultivation. Master Roshi's Perilous Ascent of the Tower. Upon seeing Igrant adorned with the items, Kasuma fell silent and dutifully approached, taking two energy-sealing bracelets and donning them as well. With a sudden thud, Kasuma collapsed onto the ground. The weight of her garments was nearly 200 pounds. Deprived of energy and lacking in physical strength, she truly could not withstand it. Igrant, please help me, remove my clothing. Igrant did not move, his gaze shifting to the cat sage, who was now the instructor. The cat sage pondered for a moment before shaking his head slowly. In truth, such a method of cultivation would facilitate swifter progress. The implication was clear. Naturally, Igrant refrained from intervening, and Kasuma said no more. She disregarded food entirely and exerted all her strength with both hands and feet. Similarly, Kakarot found himself in the same predicament. Igrant shook his head in dismay. This was a flaw of their world. Without physical cultivation, everything relied solely on energy. Once energy was lost, one was rendered powerless. Unlike him, who, even when energy was depleted, retained thrice the strength of his physical form, could manage the burden of his attire without undue hardship. Well, my task is complete. You all keep going. We shall await you in the heavenly temple. With that, Bobo settled onto his magic carpet and soared into the sky. Kasuma and Kakarot continued to struggle to rise. These energy-sealing bracelets were truly extraordinary. Igrant could not help but recall the sealing of the demon lord by the Grand Kaishin. That formidable entity could not be vanquished even by the Grand Kaishin, yet was bound through peculiar means that prevented it from absorbing energy, slowly eroding its power over billions of years. Were it not for the ineptitude of the Galactic Patrol, the Demon Lord would not have posed any issue, but would have simply aged into oblivion. Despite the disparity between the heavenly deities and the Grand Kaishin, they belonged to the same cultivation system, possessing some peculiar techniques that were not difficult to comprehend. After all, apart from that one deity who scavenges for opportunities, the rest must undergo years of cultivation in the heavenly temple to earn their divine positions. Even the Kaishin and destroyers must receive guidance before they can inherit their roles, rather than simply seizing power upon reaching a certain strength. Igrant, this is so difficult. I'm out of strength. Kasuma cried out, but Igrant ignored her pleas. He knew that if they continued their cultivation, the cat sage would surely produce some magical beings, at which point he would be able to a glimmer of determination shone in Igrant's eyes. But the cat sage turned to descend the stairs. Wait for me. Before long, the cat sage returned, clutching a small gray cloth pouch. Igrant confirmed that the pouch likely contained the magical beans. Here, consume these. One for each. The cat sage was exceedingly fair. Igrant observed the green beans, slightly larger than soybeans, and without hesitation, he accepted one and tilted his head back to swallow it whole. Upon witnessing the scene, Kasuma and the others did not hesitate and promptly consumed the offerings. Kasuma's eyes sparkled with a keen desire as she fixated on the bag held by the cat sage, even licking her lips in anticipation. Though the taste was not particularly delightful, it was quite filling. Saiyans are renowned for their hearty appetites. Otherwise, Kasuma would not have been continuously smacking her lips. Kasuma, you should accept the cat sage's training, she was advised. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Kasuma had already begun to run within the Kirin Tower, while Kadget leaned against the railing, slowly making his way. 2 days passed, and Kasuma still could not seize the so-called super holy water from the cat sage, yet her efforts remained unwavering. Igrant leaned alone against the railing, gazing down at the swirling mists below. In the distance, a figure could be seen laboriously climbing upwards. The cat sage, with unwavering determination and sweat beading upon his brow, lamented, "Oh dear, this old fellow is utterly exhausted." To this day, he had not felt the eruption of a great battle. Kirin Tower remained steadfast, leading him to question whether the cat sage had resolved the intrusions alone. Were it not for curiosity and concern, he would have descended long ago. This dilapidated tower could be left to whomever desired it. He had no inclination to climb further. He glanced upwards at the small dark figure above. It seems quiet. There is no cause for alarm. Igrant maintained his composure, standing quietly. The turtle sage had expended most of his energy in the ascent, and was therefore oblivious to Igrant's presence. He continued his arduous climb, panting heavily. As the turtle sage neared the pinnacle of the tower and looked up, he was met with a pair of cold, piercing eyes fixed intently upon him. Startled, he shuddered, nearly losing his grip and plummeting downwards. Igrant's gaze remained tranquil, observing the old lecher with amusement. Half an hour later, the turtle sage, having regained his composure, ascended once more, this time with increased speed. Prepared for the encounter, he gritted his teeth and swiftly climbed to the top, using the nearby iron chains to reach the summit. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen at the railing, nearly teetering off balance several times before finally stabilizing himself. What on earth is happening here? He wondered, observing the two figures engaged in a back-and-forth exchange before him. 1, 2, and 3. There were indeed 3 presences, all matching in energy. Yet, the situation puzzled him. Aren't they supposed to be villains? Igrant, of course, had no intention of clarifying the matter. Kasuma continued her struggle, but she found herself unable to grasp even a single strand of hair from the cat sage, who seemed to slip away like an eel, especially when it came to the water bottle in his possession. A part of Igrant's focus was fixated on the water bottle held by the cat sage. In reality, it was the ability contained within that he coveted. Despite the cat sage's vigorous movements, the arc of the water bottle's sway remained minimal, almost imperceptible. He had achieved nearly complete mastery over his own energy and aura. Otherwise, such a feat would be unattainable. This was the martial path he sought: control, mastering oneself, controlling everything, and commanding destiny. Igrant gazed enviously, fully aware that such a realm was beyond his immediate reach. Even a period of training under Bobo would not suffice. The only one capable of achieving such feats was likely the extraordinary Sun Wukong. Kasuma's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration, her hatred for the cat immortal palpable. Gnashing her teeth in anger, she felt utterly humiliated, as if she had lost face on an extraterrestrial level. What she had presumed to be simple had proven persistently elusive. The cat immortal shook his head, his whiskers twitching. "I have already stated, your focus must be directed towards yourself, rather than upon me. As long as you remain fixated on me, you shall never seize the super sacred water from my grasp." With gritted teeth, Kasuma declared, "I shall remove my leaden attire and shatter the sealing bracelet. Let us see if I am capable of snatching it." The cat immortal stiffened. "What need is there for further discourse? With such power, you could obliterate the earth. But what purpose would that serve in your cultivation? Kasuma, heed your master's guidance and devote yourself to diligent practice," Igrant admonished sternly. The opportunity was rare. As their powers grew, the difficulty of starting anew would become unimaginable. Kasuma merely pouted, falling silent and standing still to regain her strength. "You may attempt to seize the super sacred water from my possession at any time, even while sleeping," the cat immortal remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the turtle immortal. The turtle immortal had arrived, undoubtedly sensing the malevolent aura emanating from these individuals. Initially, he was taken aback, but the fact that the turtle immortal had risked himself to come forth indicated that he had not misjudged their character. However, he had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The three beings radiating tremendous malice had come not to wreak havoc upon the earth, but rather to learn the martial arts. The turtle immortal raised an eyebrow, refraining from asking foolish questions. Cat immortal, it has been quite some time. Indeed. Has it not been 300 years? Chapter 46. The vanished Igrant and the wade-garbed Kasuma and Khajiit's eyes widened in astonishment. What had they just heard? 300 years, without a meeting? How long had these beings existed? Was it a jest? Were they boasting? Was it mere pretense? He is formidable, Igrant suddenly spoke, his gaze intently fixed on the turtle immortal. The strength he referred to was not in raw power, but rather in the turtle immortal's cultivation methods. The turtle immortal raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Igrant's aura, which seemed weaker than he had perceived. Still, no one surpassed him. Cat immortal, who are these three? Oh, they are here to learn martial arts, just as you are, the cat immortal replied. Kasuma's eyes darted, observing that the cat immortal's attention was entirely on the turtle immortal. With a swift motion, the cat immortal nimbly evaded. As I have mentioned, your entire focus must be on yourself. By fixating on me, you shall never succeed in taking the super sacred water from my hands. The cat immortal's voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery as he maneuvered around the central pillar to stand beside Khajiit. Kasuma gritted her teeth, remaining still, rooted in place. Lacking strength made this endeavor exceedingly challenging. She turned to Igrant, pouting, "Can I not use some energy?" Igrant shot her a fierce glare, asserting that if she wished to enhance her power and catch up to him, she should diligently learn from the cat sage. After speaking, he glanced at Kakarot, inquiring, "Have you discerned anything?" Kakarot hesitated, then remarked, "Control. Mastery over one's strength and energy. The cat sage moves with such finesse that there's barely a whisper of wind." Both the cat sage and the turtle sage raised their eyebrows, astonished by Kakarot's insight, recognizing his potential. Igrant nodded in approval, then cast a stern look at Kasuma. "See, even Kakarot perceives the difference. What about you?" Kasuma, visibly unconvinced, retorted, "That's because I'm in battle while he merely watches. If he were in my place, he wouldn't fare any better. How can he criticize me?" Igrant found Kasuma's stubbornness exasperating. "Are you still willing to learn?" "Absolutely," Kasuma declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering. The training method, which Igrant highly esteemed, would undoubtedly aid in her quest for strength. Once more, Kasuma commanded. A spark ignited in Igrant's eyes. This time, Kasuma's breathing transformed. It was not weaker, but rather rhythmic, her aura faint and nearly imperceptible. This signified progress, a true mastery of self-control. If this was merely the beginning, Igrant's breath quickened with anticipation. This could lead to something promising. In that moment, the hall was filled with the sound of movements. As Kasuma continued to assault the cat sage, attempting to seize the vessel brimming with super holy water, Igrant shook his head once more. Kasuma remained fixated on attacking the cat sage, her strength restrained, making her efforts futile. Instead of targeting the cat sage, she should focus on obtaining the vessel. Her priorities were inverted. It seemed she had yet to undergo the rigorous trials of true life and death combat. With a sudden glint in his eye, he noticed another capable individual present. "Turtle Sage, would you be willing to impart wisdom on martial arts to us?" Igrant implored earnestly. Time was of no concern. Completing their training sooner rather than later was preferable, especially for him. The extent of his suppressed strength and the effectiveness of future training remained uncertain. The Turtle Sage also conveyed his apprehensions. Igrant shook his head, acknowledging that he could not enter the fray, but Kakarot was available. After explaining the situation, the Turtle Sage expressed his willingness to assist. Thus, the Grand Hall became a battleground for two factions. Observing for a while, Igrant realized that remaining idle was not an option. "You all continue your training here. I shall find a way to fully suppress my strength." With that, Igrant vanished without a trace. Both the cat sage and the turtle sage were momentarily taken aback. "Stop. Pause for a moment." The cat sage's voice rang out urgently. Upon the utterance of those words, the entire assembly fell into an immediate stillness, frozen in place, including Kasuma, who obediently ceased her antics. In the presence of Igrant, she dared not misbehave, for he would not hold her transgressions against her. However, in his absence, Should she disregard the words of her mentor, the cat sage? It would undoubtedly provoke Yiglant's ire. The cat sage, taken aback, marveled at Kasuma's unexpected compliance, so unlike her previous demeanor. What had just transpired? The cat sage furrowed his brow. Where had the person gone? Such a significant figure. Had he vanished without a trace? The cat sage was certain he had not witnessed Iglant perform any aerial maneuvers. Ah, you refer to that unique ability Iglant acquired from a fox, Kasuma remarked nonchalantly. It mattered little to her, as she deemed it unattainable. The pursuit of enhancing one's own aura and strength was the true path to mastery. The cat sage raised an eyebrow. An ability derived from animals? To mimic and learn from creatures to gain their powers. How extraordinary. Do you comprehend the implications of such a gift? The cat sage's expression turned grave. That kind of ability is indeed extraordinarily rare. After a thorough assessment, the cat sage realized he could not sense Yiglant's aura. That fellow had inexplicably vanished from the earth. There could be no doubt about it. Yet, how could Iglant have departed so swiftly? He desired to remain on Earth, wishing to avoid unnecessary turmoil. However, he could not suppress his own aura. To embark on the path of martial mastery, he needed to start from scratch. With over 10,000 units of aura to rebuild, it would take an eternity to reach the threshold of proficiency. Even when bound together with the deities, the cat sage could not apply any pressure upon him. The only option left was to restrain his own strength. Unable to fabricate a gravity device, he sought means of resistance through weight. While lead possesses considerable density, the densest known metal is osmium, which is merely twice the density of lead. In totality, it weighs 3 to 4 times as much, which would still struggle to contain his prowess. Despite the high density of metallic elements, it remained insufficient to suppress Iglant. At the tender age of 6, Iglant measured approximately 14 meters in height, with a surface area close to 0.9 square meters, equating to 9,000 square centimeters. Based on the density of lead, calculated at 11.3, this would amount to 203 pounds. However, reality dictates otherwise. Thickness must also be considered, as the density of lead pertains to volume rather than area. The lead suit Iglant donned weighed an astonishing 2,000 pounds. Coupled with its unique construction and rudimentary gravity, the total weight of his attire approached 2,800 pounds. This weight could effectively limit combat capabilities below 2,000, but surpassing 4,000 would render any pressure nearly futile. The influence of aura was overwhelmingly potent. Beyond 4,000, time would be consumed, yet the potential for explosive growth remained. Transforming the pressure to a higher level, the limit is set at 6,000 pounds. For someone with a combat power of 10,000, this is still far too light, failing to meet his expectations. A typical human possesses a strength of merely 1, capable of effortlessly carrying 40 to 50 pounds. How much can a being with a combat power of 10,000 bear? Without pushing to the absolute limit, the energy will continuously replenish, and the results will undoubtedly be subpar. When Sun Wukong arrived on Namek, after enduring training in a gravity chamber with a 100-fold increase, his combat power barely reached 90,000. With such prowess, had it not been for the divine intervention, he would have found himself at a loss. Helplessly observing Kasuma and others mastering practical techniques of energy perception, he was left with no choice but to seek alternatives or invent a new alloy. Chapter 47. Iglant's Training. A year past, finding alternatives proved exceedingly challenging. Venturing further into the realm of planetary levels was entirely beyond his reach for developing weighted clothing. Only through alloys could he see a glimmer of hope. Generally, the metallic density of an alloy cannot exceed that of the densest elemental metal within it. However, Iglant possessed a unique method. Not only he, but also Earth, had access to numerous varieties. The future gravity chambers and time machines would be constructed from these superalloys, showcasing versatility across multiple facets. It is astonishing. Typically, alloys tend to favor certain properties. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball, technology diverged entirely, allowing for the emergence of extraordinary alloys. In usual circumstances, one might consider the ordinary. However, when it comes to the extraordinary, the conversation shifts entirely. Iglant had in his possession a specific alloy. Initially deemed unnecessary, the current situation necessitated its utilization in crafting garments. This required an immense array of resources, and meddling on Earth would undoubtedly displease the divine beings. Consequently, he was left with no option but to devise a plan to acquire them from extraterrestrial worlds. Iglant's absence extended for 20 days. During this time, Kasuma and Kakarot struggled to seize the super holy water from Master Roshi. Comparatively, Kakarot made significantly faster progress than Kasuma, having started his training under Master Roshi as a mere ordinary human, beginning from scratch. Coupled with the innate talent of the Saiyan race, Kakarot's advancement in martial arts far surpassed that of Kasuma. With a swift motion, Iglant returned to Earth. It was clear that he could not synthesize the weighted clothing here. Frowning, he expressed his concerns. Not only was this location unsuitable, but he also harbored doubts about whether Korin Tower could withstand the strain. According to his projections, the weighted clothing he intended to create could reach a staggering weight of over 8,800 pounds, 4 tons. Could Korin Tower bear such a tremendous burden? In an instant, he teleported to the base of Korin Tower. The guardians of the tower rushed forth, casting fierce glares at Iglant. Who are you? Iglant felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had just teleported, and these individuals appeared as if they had been waiting for him. Without uttering a word, he released a fraction of his aura, instantly suppressing the entire crowd. Guard my belongings. Should anything happen to them, you shall face dire consequences. With that, he vanished without a trace. There was no need for him to vocalize such threats, for it was evident that none could tarnish the formidable alloy he possessed. At least not these individuals. Igrant was wary of their single-mindedness. Should he don the weighted attire and find himself rendered powerless, the guardians of Kalinta would surely seek retribution, leaving him in a state of lamentation. Upon reaching Kalinta, he observed several individuals still engaged in combat, prompting Igrant to furrow his brow in contemplation. They had yet to master the entrance. In his estimation, there should have been at least one adept among them. The cat sage pondered whether Kalinta could indeed withstand a weight exceeding 5 tons. Unlike the gravity chamber, the weighted attire represented a tangible alteration in mass. While evading Kasuma's onslaught, the cat sage leisurely replied to Igrant, certainly, it could endure hundreds of times that weight. Igrant was taken aback, astonished that Kalinta, supported by a singular pillar, could bear such an immense burden. In that case, the tower itself should hold as well, he mused thoughtfully. Indeed, what do you ask? The cat sage responded with ease. With a hint of mirth in his eyes, Igrant remarked, Oh, it is nothing. I believe I should also engage in some training. His insinuation caused the cat sage to tremble slightly, nearly revealing a flaw that would have allowed Kasuma to strike the sacred water vessel. Igrant, I mean no offense, but you are well aware that the limits of your current prowess are beyond our capacity to endure. Your training would yield minimal results, the cat sage expressed, clearly troubled. Igrant's strength was so formidable that even if diminished tenfold, they would still find it insurmountable. Igrant chuckled, shaking his head. I have a plan, simply await my assent. However, before that, there was a matter requiring your assistance. What is it? He inquired. Igrant rubbed his hands together. Please, provide me with a pouch of celestial beans. The cat sage paused, patting the small bag at his waist. Celestial beans? He echoed, bewildered. Thank you. With that, Igrant vanished once more. Such courtesies were contingent on the circumstances and the parties involved. In this instance, the cat sage required no such formalities, as a Kairobe also needed to complete his tasks. Utilizing more at this juncture would only serve to enhance his own strength. Descending the tower, Igrant, anticipating any eventualities, unleashed his full aura, rendering all nearby unconscious. He then promptly set about assembling the weighted attire. Upon donning it, he felt an immediate heaviness enveloping him, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. It was not that he felt his power suppressed. Rather, the 4-ton weight of the attire merely limited him to a strength of around 120. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he mused, surely, it cannot be this exaggerated. If so, does that not imply I still possess considerable strength? Igrant felt a sense of helplessness, nevertheless. He was nearing his limits. The increased thickness of the weighted attire affected not only his strength, but also his movements. He had to ensure that his actions remained unimpeded. Gazing upward at the towering Kalinta that seemed to vanish into the clouds, I decided to make do for now. If all else failed, I would have to increase my thickness. Stretching my limbs, I held on to a glimmer of hope. With this thought, I commenced my ascent of the tower. Engaging in mere combat training held little significance for me. I lacked theoretical understanding, yet I could swiftly complete Master Cat's rigorous training due to my formidable combat skills. Thus, my journey in martial arts did not receive substantial aid. In the Divine Temple, Bobo stood calmly beside an angel, his gaze serene and untroubled. The voice of the deity resonated with concern. Bobo, do you think they will succeed? The deity was not particularly invested in whether a few individuals could master Earth's martial arts. Rather, he feared that their inability to learn would result in their wrath being unleashed upon humanity, especially since the most powerful among them possessed the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement. He fervently wished for these Saiyans, the formidable warriors of the cosmos, to swiftly grasp the martial arts and depart from Earth. In his view, the Saiyans, with their astounding strength, must possess unique training methods. Learning Earth's martial arts was merely a fleeting whim. Should they fail to persist, Earth would be doomed. There were no formidable martial artists on Earth capable of halting those three. I do not know, deity, Bobo replied, his eyes betraying no hint of worry. Alas, what a calamity-stricken Earth it is, the deity sighed, a heartfelt lament escaping him as he turned and ambled towards the divine temple. As the protector of Earth, he was meant to safeguard it, much like the numerous times he had vanquished Kakarot. Little did he know that he would first be plagued by the likes of Piccolo, only to now face the daunting presence of the Saiyan warrior race. Having lived on Earth for 5 centuries, he remained oblivious to the wonders of the universe and its myriad of extraordinary races. Time slipped by quietly amidst the myriad thoughts of the gathering. 1 year later, in 734 AE, Igrant and Kakarot soared above Corinta, quietly observing Kasuma chase after Master Cat. Chapter 48. Halt. The Senzabeans are in hand very well. Let us proceed to the divine temple, Igrant stated calmly. No way. Kasuma, fully engrossed in his pursuit of the super holy water, abruptly halted, turning with a fierce glare, his voice trembling. Igrant sighed. After a year, Kasuma had yet to even scratch the surface. Master Roshi had taken 3 years to learn. Surely Kasuma wouldn't require the same duration. If that were the case, this journey to Earth would be a fruitless endeavor. There's no need, Kasuma. You can train just as well at the divine temple. This is a waste of time, and your progress is minimal, Igrant said with resignation. He had initially thought that after his tutelage, Kasuma would easily grasp Earth's martial arts. Little did he know that it was Kakarot who had effortlessly mastered the techniques. If Igrant had not experienced the internet explosion, he would not have been able to master the Earth martial arts training method a few days in advance. It is commendable, yet somewhat unsatisfactory. This method of cultivation offers little assistance in enhancing his strength. It primarily focuses on the subtle control of energy and the solidification of potential. The potential for self-cultivation pales in comparison to the pursuit of formidable beings within the cosmos for self-improvement, especially since it cannot fundamentally transform one's physical body. Potential is distinct from strength. They are not synonymous. This is why, later on, only Krillin and Tien Shinhan could manage to handle some less significant matters. The training of others was not particularly swift. Krillin had previously undergone a potential awakening under the Elder of Namek, making it relatively easy for him to tap into his inherent capabilities. As for Son Goku, his innate Saiyan ability to significantly increase strength after severe injuries makes awakening potential as effortless as eating or drinking. In truth, the cultivation methods on Earth primarily aid in the refined mastery of energy, which is greatly beneficial to him. Igrant sighed softly. Kasuma, you can certainly find your way into the divine temple. Then why are you having us train here? Kasuma retorted defiantly. Igrant found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that his true motive was to scheme for the sins of beings held by the cat sage. Such burdens must be borne alone. Kasuma, have you forgotten that we have matters to attend to? We can postpone this. There is no rush. Igrant was left speechless. Ordinarily, spending a few years here to enhance one's strength would be inconsequential. However, Vegeta's planet would not endure for much longer. They were aware that King Cold had been exploiting the Saiyans, diminishing their strength. Yet they were unaware that King Cold's son was soon to receive orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Plans were modified, and he would soon disregard the Saiyan race. Such actions were beyond his character. Kasuma, delays lead to changes. If your progress is slow, then learn and cultivate gradually. Rather than being obstinate here, Igrant's tone grew cold as he gazed at the stubborn Kasuma. The cat sage, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, actually, you could continue your training here without issue. The cat sage had more to say. After all, if he lingered here with Kasuma for a few more years, it would delay matters, and Earth would remain safe for that duration. Furthermore, what if, after growing familiar with them, they felt disinclined to destroy Earth? The more the cat sage instructed them on their strength and potential, the more astonished he became. The peculiar individual known as Igrant has shown a remarkable and unpredictable prowess, evolving significantly in just a few short days. Under conditions of restraint, his strength quickly became unfathomable. Similarly, Kajet and Kasuma have also displayed astonishing growth. In less than a month, they have reached the combat level of a turtle hermit, and by the end of the year, they are likely to have increased their power by 15 or 16 such levels. This potential is truly enviable. Igrant shook his head. No, we must return to our home planet. The cat hermit expressed concern. The Saiyans are formidable and far from being a benevolent and peaceful race. With Earth exposed to the scrutiny of the Saiyan home world, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. It is likely to be anything but favorable. Rest assured, we will not reveal Earth's coordinates. In truth, Earth's location has always been visible in the cosmos, but it has yielded little interest, and thus, few venture to our planet. Sensing the cat hermit's apprehension, Igrant calmly reassured him. However, he refrained from proclaiming that Earth was entirely safe. The universe is in a constant state of evolution, and significant events occur frequently. It is not solely the appearance of Sun Wukong that brings forth adversaries and battles. Should a powerful being pass through and find Earth bothersome, it is entirely possible that a single energy wave could obliterate the planet. He could only guarantee that the three of them would not disclose Earth's coordinates, would refrain from mentioning Earth, and would not speak of their training in martial arts on that planet. That was sufficient. As for the safety of Earth, it would be addressed by others. By the way, Cat Hermit, are those magical beans of any use to you? Igrant sought to change the subject. They simply needed to avoid causing harm to Earth. As for its safety, others would naturally come to address that. The Cat Hermit had not anticipated Igrant's unconventional perspective. Alone on Karen Tower, he rarely engaged in battles and thus seldom sustained injuries. The magical beans were little more than sustenance. With little to occupy his time, he either observed Earth or cultivated magical beans, requiring only about 30 beans a year, resulting in a substantial accumulation over centuries. Although consumption might seem rapid, it had only been a year, and he still possessed a considerable supply. Shaking his head, he remarked, "They are merely food, as long as I have enough to eat. That suffices." Igrant mused to himself. Indeed, even if he were to exhaust his supply, the Cat Hermit would still be able to cultivate a large stockpile of magical beans over the next 20 years, ample for the Z warriors. Cat Hermit, might you part with some of those magical beans? Igrant inquired. I require no food, and their ability to heal battle wounds would greatly benefit me. Igrant regarded the Cat Hermit with a tranquil expression. After a year of companionship, the likelihood of the Cat Hermit rejecting his request seemed minimal. Of course, feel free to express any demands you may have. If it is within my power, I shall oblige. The Cat Hermit pondered how many beans to offer. Upon hearing Igrant's words, a joyful expression crossed his face. Really, I can ask for anything? Certainly, as long as it is within my means, you may request anything. The Cat Hermit was overjoyed. Very well, I shall provide you with everything, as long as you can ensure the protection of Earth. What do you say? Igrant decisively declined. What a jest. Protecting Earth? He has no intention of safeguarding it. In fact, he wishes to distance himself from it altogether. He is not the protagonist. His sole desire is to prolong his existence. Igrant has a peculiar sensation. With the enhancement of his physical capabilities, his lifespan seems to be significantly extending. Under such circumstances, he merely wishes to survive, to evade various dangers. Fighting is merely a means to navigate the path of survival, unless absolutely necessary. He has no desire to engage in battle. The cat sage wore a look of regret. In that case, as long as you can assure that the three of you will not harm Earth or its inhabitants, I shall grant you all the sacred beans. How does that sound? Very well, no problem, they replied, both displaying expressions of satisfaction. After the exchange of the sacred beans, Igrant lifted his gaze towards the sky. It has been quite some time. Surely, those above must be aware of their intent to journey to the celestial temple and should be coming to escort them. Just as he thought this, a shadow appeared in the sky, and Bobo arrived on a magic carpet. However, this time, he was not alone. Chapter 49. The celestial being appears, schemes unfold that individual, he has descended. The cat sage exclaimed in astonishment, his pupils dilating. The turtle sage, observing nearby, wore a look of confusion. Someone even higher up? Who could this individual be that prompts such a reaction from the cat sage? Is there perhaps a deity above him? He strained his eyes, trying to discern the visitor as early as possible. 3 powerful Saiyan gentlemen from the universe, welcome to Earth. Thank you for placing your trust in our planet and its martial arts, and for your willingness to learn. Henceforth, I shall be your instructor. A voice, aged yet authoritative, resonated from above. The cat sage's fur bristled with alarm. His staff slipped from his grasp as he hurriedly approached the railing, bowing respectfully to the figure above. The 3 Scions exhibited little emotion. What of a deity? Ultimately, the universe speaks through strength. If one lacks it, even deities must acquiesce. Only the turtle sage furrowed his brow. Strange, this voice. It feels oddly familiar. He pondered intensely, having lived for so long. Many of his memories required particularly unique triggers to resurface. In an instant, the magic carpet descended, revealing 2 figures, one large and one small. Aside from Bobo, the other figure, much like the cat sage, leaned upon a staff, with pointed ears, green skin, and an aged visage. This was indeed the deity mentioned by the cat sage, a Namekian who had fallen to earth, the original source of the evil King Piccolo. Piccolo. The turtle sage gasped in shock, his body tensing as he immediately assumed a fighting stance, warily watching the newly arrived figure. Damn it, cat sage. This is no deity. This is King Piccolo, the fiend my master, Master Roshi, sealed away 3 centuries ago to protect the earth. How could you possibly have escaped from the demon seal wave? It is evident that Master Roshi is deeply anxious. 3 centuries ago, he possessed none of the prowess he has now and was no match for Piccolo. He could only watch helplessly as his teacher risked his own life to ensure Piccolo's survival. Master Roshi, this is a deity, not the demon King Piccolo. If you calmly attune yourself to their auras, the distinction is immense. The cat sage is not surprised, having lived for 800 years. He has existed on Earth longer than the Supreme Kai. He understands many things even better than the Supreme Kai does. What? Master Roshi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before concentrating intently upon this attunement, his expression turned one of profound shock. Igrant does not concern himself with their affairs. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to consult the Supreme Kai. Our time is running short. What Igrant refers to is, of course, the matter of Planet Vegeta. Should he enhance his power to millions, he would no longer fear Frieza. With the augmentation from the colossal beast and the assistance of Earth's martial arts over the span of a year, his physical capabilities have reached a level of 45. While his combat power ascends to 300,000. By mastering Earth's martial arts and leveraging his understanding of the scouter, he can gauge an individual's strength based on their ki. This is no trivial feat. In just 1 year, his physical strength has increased by 0.5, which is his limit. Any further enhancement would necessitate the consumption of more exceptionally gifted beings from the prison realm. With a robust physique of 45, Igrant's actual combat power reaches an impressive 350,000, a testament to his formidable strength. As for the 2 Scions beside him, Kasuma has not faltered. In fact, she has extended the gap between herself and Kagtet. Kasuma's strength now stands at 210,000, and Igrant's assessment proves accurate. Through training in Earth's martial arts, her capabilities have been exquisitely refined. Kagtet's strength has only reached 110,000, widening the chasm between her and Kasuma, leaving her with little ability to resist in the face of Kasuma's prowess. The Supreme Kai is exceedingly pleased. The 3 malevolent Scions harbor no ill will towards Earth. They have even managed to devote themselves to arduous training under Karen Tower for an entire year. The cat sage has further solidified their bond by offering some rather ineffective senzu beans. Without complication, the 3 are invited aboard the magic carpet for the first time. Without guidance, they would not reach the Supreme Kai's temple. Igrant slightly nods, casting a glance at Kisuma before soaring onto the magic carpet. Without hesitation, Kagtet follows closely behind, standing quietly on the carpet. Kisuma's eyes flicker with reluctance, yet she is left with no choice but to stifle her frustrations and ascend to the carpet. The Supreme Kai turns to the cat sage, remarking, "Cat sage, you have performed admirably." The cat sage beams with delight, replying, "Hee, the Supreme Kai has praised me. It is but a small matter." The Supreme Kai smiles serenely, recognizing that this time, the cat sage has indeed accomplished something of significance. "Master Roshi, you too have excelled, tirelessly spreading the teachings across the world and nurturing a cadre of exceptional disciples within the realm of Earth's martial arts. The recently departed Oolong and Gohan are both remarkable figures of Earth, not bringing shame to the martial arts. Master Roshi was initially quite displeased, but upon hearing the words of the celestial god, his mood brightened, and he humbly refrained from retorting. Now, with your prowess soaring to new heights, I trust you will enhance the martial arts of Earth. Master Roshi did not respond directly. After all, when it comes to training disciples, how can they possibly compare to the allure of an 18-year-old beauty? If his own disciples could not attract young and lovely women, he would certainly not accept them. I shall strive diligently. In light of this, we shall meet again later. With that, the five ascended swiftly into the sky. The celestial god appeared composed, yet his heart burned with fervor. Earth was not a tranquil realm, not to mention the ever-watchful Kakarot from another dimension, a formidable adversary. Establishing a benevolent rapport with such a cosmic powerhouse was invaluable. Should they encounter insurmountable obstacles, he believed the celestial god would be inclined to assist within the bounds of their capabilities. As for imparting martial arts knowledge, what difficulty could there be? After all, he had undergone training under Bobo, which had ultimately led him to inherit the title of celestial god. The celestial god was intrigued by the rudimentary training methods of Master Roshi, and with Bobo possessing a wealth of techniques, he believed they could significantly enhance their abilities. Within the confines of Korin Tower, the three engaged in their training, primarily focused on mastering the tumultuous energy within them. Achieving a fine-tuned control was crucial, especially in the unique environment of the celestial goddess temple, where they would need to harness every ounce of their strength. No individual can ever fully unleash their entire potential. Most can barely tap into even 1%. However, through rigorous training, they could strive to maximize their output, perhaps reaching 70 or even 99%. With specialized training and various methods, they might even unleash 100 or 200% of their capabilities. The training at the Celestial Goddess Temple offered such opportunities. Why was Sun Wukong able to consistently manifest his utmost potential and continually push his limits? This was intricately linked to his training within the Celestial Goddess Temple. Vegeta, on the other hand, was unable to achieve such feats. This exemplified the disparity between those who start from scratch in mastering martial arts on Earth and those who possess profound understanding. Vegeta would never surpass Sun Wukong. Among geniuses, the most exceptional are those who can leverage various environments to break through their limits. Few can achieve such breakthroughs. Even geniuses struggle, with the challenge magnified for them. Individuals like Igrant and others, who can remain grounded and learn the most fundamental movements, breathing techniques, and methodologies from Master Roshi, exhibit remarkable dedication. The celestial god believed that with guidance, the three could gain complete mastery over themselves and uncover even greater potential. This capability would enable them to maximize their strengths when faced with adversity. Once they persevered through their trials, they would undoubtedly be grateful to him. At that juncture, the safety of Earth would be assured. He would not, like Master Roshi, solicit anything from a granny. Maintaining this relationship was all that was necessary. Thus, when the Earth encounters peril, it need only signal for assistance, and they shall come forth willingly to aid. Chapter 50, Cultivation in the Divine Hall, a further breakthrough. The notion is splendid, yet reality may not align. Igrant is far from a benevolent figure. He is merely a self-serving individual. His arrival on Earth, and his association with the protagonist Sun Wukong, bears little relevance to his growth on this planet. He simply perceives himself as incapable of moving against Mechstar or Adrat. He seeks to enhance his strength, and Earth is presently the most suitable and manageable realm for him. Nothing more than that. Were he to fathom the intentions of the divine, he would likely find it laughable. Assistance to Earth is a mere illusion. Traversing through storms, the vast expanse of the sea opens up, and the lofty divine hall, suspended in the heavens, becomes vaguely visible. The five descend upon the divine hall. The deity speaks at an opportune moment. You three have already comprehended the essence of Qi. Next, you shall learn to harness the environment to amplify it. This environment encompasses not only the external, but also the internal. The human body is wondrous, yet fraught with obstacles. We cannot unleash the full potential of Qi. Only by unblocking various pathways can Qi surge within, akin to a torrent of stars. At such a time, whether in cultivation or combat, you shall manifest the true might of Qi, perhaps even magnifying it twofold or threefold. Unbeknownst to the deity, he continued without pause, while Kasuma's expression darkened considerably. Upon the deity's conclusion, Kasuma's countenance had turned as dark as ink. Comprehended? Comprehended, my foot. She has yet to seize the holy water, let alone grasp the essence of chi. My dear companions, since inheriting the divine power, my strength has transformed into divine might, making me less adept at the cultivation of chi. However, my attendant Bobo has taught me the ways of cultivation before my ascendance to divinity, and he shall now oversee your training until you fully grasp the essence of chi. How does that sound? The deity, unlike the nonchalant figures of animation, spoke with a sense of inquiry each time. The pressure from the three Saiyans weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for Igrant and his companions' genuine intent to cultivate, the deity would not have appeared so composed. Then that will be much appreciated, came the courteous reply. The deity promptly reciprocated, wishing to foster goodwill, naturally eschewing any airs of superiority. Now then, Bobo, you may guide them in their training. Yes, my lord, Bobo responded, retrieving two bells from behind him and fastening them to his person. Previously, you derived insight from the cat sage. Now, you shall learn from me. Observe my movements and learn to perceive the external world. Bobo exhibited no hesitation, nor did he utter any words about suppressing power. Igrant appeared contemplative but refrained from voicing any questions. To snatch my bells, as soon as they ring, even if I lose, you will have gained entry. Come forth. The three were taken aback. Kasuma's nostrils flared with indignation. Are you suggesting that we three must seize them together? Bobo nodded naturally. Of course. Who among you could compel me to ring the bell? I am aware of your intentions. You have come to cultivate your skills. Yet if you simply focus on seizing the bell, even if you were to force me to ring it, it would yield you no benefit whatsoever. Naturally, I do not believe you possess the capability to make me ring the bell. A peculiar sensation stirred within Igrant, for he sensed that Bobo's words held deeper meaning. Kasuma's frustration had not yet dissipated, and upon hearing Bobo's statement, her anger flared. What did it mean? With so many of us, are we not superior to you, Bobo? Even if we were to seize it, that would suffice. She ought to be the one unable to do so. Yet, you assert that we cannot compel you to ring the bell. Such arrogance. Does this imply that you look down upon Igrant? Kasuma glanced at Igrant, who shook his head slightly. He did not believe he could achieve that immediately. When the time came, it would likely be the moment Bobo deemed him worthy. Bobo was enigmatic, a fact Igrant had long acknowledged. No one seems to know his origins. When it comes to strength, it appears to be just that, a matter of perception. Bick had made his appearance, but had yet to take action, while Boo's attack elicited little more than a muted response from Bobo, who seemed unaffected even in death. To claim he is not strong would be misguided. He could effortlessly overpower two Super Saiyans, and even instruct a Super Saiyan of the second rank. In summary, Bobo was extraordinary, and Igrant remained humble. Aware of the depths of the Dragon Ball world, he would not confine himself to narrow perspectives. Igrant unleashed his power, dashing towards Bobo with remarkable speed and grace. Bobo inclined his head slightly, his form resembling a wisp of smoke as he maneuvered deftly, disturbing not a breath of air. And throughout this, the bell remained silent. Igrant was taken aback. Such weight, such rapid movement, and yet the air remained undisturbed, as if he were merely a phantom. To maintain control over a simple bell, preventing it from uttering a sound, spoke volumes of Bobo's terrifying prowess. It was akin to driving. True speed is revealed in the curves. Anyone can unleash sheer power and velocity. However, to achieve mastery over force and speed in perfect harmony is no small feat. Yet to execute such swift movements and strength without creating a ripple in the air is nothing short of superhuman. Seeing this, Kakarot leapt towards Bobo like a fierce tiger. These individuals are remarkable, but none could rival Igrant. Kasuma did not contemplate deeply. She was different. After Igrant constructed the spacecraft, he had set a direct course for Earth. If one were to suggest that Igrant was unaware of Earth's wonders, she would not entertain such a notion. In comparison, Igrant clearly surpassed them by a considerable margin. She felt compelled to follow in Igrant's wake, resigned to join the fray. Her entry was entirely distinct. Kakarot, swift and powerful, exuded a silent storm. However, Kasuma's movements were akin to thunder, a torrential downpour, and more like a hurricane. The air around her crackled with energy, her force palpable. In terms of realms, there was a significant disparity. Mastering the bell is a formidable task, yet Igrant remains unperturbed. Bobo's training methodology mirrors the approach that Sun Wukong underwent. Overall, Bobo and his companions do not hoard their knowledge. Those who can learn are encouraged to study diligently, while those who struggle bear no resentment, attributing their difficulties solely to their own lack of understanding. Time is of the essence. He must allocate a year to return and rescue a portion of the Saiyans, particularly Oka. This individual has shown him kindness and shares his kinship. The connection with Oka is fundamentally different from that with the people of Earth and cannot be generalized. Time flows slowly once more. Immersed in his training, days pass swiftly. After 6 months, Igrant has devoted himself entirely to the task of forcing Bobo to evade, rendering him unable to control the bell in time, thus producing sound. The three stand together, faces illuminated with joy. Bobo remains composed, neither elated nor disheartened by Igrant's progress. 6 months is a reasonable duration. Next, you shall train in another location while the other two continue here. Upon hearing this, Kakarot is indifferent. He feels no shame in lagging behind Igrant. However, Kasuma faces a more dire situation. The air in the Temple of the Gods is thin, necessitating her to balance the environment, and her control over her energy is even less effective than it was atop Karen Tower. While Igrant has become adept at observing both internal and external environments, and Kakarot has made considerable strides, Kasuma struggles, unable to fully harness her energy. The widening gap in their abilities weighs heavily on her heart. Lacking progress in martial arts, her current strength, which surpasses Kakarot's, serves little purpose. The training methods Igrant admires from Earth undoubtedly possess unique merits. He casts a glance at Kasuma. Her potential is not to be underestimated, yet her mind remains perpetually tense. Her yearning to master her energy has only led to frustration. Some things are fundamentally misplaced. He understands this but cannot articulate it. Such matters require Kasuma to realize for herself, akin to the nature of training. Even his formidable strength requires him to restrain his power and start from scratch to find the path. If Kasuma cannot find her footing, her strength will remain unaffected, continuing to advance rapidly. However, to transcend her limits and achieve greater heights is another matter entirely. Among the multitude of Saiyans, only Sun Wukong and a select few have reached the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 51, Kasuma Awakens. A new training method. Chi is the source of life for all beings, yet most powerful individuals fail to grasp its essence. They rely solely on the innate talents of their respective races, passively absorbing more Chi to wield formidable energy, albeit in a rather crude manner. To transcend the limitations of their own race through this means is nearly impossible. Earthly martial arts, originating from the frail human body, mimic the movements of various beings to manipulate Chi, gradually mastering its essence. Though the training methods may appear simplistic and rudimentary, they are imbued with the profound principles of nature itself. Human beings are frail, and animals are not particularly strong either. Both species essentially embody a certain weakness, commencing from a lowly point and gradually ascending like a staircase. Igrant had contemplated emulating animals to comprehend and master the essence of Chi. However, his innate talent was lacking, and the creatures of that planet were inherently formidable, rendering him incapable of discovering the entryway to mastery. Since arriving on Earth a year and a half ago, he has experienced remarkable progress. This stark contrast between strength and weakness is evident. Igrant's rapid advancement stems from his focus on profound understanding rather than merely seeking entry into the practice. Kakarot, on the other hand, takes a more straightforward approach. He harbors no thoughts of his own, but simply imitates the words and actions of the Cat Sage and Bobo. This is precisely why Kasuma has consistently lagged behind the two. Her heart is tethered to Igrant, preventing her from connecting with nature and from delving deeply into understanding everything. This holds true with the Cat Sage as well as within the Hall of the Divine. Shaking his head, Igrant acknowledged the challenge ahead. Bobo remained silent, directing his gaze towards Kasuma and Kakarot. To compel me to ring the bell, relying solely on you two is insufficient. Kakarot pondered, reminiscing about Igrant's actions and deeds. Kasuma, in contrast, felt a surge of indignation. She could not fathom why, despite her undeniable strength, she remained unable to break through. Even her internal Chi was less mastered than that of Igrant and the others. Currently, she could only manage to control it enough to evade detection by the sensors. Mastery over one's own power is fundamental, yet this alone is far from sufficient. Igrant's decision was indeed sound. While learning from the Cat Sage from scratch may consume time, it enables a genuine dissection of Chi. Had they aimed too high from the outset and rushed into training within the Hall of the Divine, they might have gained entry, yet such progress would have been unattainable. Igrant felt a stirring within. He understood the implications of Bobo's words. Despite the bell hanging from his waist, and his eyes remaining uncovered, the difficulty of training might not be as straightforward. The implication was that their current training was likely more challenging than what most practitioners endure. Bobo's methods of training were neither arbitrary nor casual. They were genuinely beneficial. The air in the Hall of the Divine is thin, and even a slight increase in training difficulty could potentially double the actual challenge. Take a moment to rest and reflect. After I escort Igrant to another location for further training, I shall return to seek you out, Bobo concluded, turning to walk towards the side of the Grand Hall. Much appreciated. Igrant nodded to the two and followed Bobo. Khajiit, tell me, why is Igrant, who is undoubtedly decisive in battle, so courteous towards these individuals? Khajiit was at a loss for words. You two Saiyans have hardly slain any sentient beings, yet you call yourselves decisive in battle. The ferocity of the two stems largely from their cultural heritage. Since birth, the Saiyans are imbued with a fierce spirit, effortlessly cultivated into warriors. Khajiit did not respond. Nor did Kasuma press him for answers. Khajiit, how can you comprehend such intricate matters? Khajiit wiped the sweat from his forehead. I do not know. I simply follow what the teacher instructs. It comes naturally. Kasuma shot him an exasperated glare, suppressed in her abilities. She was no match for Khajiit and could only stifle her anger. I always come so close, yet I cannot grasp it. After a moment's hesitation, Khajiit ventured, Kasuma, could it be that you are too impatient? Kasuma, frustrated, retorted, but you have all progressed swiftly, even delving into more profound practices. That's because we were not in a hurry from the very beginning, Khajiit replied matter-of-factly. Kasuma was taken aback, not being in a rush from the start. The echo of Khajiit's words resonated in her mind like a thunderous bell, replaying the past year when she had perceived herself through the eyes of others. A spark of realization ignited within her. I understand now. Haha. I truly comprehend. She removed her weighted attire and soared down from the temple. Khajiit, tell Teacher Bobo that I shall descend to continue my training. Once I master my own power, I will return. With her words still lingering in the air, she vanished from the celestial temple. Khajiit was momentarily stunned, scratching his head in confusion. How could she suddenly come to understand something that had eluded her for over a year? Within the celestial temple, Ignate remained unaware of the events transpiring. Following Bobo, he entered a side hall. Your current mastery over your abilities is of little significance if you continue your training like this. It will not greatly aid your growth. However, I believe you should remain here. Thus, I shall send you to a certain place. Ignate understood that the place Bobo referred to was likely the past. There, he could traverse to any location. Bobo was probably speaking of the past Planet Vegeta, or rather, the battleground of the Saiyans. Mastery of one's own power, testing one's strength, and enhancing one's abilities. This is the true path of cultivation. Ignate knew this, but could not articulate it, silently observing Bobo. I do not know where it is, he mused. You will know once you arrive. The door is open, step inside, Bobo said with calm assurance. Ignate nodded and stepped forward. Little did he know, this journey would lead him into peril. Chapter 52, Enlightenment in Martial Arts, the Malevolent Star Kalik. Ignate took a step through the door Bobo had opened and vanished without a trace. Bobo's gaze was profound, akin to a deep, still pool. As a silent energy dissipated at the threshold, a unique wave of energy transmitted outward, entering a vast space filled with a brutal aura. Ah, when will I transcend? A long sigh echoed in the corridor of the temple as Bobo gradually walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Kakarot closed his eyes to cultivate, continuously regulating the streams of energy within him, with a minuscule fraction dissipating internally. To him, the most enchanting aspect of Earth's martial arts lies in its capacity to enhance one's foundational essence. By maintaining a childlike heart, one can profoundly analyze Earth's martial arts and establish an extraordinarily solid foundation. Intelligent beings resemble a conduit with an inherent gravitational pull, riddled with countless cavities that instinctively absorb external energy for their own activities. Most races are naturally endowed with the ability to absorb energy, appropriating a portion for their own use. In contrast, humans of Earth can absorb energy, but lack the ability to appropriate it, devoid of internal cavities. They cannot transform it, and must instead learn to mimic other races. While other races possess cavities that absorb energy, humans do not. Thus they must devise their own methods. The technique of creating internal cavities will inevitably lead to the walls of these cavities, and even the entirety of one's being, absorbing minuscule amounts of energy, which lie dormant within. This latent energy will manifest as potential. At specific moments, it may surge forth like a torrent, breaking through barriers to assist its master in combat or enhance their strength. With prolonged practice, this potential will grow. Although Kakarot did not fully comprehend the underlying principles, he instinctively recognized the benefits and thus did not squander time. He was merely a low-ranking warrior, 3 years younger than Igrant, yet his strength was inferior. One should sweat more in training and bleed less in battle. In the cosmos, the notions of lineage and talent hold significant merit. Many beings have studied how to utilize energy more effectively, yet they have been unable to achieve it. It is akin to constructing a power plant. Such beings are like mighty rivers, unimpeded by obstacles, continuously replenishing their flow. Yet how could they construct a power plant or master energy control? Earth's humanity, however, is akin to a parched river, sustaining only a thin mist of moisture to maintain vitality. Constructing a power plant requires effort, diligent study of the relevant knowledge, and considerable time and labor to gather materials from various environments. Success will eventually be attainable. Moreover, Earth's martial arts lack the concept of meridians and acupoints. If they did, martial arts could truly evolve into a systematic method of cultivation. Nonetheless, each approach has its merits and drawbacks. Systematic cultivation methods far exceed Earth's martial arts in difficulty, yet they fall short in enhancing combat prowess. Merely relying on acupoints and breath to absorb energy and circulate it through meridians and acupoints cannot compare to the ability of every pore to absorb energy and every cell to store it. However, when it comes to enhancing the essence of life, Earth's martial arts are vastly inferior to systematic cultivation methods. The process of sublimating from a part of the body is infinitely easier than attempting to elevate the entirety from the outset. Whether it is from the flesh, blood, bones, and marrow to consciousness and spirit, or transforming essence into energy and energy into divinity, the journey is gradual, with each step building upon the last. Enhancing strength while simultaneously initiating a metamorphosis of body and consciousness, culminating in the utmost sublimation and evolution into a higher existence. The martial arts of Earth are insufficient. The transformation from a mere mortal to a more formidable being necessitates a comprehensive approach, primarily requiring the absorption of an ample amount of energy, to the extent that one's entire being must be filled and compressed to its utmost limits. This is merely the foundation. It can be asserted that virtually no one can achieve this. While absorbing energy, one must also unlock areas of oneself that remain dormant. Currently, Eggplant knows that only humanity on Earth possesses such a method of cultivation. The methods of the Mectronians primarily rely on innate talent, which surpasses that of ordinary cosmic beings. In contrast, the inhabitants of Adralat are more focused on studying energy rather than exploring the self and the connection between the self and energy. They can develop a myriad of wondrous techniques, such as telepathy, size alteration, and teleportation. These techniques consume little energy, essentially utilizing their racial talents or the properties of energy. Eggplant's teleportation is distinct. He does not require the perception of energy or even coordinates. He can move freely as long as he possesses sufficient energy. If he misplaces his destination, he can simply teleport again, provided there is energy within him. However, regarding the complete development of one's physical potential and the transformation into a transcendent power, even Eggplant is uncertain who can accomplish this. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta can achieve it. They all rely on the mental transmission from the other 5 Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan gods. Here, another type of power is introduced, the mind. Pure energy alone cannot facilitate the metamorphosis of the body. Bobo stood nearby, his calm and unwavering gaze subtly shifting. Yet he remained silent, observing quietly until Kakarot opened his eyes. "What do you think?" Perched upon his throne, the aged Kakarot's emotionless eyes coldly scrutinized the elite warriors of the demon race kneeling before him. Beside him stood a petite figure, identical to him, Kakarot too, who regarded the scene before him with indifference. "Your Majesty, a spatial passageway to Earth has indeed appeared. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. I have but a year to live and had thought I would never again have the opportunity to return to Earth and reclaim the divine position that rightfully belongs to me. The demon star can only manifest in the skies above Earth once every 5,000 years, Yet at this moment, a spatial passage has emerged. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. Father. A glimmer of delight surfaced in Kakarot 2's eyes, though his expression remained one of concern. I am fine, Kakarot growled irritably, before succumbing to another fit of coughing. It took several minutes for him to recover. I must return to lead you to Earth. At that time, I may not survive. But you, Kakarot 2, shall become the deity of Earth, ruling over the entire planet. By then, Earth will be within your grasp, and our demon race shall no longer have to dwell in this wretched realm. Kakarot spoke urgently. Convey my orders. The demon army must mobilize and ensure the spatial passage to Earth is opened. I shall annihilate the deity and reclaim Earth. Yes, your majesty. Kneeling below, the demon clan erupted with fervor, bursting forth from the grand hall. The living conditions on the demon star were exceedingly harsh, and they yearned for a more beautiful planet, preferably one from the human realm. Life on the demon star was undeniably monotonous. Most planets were similar, and none could compare to the myriad wonders of the human world. The demons, inherently brutal by nature, found little to occupy themselves with in such a hostile environment other than incessant slaughter. The appearance of a spatial passage on the demon star presented them with an opportunity. They assembled in formation, preparing to launch an assault on Earth, summoned by a decree that had drawn them all to the demon star. Unbeknownst to them, a terrifying harbinger of death was en route to their planet through the very passage they sought to exploit. Chapter 53, The Demon Star, a terrifying hypothesis beyond the main world. Igrant was utterly unaware of his destination. Sun Wukong ventured to a small village, learning to embrace nature through the wisdom of an old fisherman, achieving a tranquility akin to the vast sky. Tianjin Fan and his companions encountered the once formidable Saiyan team, yet found themselves utterly outmatched. With his current prowess, Igrant was oblivious to where he might cultivate and elevate his state of mind. His curiosity drove him to meticulously observe the surrounding passage, which was unlike the falls experienced by Sun Wukong and his companions. He found himself traversing a corridor, moving steadily forward. Within the passage, a dazzling array of colors danced around him, a breathtaking spectacle. After a period of observation, Igrant began to sense something amiss. The lights emitted energy fluctuations, belonging to the various forces of nature, perhaps even the fluctuations of cosmic laws. Like a sponge, Igrant absorbed the spatial rules within the passage, refining his own capabilities concerning space. Instantaneous movement was executed in the blink of an eye, rendering any spatial rules undetectable. Igrant diligently emulated the diverse spatial fluctuations, striving to decipher more of the spatial laws to enhance his mastery of space. Instantaneous movement bore no destructive force, and his strength was insufficient to perceive the power of the laws at play. However, with this opportunity, he could leverage his command of instantaneous movement to pry open the gateway to spatial rules, acquiring new skills. Exhausted yet resolute, Igrant managed to carve out a small cubic space. Upon returning, he intended to transfer all the senzu beans stored aboard his spaceship into this personal space. Igrant did not succumb to disappointment. Though his personal space could not compare to other techniques with offensive capabilities, it was still a commendable achievement, far superior to the ubiquitous capsule. As time slipped away within the passage, Igrant lost all sense of direction and could not perceive the passage of time until a brilliant white light emerged in the distance, prompting him to halt. Yet, he found himself limited to a mere cubic meter, with no other techniques in sight. This was likely the zenith of his current capabilities. Nevertheless, Igrant remained undeterred. His current strength still falls short. The benefits he now enjoys are entirely serendipitous, and he can merely delight in them. At the very least, utilizing teleportation has become significantly easier, enabling him to traverse distances across multiple planets without difficulty. His progress cannot be deemed slow. As he crossed through space, Igrant furrowed his brow. Where's this? Below him, Kakarot, along with his son and subordinates, were equally astonished. Who are you? Igrant gazed down from his elevated position at the group emanating dark energy and retorted, Where is this? This is the demon star, young man. Our great king is inquiring of you, so you had better respond without delay. Igrant suddenly grasped the situation, his astonishment growing. He had inadvertently arrived in the demon realm, specifically in the profoundly interconnected demon star. He had a vague recollection of this planet, which did not belong to the realm of ordinary humans. Earth possesses some peculiarities that can transport me to another dimension. Igrant looked down at the throng of warriors from the demon star, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. These beings certainly possess greater strength than typical life forms, yet their power is still limited. Most of their combat strength hovers around 10,000. Kakarot, possessing slightly more prowess at 89,000, could be considered a formidable opponent. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Kakarot's eyes. "You claim to be from Earth?" Igrant remained non-committal. "Is this gathering of yours meant for battle?" "Young man, our king is speaking to you." Some of the demon race glared at Igrant with fierce intent. The demon race is inherently ferocious and quick-tempered. Were it not for Kakarot's presence to maintain order, they would have erupted into chaos long ago. Igrant, his temper flaring, descended slowly. "How intriguing to find myself on such a planet." The subordinates seethed with rage, and Kakarot did not intervene. He did not believe that Igrant, this human from Earth, posed any threat to him. Eliminating the Earthling would save him considerable trouble. With Kakarot's tacit approval, several of his demon generals, invigorated, soared forth, each possessing combat strength exceeding 10,000. Igrant's eyes remained calm as still waters. These beings are indeed formidable, yet they could never be his adversaries. Even if he had expended a significant portion of his energy, even while encumbered by a sealing ring and clad in over 4 tons of weighted armor, dealing with them would merely require a flick of his wrist. He contemplated that, as a true son of China, having arrived here, he ought to seize something of value before departing. Purely engaging in combat would yield him no benefits. Such matters should be resolved by the Earthlings, the future protagonists of this tale. No, Igrant's expression darkened. He discerned a significant blind spot. To the others, however, his demeanor appeared as fear, prompting them to erupt into raucous laughter. Even Kakarot below exhibited a hint of pride. At this moment, he found himself increasingly reluctant to eliminate Igrant. The thought of allowing him to return and spread fear among all of humanity was indeed a tantalizing prospect. The mood among the demon clan was exceptionally buoyant, while Igrant's demeanor was notably grim. In the realm of Dragon Balls, where parallel worlds abound, nearly every alternate universe harbors a dismal conclusion. Goku does not survive the android saga, yet the subsequent narratives will undoubtedly unfold. Perhaps there would be no Moro, perhaps no Black Goku, but Majin Buu would surely manifest. Even before his arrival, Cell had already decimated a significant portion of the universe. The most terrifying aspect of parallel universes lies in their nature as forsaken realms, devoid of a world consciousness to present a chosen one to resolve the crisis. After Goku, the one most capable of saving the world is Gohan. Yet, under the suppression of his mother Chi-Chi, Gohan has not undergone the arduous training necessary to match the ever-emerging formidable adversaries. Vegeta, though he could enhance his strength following the events, lacks Goku's pure-hearted spirit, rendering him incapable of unleashing his potential in dire circumstances or pushing forward in battle. It is quite possible that the world he inhabits is not the primary realm. Here, there may be no Goku to continually grow stronger. Earth might not even surpass the threat posed by King Piccolo and could very well succumb to the Saiyans. It is conceivable that amid the relentless pursuit of androids 17 and 18, everything could come to ruin, or perhaps with Cell's emergence, annihilation would ensue, devastating the universe. In non-primary universes, even a mere ripple could lead to utter obliteration. This notion was utterly intolerable for Igrant. In the primary world, there are no demon star threats. Nor does Kakarot 2 play any part. Igrant's aura erupted with tremendous force, instantaneously obliterating the 8 demon generals encircling him, leaving Kakarot utterly astonished. Faced with the inhuman Igrant, all his initial thoughts were cast aside. Kakarot was confident that the 8 demon generals could not pose a threat to him. Yet he understood that he could not effortlessly annihilate them as Igrant had done. These generals were among the elite in terms of combat prowess across the entire demon star. With a single surge of energy, Igrant annihilated the 8 without leaving a trace, their bodies reduced to mere ash. The demon generals had not retaliated, which could be construed as a sneak attack. However, even with their full power unleashed and their attempts to counter with energy blasts, they were rendered completely ineffective, obliterated in an instant. Even Kakarot could not maintain his composure in the face of such devastation. Frantic and agitated, he commanded, "All of you, go forth and kill him. I shall elevate you to demon generals and grant you a vast expanse of territory." Chapter 54, Eruption, because you are weak. Your destruction is of no concern to me. Igrant unleashed his full power, exuding an overwhelming presence that conjured a tempest. From all directions, countless demon troops surged forth. Igrant's gaze was icy, exuding an endless aura of lethal intent. He was engulfed by fear. Fear of meeting an inexplicable demise once again. Fear that others would take his life merely because of his weakness. Why must it be a parallel world? Why? The energy surrounding him intensified, swirling with an overwhelming force. As his emotions surged violently, the latent potential of various creatures devoured in the prison realm erupted within him. His body rapidly absorbed the ambient energy, transforming it into his own. Crack, crack. The sound of metal fracturing was insignificant amidst the chaotic tempest, yet it was akin to the unsealing of Pandora's box. Boom. The weighted garment could no longer withstand such power, fracturing like a spider's web with numerous fissures. Kala. The energy-sealing rings on his hands shattered, unable to endure the torrent of force akin to mighty rivers within Igrant. Boom. Unfettered, Igrant's aura erupted freely into the air. The ground around him split open, revealing deep chasms, where, through the oppressive darkness, one could faintly glimpse the red glow of molten lava. The fissures spread, consuming the demon soldiers one by one, expanding into the distance and fracturing the mountains. The demon soldiers, once able to resist, found themselves powerless under such pressure, suffering mass casualties. In the face of life-threatening peril, no reward, benefit, or promise of a future could entice them. Being demons, their resolve faltered, and they scattered in panic. Kakarot was well aware that even the combined strength of the 8 demon commanders was no match for Igrant's singular might. His soldiers stood no chance against him. He had initially planned to exhaust Igrant before delivering the final blow himself. With the sheer number of demons and the presence of formidable fiends, he felt no sorrow for their losses. Yet, unexpectedly, under Igrant's full-force eruption, these demon soldiers could not even withstand his formidable presence, resulting in heavy casualties and a mass retreat. Fools, do not flee. Kakarot too shouted with a venomous glare, his voice filled with fury. Kakarot trembled, acknowledging, Kakarot too. This man is immensely powerful. We are no match for him. I will attempt to stop him. You must escape. How can this be? Father, we are demons. How can we retreat without a fight? Kakarot too shouted in anger. His concern was not for his father, the king of the Fiend Star, but rather for the cowardice of retreating without battle. In the past, any enemy would be obliterated beneath their formidable might. What was this enemy before them? If they could merely sacrifice the lives of demons to prevail, what could not be vanquished? Kakarot shook his head. Kakarot too, remember this. Sometimes, fleeing is not an act of cowardice, but a strategy for ultimate victory. Flee now. I cannot hold him off for long. With a resolute declaration, Kakarot unleashed all his energy, even drawing upon the essence of his very life, blossoming into a magnificent display of vitality. Unexpectedly, it seemed that even demons were capable of such profound loyalty. Igrant struggled to suppress the onslaught of negative emotions, his crimson gaze fixed intently upon Kakarot. As for Kakarot too, he remained indifferent. In Igrant's eyes, this planet was utterly insignificant, pathetically weak. Meanwhile, his own strength continued to surge, having already surpassed 2 million. The outcome is yet to be determined. I shall thwart you and reclaim the divine position that rightfully belongs to me. Seeing Kakarot too flee the battlefield, Kakarot let out a sigh of relief and sought to delay the confrontation. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Igrant's voice dripped with malevolence, tinged with a slight tremor. In his overwhelming fury, he felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion, desperately attempting to communicate with the external world to alleviate the pressure building within. That remains to be seen. Even if I falter, I will certainly impede you. Oh, why do I feel that you couldn't withstand even a single finger of mine? The crimson glow in Igrant's eyes intensified, his aura growing ever more formidable. The energy within him swelling to an uncontrollable degree, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Kakarot found himself retreating, not by choice, but rather due to the overwhelming force emanating from Igrant, which made it impossible for him to maintain his position before him. Nevertheless, Kakarot refused to concede, shouting defiantly, arrogant. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Arrogance demands strength, and I possess it abundantly. Igrant, unable to contain himself any longer, relinquished all restraint. He yearned to unleash his full fury, wreaking havoc around him to alleviate the pressure within. After all, this was not his home planet. It was merely a parallel world, a realm akin to Dragon Ball. where committing atrocities and taking lives seemed inconsequential. The Saiyan genes within him further fueled his desires, pushing him toward a singular focus, unrestrained slaughter. At last, Igrant could no longer hold back. Boom! An inferno of energy enveloped him, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Kakarot. "I will certainly stop you," Kakarot shouted, rallying himself for the confrontation. Bang! There was no contest, no equal footing. The overwhelming energy endowed Igrant with unmatched strength and speed. In a single strike, Kakarot was obliterated into a mist of blood. The act of slaying Kakarot did not bring Igrant any satisfaction. Kakarot was simply too feeble. Even with a power level of 80,000, he was as insignificant as a mere insect in Igrant's hands. Such an adversary could not possibly allow Igrant to unleash his full potential. The winds howled, the earth trembled, the very fabric of space around him tore and mended. Distant mountains and walls crumbled into dust. Igrant's mind was flooded with frenzied thoughts. Destruction, annihilation of all. Damn it, why is this happening? Igrant unleashed his fury, commencing a thorough devastation of his surroundings. Kill, kill, curse be the fate that targets me. Why not the main world? In Igrant's mind, only the notion of total annihilation persisted. Time became an abstract concept. In this state, Igrant's power surged with astonishing rapidity. 1 million, 2 million. In the blink of an eye, his strength transcended 3 million. Beyond his conscious awareness, his prowess continued to escalate. 4 million, 5 million. The entire demon star lay ravaged, as if plowed through a desolate wasteland. Igrant did not actively seek out the demon race on this planet. Yet, under the relentless barrage of powerful energy waves and projectiles, the majority of the demon inhabitants suffered grave injuries, leaving but a scant few alive. He bore witness to all of this, his fear of himself intensifying. Life is but a game. We must play, whether we desire to or not. He feared the casual brutality of others, their ability to extinguish his existence, indifferent to his plight, solely because of his weakness. Now, he found himself enacting the very same deeds, but only because he had grown formidable. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong were deemed worthy of survival. In such a savage realm, reliance upon oneself was paramount. Strength, cultivation, he must transcend all, surpassing the god of destruction, the angels, Sun Wukong, and even the Omni-King. To evade death, he must rise above everything, breaking free from the shackles imposed upon him. What of parallel worlds? He could still liberate himself from all constraints. As he unleashed his power, Igrant gradually regained control over himself, his mind beginning to contemplate. Chapter 55. The Thought of Transcendence, the Super Saiyan Transformation. Upon entering this world, his sole desire was self-preservation, mere survival. Discovering the existence of parallel worlds drove him to madness. It was this madness that allowed him to truly see himself. What was there to evade? His purpose had always been to live, nobly, without the threat of arbitrary death at the hands of others. For this, he required absolute strength. In this realm, only the powerful could dictate their own fate, while the fates of the weak lay in the hands of others. The strong had no place for the weak. He needed to be unequivocally powerful. He must transcend. I absolutely cannot accept being killed at whim by others. I can indeed transcend. The crimson hue of Igrant's eyes gradually cooled, as an overwhelming force erupted from within. What are the requirements for transformation into a Super Saiyan? A battle power of 3 million, the threshold for awakening the S cells within, combined with intense emotional turmoil and a calm mind. Boom! The air around Igrant reverberated with sharp, rhythmic explosions as his energy sliced through it. His hair transformed into a golden hue, standing on end, his muscles coiled with power, and his gaze turned icy. Surveying his surroundings, the once confused expression in Igrant's eyes began to clear. He had unexpectedly reached the state of Super Saiyan. A bitter smile crossed his lips. What of being a Super Saiyan? Even the Super Blue transformation would not suffice. To transcend is to rest easy, yet achieving that state is no simple feat. As the protagonist of his era, Sun Wukong arrived while still battling Granola. His power, strictly speaking, had yet to surpass that of an angel. The mastery of the ultimate freedom technique, a force bordering on the rules themselves, merely grazes the threshold of cosmic combat prowess. To surpass the Grand Priest, the Omni-King, and the entirety of the universe from this foundation is an almost insurmountable challenge. His strength, after all, is derived from this universe. Seeking transcendence seems nearly impossible. Igrant's gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding confidence. But if he were to fail, what of it? With the prison realm at his command, as long as he remained alive, opportunities would eventually arise. With a proud stance, he retracted his Super Saiyan transformation, hovering in the air. I pondered on how a selfish individual like myself could ever harness rage to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Trusting anyone in an absolute sense was out of the question. I had initially thought of forging an alternative path to physical enhancement, yet the outcome turned out vastly different. Achieving Super Saiyan transformation through the fury of my circumstances must surely be a unique phenomenon. Igrant, with a combat power of 5 million, transitioned into Super Saiyan. Though this transformation held no sway over him, after muttering to himself, he soared towards the spatial corridor. This dilapidated demon star offered him little assistance now. As he approached the spatial passage, a realization struck him. This planet was not devoid of value after all. A subtle ripple appeared in the air, and he vanished without a trace. When he re-emerged, he found himself beside King Kakarot II, who, regardless of the furious outcry from the demon race or the fearful demeanor of Kakarot II, the prison realm activated, swiftly engulfing Kakarot II. In this instance, Igrant's current level of power required no assault. He could effortlessly consume Kakarot II without strain. With a swift teleportation, he arrived at the spatial corridor. Without a hint of nostalgia, he dove right in. His sole desire was to return to Earth and hone his strength. What of parallel worlds? He firmly believed he would find a way. If all else failed, he could wait for Bulma to emerge. When Earth faced a life-and-death crisis, he would seize the time machine she created or persuade her to manufacture additional ones. As for the other Saiyans, he would rescue them, and the rest would be of no concern to him. In the Earth's Heaven Temple, Kakarot sat alone, suspended in the air within the Grand Hall. His aura faint yet tranquil as the sky. His martial training had reached a foundational level. All that remained was to persist in his practice, gradually enhancing his strength. There was little more to say. Learning and progressing by Igrant's side, Super Saiyan 3 seemed within reach. Creak. The side door of the temple was pushed open from within. Igrant stepped calmly from the side hall. Upon seeing Kakarot in the plaza, he froze momentarily. Where was Kasuma? Sensing a familiar aura, Kakarot gradually opened his eyes. The energy coursed within him, and in a fleeting moment, he appeared before Igrant. My lord. Carefully scrutinizing Kakarot, Igrant's face revealed a look of approval. It seems you have learned well. Gratitude blossomed on Kakarot's face, for he was acutely aware that all he had now was derived from a singular source. He owed a debt of gratitude for his lord's nurturing. Igrant shook his head, asserting that this achievement was due to the teachings of the cat sage and Bobo, and the fruits of Kakarot's own diligent practice. It had nothing to do with him. Kakarot's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of his true thoughts. In his heart, he believed otherwise. Without Igrant, the person he had become would not exist. And what of Kasuma? Igrant inquired curiously. My lord. She has descended to the Karen Temple to pursue her studies anew. No sooner had he spoken than a figure soared into the temple square, unmistakably Kasuma. I have returned. I have finally made my breakthrough. Kasuma's excited voice rang out. Igrant, you returned so swiftly? Looking at Kasuma, Igrant noted her steady breath and the energy she exuded, now fully contained, indicating she had truly mastered her energy. Igrant felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed that all were joyous in their endeavors on Earth, each having gained something of value. Bobo appeared at an opportune moment, his gaze remaining calm, revealing no signs of change. And it was uncertain whether he had perceived any differences in Igrant. Igrant turned to Bobo. The next steps are straightforward. A day's training in the hyperbolic time chamber should suffice. What else is left for us to practice? He was unaware of how much time had passed, and had no intention of asking. This journey to Earth had far exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, safeguarding Vegeta's planet posed no challenge, provided that Beerus did not intervene. Bobo's expression remained tranquil. You have fully grasped the foundational elements. Now, proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber. After your training, there will be little on Earth that can aid you, given your current prowess. Bobo did not pose any questions, confident that Igrant had mastered his training. Igrant nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Kakarot and his companions. The hyperbolic time chamber exists in a dimensional space where the flow of time differs from reality. One day outside equates to a year within. You should spend a year there diligently consolidating your foundation. Shall we go together? Only 2 can enter at a time. You must not stray too far. Igrant broke into a sweat, having forgotten this stipulation. However, it mattered little. Very well, Kasuma shall accompany me, Kadjit. You may enter with Bobo later. His intentions were not driven by any ulterior motives. After all, a child of less than 8 years could not harbor such thoughts. He chose to take Kasuma along purely out of a desire to assist her in the somewhat lackluster pursuit of martial arts on Earth, hoping to guide her along a more straightforward path of energy mastery. Vegeta, indeed, forges ahead with unwavering determination, closely trailing Son Goku, his strength unwavering. Kisuma may not be incapable of traversing a similar path. Currently, his entry into the room of spirit and time serves little purpose, unless the gravity chamber yields breakthroughs. Training within its confines may prove beneficial. Otherwise, he can only endure, gradually investing time and effort. Unlike the typical Saiyan, his time spent in endurance can be significantly enhanced by the unique abilities of the other beings he has encountered in the prison realm, allowing him to rapidly accumulate strength. Igrant, I ponder. Kisuma, sometimes, a change in direction may illuminate your path. The universe is vast, and our experiences are but a fraction of its expanse. Kisuma merely pursed his lips, refraining from further comment. He could not challenge the decisions made by Igrant. As Igrant led Kisuma away, he remained oblivious to the peculiar waves emanating from Bobo, a subtle, enigmatic energy enveloping the two and sinking into their very beings. Chapter 56. Guiding Kisuma towards Super Saiyan aspiration in the room of spirit and time. Igrant's demeanor was calm, while Kisuma wore an expression of reluctance. Without clarity, Kisuma's training would likely falter. Kisuma, are you feeling discontent? Igrant inquired. Kisuma opened his mouth. Igrant, I can do this, as long as I persist. Igrant slowly shook his head. Initially, he held little attachment to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Who would have known that fate would intervene, enabling him to break through at the tender age of 8 and attain the Super Saiyan form? He was acutely aware that he was a special case. The unique environment of his mission planet endowed him with numerous advantages. His physical prowess was unparalleled among sentient beings, and his ability to absorb energy surpassed that of most by dozens, even hundreds of times. The martial arts of Earth had fortified his foundation. It was only after a serendipitous conjecture about this being a parallel world that he fully unleashed his potential. Under the nearly rule-like concept of a tenfold darkening, he activated his full capabilities, achieving an astonishingly rapid enhancement of his strength, ultimately meeting the minimum requirement of 3 million battle power for the first Super Saiyan transformation. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, he regained his senses and took control of himself, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Do not be deceived by the apparent ease of his transformation. The journey was fraught with peril, far more treacherous than that faced by Son Goku. Goku, when confronted with formidable foes, had a clear objective: to vanquish Frieza and avenge Krillin. In contrast, Kisuma, during those moments, was devoid of purpose, desiring the annihilation of all, including himself. Should he fail to awaken, destruction would be inevitable, leading to his demise. Any misstep could cast him into an abyss from which there was no return. Kisuma, I have said it before, the path of martial arts is manifold. Your prolonged struggle to barely grasp the basics indicates that the Earth's martial way may not suit you. Forcing your training will yield no benefits. Therefore, I am aware that the Saiyans possess no method of cultivation. They rely entirely on their bloodline, growing naturally. How can this be deemed cultivation? It is merely living off past glories, Kisuma retorted, her indignation palpable. Igrant chuckled softly. You may assert that the Saiyan race under King Vegeta lacks a means of cultivation, but it is inaccurate to claim that we Saiyans have no path of our own. Really? Kisuma gasped, her disbelief evident. Do you recall the legends of our Saiyan lineage? The latter type of transformation? Considering the events that subsequently unfolded, it seems more akin to bloodline, akin to beings like Broly. Both the 7th and 6th universes harbor Saiyans and possess legendary transformations, Broly and Kale. Both can transform into a unique green form, aligning with the legend of a millennium's emergence. In comparison to Super Saiyan, the legendary transformation appears even more formidable, transcending bloodline limitations and exponentially augmenting power. Igrant was unable to ascertain the truth of such matters. He resolved to continue persuading Kisuma. Why could the legendary transformation not be the Super Saiyan from the legends? After all, no one can definitively state otherwise. As the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, if I declare that the Super Saiyan is the legendary transformation, then it is so. Kasuma, it seems you underestimate us. Kasuma remained silent, her eyes filled with confusion. With a sigh, Igrant exited the grand hall of the hyperbolic time chamber, stepping into the vast expanse of the earth. Kasuma, I now embody the legendary transformation. Kasuma's mouth fell agape, as if she could swallow a pigeon egg. Igrant, what did you just say? She asked incredulously. Igrant nodded solemnly, determined to deliver a small shock to Kasuma. I, too, have transcended through rigorous training, understanding the essence of the legendary transformation. He continued to weave his tale, knowing that Kasuma was unaware of the truth. Regardless of Broly's strength, he had yet to best Goku and Vegeta in their combined form. The Saiyan race adheres to the principle that a true warrior cannot be considered legendary if they cannot prevail. From this perspective, the legendary transformation does not seem so extraordinary after all. Igrant unleashed a terrifying aura, and in an instant, the winds and clouds converged and dispersed, the immense pressure forcing Kasuma to stagger backward. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is this the legendary transformation? Such overwhelming power. The tempestuous aura is enough to make her falter. Igrant let out a roar, causing Kasuma to shiver and instinctively retreat once more, disbelief flooding her gaze. Could it be? Kasuma, behold. This is the legendary transformation. This is the power of our Saiyan lineage. Ah, boom. Igrant soared through the air, his hair turning a vibrant shade of gold, and his eyes radiated a chilling ruthlessness, transforming into flames that sizzled and scorched the very air around him. The atmosphere twisted and contorted, morphing into needles that pierced Kasuma's skin. She had already been sent flying miles away, lying on the ground with her head raised, her entire being trembling with exhilaration. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. The legends of the Saiyan race, the Super Saiyan, were indeed true, without a doubt. Igrant's aura enveloped him like an abyss, his transformation utterly remarkable. Anyone who dared to claim he was not a Super Saiyan would face Kasuma's vehement disagreement. Her gaze was dazed, her lips mumbling mindlessly. Was this truly the Super Saiyan? The legendary Igrant reverted from his transformation, hovering above Kasuma. Kasuma, do you feel it? This is the fabled Super Saiyan, a gift bestowed upon our unique race by the cosmos itself. And this is merely the beginning. I can sense we can ascend further. Kasuma shuddered at the thought. What? Indeed, one transformation surely guarantees a second. She rose, disregarding the dust clinging to her, and soared upward, eagerly observing Igrant. Can we transform again? Igrant nodded, affirming, yes. The first transformation amplifies power 50-fold. I currently possess a battle power of 5 million. With one transformation, I could reach a staggering 25 billion. He refrained from mentioning the enhancement from his physical form. With nearly 5 times the strength of his body, his normal transformation rivaled that of a Super Saiyan 3, achieving a terrifying 250-fold increase. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation merely doubled his base power. The Super Saiyan 3 reached 300 times, akin to the Super Saiyan 3 itself. Kasuma, the minimum requirement for a Super Saiyan transformation is 3 million in battle power. As long as you can achieve this strength, you should be able to begin the path to this advanced transformation. Igrant, Kasuma inquired, puzzled. Do not worry. 3 million battle power may have been a formidable challenge for us in the past, but now it is different, Igrant confidently asserted. If Krillin and Tien can accomplish it, then so can you. The two fell into a contemplative silence. As Igrant instructed Kasuma, he simultaneously engaged in battle against Kakarot II within the prison realm. Chapter 57, Enlightenment. Countdown Kakarot II's strength was not formidable. Igrant could easily manipulate him. What concerned him was the peculiar nature of the demon realm. The Dragon Ball universe is wondrous. In this vast cosmos, even a modicum of strength could breach the barriers of the demon realm, hell, and the divine realm, allowing entry into these extraordinary domains. Although Kakarot II's power was weak, he utilized the demon realm's proximity to hell to develop an astonishing technique, the Hell Vortex. This move, if executed, could ensnare any adversary whose strength was within 10 times his own, rendering them powerless against the vortex's pull. Hell possesses its own peculiar wonders. Without a certain degree of strength, one cannot possibly escape its grasp. In the eyes of Igrant, this technique remains rather rudimentary. Should he master it, he would endeavor to directly transform space into a prison realm. This would enable him to hunt down even more formidable cosmic beings than himself, yielding tremendous advantages for his growth and foundation. This is fundamentally why he returned to the Demon Star to capture Kakarot 2. He yearned to ascertain whether Kakarot 2 could open a hellish passage within the prison realm. If he could uncover the flaws in his golden finger, it might greatly aid him in the future. After several battles, Igrant discovered that Kakarot 2 was incapable of even summoning the Hell Vortex, let alone opening the hellish passage. This technique was something Igrant had yet to research and create. He remained patient. For a full month, he engaged in prolonged battles with Kakarot 2 before ultimately defeating him. He wished to observe whether Kakarot 2 could conjure this ability. Otherwise, the son of a mere planetary king in the demon realm would not be of significant assistance to him, serving only to deepen his understanding of the demon world. Having already transcended to Super Saiyan, he anticipated that once he reached Super Saiyan 2, even the demon realm's surface king, Depura, would scarcely withstand a mere finger of his. He felt uncertain about Bu. The power dynamics between Super Saiyan 3 and Super God remained nebulous, without having experienced direct conflict. He could not gauge the extent of the disparity. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 was beyond his reach. Immersed in cultivation, time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the two had trained within the spirit and time room for a full year. Upon exiting, they shielded their eyes from the sun like wild men. Kakarot had undergone no notable changes, as only a single day had passed outside. Bobo led Kakarot back towards the house. Igrant instructed her to wait there while he utilized instant transmission to depart. With a surge of energy, the air rippled, and Igrant vanished from the temple square. He first stored all the Senzu beans in his personal space, then ventured to the sea to catch a considerable number of fish. After presenting them to the cat sage, less than 2 hours had elapsed. Igrant, can I learn your instant transmission? He inquired. In the future, you might have the opportunity. While you may not master this exact technique, a similar form of instant transmission should be attainable for you. Previously, he had responded similarly, mentioning that Kasuma might learn it, but he had made no guarantees. The instant transmission concerning energy from Yadarat was quite marvelous, involving a profound analysis of energy to exploit its characteristics for spatial displacement. It bore a resemblance to quantum entanglement and quantum teleportation. However, his method differed in that it directly opened the space of the intended destination for displacement. The two approaches were fundamentally distinct. His instant transmission was more complex, consequently allowing for a significantly higher upper limit. Only Sun Wukong had mastered the instant transmission from Yadarat, and he remained unaware of the intricate nuances involved. Unfamiliar with the experience, he is unable to comprehend it. Thus far, he is only capable of mastering himself. Understanding the essence of energy eludes him. It is akin to a person attempting to grasp their own hair to pull themselves up. Energy, as a vital force in the activities of living beings, is not difficult to control, but to dissect it would be an overwhelming challenge, especially in the absence of any knowledge inheritance. In the vast cosmos, it appears that only Sun Wukong possesses the ability to teleport. Vegeta claims this as a skill learned from Sun Wukong, yet he dismisses it, asserting it is unnecessary. Who can say whether he is incapable of mastering it? The secret techniques of the Metamorans, the fusion dance, were learned by Vegeta, albeit with some reluctance. Sun Wukong is the chosen one, the protagonist of his era. He is entirely unique. Clueless, he attracts all good things to himself effortlessly. In terms of earth martial arts, Sun Wukong grasps the fundamentals at a glance and excels with but a single practice. They have squandered countless hours on Earth, barely scratching the surface. If even Kasuma struggles to learn earth martial arts, who knows if she can master the teleportation of Yardrat? What shall we do next? Continue our training? Shaking his head, Bobo has already stated that we should enter the room of spirit and time to solidify our knowledge, and the rest relies on our diligence and perseverance. Upon hearing this, Kasuma's expression darkened. Indeed, Igrant and Kakarot could rely on their hard work, having already entered the realm of martial arts. What about her? She has yet to undertake any serious training. She had not even succeeded in Bobo's trial of ringing the bell. This time, she refrained from further pointless arguments. While earth martial arts are formidable and boast significant combat power, they cannot match the Super Saiyan transformations of their kind. She merely needs to reach 3 million power level to attempt the transformation into a Super Saiyan, thus attaining a staggering combat power of 1.5 billion. With such overwhelming strength, no matter how intricate the Earth martial arts are, they cannot rival her. Consequently, her regard for Earth martial arts has sharply diminished. Igrant, after a year of combat, my strength has increased significantly, yet I remain distant from achieving Super Saiyan status. How can I swiftly elevate my power once more? Igrant gazes meaningfully at Kasuma. Kasuma, do you recall when you first experienced a rapid increase in strength? Kasuma furrows her brow, pondering deeply and recalling. Achieving her current level of power while contemplating which instance of significant improvement was challenging. In the early stages, increases of 100, 500, or even 1,000 could yield multiples of several times, while later increases of 10,000 might only be 1/10 or 1/2. Determining which is greater is not straightforward. Considering her own predicament and the expression in Igrant's eyes, Kasuma quickly deduces one possibility. Igrant, are you suggesting a life-and-death battle? She inquires tentatively. A radiant smile spreads across Igrant's face. Indeed, Kasuma, you have fallen into a misconception. Kasuma is taken aback. Because of me, you believe that the path taken by King Vegeta and the Saiyan race is entirely misguided. However, this is not the case. I merely sought to prevent you from indulging in excessive slaughter, yet I did not impede your desire to battle. Let us not forget, we are a warrior race. The Saiyans. This designation of a warrior race was not bestowed upon us by King Vegeta. Rather, it encapsulates the very essence of our people, a characteristic inherent since our birth. Kasuma's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded vigorously. Ah, I see your point, Eggplant. Chapter 58, Leaving Earth, New Choices. Just as Kasuma felt a surge of joy, it was quickly replaced by distress. But apart from you, no one can exert pressure on me right now, and a true life-or-death battle with you is impossible. Kasuma shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Kasuma, strength is but one aspect. What about the environment? In an instant, Kasuma grasped the truth. Indeed, she had been overly reliant on Igrant throughout their journey, even forgetting the helplessness she experienced on that primitive planet. What does it matter if one is powerful, when various unique environments can still restrain the expression of that power? Such limitations existed when she was weak, and they would persist even in her strength. There would always be formidable opponents capable of contending with her. I understand now. After I return to rescue my people, I shall venture into the cosmos in search of harsh environments and formidable foes to battle. This time, Igrant did not dissuade Kasuma. Since the martial arts of Earth could not facilitate her swift ascension in strength, exploring a different path was not a bad idea. After all, the Saiyans are a warrior race and cannot remain perpetually sheltered under her wings. Vegeta continuously elevated his own prowess, transcending limits to reach divine realms, while Goku, in turn, strove diligently to keep pace with Vegeta's relentless pursuit, propelling their martial arts forward. Finding suitable opponents is a boon for them. Igrant understood the magnitude of power possessed by the pinnacle of the universe. Even contemplating surpassing such entities, and having a goal prevents one from succumbing to confusion. For Kasuma, even if he were to describe it in detail, she could not fathom the true nature of the universe's strongest beings or the means at their disposal. Seeking suitable opponents is an essential path she must traverse to grow stronger. The Saiyans need not tread the blood-soaked path of cosmic slaughter. However, the essence of battle must never cease. To grow stronger, mere sparring is utterly inadequate. Even a match against oneself falls short. Lacking the pressure that comes with life and death, the shedding of blood is of paramount importance. For a warrior race, killing serves as a rite of passage. This rite cannot be halted. This is the most troublesome aspect. Not everyone possesses the innate understanding akin to Goku and Vegeta. Reaching the level of 3 million presents a considerable challenge for the current Kasuma. Igrant remained silent, yet Kasuma felt an unwavering confidence within her. It is merely a battle. One just needs to seek some adversaries. It is hardly a daunting task. Kasuma was diligently engaged in fundamental training within the Divine Temple, while Igrant stood silently in the plaza. As a day elapsed, Khajiit emanated a potent aura as he exited the Chamber of Spirits and Time. "My lord," Igrant remarked, a faint smile gracing his visage. "Excellent. Let us proceed." After expressing his gratitude to the deities, Igrant grasped one of them and vanished from the plaza in an instant. The deity, leaning on his staff, mused, "How formidable! If only Earth had such guardians in waiting." With a shake of his head, he lamented, "Alas! We merely established a rapport, yet left no means of contact. Should a formidable enemy invade Earth, we would be unable to locate him. The three, deity, Igrant, and Kakarot, had all learned to harness their spirit, yet the deity could not discern their whereabouts. I sincerely hope they can reside on Earth for an extended period. That would ensure the planet's safety. Asai escaped into the wind. Igrant, accompanied by Kisuma and Kakarot, instantaneously transported themselves aboard their spacecraft. Igrant, has your strength now enabled you to teleport vast distances? A glimmer of pride illuminated Igrant's countenance. Over the past 2 years on Earth, his advancement had been nothing short of meteoric. The next challenge would likely be on the planet Mike, though it remained uncertain whether he could achieve such significant progress again. The enhancement of his teleportation abilities was not solely a result of increased strength. Rather, it was profoundly influenced by the temporal and spatial passage unlocked by Bobo. Within that realm, he absorbed and comprehended numerous spatial principles. Where previously one unit of spirit would allow him to traverse a certain distance, he could now cover 3 times that with the same amount. Such an elevation was enough to strain even his composure. Well, rescuing a portion of our kin should pose no challenge. This time, both of you have made substantial strides. The perpetually stern Kakarot could no longer maintain his demeanor and broke into a grin. Igrant refrained from elaborating further. Unlike himself, they lacked the depth afforded by the prison realm, and their speed of advancement and strength was not comparable to his own. To possess such power was indeed a cause for rejoicing. Upon descending to Earth, his combat prowess was merely 160,000, with a physical strength that had taken over 42 years to reach. Upon leaving Earth, his combat power had reached an astonishing 5 million, with a physical strength of 5. Not accounting for the extraordinary, Kisuma had landed with only 6,000, yet had now attained 120,000. Kakarot, slightly less, had descended with a power of 1,800 and had since reached 90,000. However, having learned the martial arts of Earth, it remained uncertain whether he would surpass Kisuma in the future. It is noteworthy that both of them were junior warriors and still underage. With such formidable strength, they could traverse the cosmos with ease, provided they did not encounter any extraordinary missions. As the spacecraft ascended, it kicked up a cloud of dust, swiftly departing Earth's atmosphere. This time, the trio did not require weighted attire. The slowest learner, Kisuma, manages to maintain her energy at an exceptionally low level, without concern for jeopardizing the spaceship. Igrant, are we heading directly back to Planet Vegeta this time? Kisuma inquired curiously while seated within the vessel. Kakarot also turned to look. After more than 2 years of following Igrant, his battle power had surged from over 300 to more than 90,000. He now had no desire to return to Planet Vegeta. After all, in the Saiyan culture, strength reigns supreme. Returning to Planet Vegeta could not compare to the comfort of following Igrant and learning martial arts on various planets to enhance his prowess. Igrant too was contemplating this matter. Plans often falter in the face of change. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Frieza and rescue Planet Vegeta without issue. In the main world, he certainly wouldn't act recklessly, as there was still the threat of Planet Vegeta's obliteration and the extinction of the Saiyan race, only to resurface many years later. In parallel worlds, he felt little concern. With a 5-fold increase in physique, coupled with his Super Saiyan transformation, Androids 17 and 18 posed no threat to him. After Goku's demise, prior to Cell's rise, eliminating one of the androids would suffice. However, that was unnecessary. If Androids 17 and 18 truly wreaked havoc on Earth, most living beings would perish. Cell would lack sufficient biomass to contend with 17 and 18, hence could not absorb them to become his perfect form, making the subsequent emergence of perfect Cell improbable. Thus, he merely needed to discreetly ensure Bulma's safety, allowing her to construct a time machine, and then seize the opportunity to acquire it, thereby enabling his journey to other worlds. Indeed, to other universes. He could not guarantee his entry into the main universe. Any parallel world was essentially expendable, where even the slightest deviation could lead to cosmic annihilation. The reason the main universe is referred to as such is due to the world S, while supporting a protagonist capable of turning the tide against various existential threats, defeating enemies in extraordinary ways to save the world. In parallel universes, lacking the assistance of the world S will, it would be impossible to overcome the impending foes. Chapter 59, Returning to Planet Vegeta. Since parallel universes do not offer absolute safety or certainty, his range of maneuverability became significantly larger. For instance, Regarding the android incident involving Cell, he could allow the androids to wreak havoc on Earth, only to appear after Bulma had successfully created the time machine. With discreet protection, Bulma's creation of the time machine was practically a foregone conclusion, and he was untroubled by the fear of his plans failing. Moreover, concerning the Namekians among the androids, he could seek the opportunity to capture 1 or 2 Namekians, thereby acquiring their methods for creating Dragon Balls. However, this would hold little significance for him. As for matters on Planet Vegeta, he could operate according to his whims, manipulating events as he pleased, as long as he did not encounter Beerus. Furthermore, the existence of parallel worlds may not solely be attributed to Beerus, as the destruction of Planet Vegeta remains uncertain. There are 2 prevailing theories regarding King Vegeta's provocation of Beerus. One revolves around cosmic delicacies, while the other pertains to the finest pillows in the universe. What if there exists enchanting music or the mightiest adversary? The possibilities are endless. Before the protagonist Goku made his entrance, Beerus had already been angered, and it is yet to be heard that the planet survived. That is a matter for the future. He merely needs to ensure his survival until the androids wreak havoc on Earth and Bulma constructs the time machine. In contrast to the daunting challenge of perpetual survival, even surpassing the Grand Minister, the Omni-King, and transcending the limits of the universe. Merely living until the androids unleash their chaos on Earth is a task reduced in difficulty by countless magnitudes. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, it is indeed prudent to contemplate the course of action. Concealing one's prowess has its merits and drawbacks. In any case, with no concern for Frieza, he can engage freely. The same applies to revealing his strength. Should Frieza appear, he can simply confront him directly. His chief concern lies in the aftermath of defeating Frieza. Without the pressure of such a formidable antagonist, will Goku be able to transform into a Super Saiyan smoothly? Androids 17 and 18 are of lesser significance. The crux of the matter is Cell. That creature possesses both Frieza's and Super Saiyan's genes. Lacking these elements could lead to significant upheavals in the future. If Bulma fails to create the time machine, he would find himself in dire straits. The only feasible option would be to seize Zamasu's time rings post-consumption, yet the risks are substantial. Kasuma, how do you think we should proceed with our return? Regrettably, Igrant felt remorse immediately after posing the question. Inquiring from this young lady only stoked the flames. As anticipated, upon hearing Igrant's inquiry, Kasuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her tiny fists clenched. Is there any doubt? We shall return and eliminate King Vegeta, and then we shall reign supreme ourselves. Igrant, you possess such formidable power now, surely. Defeating King Cold would pose no challenge. Igrant felt weary. What is the point of power? It is merely a byproduct of influence, fraught with complications. In a universe where personal strength overwhelmingly eclipses that of factions, being a relatively independent lone wolf is far less burdensome than aspiring to be a leader of a powerful organization. Engaging in bloodshed is undesirable. The universe yearns for love and peace. Kakarot remained silent. His knowledge of the internal affairs of the Saiyans was limited, and his understanding of Igrant's strength was superficial. Igrant's capabilities were inscrutable, rendering him unable to gauge his true power. However, he was not entirely convinced by Kasuma's proposition to eliminate King Cold. The latter commanded a vast army and boasted various advanced technologies. The outcome of any confrontation was uncertain, and should they choose to flee, they would indeed be unable to pursue effectively. And then, Igrant posed this classic question. Kasuma found herself momentarily speechless. She detested Igrant's inquiry of and then. The utterance of this statement essentially signified his disapproval of her perspective, demanding a rational explanation from her. Who could withstand such pressure? So what should be done? A figure emerged in Igrant's mind, one capable of transforming his thoughts entirely. He resolved to meet this individual discreetly. Overthinking would serve no purpose. Actions must be taken. As for the method, he would leave it to fate. Having made his decision, Igrant instructed the two to suppress their powers. Let's return and assess the situation. Kasuma, lower your combat strength to 310, and Kakarot, suppress yours to 580. As for me, I shall maintain my strength around 108. We'll discuss further upon our return to Vegeta. Kasuma pouted in retort. Here we go again. With such formidable strength, why the need for concealment? Igrant is nothing but a coward. Kakarot, without uttering a word, complied by restraining his power to 580 as per Igrant's directive. As a fellow lower-class warrior nearing 11 years of age, he had undergone several missions. Thus it was imperative for him to display a higher combat prowess. Igrant followed suit, and the trio embarked on a new journey through the cosmos. 6 months later, a dark red planet came into view. The spaceship engineered by Igrant possessed the significant advantage of allowing them to remain awake during their interstellar voyage, enabling free movement. Throughout the journey, the three had relentlessly trained, making the trip neither stagnant nor tedious. Igrant even captured 4 unique creatures to enhance his own essence. Though the results were rather negligible, the spaceship traveled swiftly, soon entering the gravitational orbit of Vegeta and commencing its descent. "You have entered the orbit of Vegeta. Please vacate immediately," a sinister voice echoed through the channel. Igrant was taken aback by the Scion's unexpected gentleness. Just then, a blinding beam of light surged towards their spacecraft. "Damn it, they are even attacking their own kind. What has become of the Scions under King Vegeta's leadership? At this rate, our race is on the brink of extinction." Kasuma, filled with rage, prepared to unleash her power to obliterate the incoming energy beam. However, Igrant swiftly intervened, reminding her that if they were to suppress their strength, they must also appear to do so. As the ship's main cannon charged and fired a shot, Igrant quickly contacted the docking control station to declare their identity. Under the port's guidance, they had just secured their vessel when numerous Scions gathered around, their gazes fixed intently upon the ship. Igrant signaled to Kakarot. Upon their return, it was only fitting that the strongest among them, Kakarot, take the lead in negotiations. The presence of Igrant and Kasuma raised eyebrows, as they were unfamiliar and appeared somewhat out of place. Surrounding them were a variety of curious extraterrestrial beings. While Kasuma and Kakarot displayed expressions of confusion, Igrant remained remarkably composed. Frieza's dominion over the Scions is far more profound than that of his progenitor. He has refrained from sending his minions to supervise the Scions, leaving them to their own devices. In contrast to the previous crocodilian beings, who would never dare to observe from such proximity, these bizarre extraterrestrials are allowed to intrude, forcing the Scions to endure their presence. Over the years, the Scions have undoubtedly suffered considerable losses. One despondent Scion, expressing his discontent, took to the skies, followed by an increasing number of his kin departing the scene. This left behind a solitary Scion with a battle power exceeding 3,000. Who gazed down at the trio of Igrant and Kasuma. "What is the situation?" he inquired. Igrant and Kasuma remained silent. Prior to their return, they had aligned their narratives. Once they managed to navigate the docking port of the spacecraft, the trio would seek out Oka for an in-depth discussion, determining thereafter whether to conceal their capabilities or unleash their full might in a bid for dominion over the Scion race. With 3 warriors boasting power exceeding 100,000, commanding a relatively small number of Scions posed no significant challenge. As for Frieza, whom they considered the Kurd King, he was hardly deemed a formidable obstacle. Chapter 60. Entering Planet Vegeta. Oka's suffocating presence power is the essence of audacity. Igrant and Kasuma stood silently behind Kakarot, observing a formidable Scion warrior, whose power reached 100,000, humbly responding to inquiries from his superior kin, leaving them in a state of disarray. What was the purpose of their concealment? Should they reveal their strength, these lesser beings would not dare to act so brazenly in their presence. Fortunately, Kakarot perceived nothing amiss. While others might exhibit the pride of a seasoned warrior, the emotionally volatile Scions would surely do so, yet Kakarot was an anomaly. Having spent years in the company of 2 extraordinary individuals, he did not regard his own 100,000 power level as particularly illustrious or remarkable. Unfinished mission? The voice of the Scion responsible for negotiations rose sharply. "You couldn't even complete a novice task?" Kakarot wore an expression of innocence. "My lord, with my power of 500. I too would struggle with that mission. That planet is far too unique, certainly not a task suited for a 15-star rating." "What? You claim their mission is rated 15 stars? The Scions had no inclination to peruse mission details. They simply accepted, executed, and submitted tasks, indulging in revelry thereafter, indifferent to any remaining matters. Indeed, it must be a misclassification from the Mission Management Office. Our captain discovered the error and dispatched me to retrieve the assignment, which is entirely beyond the scope of what lower-tier warriors can accomplish. Upon my arrival, I wasted considerable time and nearly met my demise on that planet." Kakarot solemnly fabricated his account. The Scions regarded him with a semblance of understanding, their expressions tinged with a hint of pity, albeit a mere hint. A 15-star mission was certainly beyond the capabilities of a freshly trained Saiyan. In general, the novice tasks assigned after completing beginner training are typically the weakest, rated at 1 star. These tasks are specifically designed for Saiyans around the age of 3. However, that was in the past. Now, newly born Saiyans, once they become lower-class warriors after a year, are directly exiled to the task planet of Lingnan. This is the grand benevolence bestowed upon them by the illustrious King Frieza, a privilege for their martial race. With compassion extinguished, the warrior before them, possessing a power level exceeding 3,200, is left with nothing but indifference. Regardless of the circumstances, a Saiyan who fails to complete a task is deemed worthless, without question. Fortunately, the Saiyan engaged in conversation is not one who has accepted a task. Despite his own inadequacies, it is not for her to concern herself with him. Worthless. Kasuma clenched her fist tightly, determined to show this Saiyan, who considers them to be inferior, a taste of her strength. However, Igrant, quick-witted, discreetly restrained her. My lady, let us not reveal our true strength just yet. If you do not allow others to display their bravado, how shall we proceed with our act? Very well, you may enter, the Saiyan declared. Yet, he soon realized a glaring oversight. Wait, what is the matter with your battle suits and spacecraft? Cartiel glanced down at his own state-of-the-art heavy-duty attire, his lips twitching in disbelief. What is going on? This very suit could crush you. So much idle chatter. Do they not fear a sudden uprising? Truly, these Saiyans are excessively arrogant. My lord, it is as follows. Upon entering the task planet, we were surrounded by over 1,000 ferocious beasts. The combat area was vast, and the risk too great to protect our spacecraft. Luckily, additional spacecraft arrived, containing some technicians. After we apprehended them, we demanded they construct new ships capable of returning home. Otherwise, we would still be struggling for survival on that planet. Now that we have a vessel capable of returning, I have brought them back, awaiting your orders for their next assignment. Cartel explained, a narrative they had meticulously crafted, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, the Saiyan offered no further comment. Since they had returned, it could not be deemed a failure of the task. At worst, it was merely a result of unreasonable task assignments from the management office. Though discomfort lingered, at least they were not considered incompetent deserters. With this thought, the shadows of discontent in the Saiyans' eyes faded considerably. They still held disdain, but refrained from making things overly difficult. Begone. The three appeared as though they had been granted a reprieve. Thank you, my lord. The Saiyan maintained a cold and callous demeanor, unaware that if he continued to prattle, Kasuma might genuinely unleash her fury, unleashing a wave of energy that could annihilate him. Cartel exchanged glances with the others, unleashing his full power and propelling himself into the void. Igrant and Kasuma followed suit, soaring through the air like shooting stars. Keeping pace with Cartel, as they departed the docking bay of their spacecraft, the trio gradually slowed their pace. All around, Saiyans encased in energy were soaring towards the docking port of the spaceship. Kasuma curled her lip in disdain, feeling as if she were observing the world from a well. Igrant was indeed peculiar. In the vast cosmos, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, he might be the one most versed in the Dragon Ball universe. However, Kasuma's insights paled in comparison to those of the mature Saiyans who were perpetually engaged in missions. It felt rather discordant to voice such a thought. Well then, Kasuma, you should return home. I shall accompany Kakarot to meet Oka. Naturally, he would not address Oka as Lord. Kakarot, too, only did so for the sake of pretense. Otherwise, he would not have referred to the aforementioned Saiyan in such a manner. Rolling her eyes, Kasuma retorted, what am I supposed to go back for? Igrant faltered momentarily. You can think about the future of the Saiyans, yet you cannot spare a moment to see your own mother? He was different. Although Snagi had adopted him, it was more a matter of obligation than affection. The resources he had acquired during his growth came from the Saiyan community's preferential allocation for infants. Having little to do with Snagi, under such circumstances, it was only natural that he harbored no feelings for her. Igrant found himself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in this. Seeing this, Kasuma employed her flight technique and soared ahead. Kakarot glanced at Igrant, and noticing his lack of reaction, hastily took off. Wait, you don't know where you're going? Let me lead the way. Igrant shook his head, transforming into a beam of light to follow the two. In the residential area for intermediate warriors, Oka wore a weary expression. Ever since he had selected a young man named Kakarot to assist Igrant 5 years ago, his tasks had been relentless, leaving him with scarcely any respite. Having just returned, he was already summoned for another mission. Oka was acutely aware of the situation. Chapter 61. Oka's team in desperation, Frieza appears. None of those lofty individuals from Planet Vegeta had directly confronted him, nor had they interfered during his missions, which exceeded his expectations. Regardless, there was still a semblance of decorum. They had not deliberately set him up for failure by assigning impossible tasks to his team. The frequent assignments with minimal rest in the current atmosphere did not seem excessively harsh. It could be seen as a form of mercy. Perhaps they merely intended to exploit him to complete tasks until his demise. In any case, they had at least granted him a glimmer of hope. This hope, though seemingly unattainable, lingered. He questioned whether it was worth incurring the ire of those powerful and influential figures over a seemingly inconsequential individual. The unending succession of tasks was suffocating him. Originally a 10-member team, after several rounds of replacements, no one was willing to join his squad any longer. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. In 5 years, 6 missions have resulted in a staggering 60% casualty rate. After several reinforcements, only 3 members remain in the squad. For a seasoned combat team, this is unimaginable. Currently, his squad members are gathered at his residence. While the negative repercussions of such a high mortality rate are evident, the silver lining is that over these 5 years, they have significantly enhanced their strength, nearing the prowess of elite mid-tier warriors. Akka, the captain, possesses a combat power of 7,900. Lister, the vice-captain, stands at 7080. Berkeley, a recent addition, boasts a strength of 5,400, and Bing Big, another reinforcements, has a power level of 5,100. This is the current composition of Akka's squad, now reduced to 3 members. The missions they undertake are all rated above 35 stars, indicating that their targets possess peak strengths exceeding 8,000. In reality, each mission proves exceedingly arduous. Akka is acutely aware that their assignments do not merely belong to the 35-star category, but rather to the chaotic tier of that level. This is no surprise to him. The 2 young ones from Igrant were initially classified as chaotic at 15 stars. However, he is uncertain about the true difficulty of those chaotic missions and can only select planets with ferocious beasts, likely possessing higher combat strengths, but lacking intelligence. The challenge of facing foes with intellect versus those without is entirely different. The Saiyans are merely driven by passion, a thirst for battle, and a lack of strategy. However, this does not imply they would recklessly engage in brute force against beasts. Their tradition is to intimidate the weak while fearing the strong. Akka sits at a table, flanked by his 3 teammates. "Captain, what is this mission?" Lister inquires, concern etched on his face. Akka remains silent. The other 2 teammates sit quietly, awaiting their captain's words. After a prolonged silence, Akka hoarsely states, "Perhaps you should all consider leaving my squad." This pronouncement sends shockwaves through the room. "Captain, we are members of Akka's squad." They reply passionately, "Yes, it's just death. What is there to fear in a mission? Besides, we can still succeed." "Captain, we will not abandon you. Those despicable individuals will only resort to underhanded tactics. We won't be intimidated by them." The teammates express their fervent sentiments, their spirits ignited. This outcome had been anticipated by Akka. If they were to leave, this endearing group would have departed long ago. Yet, regarding the current mission, Akka finds himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he could recruit new members, but it is unlikely anyone would willingly join his squad, especially when facing a level 4 challenge. Akka does not respond, merely murmuring in a somber tone. The room falls into an abrupt silence. The previously spirited members are momentarily at a loss for words. They are merely intermediate warriors, utterly unqualified to undertake a 4-star mission. Yet, unexpectedly, this task has fallen upon them. It is inconceivable. The 3 of them stared blankly at the familiar hall. Oka remained silent. Upon learning of the mission, his demeanor was no better than theirs, for he understood that this task was beyond their capabilities and would lead to their demise. This was a blatant scheme. How could this be? "I must protest." Berkeley fight erupted in fury after a moment of silence. Indeed, a 4-star mission, by what right? Bing Big trembled as he questioned, not Oka, but those lofty rulers of their kin, those who would harm their own people. Oka sighed. "This is my burden. Having offended King Vegeta, I have anticipated this day. You should disband from my team and form a new one. I trust they will not make things difficult for you." Rister shook his head emphatically. "Captain, you need not say more. I will not leave. It's merely a 4-star mission. What a high-level warrior can accomplish, we can too. Yes, if it comes to it. We shall face death. Bing Bidge clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. By what right do they act so? I fear not death. But to perish in such a manner is unbearable. Oka lifted his gaze, earnestly regarding the three. I speak sincerely. You need not follow me to your doom. Captain, we do not fear death. The mortality rate of high-level warriors has been soaring. If they are unafraid, why should we be? At this juncture, you may as well reveal why the upper echelons have targeted us so. Berkeley Fight inquired, gazing intently at Oka. Oka offered a bitter smile. Why? What else could it be? If I were to speak, you might find that leaving would not lead to better days. Are you certain? Though he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the detector. Frieza's surveillance was glaringly evident. Only a few with impaired judgment were unaware. Yet, they were powerless, and eventually, the entire Saiyan race succumbed to despair. If he were to speak now, even King Vegeta would likely be aware. We must know, the two responded in unison. Rister looked on with satisfaction. He had been one of the key figures back then and knew far more than the others. Oka sighed. This news has been bottled inside me for 5 years. Since the likelihood of us accomplishing a 4-star mission is minimal, I shall speak plainly. With that, Oka began to recount the events of that year. After listening, the two were left dumbfounded. So, Captain Oka, do you suspect that the one called Igrant is the fabled Super Saiyan? Bing Bidge exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that merely an absurd legend? Why would the captain believe such absurd legends? Oka nodded. Why, Captain, this. The two were incredulous. The Oka squad faced oppression, and it stemmed from such a ludicrous reason. Furthermore, it was not only Oka. Even King Vegeta sought to suppress them for this matter. It was utterly baffling. For a moment, the two were at a loss for words. They were unaware, yet someone knew. In the vastness of space, amidst a frozen planet, a colossal spaceship glided silently in its orbit. Zebo and Dodoria received intercepted information, and after a moment of shock, they hurriedly made their way to the Grand Hall where King Frieza sat. As close aides to Frieza, they were privy to far more than the various lowly soldiers outside. They understood the immense significance Frieza placed on the legendary Super Saiyan. No matter how dismissive Frieza may appear, that gravity was not something they dared to overlook, even if they harbored doubts in their hearts. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they were met with the sight of Frieza, a petite figure with a battle power of over 500,000, elegantly turning in his chair. Ah, Dodoria, Zebo, what brings both of you here simultaneously? Chapter 62, Frieza's Command, the Desperate Oka Squad. The two exchanged glances. A flicker of surprise crossed Frieza's eyes. Even though he was approachable, few subordinates dared to exchange glances in such a manner, except for the 5 buffoons of the Jinyu force. Ah, it seems this is quite important. In his desire to showcase his intellect, Zebo hesitated briefly before speaking. Your Majesty Frieza, in fact, this intelligence is rather incredible. We have already dispatched personnel to verify it, and we believe results will come soon. Ah, it seems I was right in my assumptions. Frieza narrowed his eyes, the atmosphere around them growing threefold more oppressive. Zebo, unwilling to delay further, spoke urgently. Your Majesty Frieza, it is thus. The department monitoring the group of wild monkeys has just relayed an important piece of information. Oh, Frieza remained unhurried, for he was the emperor of the universe. Calmness and composure were essential traits. Well, it appears that a team of wild monkeys reported an important message. The Saiyan race seems to have produced the legendary Super Saiyan. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Zebo could elaborate further, the air pressure in the Grand Hall plummeted, objects rattled ominously, and some even exploded. Your Majesty Frieza, I suspect the authenticity of this information. The entire Saiyan race is under surveillance by our detectors, and not a single individual with a battle power exceeding 20,000 has emerged. Zebo spoke hastily. Thus, I believe this news to be false. We arranged for verification merely because you had taken a keen interest. Frieza's initially agreeable gaze turned icy. Is that so? Zebo nodded earnestly. Indeed. There has been no sign of any high-level warriors, yet there is one peculiar detail. Frieza soared before the two, fixating his gaze upon them. He harbored no belief that the fabled Super Saiyan among the wild monkeys posed any threat to him. Yet, he was reluctant to overlook any opportunity, should the legend manifest. He dismissed it entirely, recalling the tales inherited from his family, particularly those left by his ancestor, Chilled. He was acutely aware of his own might, which was far too formidable to be openly displayed. Despite his skepticism, he would not permit the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan. King Vegeta appeared to act with intent, deliberately assigning excessive and arduous tasks to that particular squad, seemingly wishing for their demise. What puzzled him was the absence of extreme measures from King Vegeta. If the legendary Super Saiyan were to truly appear, the king's reaction ought to be far more severe. Thus, both I and Dodoria found ourselves in deep perplexity, compelled to bring these matters to your attention before acquiring further information. Just as Sabo finished speaking, the grand door swung open. A soldier entered, clutching a glass-like object. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy, laden with tension. The soldier trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking. He forced himself forward and knelt upon the ground. King Frieza, Mr. Sabo. Mr. Dodoria, here is the data regarding the Super Saiyan from the Saiyan race, along with the information we have gathered. Frieza waved his hand, causing the glass in the soldier's grasp to soar toward him, though he did not deign to glance at it. Instead, he fixed his malevolent gaze upon the soldier. You seem quite fearful of me. The soldier bowed repeatedly, stammering, No, my king. Oh ho ho. Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, see. There are those who are not afraid of me. The soldier stood frozen, his face ashen. A chill enveloped the room as Frieza's eyes glimmered with a crimson glow, piercing through the soldier. Not afraid of me, Saiyan. Those wretched wild monkeys. Are you not afraid of me? Frieza muttered, a hint of madness creeping into his voice. Sabo cast a glance and waved his hand, prompting two more soldiers to swiftly enter and carry away the lifeless body of the fallen soldier. Departing the grand hall without a second look from Frieza, who remained preoccupied with the glass. After a moment, he abruptly raised his head, startling Sabo and Dodoria. It seems we must pay a visit to Planet Vegeta, Frieza remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his voice resonating like that of a hellish demon. Sabo and Dodoria shared in the malevolent grin. They understood. My king, it has been a while since we have seen you unleash fireworks, Sabo remarked. The moment he finished, Frieza erupted into a neurotic laughter. Oh ho ho, fireworks indeed. It has been far too long. I find myself yearning for them. The malevolent expression on Dodoria's face appeared particularly grotesque. My king, if we proceed in this manner, some of them are on missions. It may be difficult to ensure a clean kill. Oh ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, you are truly ruthless, contemplating murder. Hee hee. The pink-skinned Dodoria, resembling a toad, merely smiled wickedly without uttering a word. Frieza pondered for a moment. There is no need for haste. Let us first investigate this so-called legendary Super Saiyan. After all, legends are merely tales, and who could possibly instill fear in me, a being of such power? Certainly not a Super Saiyan. I, Frieza, am the sovereign of the cosmos. These so-called Saiyans are not, but a band of wild monkeys. How could there ever be a true Super Saiyan? Even if one existed, it would merely come to amuse me, a mere plaything for my entertainment. Haha, what a jest you all make. Frieza's gaze turned steely. Relay my orders. We shall proceed to Planet Vegeta. Understood. As the conversation turned serious, the two restrained their earlier mirth, bowing slightly before retreating from the grand hall. Once outside, Zebon and Dodoria exchanged glances, chuckling as if anticipating some impending amusement. A good show awaits us. Indeed, I truly hope they can endure a bit longer, otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull and a waste of our efforts. Alas, this is the crux of the matter. King Vegeta has dispatched his minion, Idis, demanding that Frieza send forth his extraterrestrials to assign us an array of exceedingly perilous tasks, each with a high mortality rate. I can no longer endure this. Oka's voice resonated in the air. In the past, he could at least struggle against the circumstances. With a 4-star mission, how are the 4 of us to accomplish it? Captain, can we not escape? Berkeley spat through clenched teeth. Oka sighed and shook his head. Escape? How could we possibly escape? It is impossible. Yet, their arrogance knows no bounds. Do the other teams remain oblivious, or do they simply not care? Such a fate will inevitably befall them as well. Ice Biggle murmured darkly. Oka sighed heavily once more. It is futile, were it not for King Vegeta's tyranny, forbidding the rise of any who might surpass him. I would not worry for the future of the Saiyan race, nor would these calamities have transpired. You may not have noticed, but I have been diligently gathering information. The Saiyan population has dwindled from over 1.8 million to just over 800,000 in recent years, and now, we are left with merely over 500,000. Perhaps even fewer. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. If this continues, our Saiyan clan may soon become but a whisper of its former self. Oka spoke with a bitter tone. These words echoed throughout the hall, and once again, silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, though they may not concern themselves with the fate of the entire race, when such stark numbers lay bare before them, no Saiyan could remain indifferent. In truth, they simply had not thought to pay attention to these matters. Chapter 63. An audience with Oka, the silent dance of life and death after all. The lower-ranking warriors are stationed at the periphery. A few perish here, a few there. The Saiyans do not hold funerals. Only the system cancels their identities. Who would take it upon themselves to sift through such records, to heed these matters? Everyone is engaged in team activities. And with the ability to replenish members at any time, no one would really notice how many Saiyans have perished. So what shall we do? Should we merely await our demise? Wrist posed the most immediate question that demanded resolution. Oka shook his head bitterly, uncertain if Kakarot had rescued Igrant and the others, or if Igrant was indeed the prophesied one. This matters greatly, as it determines whether my convictions hold any significance. Oka refrained from voicing his inner regrets. Some troubles cannot simply be wished away with a word of remorse. That obstinate King Vegeta would undoubtedly dismiss him, offering neither explanation nor a chance for reconciliation. He could only steadfastly believe that King Vegeta was in the wrong. As for Igrant, the one suspected of being the prophesied one, he had become irrelevant. No matter how powerful, could anyone surpass King Vegeta within 5 years? And even if they could, would that enable them to seize control over the Saiyans and ascend as the new king? Such considerations do not alleviate his current predicaments. Everything else seems utterly meaningless. Over the years, there has been a complete lack of information. I wish to send someone to that planet, yet time has never permitted it. Why? The spacecraft's trajectory is fixed. Although our newly upgraded spherical ships can navigate freely, alterations are not at our discretion, requiring at least 10 days for preparation. You all know that in these past 5 years, I have never managed to remain on Planet Vegeta for a full 5 years. As for assigning someone, Oka did not speak, but everyone understood. In the ensuing silence, a clear voice rang out from outside. Lord Oka, I have returned. With that, Kakarot appeared at the doorway. Oka was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, here was Kakarot. My lord, not only have I returned, but I have also brought back Igrant and Kasuma. With that, Kakarot stepped into the main hall. The others frowned, fully aware that Kakarot was merely a lower-ranked warrior. His audacity to enter the intermediate warriors' living quarters without permission, and to do so brazenly, was astounding. Upon hearing this, Oka felt a jolt of excitement. He hurriedly grasped the detector on the table. Upon activation, disappointment and regret washed over his face. Indeed, he had been unrealistic. Over 500, over 300, even over 100. What could such power accomplish? Igrant observed silently, even slightly lagging behind Kasuma. He wished to gauge Oka's reaction upon uncovering the truth. This level of strength diverged significantly from his expectations of the prophesied one. Would Oka erupt in anger and dismiss them? If so, there would be little to say, as he would certainly not take the initiative to rescue these individuals. Such thoughts primarily stemmed from the presence of Kasuma beside him. This young lady, at times, seems to be utterly perplexing in her thoughts. Most likely, she is inclined to assist the Saiyans. King Vegeta need not worry. The situation with Frieza is beyond her capabilities to resolve. At that moment, he would intervene. Aka's expression of disappointment quickly faded, and he subtly reminded his team members. Kakarot, after 5 long years, has finally returned. Before this group of weaklings, Kakarot displayed no hint of arrogance, just as he had at the spaceport. Following closely behind Kisu and Ma, he hardly felt that his current strength was anything extraordinary. Yes, Lord Aka, I have rescued Igrant and the others. Aka lifted his spirits, replying, Excellent, you have not disappointed me. Please elaborate. Kakarot recounted the events at the spaceport, and Aka nodded repeatedly. That is good. Since you have returned safely, you may go home to visit, and then prepare for your new mission. As he uttered these words, Aka himself appeared somewhat bewildered. The Saiyan race, seemingly busy and striving with an alarmingly high mortality rate, where exactly lies their future? Aka cast a complex glance at Igrant. Ultimately, he realized he was overthinking. Igrant was merely a low-ranking warrior. The technological assessments related to the Saiyans had been stable for many years. So how could there be any errors? How could a so-called legendary transformation suddenly emerge? Igrant remained silent. He needed to speak with Aka, but only if he took the initiative. Kakarot, momentarily taken aback, subtly glanced at Igrant and noted his silence. Confused by the situation, he decided to follow orders. Thus, the three merely entered Akka's room without even warming their seats, hardly leaving a trace of dust. Suddenly, a cold, detached voice interrupted. The three halted immediately. Turning around, an unfamiliar Saiyan spoke up. "You are low-ranking warriors. How did you arrive here without proper notification?" While Saiyan protocol did not strictly prohibit low-ranking warriors from entering areas primarily occupied by mid- and high-ranking warriors, residences were an exception. The hierarchy was distinctly clear. Without a legitimate reason and consent, low-ranking warriors would find it nearly impossible to access the living quarters of mid-ranking warriors. The remaining areas were less restricted, yet typically, low-ranking warriors would avoid the realms of their mid- and high-ranking counterparts. The reason was simple: they would only face derision, even without words. The disdainful gazes were something most would prefer to avoid. "Bing Bai Gu?" Akka murmured softly. Bing Bai Gu did not respond to Akka, bypassing Kagut and Kisu. Having heard enough, he understood who was responsible for placing Akka's team in their current predicament. "Kid, your power level is merely 100. Igrant remained silent. What could he possibly say? It is not merely 100. In truth, it amounts to 5 million, with a standardized combat capability of 25 million. Who would believe such a claim? Do you realize that Captain Oka has endured relentless oppression from King Vegeta for your sake, struggling through a myriad of arduous missions over the past 5 years? The Saiyan named Ice Big, with an air of indifference, articulated this sentiment. He certainly held no faith in that legend, especially considering that Igrant's exhibited power was merely 100. It was merely a matter of indignation within him. This fellow, not even offering a word of gratitude. The proud Saiyans have no need for such superficial gestures. Yet, they no longer exude their usual pride, as this mission could very well lead to their demise. All because of this worthless individual and that obstinate, hypocritical King Vegeta. He felt powerless against Vegeta and regarded the young man before him. A simple thank you should not pose an issue, should it? Igrant remained silent, casting his gaze upon Oka, eager to discern his disposition. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he believe that those surrounding him, including the entirety of the Saiyan race on this planet, could be deemed virtuous. This included Bardock, Goku's father, who among them was not stained with blood, having invaded others' territories for personal gain. None could be regarded as noble souls. Enough of this discourse. Why engage with them further? You may leave now, Oka stated nonchalantly. Chapter 64. Congratulations, you've made the right choice. Wrist felt an unsettling sensation. Ice Big's inquiry had piqued his curiosity. The trio had not contacted them via communicator, but had directly arrived at the living quarters of the intermediate warriors. How had they accomplished that? He opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, watching the retreating figures of the three. Inquiring seemed futile. Could he assist them in resolving their current predicament? Clearly not. Just as the trio was about to vanish from view, Oka finally spoke up. He was still reluctant and wished to pose a question, at least to ascertain whether the Saiyans possessed a future. The transmission of Ultra undoubtedly could lead the Saiyans out of their plight. Wait. The three paused once more and turned around. Igrant, do you have something urgent to discuss? A subtle smile crept upon Igrant's lips. After such a long wait, had the moment finally arrived? His smile was discreet, unnoticed by anyone except Kasuma, who felt exhilarated. For soon, significant actions could unfold, and she would relish the opportunity to engage. In secret, she bestowed 82 likes upon Oka, and the remaining 666 were for him. Igrant felt satisfied. These individuals would undoubtedly survive. Shaking his head, Oka replied, "There is nothing urgent, my lord Oka." Oka nodded. He was pressed for time, but could spare a moment. Igrant, may we converse privately? Oka clearly expressed his reluctance, seeking to probe further. Ultra, who could fathom what mysterious powers lay therein? Igrant's face broke into a radiant smile. Certainly, my lord Oka. The expressions of joy on the faces of Kasuma and Kagdi were unmistakable. The conclusion, perhaps, would be quite splendid. The remaining 3 members of the Oka squad found themselves in a state of frustration. It could be said that their current predicament was largely attributable to the trio. Yet, they still managed to smile. The sacrifice of so many intermediate warriors for the sake of a few lower-ranked soldiers was a staggering loss, particularly as those lost were individuals close to them. Oka disregarded the squad members, instructing them to remain in place and not to act rashly, while beckoning Igrant to follow him. The 5 present stood in silence, a calm enveloping them. Kasuma and Kagdi had no intention of re-entering the building. Igrant stepped forward, approaching Oka with an air of tranquility. Bing Bai Good displayed visible displeasure. Berkeley Fight maintained a serene countenance, while Rister wore an expression of approval. Igrant's demeanor was remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of fear even in the presence of these formidable intermediate warriors. He recalled the earlier version of Igrant, who seemed rather unremarkable and lacked the vigor he now possessed. Observing him now, it was evident that this young man harbored a troubling attitude. Igrant was no great figure, nor did he possess an extraordinary resilience that could be perfectly masked. His self-assuredness was palpable. The calm he exuded now was distinct from his previous demeanor, reflecting a confidence born from harnessing his full potential and commanding immense power, rather than the indifference of a youth uninterested in petty disputes and filled with confidence for the future. The difference was evident, and it was this that prompted Rister's peculiar feelings. A sudden thought emerged, bouncing into his mind. How had these individuals arrived here so silently? Rister remained silent, observing Igrant as he followed Oka out. Upon entering the inner room, Oka's throat bobbed, his lips moving slightly as he addressed Igrant. Igrant, he began. I have gleaned some insights from Kagdi regarding your initial assignment to protect someone as seemingly weak as myself. Oka's brow furrowed. Did Kagdi not disclose the reasons to you? Igrant slowly shook his head before nodding in acknowledgement. Kagdi informed us that you believed I was a Super Saiyan, the future of Planet Vegeta. Even at the risk of offending King Vegeta, we speculated that your future would be fraught with difficulty, yet here you are, appearing quite well. Oka's mind raced with myriad thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Igrant's address had entirely shifted. He nodded earnestly. In truth, it was only after Edis commanded me to keep an eye on you that I sought out some information and uncovered certain issues. Oka spoke solemnly, recounting data regarding the Saiyans, indifferent to whether Igrant was listening or comprehending. He merely needed an outlet for his frustrations. Thus, I conclude that King Kurta, and even Frieza at present, harbor ill intentions towards our Saiyan race. Coupled with individuals like King Vegeta leading our people, the extinction of the Saiyans seems increasingly probable. As for what follows, you are already aware. After speaking, Oka felt a sense of relief. He remarked to his comrades that there is no solace quite like confiding in one another rather than outsiders. Undertaking the 4-star mission, he was certain he would perish before witnessing the annihilation of the Saiyans. Informing Igrant was merely a precautionary measure. Trusting Igrant as a Super Saiyan may well be the gravest mistake of his life. He was even uncertain as to why he once foolishly believed Igrant to be the key to the Saiyans' future. A fleeting 5,000, what significance does that hold? It must be that the detector was malfunctioning. Now, it seems he must prepare to descend to the underworld to meet his great-grandmother. That is about the essence of it. Oka felt lightened. If death were to come, so be it. Aren't they accustomed to perishing in battle? The corners of Igrant's mouth slowly curled upward. All was well. Oka was merely disappointed in himself, not in Igrant for not being the Super Saiyan. The initiation was rooted in self-interest. As long as the outcome is favorable, that suffices. Attitudes had always been a farce. His pretense was solely to assess whether Oka was still worth saving. Now, not only Oka but also those he cherishes, and even the entire Saiyan race, could be rescued. Frieza, in his 3 transformations, could easily be vanquished. It was but a trivial matter. There is hardly any issue at all. It appears Goku is devoid of tribulations. One wonders if Dr. Gero will ultimately succeed in creating androids 17 and 18. Those 2 are mere human enhancements, unlike Cell, who is a fusion of diverse cells, thus presenting less of a challenge. At worst, he could consume a few more scientists and collaborate with Bulma for development. With the prison realm at his disposal, there is no need for arduous study. What are you laughing at? Oka furrowed his brow. How dare a lowly warrior behave so audaciously before him? Oka, I am simply delighted for you. Oka was thoroughly displeased, now realizing that Igrant's demeanor had been consistently off. Now he even called him by his name. What did you say? Igrant, with a radiant smile, responded, I said your absolute potential from 5 years ago has granted you a vast future. Igrant spoke with utmost confidence and authority. This is the truth. Setting aside how long Oka can live, at the very least, from now until Frieza obliterates Planet Vegeta, Oka will experience a comfortable existence. The more distant future, however, remains uncertain. Igrant's forthrightness signified a decisive resolution on his part. Igrant, you cannot be serious. A look of anger spread across Oka's face, followed by a forceful opening of his mouth. Chapter 65. The astonished Oka, Captivating Oka fumbled for the detector, but found nothing. Upon entering, he had chosen not to wear the device in order to maintain utmost secrecy. However, he was acutely aware that Igrant's aura was unsettling. The atmospheric pressure around them intensified, leaving him feeling breathless. This level of power was something even Edith had never inflicted upon him. Oka yearned to rush out and retrieve the detector, but, suddenly struck by a thought, he urgently called out, "Stop, Igrant, cease at once. You are revealing your power." Igrant complied, retracting his aura. Oka remained silent, scrutinizing Igrant closely, before eventually speaking. "What is this?" With a shrug, Igrant replied nonchalantly, "As you see, as you think." Oka shook his head vigorously, breathing rapidly, his gaze fervent. "So, your strength is formidable, and you can perfectly control it, presenting a false impression to the outside world. Even eluding the detector? Indeed, Mr. Oka. Do you require further demonstration?" Igrant observed the excited Oka, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had never anticipated engaging in such endeavors. This sensation was, how should one describe it, somewhat indescribable. The unattainable desires of his past life had manifested unexpectedly in this one, which he had not even wished for. One must possess capability, otherwise, aspirations remain mere fantasies. With great power comes the automatic acquisition of fortune and attention, even without desire. Yet, accepting such gifts entails bearing the weight of responsibility. Was it truly difficult to eliminate King Vegeta and his kin? A trivial matter. But what follows? That is a significant dilemma. The Saiyans cannot be chaotic and disorganized. Can they? If it came to that, there would be no need for King Cooled to intervene. The Saiyans could very well instigate their own civil strife and obliterate Planet Vegeta themselves. He was indifferent. He had no acquaintances among those Saiyans. In his mind, he merely wished to accompany Kasuma and wander leisurely through the cosmos. The subsequent series of events caught him completely off guard. He even harbored a secret hope that upon his return, Oka would humiliate him. Who would have known that these Saiyans would execute a sequence of maneuvers vastly different from his expectations? Kasuma was unwilling, and he had no choice but to act within his capabilities. To abstain would be a disservice to Oka. If he could not do the impossible, he must at least fulfill what was within his reach. Otherwise, he would feel a pang of guilt. In summary, he was merely a selfish individual, yet not devoid of compassion. The debts of gratitude must be repaid. After all, if he was to save a group, he would save as many as he could. Oka paced excitedly in place. Although the precise strength of Igrant remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly superior to that of King Vegeta. This alone suffices. As long as we can overthrow King Vegeta, the remaining adversaries pose little threat. Alas, it is regrettable that you have exposed yourselves along the way. Even your recent display of power is likely to have been detected by the censors. Oka abruptly lifted his head, recalling that you are aware, aren't you, that both the sensors and the spacecraft possess monitoring and tracking capabilities? Igrant nodded, fully cognizant of this fact. Oka expressed his frustration, lamenting that he should have been informed earlier so that they could consider a change of planets. Igrant, slightly taken aback, inquired if he believed they could not succeed. Oka hastily shook his head, insisting that was not the case. However, he fell silent, uncertain of the exact capabilities of Igrant. Igrant did not keep him in suspense. During their 6-month journey back to Vegeta Star, the strength of the trio had been steadily increasing. Igrant refrained from elaborating. For the growth of combat power into the millions is no trivial feat, even if he were to succumb to darkness once more and regain control. Achieving a leap from several 100,000 to 5 million would be an extraordinary accomplishment. Such a transformation would necessitate the absorption of several colossal beings, harnessing their potential, and years of assimilation alongside the martial arts cultivation from Earth. In this realm, there are no concepts of boundaries. Through rigorous training, one can absorb immense energy, thus elevating their strength. When faced with stimuli, one's power naturally surges. Kazuma's strength rose from 120,000 at the time of leaving Earth to 150,000. Kadget's increased from 90,000 to 100,000. It appears that Kadget's progress in Earth's martial arts has been somewhat slower. However, this is a misconception. Kadget's foundation is actually stronger than Kazuma's. He simply has yet to encounter the right opportunity for a breakthrough. If both were to sustain injuries and recover, Kadget's combat power could potentially surpass Kazuma's in an instant. His training efficiency currently far exceeds that of Kazuma, with most of his potential lying dormant within him. As for Kazuma, despite her rapid advancement, she faces her own challenges. Once she transforms into a Super Saiyan and fully activates her S cells, her subsequent training will merely be a matter of time. However, she will undoubtedly fall short of Kadget's upper limits, as she lacks his innate talent and has only barely grasped the basics after several years of effort. Excluding my own contributions, Kazuma's power stands at 150,000, while Kadget's is at 100,000. Even combined, their strength would still be formidable. Oka's expression froze, and he gasped in disbelief. What did you say? He stammered, not allowing Igrant to respond. 150,000 and 100,000? Are you referring to the Great Ape transformation? That power is indeed significant, even in its base forms. It should reach 150,000 and 100,000. As mere subordinates, we find ourselves grappling with the uncontrollable ferocity that accompanies the transformation into a giant ape. However, it is not without its solutions. We merely need to seek a secluded and desolate location. Even in a state of unconsciousness, one can inflict grave injuries upon King Vegeta. Thus, in terms of formidable power, we harbor no fear of King Vegeta. The smile on Igrant's lips remained unwavering. Oka, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Oka's incessant chatter abruptly ceased, his gaze fixed intently upon Igrant. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the moment Igrant exhibited his prowess, Oka instinctively lowered his stance. Perhaps this could be regarded as an unexpected boon. What I referred to as combat strength pertains to their normal capabilities, not their giant ape form, Igrant asserted confidently. Oka's mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment. How can this be possible? Patting Oka on the shoulder, Igrant reassured him, worry not, in due time. You too will possess such strength. Speaking of these seasoned warriors, one can only wonder about the extent of their latent potential. Once they recover from severe injuries, their power will undoubtedly witness a significant surge. Achieving a strength of 10,000 should pose no challenge. Perhaps even 50,000 is within reach. Bardock, who has tirelessly fought on the front lines, has already managed to surpass the threshold of 10,000. The potential of these mid-tier warriors likely far exceeds that of Bardock. However, time is of the essence. This time, he must take action and seize the reins of the Saiyan race. As for Frieza, if he chooses not to intervene, so be it. Should he come, let him witness what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan. Perhaps it will not even be necessary. With the enhancement of 5 times physical strength, if he can merely achieve a normal state of 20 million, he will be able to withstand Frieza's ultimate form effortlessly. After all, Frieza cannot fully harness his own power. Describing him as a paper tiger would be misleading, for he undeniably possesses a semblance of inflated strength. His maximum output could barely reach 90 million. Oka shook his head vigorously. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Could it truly be this exaggerated? Chapter 66. Kisuma erupts, intimidating the four Igrant. You are a transcendent being, and I believe you possess formidable strength, but they... Haha, rest assured. There is no merit in deceiving you regarding such matters. Well, if you were to use a detector to gauge their true power, it would undoubtedly explode, Igrant remarked playfully. Oka remained incredulous. Enough of this. Discussing it further yields no purpose. We must eliminate King Vegeta, so let us proceed directly to the palace. The previously anxious Oka grew increasingly agitated, attempting to halt their advance. Wait, Igrant, we must deliberate on this matter more carefully. Igrant understood Oka's concerns. Very well. It matters not. Let us first step outside. In due course, you will comprehend. With that, Igrant led the way into the grand hall ahead. Words pale in comparison to the power of genuine demonstration. 2 individuals, one following the other, entered the hall from the rear room. Kisuma and Kadget were highly attuned to the atmosphere, sensing the recent surge of powerful energy that had briefly erupted from the back room, and felt no surprise. From all the information available to them, it was entirely logical that Igrant would subdue Oka without any difficulty. Meanwhile, the 3 members of Rister, who were unaware of the situation, appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the leader positioned opposite that young boy? It was indeed strange. Oka felt a flush of embarrassment. While inside, he had sensed nothing amiss. It was only now that the reality dawned upon him. However, being a proud Saiyan, Oka quickly adjusted his mindset. Ahem, I have something to announce. We are about to embark on a significant undertaking. Rister and the others pondered thoughtfully. Executing a mission could lead to death. Would the captain be willing? Naturally, their thoughts drifted towards escape. The notion of rebellion did not even cross their minds. It was far too absurd. With their meager strength and numbers, success was utterly unattainable. Surviving a mission was one thing, but rebellion would surely lead to demise. From now on, the four of us will follow Igrant's orders without question, Oka commanded, not allowing them much time for contemplation. Although he wished to elaborate, his mind was somewhat hazy, and he was uncertain of Igrant's intentions. Igrant was powerful enough to refuse a 4-star mission with their assistance. Even Oka could not foresee the magnitude of what Igrant was planning. No, to be precise, it was Kasuma who relished grand endeavors. Igrant had no desire for usurpation. Seizing power would only burden him with the responsibilities of governance, which he found unappealing. The original 3 members of Oka's team exchanged perplexed glances, completely at a loss. This was not the trajectory they had anticipated. Was it truly unfolding this way? They were left speechless. What is happening, Captain? Oka silenced the trio and turned to Igrant. Since we are exposed, we must reveal even more. Igrant addressed Kasuma and Kajet, stating, well, it is settled. Following Kasuma's vision, we shall seize control of the Saiyan clan, and I shall become the new king. In saying this, Igrant felt a reluctance. However, it was a necessary sacrifice. Beyond becoming the new king, he could also lead a group away from Planet Vegeta. Considering both options, it seemed more advantageous to remain and assume the title of king. As for the consequences of Beerus's arrival, he could not fathom what the universe's most fitting pillow for slumber might be. Who could say how that lethargic cat, Beerus, managed to sleep? If it were a matter of delicacies, he could certainly journey to Earth. For such an entity, traveling to Earth would be a matter of mere moments. Believing that Weiss is by their side, coupled with the allure of delectable cuisine, Beerus is unlikely to recklessly annihilate Earth, leaving them a glimmer of hope. If Beerus were to take a liking to Earth, it would paradoxically become an utterly secure planet. Humanity has only existed for a mere 5,000 years. A mere blink in comparison to Beerus's extensive lifespan and his propensity for slumber. Should anyone dare to destroy Earth, upon awakening, he would undoubtedly reckon with them. Thus, even if Earth were to fall, there would be someone to take up its cause and seek vengeance. What do they call it? Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Well, that is a thought for another time. For now, one must consider how to take charge of the Saiyan race and deal with Frieza. Kasuma's excitement is palpable. Igrant, what do you mean? Igrant simply nodded. Suddenly, a tempest arose, toppling nearby structures, as Kasuma ruthlessly showcased her formidable power. Caught off guard, Kajet unleashed his full strength to withstand Kasuma's onslaught. The 4 seasoned Saiyans were in dire straits, as Kasuma's unprincipled attack caught this group of veterans unawares. The 4 acted in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground. What on earth? How immensely powerful! Exclaimed the captain. Where did this monster come from? How did she conceal her strength? The team members shouted excitedly, and Oka could barely contain himself. He, too, was bewildered. He felt that Kasuma seemed even stronger than Igrant, her aura overwhelmingly fierce. They could hardly muster a thought of resistance. However, Kasuma was clearly obedient to Igrant. How could she possibly be stronger? Moreover, Igrant was the legendary Super Saiyan. There had been no reports of Kasuma displaying extraordinary feats. What had they, including Kajet, endured over the past 5 years? Oka felt like crying. If only he had gone back to rescue Igrant, perhaps he would not be suffering through these 5 years of hardship, and his strength could have reached astonishing heights. At this moment, he realized that Igrant had not been exaggerating. His companions indeed possessed such strength. Look at Kajet, standing resolute like a mountain under Kasuma's oppressive aura. A glance at Igrant revealed that he remained unfazed, navigating this overwhelming pressure with ease, as if it were nothing. Ridiculously. Could you not have your chair explode along with the buildings? This way, we lose all semblance of dignity. Well, prostrating ourselves hardly leaves room for pride. All right, Kasuma, lower your battle stance. Kasuma complied, retracting her energy. Around them, countless energies began to converge towards their location. The 4 members of Oka obediently stood up, their eyes wide as saucers, scanning back and forth between the 3. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air, reminding them of a crucial matter, and they hurriedly activated their detectors. Alas, disaster struck. As soon as the detectors were turned on, they exploded, splattering their faces with debris. Fortunately, the energy they had previously summoned to withstand Kasuma's might had burst forth. Otherwise, they would have suffered significant injuries. The compact, Wearable detectors had an extensive range, but their detection limits were not particularly high. Even detectors from 2 decades in the future could not identify entities with battle powers exceeding several 100,000, let alone the present moment. What on earth? The four were left utterly dumbfounded. They understood that both Kasuma and Kakarot possessed immense strength that far surpassed that of King Vegeta. The latter's power did not exceed the detector's limits. Hence it could not have caused the destruction. They were unaware of the specific extent of their strength. What should we do? It was not just them. The Saiyans who had sensed the overwhelming energy approaching after the nearby houses were uprooted found their detectors exploding one after another as they activated them. Some Saiyans, rushing towards the source of the energy, were somewhat protected by their own aura, leaving them only a bit disheveled. However, those who stood frozen in place and instinctively turned on their detectors suffered grievous injuries, their faces bloodied and mangled. This was the consequence of having weak physical bodies and failing to summon their energy in time. While their latent energy was formidable, it did not always activate automatically to shield them. Had it not been for that explosive incident, some unfortunate Saiyans might have met their demise on the spot. What is happening? A sharp voice rang out. These arrogant Saiyans could hardly fathom that they might encounter enemies on Planet Vegeta. They hovered carelessly in the air, casting discontented glances at the 7 figures of Igrant below. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with the 2 small ones, but they were quite acquainted with the 4 members of Oka, a team destined for annihilation. Oka, what do you intend to do? Daring to unleash your energy in the residential area and wreak havoc? A Saiyan, who had a long-standing rivalry with him, questioned. A flicker of disdain crossed Oka's eyes. In the past, that individual had been slightly stronger than him. Over the past 5 years, however, he had traversed the battlegrounds of life and death, his power having surpassed that which the other could even conceive. Had it been in the past, he would have retaliated immediately, ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. This time, however, he turned his gaze to Eggplant. His old adversary, witnessing Oka's disregard, was instantly enraged. Damn it. Oka, what with your attitude? You'd better prepare yourself, you wretched creature. The Saiyan who spoke frowned, glancing at the solitary figure of Eggplant, who sat quietly on the only intact bench. Who are you, little one? I've never seen you before. Eggplant did not lift his head, his eyes unwavering. Boldly, I inquire, yet you dare not respond. Truly, we are of the same ilk. Kasuma furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Eggplant. Kakarot, Eggplant finally spoke. My lord. Kakarot slightly inclined his body. His demeanor was naturally more reserved than that of Kasuma, and as she tempered her imposing aura, he instinctively did the same. I detest being looked down upon and subjected to ostentatious displays. Upon uttering these words, Eggplant left everyone momentarily speechless. The Saiyans soaring in the sky erupted into uproarious laughter. Haha, this little fellow is quite the arrogant one. Have you never encountered a mid-level Saiyan? How dare you venture into their territory? It seems you are in dire need of a lesson. While they mocked, they remained oblivious to the dissatisfaction and ire simmering in Kasuma's gaze. Eggplant restrained her from intervening, for she had been harboring a surge of pent-up energy. How dare these individuals mock Eggplant? It is worth noting that upon departing from that planet, Eggplant's power had soared beyond 50,000, and now it exceeded 5 million, capable of transforming into an extraordinarily formidable being. When did the weak become worthy of deriding the strong? As the mid-level Saiyans continued their taunts, a surge of energy erupted, enveloping Kakarot in a transparent flow, propelling him into the air in an instant. What? All the mid-level Saiyans hovering above were taken aback. Fortunately, they were seasoned warriors accustomed to the battlefield, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Many instinctively unleashed their energy for protection, while some remained nonchalantly airborne. Despite Kakarot's swift movements, they dismissed any notion of his prowess. Utterly foolish. A glint of cold light flickered in Kakarot's eyes as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking the Saiyans down to the ground with blinding speed, leaving them as mere stakes in the earth. In an instant, the dust that had settled under the weight of gravity was once again stirred, filling the surrounding space. How outrageous. Damn it. Boldness. The Saiyans seethed with anger. A sneak attack. Whoever dares to approach will face severe injury. Kakarot hovered 2 meters above the ground, resembling a deity, issuing a chilling threat. Eggplant maintained a stoic expression. Such is the advantage of martial arts on Earth. Otherwise, to compel him to achieve such a feat would be inconceivable. The uncontrollable force yielded a result where the distinction lay solely between holding back and unleashing full power. With no certainty regarding how much could be restrained, the ability to control was simply incomparable. Furthermore, Kajet's approach was not as brutal as Kisuma's. He required a faction of the Saiyans to submit to him rather than exterminating them all. In the early stages of martial arts, the crude stratification of capabilities on Vegeta was not without merit. At the very least, the acceleration of strength among these mid to high-level Saiyans in the early phases was unmatched by lower-tier warriors. He could never become the enforcer of the Saiyan race. Kisuma and Kajet could not manage everything. Even if Oka and the others had all matured, it would still be an impossible feat. There were still hundreds of thousands of Saiyans. Kajet spoke in a rather nonchalant tone, yet the Saiyans did not share his calm demeanor. One by one, they erupted with fury, bursting forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. Kajet glanced at Igrant and, seeing his lack of response, exerted a tad more force. Indeed, it was just a slight increase. Subsequently, it appeared as if the sky was raining dumplings. Every Saiyan that ascended was met with a violent end, collapsing to the ground, none able to rise again. This was absurd. How could this be possible? The fallen Saiyans lay on the ground, stunned, their eyes fixed on the soaring Kajet. They were convinced that even a high-level Saiyan could not dispatch them so effortlessly. Once Kajet confirmed that no one could stand, he descended. "No one can surpass you," he remarked. Oka and his companions were dumbfounded, sprawled on the ground. Could they really surpass him? The four even contemplated whether they should crouch or sit. They were all adult Saiyans, fully grown, while Igrant and his two friends were still minors, resembling children, strictly speaking. They were positioned above Igrant. Kajet's prowess was staggering. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched so many formidable intermediate Saiyans. Kisuma was exceedingly displeased, casting a resentful glare at Igrant. What a splendid opportunity for glory, and yet it was claimed by that Kajet. Observing Oka and his companions, they displayed no signs of defiance, behaving obediently like little lambs, nearly kneeling. Moreover, Kajet had to reason with them, and even took action twice. Had she been in his place, every last one would have ended up in the healing chamber. She would not have easily dispatched these warriors either. Igrant had already stated that managing a clan requires capable subordinates. Kajet was still one she had subdued. Igrant raised his calm gaze and surveyed the scene. Very well. The dust had yet to settle. With a gentle surge of energy, he suppressed all the dust. In an instant, the injured Saiyans had coagulated blood at the corners of their mouths, their bodies shrouded in a thick layer of dust. According to Saiyan tradition, the strongest could challenge the king to become the new ruler. I will defeat King Vegeta and become the new king. Who opposes this? Who supports it? Chapter 68. Subduing intermediate warriors and competing for power. Everyone present, apart from the informed Oka, Kisuma, and the three others, felt a jolt of energy. A challenge to King Vegeta. While the words were spoken, in truth, no Saiyan could accomplish such a feat. The Saiyan race valued merit. Lower-level warriors were unlikely to surpass the power of intermediate warriors, let alone the high-caliber King Vegeta. Even high-level warriors dared not claim they could challenge King Vegeta, and lower-level warriors had never achieved such a thing. A subordinate warrior, even if possessing strength that surpasses King Vegeta, can he truly ascend to the throne? Who would acknowledge him? At least among the mid-tier warriors, none would yield. Conversely, Oka is exceedingly agitated, far surpassing Kisuma. Why did he initially dispatch Kajet to the primitive planet? Was it not due to his dissatisfaction with numerous commands from King Vegeta, coupled with an inability to resist? Upon learning that Igrant might be the legendary Super Saiyan, he believed that he could lead the Saiyan race to ascendancy, transforming them into a genuine warrior race rather than mere vassals of King Kurd. Now, let us consider Kisuma and Kajet. They are merely lower-tier warriors. Yet their combat prowess has reached unfathomable depths, undetectable by scanners. This serves as irrefutable evidence. He is well aware that Kisuma possesses a power level of 150,000, while Kajet stands at 100,000, strength that even King Vegeta in his great ape form cannot surpass. Once Kisuma and Kajet transform into their great ape state, their power levels would soar to 1,000,000 and 1,500,000, respectively. If these mid-tier warriors can align themselves with the legendary Super Saiyan, their strength could undoubtedly enhance further, reaching realms previously unimagined. unlike the lower-tier warriors who lose consciousness in their great ape transformations. The elite among the mid-tier warriors can master this form, maintaining clarity of mind. The elite warriors can indeed control the great ape transformation with absolute certainty. With a tenfold increase in strength and a conscious mind, their base power level would stand at 100,000. In such a state, who would dare claim that the Saiyan race has not risen or that they are not a true warrior nation? Oka conversed with his team without hesitation. I concur. The Oka squad agrees. Rister opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. He had complete faith in his captain. This Igrant, recognized by their captain as a legendary Super Saiyan, now boasted formidable strength as a subordinate and supporter. What could he possibly say? Nothing at all. With Rister silent, the other two team members felt equally compelled to remain quiet. Thus, Igrant garnered the allegiance of 4 mid-tier Saiyans. Igrant cast a glance over the 4 of them. Uttering nothing, the next steps would lie with this group, a collective devoid of a leader. Igrant's eyes began to reflect impatience. He had long resolved to unleash his power. Were it not for the necessity of dealing with a host of extraterrestrials, he would not be so encumbered. Kisuma stirred, his energy beginning to mobilize. Surveying the eager crowd around him, the atmospheric pressure intensifying to its utmost. I have a question. Igrant's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand. A beam of light flashed. Puff! A small hole appeared in the forehead of the speaking Saiyan, piercing through to the back of his head. Crimson and white seeping from both ends. 3 seconds passed. Kisuma stared wide-eyed, counting down, 3, 2. I agree. I consent. King. Very well. In the end, actions speak louder than words, and nothing is more decisive than strength and the will to kill. Eggplant did not demonstrate his prowess, and thus they remain unconvinced. Even if Kakarot single-handedly dispatched their entire group, following Egglant's orders, their compliance would still be lacking. However, when thunder strikes, the situation transforms entirely. The previously hesitant group of intermediate Saiyans instantly succumbs and submits. This exemplifies the true nature of the Saiyan race. The rest is merely a waste of time and trivial chatter. Okay, Oka, please register this. Kakarot, inform Oka of their battle capabilities. Without the scouters, these Saiyans are left uncertain of other strengths. They can only roughly gauge their power through the pressure generated by their explosive energy. It is essential to compile these statistics to organize upcoming tasks effectively. Just as he finished speaking, Eggplant raised his gaze to the heavens, followed a moment later by Kakarot, who also looked skyward. The direction pointed toward the residence of the elite warriors, adjacent to the royal palace. A mysterious smile graced Egglant's face. It was evident that after subduing a group of intermediate Saiyans, another contingent of elite Saiyans had arrived. Intermediate Saiyans are relatively easy to conquer. The loyal followers of King Vegeta would certainly not reside nearby. The area designated for intermediate Saiyans holds significant importance. Situated in the middle region, it is yet to encroach upon the elite warriors' territory. The individuals in that vicinity are considered King Vegeta's confidants, serving as guardians of the palace. The elite warriors within belong to the core of their clan, distinct from the intermediate warriors. Generally speaking, the intermediate warriors here are neither particularly loyal to King Vegeta nor exceptionally gifted. They merely occupy this space due to their strength. Conquering them requires merely sufficient power. As a Saiyan himself, Egglant's defeat would not evoke resentment among these warriors. Their rebellious instincts are not particularly pronounced. Moreover, there are 2 individuals here whose power significantly surpasses that of King Vegeta. Accepting a new king would not be an insurmountable challenge. In contrast, the intermediate and elite Saiyans within are different. Most of them are staunch loyalists of King Vegeta. Even when demonstrating formidable strength, Eggplant may struggle to win over that faction. A display of force would be necessary to subdue them. In that case, including the newcomers, it is likely that only elimination would be feasible. Eggplant found himself at a loss for how to exert his intimidating thunderous presence over the recently gathered Saiyans, when King Vegeta conveniently provided him with a significant opportunity. One cannot deny that King Vegeta is indeed a benevolent figure. Kisuma, though slightly slow to react, was not excessively delayed. As a practitioner of martial arts, she could suppress her energy, making it easy for her to sense incoming power. Upon detecting a wave of formidable energy rapidly approaching from the vicinity of the royal palace, she exclaimed with excitement, "Igrant, it appears that elite warriors are approaching. Shall I take them down?" The previously hesitant Saiyans instantly felt a surge of admiration and respect. The advanced warriors were not taken seriously. It was not Kakarot or the new king, Igrant, but rather a young girl. Her confidence stemmed from her formidable power, which astonishingly surpassed that of the elite Saiyans. Submitting to her group was not an inconceivable notion. Surely, there were more than one elite warrior present. The girl's audacity to speak such words indicated she possessed formidable skills. They did not perceive her as merely seeking attention. Another young boy, Kakarot, had indeed imparted a lesson to them, and currently, everyone bore injuries. Igrant was also contemplating this matter. The initial wave included only a modest number of intermediate Saiyans, barely over 20, primarily hailing from the nearby region. Those from farther afield had no intention of coming. Saiyans are inherently combative, often embroiled in battles. This occurrence was merely localized to the residential area. Such situations were not unheard of, albeit infrequently encountered. Were it not for the involvement of these intermediate warriors, they might not have arrived at all. As for the elite warriors' arrival, Igrant had his suspicions. He could not discern whether it was Frieza's orders or those of King Vegeta. The scouters were indeed monitoring. The information relayed to King Kurd from the Kride he had dispatched on the novice planet. Regardless of the scenario, either was plausible. His subordinates, Kazuma and Kakarot, were exceptionally strong and could certainly command the respect of these proud Saiyans. However, he too needed to demonstrate his own capabilities. The dilemma lay in whether to showcase his strength to this group or to defeat King Vegeta as a display of power. They were merely minor inconveniences. He could not perpetually intervene. What, then, would be the purpose of nurturing Kazuma and Kakarot? Igrant sensed Kazuma's dissatisfaction, her tone lingering on the last syllable. Naturally combative and eager to make a name for herself, she was unwilling to concede. Kakarot had refrained from intervening, but he too was keen on seizing the spotlight. Igrant had conceded defeat this time. Very well, he would allow them the opportunity to act, but only after confirming their intentions. He would permit them to engage only if they could prove themselves. Kazuma instantly perked up, eager to assure her commitment. Chapter 69. Everyone was astounded by the strange compassion. The group of Saiyans, just risen from the ground, found themselves at a loss for words. They were eager to clash with the elite warriors. Yet it was one against many. Simultaneously, some unsavory thoughts began to surface in their minds. After all, they were facing a group of elite warriors. What if they could not prevail? No one was aware of the precise strength of these individuals. If they were unable to defeat the elite warriors, what hope did they have of vanquishing King Vegeta and ascending as the new ruler? Would they not be placing themselves in a precarious position by submitting to this individual? Oka found himself in an awkward predicament. Was this a matter of assessment, or were they merely spectators? It is not that he harbors any ulterior motives. Following Igrant guarantees survival. Should he stubbornly align himself with King Vegeta, this mission would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Igrant remains unfazed, as having doubts is only natural. He lacks any semblance of arrogance. With a mere tremor of his physique, a multitude of individuals submits before him. As long as he maintains his supremacy, these Saiyans will not dare to stir discontent. Loyalty, after all, must be cultivated gradually and under specific conditions. There is no inherent loyalty. Continue with the registration, a voice, devoid of warmth, commands. Igrant remains as immovable as a mountain, firmly entrenched in his position. Not even the elite Saiyans, let alone King Vegeta, would necessitate his intervention. The more than 20 intermediate warriors have no choice but to obediently form a line. Standing nearby, Kakarot announces the battle power of each Saiyan as they complete their registration. With remarkable precision, the detector assesses an individual's battle power based on the intensity of their energy, and one might liken its thermal imaging to a different terminology, as it is fundamentally sound. While the sense of energy perception is somewhat vague, it possesses a recognition capability that transcends the detector's range, serving as the foundation for Goku's instantaneous movement. Kakarot's remarkable skill is even more astonishing than his recent victory over all intermediate warriors. Though they may not fully grasp others' battle power, they are acutely aware of their own. The battle power Kakarot reveals is not only strikingly accurate, but also closely aligned with the readings produced by the detector, often matching them precisely. What sorcery is this? They remain unaware that Igrant had imparted specific teachings to Kakarot during their return journey. Kakarot, possessing considerable martial prowess on Earth and being more familiar with the detector than either Igrant or Kaswama, finds such feats to be within his grasp. In fact, He may achieve greater accuracy than the Earthlings themselves, who lack familiarity with the detector and can only gauge the strength of their energy in a rough comparison. Both Igrant and Kagdi are well-versed in this realm, enabling them to deliver precise assessments of an individual's battle power with ease. The martial arts of Earth are indeed remarkable. Energy perception is merely a rudimentary introduction for the Earthlings, who absorb energy in meager amounts. The initial step to mastering martial arts is to accurately sense their energy and utilize every ounce of it. This represents a foundational skill, contingent upon its solidity. If one were to speak of true difficulty, suppressing energy is a far more challenging endeavor. The genuine essence of Earth's martial arts lies in the mastery of energy suppression, reflecting one's control over their internal energy. Suppressing energy, while everything else remains unchanged, is exceedingly arduous. Not only on Planet Vegeta, but throughout the entire universe, few civilizations can achieve energy suppression. Even Kiswama can only manage it with great effort, neglecting the martial arts of Earth as he focuses solely on aspiring to the lowest threshold of Super Saiyan. The cultivation of martial arts on Earth may actually hinder her rapid ascent in strength, preventing her from reaching the foundational limit necessary for transformation into a Super Saiyan. The group of intermediate warriors found themselves momentarily intimidated, obediently registering their details. There was no concern for dissent among them, as Igrant remained indifferent. As the registration concluded, just as Oka was about to report, the sound of slicing air echoed. A flurry of figures emerged. Over 40 Saiyans with power levels exceeding 8,000 descended upon the scene, towering above the intermediate warriors. The challenge of advancing in power increases exponentially as one climbs higher in strength. Oka, having endured numerous life and death trials, had yet to breach the 8,000 threshold. This illustrates the immense difficulty faced by those who seek to elevate their abilities. The arrival of these individuals, each boasting power levels above 8,000, was evidently intimidating. Of course, Oka and his companions were unaware of the precise strength of these newcomers. They merely recognized that the Saiyans soaring through the air were all advanced warriors, and that was sufficient. Reflecting on the recent events, the intermediate warriors cast eager glances toward Kisuma. Though an advanced warrior, slightly more esteemed than themselves, they were aware that she could not afford to flaunt her superiority in front of Igrant. It was amusing to contemplate how a cadre of advanced warriors could be rendered utterly powerless under Kisuma's command, plummeting to the ground like dumplings, only to join them in signing their servitude contracts. Then, they beheld Kisuma's expression of disdain, leaving them bewildered. What did her contempt signify? Was it due to their inferior strength? Compared to Kisuma, Igrant was even more speechless. The reality was that these warriors were indeed not very strong. It had taken them considerable time to reach this point. Since the disturbances began, over 40 minutes had elapsed. If one were to consider the duration from the start of Oka's conversation, nearly an hour had passed. The effects of gravity were evident. Yet the greater issue lay in the insufficient strength of these Saiyans. Igrant was reluctant to criticize this aspect. What truly irked him was the rapid decline in the Saiyan population under King Vegeta's leadership. During their rebellion against Frieza, King Vegeta had only brought a dozen or so warriors, most of whom were intermediate Saiyans. To say there were merely a handful would be an understatement. Now, casually, over 40 advanced Saiyans had emerged. In just a few years, not only had the Saiyan population significantly dwindled, but the loss of many intermediate and advanced warriors was also a matter of concern. What could have possessed King Vegeta to rebel against Frieza during such a vulnerable time for the Saiyans? And then there was the incident involving Beerus. Even without knowing Beerus personally, one could ascertain that he was a being of immense power, far beyond that of King Vegeta, and yet the king dared to deceive him. Did he truly believe others lacked intelligence? In light of this, his rebellion and subsequent attempt to usurp the throne did not seem entirely unreasonable. Contemplating this, Igrant found himself wavering on whether to eliminate this group of advanced Saiyans. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After the appearance of this group of elite warriors, they did not engage the intermediate warriors with inquiries as one might expect. Chapter 70. Total Annihilation. Kisuma becomes the villain. Upon reaching the skies and stabilizing themselves, the elite warriors displayed an expression of utter indifference, as though surveying a mere congregation of inconsequential ants. Gathering in force, they unleashed their combat prowess, rebelling and executing their foes. The leader, an elite warrior, spoke coldly. Behind him, The other elite warriors emanated a menacing aura, their gaze fixated intently on Igrant. No, it was not merely a gaze. These elite warriors were conjuring energy blasts in their hands, while the intermediate warriors, standing orderly behind the figure of Oka, were in a state of agitation. They had merely joined Igrant's main camp and had yet to engage in battle. How could they be labeled as rebels? Indeed, they had rebelled. Igrant had declared his intention to defeat King Vegeta and ascend as the new monarch, which certainly qualified as rebellion. Yet, how had this group learned of it so swiftly? Had not all the detectors been destroyed? There had been no word that the devices could transmit messages. A wave of trepidation swept through the Saiyans. Igrant narrowed his eyes, his imposing aura radiating outward. The previously clamorous intermediate warriors fell silent, some trembling in fear. They soon realized the truth. This group of elite warriors was indeed intimidating. However, their newly recognized master was not one to be trifled with either, often resorting to violence. Kasuma. No further words were needed from Igrant. His tone conveyed everything. Kasuma let out a chilling laugh. Without uttering another word, he unleashed his energy, dispersing the formidable presence coalesced by over 40 elite Saiyan warriors. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. Igrant remained unblinking, a wave of energy emanating from him to shield the group of intermediate warriors from the dust storm. The already battered ground endured yet another violent impact. Scattered rocks fractured further, unable to withstand the force unleashed by Kasuma, splintering into smaller fragments until they turned to dust, swirling in the air. Bang! Kasuma, akin to a cannonball, crashed into the ranks of the elite warriors. The elite warriors, astonished by Kasuma's might, had scarcely reacted before 10 of their number were instantly slain. As the bodies plummeted to the earth with a dull thud, the remaining 30 elite warriors turned pale with alarm, instinctively distancing themselves from one another. Damn it! The leading elite warriors seethed with rage. Kasuma hovered above them at an angle, disdainfully observing the agitated elite warriors. Elite warriors? Do you deem yourselves worthy? Swish, swish. A flurry of energy blasts was unleashed toward Kasuma. Before the sounds of their attack had fully dissipated, Kasuma vanished amidst the onslaught of energy waves. Huh. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly survive this, the leading elite warrior scoffed. They were seasoned fighters, well acquainted with each other's strengths in battle. On the battlefield, there is no room for idle chatter before defeating the enemy. Below, Igrant observed with a shake of his head. The meager strength of these elite warriors could hardly pose a threat to Kasuma. She wouldn't even suffer a scratch. Naturally, they lacked any semblance of a dignified demeanor, appearing somewhat disheveled. After all, Kasuma had not endured many true battles, and her instinctive reactions during combat were somewhat lacking. Even when certain of her foe's demise, she hesitated to swiftly eliminate them all, opting instead for mockery. While sarcasm might be tolerated, her lack of caution and carefree demeanor left her vulnerable. A little hardship could indeed be beneficial. After all, one learns from adversity. It is hoped that this battle will impart a vital lesson. Villains perish from excessive chatter. When the protagonist speaks at length, it is seen as an attempt to redeem the enemy, an act of mercy. As Igrant pondered, the remaining elite warriors who had repositioned did not remain idle. They unleashed energy blasts, key waves, and beams of light towards the sky, where Kasuma was engulfed in explosions. The group of intermediate Saiyans observed with trepidation, including Oka, who was no exception. The true strength of a power level of 100,000 remained a mystery to them. Most were oblivious to the precise capabilities of Igrant and his companions. In their eyes, the power of the elite warriors had already reached an awe-inspiring zenith. Witnessing the bombardment, both Kajet and Igrant refrained from intervening, their anxiety palpable as they struggled to find words. Kajet maintained an air of calm, his expression inscrutable, while Igrant appeared remarkably relaxed, as though watching a grand performance. Indeed, although the scene seemed perilous, it was not without its safety. Kisuma's delayed reaction would undoubtedly result in significant injury. Just a moment before the attack struck, she managed to raise a protective shield, but in that fleeting instant, she could only endure the onslaught passively. Once she regained her composure, however, the tide would turn. She could swiftly eliminate all the elite warriors present. Kisuma seemed on the verge of detonating with rage. Kajet effortlessly dispatched all the intermediate warriors, yet she found herself in such a disarray. The proud young woman's fury could likely ignite the entire planet of Vegeta. As Igrant anticipated, Kisuma declared her intent to annihilate them all, raising an eyebrow in surprise at her misunderstanding of his intentions. Was she seeking to suppress her brutal nature and consider her kin, preparing to recruit a cadre of elite warriors? So be it. As Igrant's words fell, the explosions ceased, and countless energy blasts soared into the heavens. Kisuma moved at an astonishing speed, distancing herself from the epicenter of the explosion. "You bastards, you have provoked my wrath," she declared. The 30 or so elite warriors in the air exchanged incredulous glances. No one among them could have survived such an assault, not even King Vegeta himself. Just how formidable was this young Saiyan? In a moment of astonishment, Kisuma erupted with unparalleled intensity, her formidable aura overwhelming the entire arena. The elite warriors were unable to withstand the pressure, crashing to the ground like meteorites, each one becoming embedded in the earth. Conversely, the intermediate warriors sheltered under Igrant's protective aura remained unscathed, untouched even by the slightest breeze or speck of dust. Fury flickered in Kisuma's eyes as she raised her hands, a terrifying energy pulsating between her palms. Without uttering a word, she directed her power downwards. Kaget's expression shifted dramatically, concern etched across his face as he glanced at Igrant. Igrant's countenance darkened. He raised a hand, and a beam of light shot forth, piercing through the two energy blasts emitted by Kisuma. "Igrant, calm yourself." The words were laced with ire, causing Kisuma to freeze in midair. "You struck with a force of 150,000, and not only did you fall prey to an ambush, but what were you doing just now?" Igrant's reprimand was merciless. The intermediate scions nearby stirred restlessly. 150,000. Is that even possible? Is this a power a human can achieve? Confusion reigned among all but Kaget and Oka. Ignoring their bewilderment, Igrant's gaze remained fixed on Kisuma, whose chest heaved violently in the air. "Do you grasp the consequences of your attack?" Vegeta Star could face dire repercussions. Igrant's frustration was palpable. The surface could be obliterated without concern. It was resilient enough to withstand a deep crater. However, a direct strike with an energy blast of 150,000 intensity towards the planet could, at the very least, jeopardize the stability of its core. Should the core become unstable, the planet would be doomed. Even if it somehow survived, the cost of restoration would be immense. Currently, Igrant had yet to find a suitable planet to relocate the Saiyans, and Vegeta Star could not afford any mishaps. Kisuma stood frozen, her expression morose. "Is this how you kill? Just like that?" Igrant's tone showed no sign of softening. "Instead of reflecting on why you were surrounded, you recklessly act without considering the consequences. After 5 years with me, is your mind still muddled?" Kisuma pouted, refraining from further comment. Igrant's demeanor softened slightly. Chapter 71, Dominance, approaching the final battle. "Proceed. It seems you must endure some genuine combat to truly mature." Kisuma remained silent, her gaze fiercely fixed upon the elite warriors below, who scurried like moles. It was this very group that had led her to Igrant's reprimand. They all deserved punishment. Without utilizing her energy blasts, Kisuma's figure darted forward, howling into the ground. In her extraordinary rage, no elite warrior could withstand her onslaught. Contact meant death, and even the slightest brush resulted in severe injury. A crowd of intermediate warriors watched in stunned silence, occasionally trembling at the thought of facing Kaget, let alone the wrath of Kisuma, the violent woman. In an instant, numerous grateful gazes were directed towards Kagut, leaving him utterly perplexed. After all, I'm a Saiyan too. Inherently ferocious, if truth be told. If a granny forbids killing, I certainly would not dare to defy him. Why should they express gratitude towards me? Kagut cast a furtive glance at Igrant, feeling a twinge of guilt. Igranti was entirely indifferent to such superficial displays. As Kisuma rose slowly after vanquishing all the elite warriors, blood pooling around her, a sense of tension gripped the recently subdued mid-tier warriors. Is she preparing to head to the palace? With the demise of all elite warriors, Kisuma felt a significant release of pent-up frustration, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Igrant," she said in an adorably innocent tone, which inadvertently revealed her own insecurity. Igrant glanced at her. "I had intended to assign you other tasks, but it seems unnecessary now. From this point on, you shall remain by my side." Kisuma's expression soured, her lips pouting, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. Igrant turned her attention to Oka. "We have 2 paths ahead. We could either confront King Vegeta first, and then deal with the extraterrestrials that Frieza has stationed on the planet. Or we could do the opposite. What do you think I should do, Oka? Oka pondered for a moment. My lord, I am uncertain who is stronger between you and Frieza. This address flowed effortlessly from his lips, imbued with sincerity. A formidable leader could undoubtedly guide the Saiyan race towards greatness, and thus, any decision made would be worth pursuing. While he held trust in Igrant, he remained unsure about her strength. Naturally, his inclination leaned towards Igrant, but as one of the few Saiyans who had awakened his intellect, he deemed it prudent to possess more information. Immediately after speaking, he regretted his words. Those who frequently interacted with Frieza were unaware of his true power. How could Igrant possibly gauge Frieza's strength? Asking would yield no fruitful answers. Of course, it is evident that Igrant is stronger, Kasuma interjected with a hint of impatience. Oka felt a twinge of embarrassment. My lord, that was not my intention. I meant to convey. Enough, Oka. There is no need to dwell on such trivialities. Kasuma's trust in me is blind, Igrant remarked nonchalantly, displaying no concern whatsoever. Oka felt considerably relieved. He feared that Igrant might resemble King Vegeta, a mindless fool. Strength alone does not ensure a better existence for the Saiyan race. My lord, your leadership over the Saiyan race is undoubtedly secure, but regarding Frieza, if we must abandon Planet Vegeta, it would be wise to first gain control over a portion of the extraterrestrials. This way, we can facilitate our people's swift departure from Planet Vegeta. If we choose not to relinquish Planet Vegeta, I personally suggest that we first subdue all mid-tier Saiyans, simultaneously dealing with a portion of the extraterrestrials, and then seize control of all spaceships and ports. Finally, they would confront King Vegeta or await his approach. Akka contemplated this gravely. Kasuma wore a displeased expression. Why complicate matters? 3 formidable beings, each possessing power exceeding 100,000, could effortlessly dominate an entire planet. Moreover, Igrant had the ability of instantaneous movement. No spacecraft could escape his grasp, regardless of their number. Igrant remained silent as he soared into the sky, with Kagdi and Kasuma closely following. Akka and the others exchanged glances, uncertain whether to take flight. We should follow, came Kagdi's indifferent voice. A wave of relief washed over Akka and the others as they hastily gathered their energy and took to the air, clustering together like a swarm of locusts. A truly magnificent sight. Igrant led Kagdi and the others in circles around the intermediate warrior zone. None of these individuals could conceal their energy. They approached one after another, ready to be subdued and duly registered. This would suffice for their submission. During this time, some individuals darted towards the palace, but Igrant intervened, preventing Kasuma from slaughtering that group. Instead, Kagdi and Kasuma intercepted the intermediate warriors attempting to flee. Resistance was minimal. Completing a circuit took no more than half a day. Behind Igrant, over 5,000 intermediate warriors followed in a grand procession, excluding those engaged in missions and those within the palace. The entire population of intermediate Saiyans likely numbered only 30 to 40,000. In contrast to the hundreds of thousands, this figure was pitifully small. That should be sufficient, Igrant mused, not delving too deeply into the matter. Ultimately, they were merely intermediate Saiyans. Sir, the intermediate Saiyans on the planet will either submit to us or retreat to the palace, Akka remarked, perplexed. The intermediate warriors fleeing to the palace were likely loyalists to King Vegeta. Why not eliminate them in advance rather than harboring potential threats? Throughout their journey, Igrant rarely took action. His strategy was to wait for them to gather before striking decisively, establishing a foundation for victory and asserting his dominance. Engaging them one by one would be excessively troublesome. The extraterrestrial beings within the intermediate warrior zone were all eradicated. Upon uttering this, Igrant felt a pang of regret. What a splendid resource. They could have been absorbed into the prison realm to acquire their technological knowledge, which would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Unfortunately, his forces were somewhat limited, making it impossible to domesticate these extraterrestrials. Not to mention, the Saiyans were largely technologically inept. Should any of them cause trouble, it would fall upon him to rectify the situation. Have you compiled the statistics on the number of intermediate warriors? Akka inquired, uncertain himself. However, he was currently overseeing all the intermediate Saiyans. He would press some of the extraterrestrials for data to gather the necessary information. There are a total of 382 living intermediate warriors on Planet Vegeta, along with 321 elite warriors. Excluding the casualties from this mission, we have eliminated several mid-level and high-level fighters. while the number of lower-level warriors stands at 482, 109. Ignoring the recent turmoil, the Saiyan population is approximately 501, 812. Upon revealing this figure, Oka felt an overwhelming pain in his chest, as they were but a clan, reduced to a mere 500,000. This does not account for the potential fatalities among the Saiyans due to the recent upheaval. The number of Saiyans dispatched on missions reaches as high as 140,000, nearly encompassing 10,000 tasks. Calculating with an 80-task completion rate, only about 110,000 Saiyans are expected to return. However, given the losses among the teams that successfully completed their missions, the projected return is merely 90,000. How many Saiyans can endure this fate? Igrant stroked his chin, concluding that currently, Planet Vegeta has only 350,000 inhabitants. Including the extraterrestrial beings, the total approximates 2 million. Igrant shook his head in disbelief. Very well, let us proceed. Over 5,000 intermediate warriors marched towards the royal palace with great momentum. Kasuma, filled with curiosity, could not resist the urge to inquire, won't we recruit some of those elite warriors? Kakarot calmly took over the conversation. Kasuma, those elite warriors cannot be subdued. Kasuma appeared perplexed. Oka offered a wry smile. Kasuma, the difference in strength between the elite warriors and King Vegeta is not as significant as one might think. 7 or 8 elite warriors could certainly overwhelm King Vegeta. So, why does he reign as king? Kasuma furrowed her brow in contemplation. This indeed posed a dilemma. In the Saiyan clan, any lower-level warrior with a combat power exceeding 3,000 can be regarded as an elite, while intermediate warriors surpassing 6,000 are deemed elite as well. For elite warriors, after maturing through a period of executing missions, it is rare for anyone's combat power to fall below 8,000. This aligns perfectly with the Saiyan clan standards for warrior qualifications. It is challenging for intermediate warriors to encircle King Vegeta, but for elite warriors, especially the seasoned ones, it is far from difficult. Why do they not rebel against King Vegeta? Why indeed? Kasuma appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. Igrant sighed inwardly. Despite having nurtured Kasuma for such an extended period, her progress remained unsatisfactory. She was not particularly astute. The sole source of solace was her unwavering diligence. Embodying the Saiyan spirit. What motivates elite warriors to conspire against King Vegeta? Maintaining the current state allows them to roam the universe and engage in battles against foes. Does it not? Eliminating King Vegeta would plunge the Saiyans into chaos. What advantage would that bring to these elite warriors? By slaying King Vegeta, do they truly believe they could subdue everyone and rise as the new rulers of the Saiyan clan? In such circumstances, maintaining a certain equilibrium and ascending to the status of a formidable warrior is hardly a disadvantage. Is it conceivable that King Vegeta could forcibly compel them to act against their will? With over 300 elite warriors, more than 40 have been eliminated. These individuals were undoubtedly wholly loyal to King Vegeta, serving as enforcers of Planet Vegeta. They represent the entirety of King Vegeta's strength. The situation is precarious. Within the confines of Planet Vegeta, the number of elite warriors will not exceed 100. The Saiyan race, a martial society, has largely established its reputation through its elite warriors. Let us proceed, commanded Igrant with a calm demeanor, leading the way towards the royal palace. A throng of warriors surged forth, akin to a swarm of locusts. The lower-ranking warriors on the periphery were engulfed in anxiety, uncertain of the momentous events unfolding among the higher echelons and how these might adversely affect them. Igrant, however, had no time to spare for their concerns. The fear and trepidation of the extraterrestrial beings took precedence over their turmoil. During times of peace, they had relied on Frieza's intimidation and King Vegeta's protection to flaunt their power on Planet Vegeta. However, should chaos erupt, those extraterrestrial beings, who typically postured arrogantly and oppressed the Saiyans under Frieza's faction, would likely face dire consequences. Should they harbor discontent towards King Vegeta while remaining subservient to Frieza, they might escape severe repercussions, though some would inevitably face reckoning. Yet, if they were to defy King Frieza, then each one of them would meet their demise. Thus, these individuals were hastily contacting spaceships, preparing to flee Planet Vegeta. At this moment, Igrant was certainly unperturbed by the plight of these lesser beings. With a smile gracing his lips, he gazed at King Vegeta, who soared slightly higher than himself. Behind him trailed approximately 800 intermediate warriors, alongside 7 or 8 warriors boasting power levels exceeding 9,000, presumably elite Saiyans. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Idis, the elite guardian of the Saiyan nursery, and Paragus, the true progenitor of Broly. According to the timeline, Broly would either be born soon or would still need to wait 2 years until the year 737 of the age of the universe. Paragus remained in King Vegeta's company, suggesting that another Goku had disturbed Broly in the nursery of that parallel world. Who are you? Igrant's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Despite being a king, engaging in such disreputable acts was unbecoming. Do you not know who you are? Fear not. You shall soon discover my identity, Igrant replied, as his aura began to swell, his robes billowing dramatically. The wind, a gentle breeze, a strong gust, a tempest, a hurricane. The clouds above roiled, and the ground beneath cracked, as the palace crumbled under the force of Igrant's overwhelming power. What? Shock and confusion marred the faces of all present. The might of Igrant was palpable. Boom. Igrant was enveloped in a dense, white aura, exuding an air of formidable strength. He fixed his gaze upon King Vegeta. You have been granted an opportunity, the artificial moon. All of you transform into great apes and strike at me. I assure you, no one will intervene except for myself. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Igrant was audaciously challenging over 800 mid-tier warriors, all in their great ape forms. Could anyone truly accomplish such a feat? Akka felt compelled to speak, but ultimately refrained. Everyone comprehended Igrant's intentions, yet the audacity of such an act was simply overwhelming. Even Kargat, usually composed, displayed a look of shock and bewilderment. Surely, it was unnecessary for him to take such risks. Over 800 great apes, each possessing a combat power exceeding 50,000, posed a tremendous threat. Only Kasuma understood the true extent of Igrant's strength better than anyone else. This was merely the beginning. He had yet to unleash even a fraction of his true power. Kasuma blinked her eyes, revealing her excitement and anticipation. She relished the spotlight, yet lamented her own inadequacy, wishing she could emulate Igrant's bravado. She yearned for King Vegeta to erupt in anger, leading to a full transformation of the great apes, allowing Igrant to reign supreme, becoming the brightest star among the Saiyans. Impudent, Igrant, be mindful of your status. King Vegeta's countenance darkened. 3 seconds. If you do not relent, I shall strike. Though he felt a tinge of regret for the impending battle, Igrant mused that a complete annihilation would suffice. Such arrogance is intolerable, he remarked, narrowing his eyes as an overwhelming pressure surged toward King Vegeta. The mid-tier Saiyans, already straining under the weight of the situation, erupted in furious roars. Your Majesty. King Vegeta's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Igrant had indeed become a force to be reckoned with. A defeat at this stage would be utterly humiliating. While King Vegeta hesitated, Igrant would not wait, unleashing wave after wave of pressure upon the mid-tier Saiyans. As Igrant prepared to make his move, a panicked scream erupted from the ranks of mid-tier warriors behind King Vegeta. A brilliant light shot towards the heavens, transforming into a resplendent full moon, suspended 3 kilometers above, casting waves of blood light and enveloping a vast area. In the face of impending doom, before King Vegeta could issue commands, a frenzied mid-tier warrior initiated the artificial moon ability. Transformation into great apes was the only means of survival. The sense of urgency instilled by Igrant was overwhelming. As the call echoed, most instinctively looked up at the sky. Upon witnessing the radiant light, Igrant lowered his head, recognizing that true audacity requires not only power, but also wisdom. The reckless arrogance of the mindless is a perilous hubris that can lead to demise. He would not succumb to complacency, nor would he underestimate his untrained self against the dominion of genes over his physique. Upon hearing the call, he realized the gravity of the situation. This sound would not only attract the warriors from King Vegeta's side, but also summon those from his own ranks. Much like a crowd, when one person gasps and points to the sky, the majority instinctively look up. He harbored no fear of transforming into a great ape. The real concern lay in the fact that among the Saiyans, distinguishing one from another post-transformation would be a daunting task, as they would all appear strikingly similar. Only a supernatural being could discern the nuances among a throng of great apes. In such chaos, complications would inevitably arise. The energy concealed within intermediate and advanced warriors far surpasses that of their lower-tier counterparts, rendering the mere destruction of the moon rather ineffective. It would take an eternity for them to exhaust their energy and stamina. As the designated savior, he could not guarantee the protection of Planet Vegeta from catastrophic ruin amidst such a multitude of great apes. He held no fear of Edits or Paragus, nor did he regard King Vegeta as a significant threat, and he was equally unconcerned about any disloyalty from the Saiyans who had aligned with him. His true apprehension stemmed from the potential chaos that could ensue with the simultaneous transformations of Kasuma and Kakarot. Should these two transform into great apes, boasting battle powers of 1 million and 1.5 million respectively, the ensuing turmoil would be exceedingly troublesome. Compounded by the presence of a vast number of great apes, Planet Vegeta could very well face obliteration, despite their collective lack of intellect. He dared not gaze upwards to confront the moon directly, for his vision was equally hampered. Should he inadvertently look at the moon and lose control over his great ape form, the consequences would be catastrophic. He would not require Frieza. He alone could decimate every living being on Planet Vegeta. The situation had not yet escalated to the point of needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. That surprise was reserved for Frieza's arrival. Cursing under his breath, he lamented his oversight in not warning his comrades. Igrant was filled with frustration. Troubles were one thing. The transformation of a portion of the Saiyans into great apes would certainly prevent him from showcasing his might. After painstakingly preparing for so long, all his efforts seemed to be in vain, nearly causing Igrant to explode with rage. Indeed, the adage "the wind is at one's back" proved to be a profound truth. As he grumbled, a far more terrifying aura erupted from him, directly impacting the over 5,000 intermediate Saiyans behind him. This time, Igrant held nothing back. With an explosive energy surpassing 5 million, he directed it with precision, overwhelming the transformed Saiyans who could not withstand the force. Each and every one was sent hurtling away, many of their forms gradually enlarging as they were flung through the air. "Igrant, I didn't see that coming. Don't blow me away. I have experience," she exclaimed, too familiar with such a scenario, as she had previously been hurled by that wretched fox in a similar manner. To her astonishment, Igrant unleashed a comparable onslaught, even fiercer, propelling her away with sheer force. Kasuma screamed, her tone winding like a treacherous mountain path. The body, however, became uncontrollably airborne, and the gaze inevitably turned skyward, where the moon was seen, triggering an uncontrollable transformation. The pupils dilated, fangs bared, and coarse black hair sprouted from every pore. Conversely, Kakarot was far more familiar with the moon's influence than Kasuma. As he called for everyone to look up, Kasuma opened her mouth, but he tightly shut his eyes. Engaging in idle chatter at this moment was utterly nonsensical. Could Igrant afford to have a multitude of giant apes stirred up by her alone? Which one could be dealt with easily? Even the tail could provide a solution. Aside from being uncontrollably flung into the air, he himself had not transformed. The tail controlled the transformation, while the eyes served as the switch. As long as one did not look, there was no issue at all. It was complex, but merely a matter of seconds. Vegeta, grinning maliciously, transformed, and the Saiyans behind him followed suit. The Saiyans trailing Igrant were all sent flying 10 miles away. A roar erupted. Igrant's expression turned grave. He needed to resolve this swiftly, as a majority of the giant apes awaited his attention. Shattering the moon was merely the first step. Severing the tail was paramount. Out of over 5,000, even if half required him to take action to sever tails, that meant 2,500. Even for something as simple as killing a chicken, it was not a task to be completed in an instant. Instant transmission would not help. With an average of 2 seconds per individual, that amounted to 5,000 seconds. His form flickered, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the newly transformed King Vegeta. A roar echoed. Igrant was utterly frustrated. Having just chastised Kasuma, he now reaped the consequences himself. What was meant to be a display of superiority had turned into a farcical debacle. The giant hand of the ape-formed King Vegeta rose like a door slab. Boom. Igrant was quicker, striking King Vegeta's nose. A howl pierced the air. "What a racket," Igrant grumbled, vanishing from in front of King Vegeta, who was still scanning left and right. Igrant used instant transmission to appear behind King Vegeta's tail, his palm sharpened like a blade, enveloped in a thick aura. With a swift motion, the tail was severed. The colossal form of King Vegeta rapidly diminished, soon reverting to normal, teetering in the air. In the process of shrinking, Igrant replicated his actions, swiftly dispatching another 7 or 8 hostile Saiyans. How is this even possible? King Vegeta's face paled, a mixture of rage and fear. Disbelief etched across his features. He had transformed, boasting a battle power exceeding 100,000, yet in Igrant's hands, he fell in a single move, reduced back to his original form. Moreover, Igrant had taken the opportunity to eliminate another 7 or 8 Saiyans. This was not merely disdain. It was as if he did not exist in Igrant's eyes at all. His uncle might endure, and his aunt could as well, but he was determined to try. With both hands outstretched, he prepared for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, 2 beams of light pierced his shoulders, gravely wounding King Vegeta. "Behave yourself, I will deal with you shortly." The impatient voice of Igrant echoed through the air. At this moment, he was dealing with 3 or 4 colossal apes, effortlessly overpowering them. None could rival his might. 5 million against a mere tens of thousands of brainless giants was a foregone conclusion. In the distance, a group of intermediate Saiyans, capable of commanding the giant apes, soared through the sky in a frantic flight. Indeed, it was a flight of desperation. They yearned to remain airborne, witnessing Igrant's magnificent display of power, quietly enjoying the spectacle of a majestic ape. However, they were unable to control the mindless terror unleashed by their own ranks. Kasuma. This girl was utterly incapable of managing the consciousness of the giant ape form, consumed by an insatiable desire for destruction and slaughter. A giant ape with a battle power of 150,000 transformed into a creature with a staggering 1.5 million battle power. The earlier giants, swollen with arrogance, now writhed in agony beneath her feet as they attempted to thwart her path. Observe Kakarot, nimble and small, deftly weaving through the throngs of giant apes, swiftly distancing himself from Kasuma. How astute! This group of aware giants dared not provoke Kasuma. That would be courting disaster. They too bore the weight of unspoken grievances. With limited ground targets, they found themselves surrounded by mindless giants relentlessly attacking them, embroiled in chaos. In the skies, however, they attracted the attention of the fearsome giant ape Kasuma. They were truly caught in a dilemma, with no way out. In the air, they faced only Kasuma. And as for who would be unfortunate, it was left to fate. With a decisive thought, they took to the skies. Witnessing Igrant's formidable power was no longer an option. Their very lives were at stake, leaving no room for concern about anything else amidst the tumult. The planet's mother bore the brunt of it all, pockmarked and ravaged. Not a single spot left unscathed. The chaos extended beyond this location. Chapter 74. Resolution. The threat of Vegeta here. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, and countless whirlwinds formed and dissipated in the sky. Most of the onlookers focused their attention on this spectacle. Naturally, there were those who dared to defy fate and activated their scanners. Explosions reverberated everywhere, intermingled with cries of anguish. Flames shot skyward. Planet Vegeta was undergoing its second significant devastation in over a decade. Igrant moved with relentless speed, swiftly dispatching the mindless giant apes on the ground. He paid no heed to those that had taken to the air. With each swift stroke, he ensured that no one dared to engage in any mischief at this critical moment. As long as they remained orderly, he could afford to overlook them for now. After expending over 10 minutes, he had managed to eliminate nearly 600 mindless Saiyans. Conversely, Edis and Paragas, possessing awareness, had flown into the sky in time, sustaining minimal harm. They had initially intended to intervene, but Igrant's actions were too rapid. He first eliminated King Vegeta, followed closely by a dozen or so mindless giant apes, leaving them thoroughly startled. Frozen in the air, they dared not make any further moves, narrowly escaping disaster. They waited obediently, biding their time. Regardless of whether they listened or not, Igrant coldly finished speaking and vanished among the towering figures of the giant apes, reappearing near Kasuma. The beings before him, no? These colossal apes exchanged glances, their initially fierce and malevolent gazes transformed into expressions as pure and innocent as those of children. Their grim faces bore an almost comical naivety, rendering them motionless with trepidation. What sorcery had enabled Igrant's sudden disappearance? Over the years, from the planet Sharada to Vegeta, they had never encountered such a terrifying ability. With a ferocious roar, Igrant, enveloped in energy, firmly resisted the dark red energy beam that erupted from Kasuma's mouth. Foolish Kasuma, always causing trouble, he muttered. If Kasuma had the capacity for awareness, she would undoubtedly protest vehemently. After all, she hadn't intended to witness such chaos. It was Igrant who had propelled her into the air, inadvertently causing her to behold the moon and transform into a fearsome giant ape. This was truly not her fault. Suppressing the giant ape's mouth until it was extinguished, Igrant removed himself from Kasuma's tail. "Forget it," he murmured, instantaneously shifting to the nape of her neck. Naturally, he had no intention of severing her tail. There was an adjustment period to consider. If he were to truly cut it off, Kasuma would undoubtedly cling to him incessantly. How massive, he thought, preparing to strike at the nape of Kasuma's neck. A gust of wind swept by as Igrant vanished once more. A dull thud echoed as he hovered above Kasuma, unleashing a raucous laugh. "You fool, hitting yourself with your own tail, calling out to your head? How dare you? You seem to attract trouble even while in my presence." Igrant mercilessly shifted the blame. This incident could hardly be attributed to him. After all, Kakarot had remained unchanged while being near. Ultimately, the fault lay with Kasuma. A crimson glimmer flickered in the eyes of the giant ape as it raised its head. It was coming again. In an instant, it vanished and reappeared at the tip of its tail, gripping Kasuma's thick tail with both hands. The tail was so large that he could barely encircle it. Fortunately, with the energy at his disposal, it posed little difficulty. "Lift," he commanded. But the veins bulged with effort, yet he felt no strain from the threefold disparity in strength. Grasping Kasuma's tail, he soared into the air. With a roar, Igrant shook Kasuma's tail vigorously. "How are you not dizzy yet?" he queried, puzzled. As he released his grip, the giant ape plummeted to the ground, injuring many of its kin. A surge of energy erupted from Igrant's palm, swiftly dispersing the artificial moon in the sky. Looking up at the heavens, he mused, "Thud, thud. I feel a bit lightheaded." In a daze, he uttered a thought, a chill rising from within. This was a disaster waiting to unfold. As the tail swelled with blood, an extraordinary power surged uncontrollably through Igrant, spreading throughout his entire being in an instant. His fangs extended, brushing against his lips. What to do? Just as the thought crossed his mind, that enigmatic force dissipated and his fangs retracted. He returned to his senses, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Goodness, that was a close call. Grateful for his fortune, Igrant dared not act recklessly again. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, grasping the thick tail of Kasuma once more. Up into the air he soared, spinning joyously in an invincible whirlwind until Kasuma was utterly exhausted, collapsing into unconsciousness. Igrant then resumed his task of severing tails. The remaining Saiyans, naturally, did not receive the same treatment as Kasuma. Those who had surrendered were no exception. One by one, all those devoid of consciousness had their tails severed. After half an hour, the entire endeavor consumed an hour. This rebellion concluded with a landscape strewn with severed tails, unconscious tailless Saiyans, and a group of trembling giant apes hovering in the air. Within 100 miles, there was not a single intact spot, only dust and rubble. With the ground having sunk 100 meters, Igrant flew back to the center, where Oka and others, towering and formidable, hovered behind him, gazing at King Vegeta and the over 200 giant apes behind him. "Shall we converse?" King Vegeta's complexion darkened ominously. "Converse? What nonsense. Were it not for the inability to defeat him, I would have certainly ended your life. I should have dealt with this menace decisively at the outset. Now look where we are. I have lost my throne." King Vegeta was no fool. Igrant was a ruthless character, and the giant ape sleeping below was far from weak. A Saiyan much stronger than himself. Yet he was well aware of their backgrounds. The adopted brother and sister were mere low-level warriors, merely 8 years old. How could they possess such terrifying strength? Observing King Vegeta's face change like the dramatic shifts in a Sichuan opera, Igrant noted his silence, assuming the man was still unconvinced. His expression turned cold, and the atmospheric pressure around them surged once more. Oka and his companions reveled in the misfortune, while Edith and her group appeared grave. Upon closer inspection, one could see their massive forms trembling. A wave of indignation surged through him. King Vegeta, disheartened, contemplated what to say. "You have won, utterly victorious. As the conqueror, you are now the new king of the Saiyan tribe. You may do as you please with me. My followers behind me are the backbone of the Saiyan race. I still hope you might show them mercy." After uttering these words, King Vegeta seemed to age a decade, his regal dignity crumbling, leaving him despondent. "Oh, what if I choose not to show mercy?" Igrant stared at King Vegeta with amusement. This man was clearly not one to consider the welfare of his subordinates. His mind was narrow indeed. In this situation, it was merely a facade, likely concealing some insidious thoughts within. King Vegeta appeared utterly defeated, merely a loser. Did he still fear their potential rebellion? Igrant crossed his arms, merely expressing his reluctance to complicate matters. King Vegeta, gritting his teeth, shot him a fierce glare. The Saiyan clan must stand united. How dare you utter the word unity? Igrant retorted mercilessly. Vegeta's eyes bulged with fury, his face contorted with madness. The detestable Igrant, had it not been for my mercy, you would have met your demise long ago. Igrant remained silent, eager to observe what further extravagant claims King Vegeta would make. Our adversaries are Frieza, King Cold, and their legions. Vegeta stiffened his neck. Are you aware that you are in grave trouble? You may indeed eliminate us all, but what then? What will you do next? Why, it is to seize control of the entire Saiyan race. How absurd. Do you comprehend what has transpired on Planet Vegeta? Frieza is fully aware. Do you know how formidable Frieza is? He is an entity you cannot afford to provoke. The faces of Oka and the others paled. Frieza, the collaborator they could not escape, or rather, their master. The disgrace of the Saiyan race. Chapter 75, Intelligent? Ruthlessly annihilate. Huh, are you informing Frieza? Igrant taunted as he regarded King Vegeta. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Do not underestimate his clandestine efforts to organize a rebellion against Frieza. However, should someone among the Saiyans threaten his position, he would not hesitate to betray the entire Saiyan race in exchange for Frieza's support to eradicate the insurgents and his own kin. I am not that foolish. Vegeta longed to rend Igrant to pieces, yet this only served to quiet him. Then you threaten me with someone who is not even on Planet Vegeta, Igrant scoffed nonchalantly. King Vegeta's gaze darkened. Because you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, those still coherent, except for the already informed Oka, were astounded, staring at King Vegeta in disbelief. What incredible words had they just heard? Was that not merely a legend? What did King Vegeta mean? All the awakened great apes glanced at King Vegeta, then at Igrant. Even Kakarot was bewildered. Igrant's lips curled into a smirk. The legendary Super Saiyan? He was acutely aware that King Vegeta had completely misunderstood him. None among the Saiyans knew the distinction between a Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan. He was certainly not a legendary Super Saiyan. Currently, only Kasuma was aware of the existence of Super Saiyans. King Vegeta disregarded the astonished crowd, fixing his gaze on Igrant. Speaking through gritted teeth, Frieza will not spare you. Indeed, we are no match for you. It would be easy for you to kill us. You could do so swiftly. Yet all of Planet Vegeta would inevitably descend into chaos. If you do not consolidate your forces, how will you contend with the impending Frieza? After King Vegeta finished speaking, he continued. Furthermore, I did not betray any secrets. Rather, the detectors and spacecraft provided by Frieza, along with certain devices within the planet, are equipped with listening devices. At this moment, he must be fully aware of everything. Without a doubt, he is currently gathering all his forces to converge upon Planet Vegeta. Are you certain you can safeguard the entirety of Planet Vegeta? Even with your formidable strength, you faced considerable challenges in subduing that group of Saiyans behind you. And I fear it is not merely to witness Planet Vegeta descend into a state of desolation akin to that of Planet Salad, or worse, to face annihilation. As the leader of the Saiyan race, you surely do not wish to be left with merely tens of thousands of your kin, am I correct? Although the query was posed by King Vegeta, his tone was resolutely confident. The expressions of Oka and the others shifted subtly. If anyone knows Frieza intimately, it is undoubtedly King Vegeta. If that is the case, Kakarot's gaze remained calm. Having followed Igrant, he had learned one pivotal lesson. Immense power allows one to act with impunity. Indeed, just as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of light surged. The confidence on King Vegeta's face solidified, and he slowly bowed his head, perceiving the astonishment reflected in the eyes of the Saiyans behind him. You truly dare? Igrant scoffed disdainfully. Do you think I am unaware of Frieza's might? Consider King Vegeta, who dares to rebel against Frieza with merely a dozen mid-tier warriors. He surely has the most authority to speak on the matter, even more so than Frieza's closest subordinates. Does he fear Frieza? What a farce. Frieza has never regarded him as a threat. In this universe, there is only one being who truly commands the fate of all. The rest are either incapable of defeating him or can only evade him. As for the chaos King Vegeta speaks of regarding Planet Vegeta, it is hardly a concern. A chilling gleam flashed. This is bad. He harbors murderous intent and seeks to eliminate us all, Edith exclaimed in alarm, just as he attempted to twist his body. A terrifying energy blast enveloped his massive form. I will not allow you. How could this be? Why is such a powerful wave of energy emanating from him? Just how strong is he? It's only been 5 years. A resounding explosion echoed, flesh vaporizing amidst the terrifying heat of the energy blast, dispersing into the air. Everyone shivered. What in the world is Igrant capable of? And why is he so merciless? Does he truly fear the chaos of Planet Vegeta? Oka. Igrant's voice turned icy. My lord. No, King. Kadget. My lord. You each take a team of alert individuals to dismantle the spacecraft across the entire planet. Then gather everyone here at the palace. Remember, everyone. Including the extraterrestrials. Spare not a single one. Bring them all. Understood. The two obeyed, swiftly dispatching a contingent of great apes, fanning out in a near-net formation across the expanse. A cold smile played upon Igrant's lips. Since the plan to showcase one's strength has failed, it would be more prudent to employ an iron-fisted approach. It is, after all, a simpler solution, violent suppression. Is it not merely an act of killing? The immense energy within could obliterate 500,000 Saiyans, reducing them to mere ashes, without the scene being particularly gruesome. If one cannot achieve this, then what is the point? Paragus trembled as he gazed at Igrant. He was truly frightened. For Igrant was cold and merciless. That was King Vegeta, not someone he could contend with. He posed no threat, yet was dispatched with a single blow. Igrant cast a sidelong glance at Paragus. Saiyans, like humans, require a gestation period of 10 months, and now it was the year 735 of the age of the universe. With over a year remaining until 737, Paragus had yet to sow his seeds. Broly had not even begun to take form within him. For the moment, he would be spared. Under normal circumstances, Broly was not particularly fearsome. Perhaps he could be nurtured into a formidable fighter. Strictly speaking, Broly was akin to a glitch within the Dragon Ball universe. Were it not for the narrative's interference, Goku would have found it quite challenging to defeat Broly, having failed to do so on several occasions. With proper guidance, Broly could certainly surpass the growth he would achieve alone on a desolate planet. Should Broly prove to be obedient, Igrant would not mind having a powerful bodyguard, and if he turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, he could always inflict severe injury and utilize the prison realm to consume Broly, thereby usurping his innate talents. Such an acquisition would undoubtedly prove beneficial for transcending the cosmos. Regardless of the outcome, the birth of Broly would not be a loss. However, there remains uncertainty as to whether the upheaval would instill fear in Paragus, ultimately preventing the fruition of Broly. Yet, this is of little concern. The sixth universe still has Caulifla, whether as a protector or for heritage. Broly is not the sole option. The best scenario would be ideal, but even if it fails, it is not a significant issue. Disregarding Paragus, Igrant commenced his bloody slaughter. Had King Vegeta refrained from uttering certain words, he could have spared this group of individuals, who were merely tools in the grand scheme. However, having made those declarations, even if he were to spare them, they would only hold on to the notion that it was King Vegeta who granted them life, fostering undeserved hopes. While fear may not be prevalent, it would undoubtedly pose complications. Thus, it would be simpler to eliminate them all, bringing closure to the matter. Over 800 individuals, merely a practice in slaughter, posed little challenge. Chapter 76. Frieza's reaction. Igrant's troubles. Paragus was unaware of when he would cease his transformation into a great ape. Trembling, he floated in the air, gazing down at the pockmarked and debris-strewn ground. Over 800 souls, just like that. In front of him, after a flash of brilliance, they vanished. Gone. All those lives extinguished. How long had it been since he had painstakingly severed tails for this? Could you not be straightforward? The lucid you has been silenced, and the few remaining fragments of thought can still turn. The comatose intermediate Saiyan has also been ruthlessly dealt with. What is the purpose? Amusement? With a sudden flash before him, Paragus instinctively took 2 steps back, despair etched upon his face. Has it finally come to him, the sole advanced Saiyan? From now on, you shall remain on Planet Vegeta. Paragus' despair morphed into astonishment. Was he truly so frightened that he misheard? Let us create small Saiyans, Igrant contemplated before advising. Stay here and do not wander. After issuing this warning, Igrant vanished from Paragus' sight. Oka and the others were still somewhat lacking in strength. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had passed, allowing some to escape Planet Vegeta aboard a spacecraft, which he needed to address. In the depths of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft sped forth, energy propelling a long trail of flame behind it. This was none other than Frieza's personal vessel. Within the central hall, Frieza, his diminutive form cloaked in shadows, sat upon a specially crafted seat, cold eyes fixed upon the throng of alien beings kneeling before him. "Ah, how amusing," Frieza remarked, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. The aliens trembled, gritting their teeth to endure the frigid atmosphere, striving to remain upright. The birth detector recorded a power level of 5,000. At 6 months, it registered 2 instances of 5,000. In dispatching individuals for novice tasks to hunt, they instead returned with formidable strength. King Vegeta suspected he was a Super Saiyan, and even Frieza found himself momentarily stumped. "Oka, Frieza the Great," said the bowing Zebo, his tone graceful. "Indeed. Thank you, Mr. Zebo," Frieza acknowledged with a sidelong glance, then resumed his unwavering gaze at the kneeling aliens. "Oka, do you not realize he is a Super Saiyan? Are you also oblivious? Now, the detector has malfunctioned, yet you remain unaware of his power?" The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping audible, and Frieza's expression darkened further. "Useless fools, I inquire, and you dare remain silent?" The corpulent Dodoria bellowed. One alien gritted his teeth. "Frieza the Great, we cannot be held accountable for this." Before he could elaborate, Frieza interjected. "Oh? Are you implying I am to blame?" The alien quivered, about to bow in submission. In a flash, 2 beams of purple light surged forth. In the 3-meter radius around the speaking alien, not a single soul remained alive. The remaining aliens' faces paled. They bowed their heads repeatedly, pleading for mercy. "Frieza the Great, spare us. I have just arrived and know nothing. I swear, absolutely nothing. There are so many Saiyans. The monitoring is overwhelming." That individual exhibited no abnormal behavior. In an instant, the hall resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with a cacophony of voices. Frieza's demeanor was as dark as ink. Such noise, accompanied by Frieza's furious roar, 2 energy blasts struck the densest part of the crowd, exploding with a resounding bang. Red, white, green, purple, cyan, and blue, a kaleidoscope of viscous, sanguine flesh splattered everywhere. At the farthest corner, a space inhabitant silently breathed a sigh of relief. Frieza was no benevolent being. His stealthy crouch at the periphery was indeed a remarkably wise decision. Safety, however modest, was paramount. "You, speak," he commanded, an air of elegance permeating his rage. To the untrained eye, this seemingly charming creature concealed the notorious identity of a malevolent emperor within the cosmos. The fortunate alien stood in bewilderment. The mental strain was palpable. "This is truly taxing," he muttered, glancing about, Frieza seemingly conversing with himself. Left with no alternative, he steeled himself to speak. "Lord Frieza, regarding the Super Saiyan, I believe it is merely a case of misinformation. However, his prowess is undeniably formidable, though it pales in comparison to your own, my lord." With that, the alien hurriedly bowed his head. "Ah, fascinating," Frieza mused. "You assert he is not a Super Saiyan. What evidence do you possess?" The creature stammered. "My lord, a battle power exceeding 20,000 is capable of planetary destruction. The wild monkeys cannot possibly match your esteemed selves. They are unworthy even to serve you. Yet, their transformation into great apes allows many of them to achieve such power. According to the latest intelligence we received, multiple great apes have emerged on planet Vegeta, yet the planet remains intact. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the Super Saiyan is not as formidable as legend suggests, or that individual is not a true Super Saiyan, merely exceeding the limits of the wearable scouters, rendering our medium-range detection stations incapable of measurement. I estimate his power to be above 60,000. This simply indicates that he has encountered some extraordinary circumstances that significantly enhanced his strength. Naturally, even if considerable, he cannot surpass your might, my lord. You are quite the astute individual. Is there more?" The alien wore a pained expression. "Lord Frieza, the preceding statements are based on factual deductions. Any further assertions would merely be conjecture." "Indeed." The alien shuddered, his words quickening. "My lord, upon learning of the Super Saiyan, I researched some material. According to the wild monkey's accounts, the appearance of a Super Saiyan differs from that of a normal wild monkey, seemingly possessing a yellow hue. While that Igrant remains in the ordinary form of a wild monkey, hence it could not possibly be a Super Saiyan." The alien grew increasingly confident in his assertions. To deceive others, One must first deceive oneself, Frieza contemplated. Whether the wild monkeys were super Saiyans, or whether they could transform into great apes with battle powers exceeding 60,000. Compared to the Saiyans, he possessed a clearer understanding of Super Saiyans. The ancestors were once vanquished by a Super Saiyan. Initially, this was a memory forgotten. But upon learning of Igrant's suspected Super Saiyan lineage, he had inquired with his father. A Super Saiyan is characterized by their striking golden hair. The absence of any confirmation suggests that this individual is far from the legendary Super Saiyan. You, Splendid, shall henceforth lead this group, tasked with managing this detritus. The extraterrestrial trembled in fear, realizing that mere survival was no longer an option. The sword of Damocles now hung above, threatening to provoke the capricious Frieza at any moment. This was indeed a precarious situation. Frieza, king of the universe, was watching closely. Now, proceed at full speed towards Planet Vegeta. How long will it take? The alien stood momentarily dumbfounded. How long would it take? A quick thought crossed his mind. My lord, we shall hasten our pace. Frieza narrowed his eyes. The previously moderated temperature of the hull plummeting once more. We require 3 months, my lord. A dissonant voice interjected. Humph, accelerate. I demand we arrive at Planet Vegeta in 2 months. Yes, my lord. Ah, what a delightful meeting. You will exert yourselves, won't you? The aliens bowed deeply, too intimidated to utter another word. I appreciate your cooperation, gentlemen. You may withdraw. Frieza spoke with an elegant demeanor, turning his craft to gaze out the window, his back to the assembled crowd. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he muttered to himself, damnable wild monkeys. I had intended to utilize you to conquer more planets, but now, you shall all perish. What nonsense about transformation. My foolish ancestors could not have fathomed the strength of their descendants. With the escape vessels dealt with, Igrant returned to the desolate heart of the palace. Paragus remained rooted in place, paralyzed with fear. Igrant casually seated himself upon a large stone. Defeating King Vegeta and his minions was a trivial matter. The real challenge lay in governing the Saiyan race. Furthermore, there loomed a formidable adversary. Chapter 77. Control and establishing new edicts for the Saiyan race. This formidable foe was not Beerus. He had never dared to confront him. His true fear resided with Frieza. To this day, he struggled to survive in the universe. This was a critical vulnerability. According to the original timeline, Frieza would have obliterated Planet Vegeta before even landing. While Frieza lurked in space, he could not remain perpetually vigilant against him, not to mention the presence of his brother, Cooler, and King Cold, both of whom were capable of thriving in the cosmos. Even if Frieza could be vanquished, a lack of sufficient power would render the Saiyan race's sustenance a significant issue. With this in mind, the collaboration between King Vegeta and King Cold seemed a necessary course of action. Bah! Vegeta certainly does not share such sentiments. How could anyone surpass him? The gradual evolution to this point is entirely inconsistent with Igrant's expectations. Much like a child striving for academic excellence, who would willingly accept poor grades. It is not uncommon for some educators to be woefully ineffective, rendering their lessons nearly impossible to absorb. Similarly, most ordinary individuals do not genuinely desire to avoid positions of authority or wealth. Rather, societal pressures compel them to gradually descend into mere sustenance. He, too, was coerced into kingship. The allure of solitude is profound, a life unencumbered by burdens. Yet, the young girl, Kasuma, inexplicably chooses to show him kindness, and Oka, driven by an instinctual concern for the future of the Saiyan race, offers his assistance. Whether this is commendable or not is debatable. The kindness of these individuals obliges him to reciprocate. When circumstances permit, he must act. Ascending to kingship brings forth a myriad of complications. In contrast, the formidable Frieza does not seem as daunting. Alone, he could easily surpass Goku and overpower Frieza. However, with an entire planet and a multitude of powerful kin, the situation becomes precarious. After all, they represent a staggering battle power of 1.2 billion. Aware of the potential emergence of another Saiyan, Frieza is unlikely to be foolish enough to transform incrementally, providing him with an opportunity. Even a third transformation would not be something he could dispatch in an instant. He is unperturbed by the prospect of a prolonged confrontation with Frieza. Should Frieza become cunning and destroy the planet, the Saiyans would be irretrievably lost. Time slips away. Moment by moment, an ever-increasing throng gathers here. The Saiyans arrive under their own power, while a multitude of aliens, resembling swine, crowd in, their faces etched with despair. Despite their vast numbers, the cacophony they generate is surprisingly subdued. Within the planet, among the 350,000 inhabitants, apart from the subdued intermediate Saiyans, the rest have been eliminated, leaving behind a cadre of lower-tier warriors who dare not voice dissent. This remains the case until Oka, Kakarot, and Kasuma return. Upon awakening, Kasuma is tasked with leading the remaining intermediate warriors to assist. The first to speak is Oka. In terms of strength, Kasuma and Kakarot are the most formidable, yet they lack managerial prowess. Oka may not be the strongest in governance, but no one is more familiar with Kakarot and Igrant than he. Snacky, too, is inadequate. She mingles within the crowd, her face marked by regret. The new king, and his own flesh and blood has ascended to a level of power that even high-ranking warriors cannot aspire to. Regrettably, a bond was never nurtured, and years of separation have only deepened the chasm. In the Saiyan race, such dynamics are commonplace, so why does it feel so regretful when it pertains to oneself? Kakarot detests administrative matters, and Kasuma is unreliable. Thus, the weight of responsibility naturally falls upon Oka, who owes much to Igrant. Igrant's expression twitched. What is this? Have they all gathered? Indeed, Oka replied respectfully. Igrant ascended into the heavens, gazing down upon the throngs of people below, swarming like ants. This was a congregation of Saiyans and various extraterrestrial beings. As you may already be aware, I have vanquished King Vegeta and his subordinates. By tradition, I am now your sovereign. With his voice resonating, Igrant's aura surged forth, enveloping the ground. The sound of thumping echoed continuously. Many of the weaker, youthful Saiyans and aliens bowed down, kneeling in submission. Igrant's aura, while not overwhelmingly potent, was sufficient to compel those Saiyans with power levels exceeding 2,000 to grit their teeth and endure, while those above 5,000 found it manageable, though not overly comfortable. Now, I shall announce new regulations. During the waiting period, Igrant remained vigilant, contemplating the future actions of the Saiyans. They would not ally with Frieza. This proclamation stirred a ripple of unrest among the gathering of extraterrestrials. Kiswama nudged Kakarot, who, with a resigned nod, followed Kiswama. The two ascended to a lower position before Igrant, refraining from unleashing their auras. Silence. Kiswama's voice carried across the assembly, echoed by Kakarot from another direction. Observing this, Oka also took to the skies, positioning himself further from Igrant, slightly lower than Kiswama and Kakarot, forming a triangular formation to maintain order over the crowd. Once Igrant and the three others had quelled the murmurs, he continued to speak. The Saiyan clan's evaluations of infants and toddlers shall proceed, without any disdain towards lower-ranked warriors. 5 major battle zones will be established, assembling combat personnel to become warriors. A resource department will be formed, wherein I will select a group of intelligent and capable Saiyans to learn and research technology for self-sufficiency. Additionally, a task department, an information department, a law enforcement team, a childcare department, and an education department will be created. Igrant, drawing from certain models of the past and considering the current state of the Saiyans, delineated 12 major departments. Simultaneously, a council will be formed, presently comprising myself, Igrant, Kiswama, Kakarot, and Oka, with future additions to oversee all matters concerning the Saiyan race. Moving forward, those wishing to enter the battle zones must approach Kiswama to register for the selection of suitable candidates for the law enforcement team. For those aspiring to join the resource department, Igrant will assign several departments to each of the 3, allowing them to choose specific managers and subsequently select members. With a population of 350,000, there will be ample work to be done. As for the Saiyans currently executing Frieza's tasks, Igrant is disinclined to concern himself with them for now, opting to address such matters once he has organized the Saiyan populace. Okara, instruct all intermediate Saiyans to securely oversee the entire population of extraterrestrial beings and arrange for the reconstruction of the royal palace. The palace shall serve as the nucleus, around which 8 palatial edifices will be erected, destined to house future members of the council. Furthermore, an additional 24 administrative palaces shall be established outwardly, with another 24 arenas constructed beyond them. Igrant is to provide meticulous directives. The 12 departments are merely in their nascent stages and will undoubtedly expand in the future. The Saiyan populace remains insufficiently small. Provided there are no significant injuries and reasonable training is undertaken, coupled with the cessation of such burdensome tasks. The increase in Saiyan numbers should not pose a challenge. The Saiyans under King Vegeta's management resemble free-range beings, which hampers their development. He does not seek excessive authority. In this world, personal strength reigns supreme. Ensuring his prowess remains unmatched is sufficient, while he endeavors to obscure his presence as much as possible. After all, this is a parallel world, and safety is not guaranteed. Once the time machine is successfully developed by Bulma, he will undoubtedly depart this world to venture into the true primary realm. Yes, my king. Once the arrangements are largely concluded and stability is ensured, Igrant will then disregard these trivial matters. In a flash, he appeared beside a group of terrified individuals. There remains an urgent issue that requires his immediate attention.